Chapter 1 Water-Carrying Laborers. Eons ago, the Lingwo continent was a harmonious and prosperous land where humans and cultivators lived and practiced in peace, with numerous tools of cultivation thriving and myriad miraculous techniques merging incessantly. Various sects and schools flourished amidst this vibrant environment. However, this tranquility was shattered by a dark demon dragon. Unknown how many years it had cultivated, the dragon had ascended to the realm of deity, wielding a power akin to headvent of doom. It trampaged across the continent, leaving devastation in its wake. With its gaping maw, it mercilessly devoured both humans and cultivators, sparing neither ordinary folk nor powerful adepts of profound cultivation. Cities were erased, villages reduced to rubble, and cries of agony echoed through heaven and earth, transforming the entire continent into Helioni earth, permeated with essence of death and despair. Faced with such a catastrophe, the powerful beings of the human race realized that unless they united, the continent would be utterly annihilated. Thus, they converged from all corners of the globe. These was a breathtaking battle that lasted 10 days and 10 nights. The sky was illuminated by the combat's brilliance, as if daylight never faded to earth trembled from the impact of forces, mountain scalloping and rivers redirecting their courses. The depths pressed forward and after another, with lives extinguished at every moment, yet they showed no sign of retreat. Ultimately, nearly 100 adepts decided to risk everything and employ forbidden techniques. Using the mountain sun drivers as their foundation and Thyronus and Cian blood ascendants, they constructed a formidable nine heavens demon-slaying array. Within the array, the dark demon dragon struggled frantically, but adepts, disregarding Thyron lives, jointly activate the. A radiant explosion occurred akin to a sun bursting forth, sealing Thedragon, along with its Fulcian cell, onto the Lingwo continent. Nearly all the powerful beings were lost in this battle. This battle altered the landscape of Lingwo continent, forming 9 majestic mountain ranges. Each of these ranges, including Kanglan, Luojia, Yunlong, Kunling, Chengdu, Fengpu, Jingshan, Huaxia, and Moyan, is magnificent and stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. They interconnect, constituting the vast and mysterious nine heavens demon-slaying array. Within the array faint force flow, seemingly narrating the tally of that battle from long ago. However, this battle also dealt a severe blow to the world of cultivation, leading to its gradual decline. Once glorious sex withered, cultivation resources became scarce, and countless techniques were lost. Yet, as time passed, eons elapsed, and the Lingwo continent gradually revived from their ruins, akin to a seed Betheden were sprouting anew. The world of cultivation slowly regained its vitality, with various sects sprouting like bamboo shoots of terrain across the continent. In the south of Lingwo continent, the vast Kanglan mountain range stretches across the land, undulating like a slumbering dragon. To the east of this mountain range, on Dianming mountain, stands the cultivation sect Kyanmozon. Kyanmozon is vast, encompassing 18 peaks, each with its unique scenery on Dora. Each peak has a peak master, all of whom are profound cultivators overseeing the affairs of their respective peaks. The number of individuals on each peak varies, ranging from a minimum of over 300 to a maximum of over 2,000. The disciples are divided into outer and inner disciples, further subdivided into formal disciples, laborers, and the lowest ranking laborers. These disciples of different statuses enjoy vastly different treatments and lives within Kyanmozon. At this moment, at the foot of the 18th peak, Liudyun Peak, Furiaths are carrying water, struggling to advance towards the peak with the axe step. A month is forth, the oldest is around 27 or 28 years old, while Theyun just a small want of just 18, Slendrin Sway and Gashuix, struggling gatherer. Mahawanta hails from the impoverished village of Maja, thousands of miles away. His family consists of 4 members, parents and 2 brothers, with him being the eldest. In the village, most people of a sage have already married, but this family was to up for any woman tolling leave into it. Every year, Kyanmozon cultivators travel to various places to select disciples and laborers. On that day, a Kyanmozon cultivator arrived in Maja village to recruit disciples, selecting 6 villagers, including Mahawantao. Though Mahawantao's father was reluctant, Talathimgo had not quite but to agree when faced with the 30 taels of silver. For such a poor family, struggling throughout higher couldn't liberally sustain her basic needs, and these 30 taels were undoubtedly a fortune. Thus, Mahawantao arrived at Liudyun Peak of Kyanmozon. Yet, upon arrival, they realized that they were not disciples but mere laborers. Mahuanto asasanento thetaskov carrying water, without eventested a sofe formal discipal. 5 miles below Leoyun Peak Lizadi Pond, its waters bubbling with heat throughout Hesiasans. Thespondis where Mahuanto and his companions fetch water, carry and jit from air to the top of the mountain, 4 miles away, ta supplied water needs of over 300 people. Today's Mahuantao's first day carrying water. His slender frame bears nearly 100 pounds of water, struggling up the stone steps leading to the mountain. After just 5 or 6 trips, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his shoulders were a rub draw thepole, blood oozing out. Fortunately, Wang Dawan Theater allowed him to skip 3 trips. Here, Nuni indulges them. If the water in Leoyun Peak is not suppleting time, the punishment ranges from going hungry to severe beatings. Therefore, despite his bleeding shoulders, Mahuanto calmly endure. In the morning, he gritted his teeth and carried 7 loads of water before finally taking a break. Wang Dahu Theol Destamonthum saw the blood in Mahuanto's shoulders and, feeling sorry for him, took out some wound healing pasty and said, Shama, Harisom wound healing past. Apply it, Mahuantao's Iaswara filed with gratitude thank you, Dahuj, Theothert Wawalsor for Tawang Dawas Dahuj. Fortunately, Thefud Leoyun Peak is decent during Lent time, with Rhistophilian stomach and Semeta misavena by tough meat. Mahuanta had navirit in his philathome, which is why he was skinny. Seeing Thizmeal, Hefel to sensi of comfort. In the afternoon, Wangda Hanada said that before large water tanks on Leoyun Peak still had plenty of water and thuscaridless. Their Taskisto and Shura thought the tank's area always filled, regardless of the weather. At night, the four of them sleep in separate rooms Saneot besides Band. As Pthulo a stranking individuals in Kayamazon, they are not qualified to live on Leoyun Peak. During their leisure time, the four of them cultivate the vegetable patch deathband, planting some efforts and vegetables. Strangely, tomatoes, cucumbers, radishes, and other produce watered with pond water tasty exceptionally sweet. Even wintered, drinking a mouthful of pond water instant lyre juvenates them, filling them with energy. Thus, Mahuanto began his daily work as a water carrier. However, when in Maja village, Mahuanta had a strong desire for knowledge. He often listened to lessons outside the showroom window, and with his exceptional memory, he had learned more over the years than the children actually attending school. There were often lectures in cultivation for and around Duter disciples in Leoyun Peak. When ha had nothing toto, Mahuantayo scred lilas and din be hiding under the window. The lecturing cultivators paid no heed to him, considering him just a water-carrying laborer with no future. Chapter 2: A Brutal Beating. Thus, Acer passed swiftly, and Mahuantao's body gradually grew stronger from the daily task of carrying water. His incessantly frail body now contained resilient strength, with muscles firm and elastic, as if a very incofiscan arrays arduous labor over the past year. However, their relentless had ten of this kind into adarqui, a healthy yet weathered color resembling ancient bark inscribed with the marks of time. In the senior latoyers, during experiments, Mahuanto pieced together bits of information about world of cultivation, gradually painting a mysterious and grand picture in his mind. Haruli understood the strict hierarchy of the cultivation world. The cultivation world resembles a towering pyramid. The initial stages refining the formidable herdly that stands like Yakism before countless individuals. It requires not only exceptional talent but sound wavering perseverance. The vast majority are cruel stuck at the entry level of refining, unable to brain through the invisible barrier throughout their lives. Yet, once the own breaks through the entry level of refining, it is into opening gege to a new world, allowing cultivators to begin absorbing the wandering spiritual key in the heavens and earth. Most amazingly, their lifespan can increase before 2 years, a tantalizing guard. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of the humble figure of the servant, Mahuantao, walking in front of him. To him, that figure seemed like a lit fuse, instantly igniting the flames of fury within his heart. Jiang Tianyu strode forward, his eyes gleaming with fierce intensity, and delivered a powerful kick to Mahuantao's back. The formidable strength of Jiang Tianyu, who had attained the 7th level of qi refinement, was not to be underestimated. The force of his kick struck Mahuantao's waist like an explosive shell. In an instant, Mahuantao was sent flying several paces, akin to a kite severed from its string, before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips and splattering onto the earth like a blossoming crimson flower. Lying on the ground, his body felt as if it had been dismantled, leaving him unable to even crawl. The sudden scene was akin to a placid lake being disrupted by a massive stone, sending forth waves of shock. The more than 40 disciples of Lu Yunpeak who had accompanied Jiang Tianyu bore witness to it all, some displaying expressions of astonishment, while others remained indifferent, as if this were merely an inconsequential farce. Jiang Tianyu roared, "A mere servant dares to eavesdrop, you should take a moment to reflect on your own worthiness to practice cultivation." His voice echoed through the air, saturated with disdain and contempt. Upon hearing this, the 5 or 6 disciples accompanying Jiang Tianyu erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Their laughter was sharp as blades, piercing directly into Ma Huantao's heart. They continued to mock him, their words like a biting cold wind that further aggravated his already painful body. At that moment, Ma Huantao felt as though his back had been struck by a colossal hammer, the excruciating pain radiating swiftly throughout his body, as if his very organs had been displaced. An indescribable discomfort filled him, with abrasions covering his face and arms, each wound stinging sharply as blood seeped from them, mingling with the dirt to create a pitiful sight. However, fortune favored him, for after enduring a year of arduous labor fetching water, his body was considerably sturdier than the average person, allowing him to survive such a brutal blow without fearing for his life. At this moment, a surge of resentment bubbled up within Ma Huantao. Having lived under the disdain of others his entire life, he had endured countless humiliations. The mocking and contemptuous gazes felt like a nightmare that relentlessly haunted him. Yet, in this instant, his anger burned like a fierce flame, compelling him to lift his head defiantly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed a searing gaze upon Jiang Tianyu, as if he intended to consume him whole. Jiang Tianyu, noticing this, merely chuckled, "I never expected you to possess such resilience. One kick wasn't sufficient to finish you off with that." He gestured maliciously to a few disciples nearby, his eyes brimming with malice. As an inner sect disciple, Jiang Tianyu's prowess was unmatched among them, and his hint was perceived as an order. The other disciples promptly understood, lunging forward like ravenous wolves, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Ma Huantao. Fists and feet rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with tremendous force. Under the onslaught of this storm, Ma Huantao's body trembled incessantly, soon rendered breathless and battered. Yet, even in such a dire state, he remained silent, gritting his teeth, his spirit fueled by anger and defiance, refusing to display even a hint of weakness before these tormentors. Only when they had beaten him into a motionless state did they cease their assault, brushing off the dust from their garments as though they had merely performed a trivial task. As they departed, Jiang Tianyu maliciously warned, "Should I catch you eavesdropping again, the consequences will be far worse than today." With that, they strode away, leaving Ma Huantao sprawled in a pool of blood, resembling a pitiful heap of mud. After a considerable time, Ma Huantao slowly regained consciousness, his awareness gradually returning as waves of intense pain coursed through his body. Yet he understood that, as a mere servant disciple in this ruthless realm of cultivation, his life was as inconsequential as that of an ant, of no concern to anyone. A bitter smile crossed his lips, a fleeting glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Wang Dahu and his 2 companions rushed over, their hearts aching at the sight of Ma Huantao's deplorable state. Their eyes brimmed with anger and sorrow as the 3 of them carefully lifted Ma Huantao, hastening towards the thatched cottage, their hurried steps seemingly racing against the specter of death. Meanwhile, not far away, a woman clad in black stood silently, having witnessed the entire ordeal. Throughout the unfolding events, not a single individual had stepped forward to utter a word of support for this unfortunate servant. In their eyes, Ma Huantao's life was as insignificant as that of a mere insect. The black-clad woman observed the scene before her, a torrent of complex emotions surging within her, as memories of her own childhood, marked by humiliation and neglect, flooded back. She fell into deep contemplation, a flicker of pain and compassion flashing across her gaze. "Ling Shiji, what are you thinking about? We should leave," called out 2 women clad in white. "Oh, I'm coming," the woman named Ling Shiji snapped back to reality, hastening to follow them, though her gaze occasionally lingered on the spot where Ma Huantao lay. Chapter 3 Breakthrough in Qi Refinement. Fortunately, Wang Dahua and his companions had spent several years in the Qianmo sect, gaining a modicum of understanding regarding pharmacology. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, they hurriedly applied a healing ointment to Ma Huantao's wounds and procured medicinal herbs to administer with great care. Under their attentive nursing, more than 10 days passed, and Ma Huantao's condition finally began to improve, allowing him to struggle to his feet. One morning, after taking his medicine, Ma Huantao heard Wang Dahua say as he was about to leave, "Brother Ma, focus on your recovery and refrain from any labor. We shall discuss work when you are healed." With that, he departed to fetch water from the mountain. No sooner had Wang Dahua and his companions left than a shadow, akin to a specter, suddenly materialized before Ma Huantao's thatched cottage. It was none other than Senior Sister Ling from that day, a woman clad in black. Cautiously scanning the surroundings to confirm her solitude, she finally stepped into Ma Huantao's humble abode. Her footsteps were as light as a cat's, so much so that Ma Huantao did not hear her approach. She withdrew an ancient tome from her bosom and gently placed it upon the table, whispering, "This knife manual is a gift for you, an unexpected acquisition of mine. Within it lies the secrets of blade techniques. If all goes well, you might enter the realm of qi refinement within 3 years. At that point, even being a servant disciple will surpass your current circumstances." Startled, Ma Huantao turned to look at her. He had spent countless days hauling water on Luyun Peak, the weight of the heavy buckets resting upon his shoulders, traversing back and forth until he was intimately familiar with every blade of grass, every tree, and every person in the vicinity. Additionally, having often concealed himself beneath the window to eavesdrop, he had acquired some knowledge about the inhabitants of Luyun Peak. Before him stood a woman as radiant as the most brilliant stars in the night sky, the renowned genius of Luyun Peak, Ling Qingyan. Favored by fate, she had attained the profound realm of the 11th layer of qi refinement at the tender age of 20. In the company of countless masters, she ranked among the top 3, held in high esteem by the Peak's master. Like a solitary, towering iceberg, she exuded an aura of reverence. Her demeanor was as frigid as ice, rarely adorned with a smile. Her exquisite visage resembled snow that had never melted, imbued with an air of chill. Behind closed doors, many referred to her as the Ice Beauty, a moniker that seemed to pale in comparison to her chilling allure. Her beauty was unparalleled, with eyebrows that arched gracefully like willow leaves, their delicate tips bearing a hint of aloofness. Her eyes, deep as a mysterious pond, sparkled with clarity and enigma, while her figure possessed an enchanting elegance. Her long legs moved with the grace of the wind, each step akin to a dance. Ma Huantao opened his mouth, but his throat felt as though it were constricted, and it took him a moment to muster a thank you. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as soon as Ling Qingyan finished speaking, her figure flickered and vanished with a swiftness akin to smoke, leaving him standing there like a statue, gazing in astonishment and gratitude at the direction she had departed. His gaze gradually fell upon the mysterious knife manual resting on the table, its aged pages seemingly whispering ancient tales. After a long period of contemplation, Ma Huantao reached out to grasp the somewhat worn volume. The cover bore the powerful characters Zhanfeng Daoju, as if infused with a captivating mystique that drew his attention. He gently opened the pages and began to study them in detail. The initial content detailed the foundational skills and basic techniques of blade refinement, each stroke meticulously illustrated. Ma Huantao envisioned the predecessors wielding long knives, executing fierce techniques. Following that was a diagram of the human meridians, intricate lines crisscrossing the paper like a mysterious labyrinth. There were also profound mental formulas, each character imbued with complexity yet replete with temptation. Immersed in this knowledge, he lost track of time, reading intently for an entire day. At last, he comprehended that this knife technique required the integration of the knife formula, true qi, to unleash its genuine power. Fortuitously, the knife manual Ling Qingyan gifted him contained methods for qi refinement, igniting a fervor within him as if he had discovered a gateway to a new world slowly opening before him. After lying in bed for more than 20 days, Ma Huantao had memorized the knife manual with remarkable proficiency. Subsequently, his life became increasingly fulfilling and busy. By day, he continued his routine of carrying heavy buckets of water between the source and his destination. The burden on his shoulders seemed less daunting now, for the flame of hope burned brightly within him. During his leisure, he would either wield a large knife fashioned from wood, practicing the techniques described in the manual on the open ground. Though his movements were still somewhat unrefined, each swing was imbued with dedication and effort. His figure danced in the sunlight, sweat soaking his clothes, yet he remained oblivious. Alternatively, he would seek a quiet corner to meditate and cultivate, attempting to channel the latent true qi within him according to the methods outlined in the knife manual. He no longer eavesdropped beneath the window, for he had discovered his own path to cultivation. Wang Dahua and his companions, observing Ma Huantao's fervent dedication, initially implored him, "Brother Ma, let us not waste our efforts. We are merely servants. No one will guide us. To think you could cultivate immortality with just that tattered book is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. The path of cultivation is not so simple. It would be wiser for us to content ourselves with our humble duties." Their eyes brimmed with concern and helplessness, unable to bear witness to Ma Huantao straying further down what appeared to be a hopeless road, ultimately leading to ruin. Yet Ma Huantao seemed enchanted, resolutely pursuing his own course with unwavering determination, fueled by a burning desire to alter his destiny and a yearning for the world of cultivation. Regardless of Wang Dahua's entreaties, he remained deaf to their words, wholly absorbed in his training. Seeing that their pleas fell on deaf ears, Wang Dahua and the others could only resign themselves to the situation, hoping that Ma Huantao's passion would not lead to greater harm. As winter gave way to spring, another year passed. Ma Huantao had been at the Qianma sect for 3 years now. These 3 years felt like an arduous journey, replete with trials and sweat. He had been practicing the Zhanfeng Daoju for a year and a half, yet still had not cultivated the true qi described within its pages. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he worked even harder. On a particularly sweltering summer day, Ma Huantao found himself by the edge of a pool, surrounded by lush trees and crystal-clear waters, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. As he sat in meditation, the distant sounds of cicadas seemed to fade away, leaving only his own breathing and an intense longing for true chi. He meticulously recalled the cultivation secrets gleaned from eavesdropping beneath the window for over a year, continually experimenting and practicing. In a moment of profound meditation, he felt himself slipping into a state of self-forgetfulness, where everything around him faded away, leaving only his consciousness to explore the boundless darkness. Suddenly, he sensed a warm current forming in his dantian, akin to a seed of hope taking root and sprouting within him. His heart leaped with joy, and he promptly initiated a full circulation of his meridians. At that moment, he felt a gentle stream of energy, like a soft breeze, gradually flowing into his body. As this energy surged within him, he experienced an unprecedented sense of vitality, a profound comfort enveloping him. The flow intensified, like a trickle of water converging into a river, the warmth in his dantian becoming increasingly potent, akin to a blazing flame roaring to life within him. Time slipped away unnoticed as Ma Huantao suddenly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming in his gaze. He felt invigorated, every muscle brimming with boundless strength. As he flexed his fingers, he could even perceive the subtle fluctuations in the air around him. Chapter 4 of the Exceptional Cultivation Cave. At this moment, his vision and hearing seemed to have been reshaped, becoming far more acute than ever before. Like a cheetah endowed with extraordinary perceptive abilities, he stood silently, and the entire world around him became vividly alive through his senses. He could almost hear the distant sound of leaves falling, an exceedingly subtle rustling, as each leaf detached from its branch, spiraling gracefully through the air, producing a sound akin to a delicate melody drifting from afar. His gaze sharpened immensely, allowing him to discern the minuscule movements of insects hidden within the grass. He spotted a small grasshopper gently leaping upon a blade of grass, each jump animated by the rhythm of its body. A surge of joy filled his heart, an uncontrollable excitement swelling within him as he mused, could this be the legendary initiation into chi cultivation? I have finally broken through. This elation surged through him like a tumultuous tide, overwhelming his heart. Unable to contain his joy, he looked around, and the familiar scenery appeared to him with an entirely new freshness. The trees, which once seemed mundane, now revealed each leaf as if imbued with life, swaying gently in the breeze, shimmering with a vibrant luster. The pebbles scattered on the ground were no longer ordinary, their textures and hues became vivid, as if each one concealed a mysterious tale. However, he soon became aware of a sticky sensation on his face and body, an uncomfortable feeling that interrupted his fleeting joy. Wiping his hand across his skin, he discovered it was all mud, likely expelled from his body during the cultivation process. Frowning at the dark muck, he disdainfully flicked his hand. Looking up at the sky, he noticed it was still dim, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects. Deciding to shed his clothing, the sound of fabric hitting the ground resonated distinctly in the quiet environment. He leaped into the water with a splash, breaking the surface's calm. Ma Huantao, known for his exceptional swimming skills in his village, felt at home in this deep pool, akin to an old friend. He often came here at night to bathe, and every swim brought him immense pleasure. In this moment of overwhelming joy, he dove beneath the surface, moving like a nimble fish. He felt the water flowing past his sides, an exhilarating sensation that thrilled him. To his astonishment, he could dive nearly 2 fathoms deep, a depth that surprised even him. Typically, he could barely reach a depth of 1 fathom. Now, after this breakthrough, not only had his diving depth doubled, but he could also hold his breath for several times longer than before. As he swam, every movement was suffused with power. He could feel his muscles contracting and expanding vigorously in the water. It was as though he was rediscovering his body, every inch of his skin rejoicing in this wondrous transformation, his heart brimming with delight. At that moment, he noticed a dark, one-person-wide opening at the bottom of the pool, where spring water gushed forth, creating a cascade of glistening bubbles that danced upward in the water. Those bubbles resembled radiant pearls, ascending slowly from the opening, refracting a spectrum of colors. Each bubble burst with a gentle pop, akin to a marvelous underwater concert. A wave of curiosity surged within him, a strong desire for the unknown. Thus, he swam towards the opening, his body maneuvering fluidly through the water. After traversing over 5 fathoms, the entrance began to widen, and he sensed the surrounding space gradually expanding. Continuing forward for another 30 fathoms, the water turned slightly cooler, yet his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Just as he felt he could no longer hold his breath, he suddenly spotted an opening above, a glimmer of light in the darkness. Without hesitation, he paddled vigorously towards it, his arms slicing through the water with increased speed. Emerging from the depths, although surrounded by pitch darkness, his vision had improved somewhat since entering chi cultivation, allowing him to vaguely discern his surroundings. It was a cavern 3 fathoms wide, with rugged stone walls, marked by the passage of time. The mottled patterns on the walls seemed to narrate ancient tales. As he ventured forward, his footsteps made faint sounds against the ground, revealing another opening, the size of a bowl, from which the spring water gushed forth. The sound of the bubbling spring echoed within the cavern, creating an ethereal ambience. Above the opening, he noticed more than a dozen small holes, from which wisps of gas emerged intermittently. As Ma Huantao approached, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him, akin to a weary traveler discovering a warm refuge, or a parched land receiving much-needed rain. This sensation mirrored that of his earlier breakthrough into qi cultivation, as if every pore in his body was rejoicing. A realization dawned upon him that this might be an extraordinary location for cultivation. Without hesitation, he settled down, cross-legged upon the ground, adjusting his breath and swiftly entering a meditative state. At that moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. His consciousness seemed to unlock a new door, allowing him to distinctly perceive that with each cycle of energy he cultivated, the gas effortlessly flowed into his body. Those gases, akin to spirited little sprites, joyfully coursed through his meridians, gathering in his dantian. In less than half an hour, his dantian felt full, the fatigue from his earlier swim dissipating entirely, and his meridians appeared to have expanded slightly, as if they had been widened. He could feel his strength steadily increasing, the sensation of fullness bringing him immense joy. Could this be spiritual energy? He marveled at the abundance of it in this place. Ma Huantao reflected on the rarity of such a location, akin to discovering an oasis amidst a vast desert, a tremendous opportunity on his path of cultivation. However, he knew he could not linger here for too long. Time was silently slipping away. Realizing dawn was approaching, he hastily retraced his steps, swimming swiftly through the water. He felt a mix of longing for this enchanted place and anticipation for the upcoming day. Chapter 5: A promotion to the disciple of menial tasks. As dawn broke, Ma Huantao, while fetching water, felt an astonishing lightness in the burden upon his shoulders. The once cumbersome water buckets now felt as if they were mere toys, buoyant and weightless. His steps became increasingly sprightly, each footfall akin to treading upon clouds. With a brisk pace, he transported the water, the contents within the buckets merely swaying gently, without a single drop spilling. He left Wang Dehua and his companions far behind, his figure appearing particularly robust in the gentle embrace of the morning sun. Wang Dehua and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, sensing an inexplicable transformation in Ma Huantao today. He emanated an unusual aura, a harmonious blend of confidence and strength, leaving them both astonished and intrigued. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity as they quietly speculated about the changes that had befallen him. The night descended like a vast expanse of black silk, softly enveloping the earth. In this serene twilight, Ma Huantao, agile as a nimble cat, stealthily slipped away. This evening, his steps bore an unusual resoluteness as he ventured further afield. The surroundings were tranquil, akin to a vacuum, with only the faint sound of his footsteps echoing in the solitude of the night, as if he were the sole note in a symphony of darkness. He arrived at a secluded thicket, where the trees stood tall and lush, the moonlight filtering through the foliage to create patches of silvery illumination. Inhaling deeply, Ma Huantao began to circulate his qi as instructed by the manual. The qi flowed like a lively brook through his meridians, eventually converging upon the wooden sword in his grasp. In that instant, the wooden sword seemed to awaken, enveloped in a faint ethereal glow, its radiance soft and warm, reminiscent of twinkling stars illuminating a small part of his surroundings. With focused intent, he directed his gaze towards a tree, roughly the thickness of a child's arm, and swung his sword with vigor. A crisp crack echoed through the air as the sapling was cleaved in two, the cut remarkably smooth and even, as if it had been severed by the sharpest of blades, its edges glimmering ever so slightly. Witnessing this spectacle, a radiant smile blossomed on Ma Huantao's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement and joy as he eagerly executed the techniques from the manual. His figure danced under the moonlight, ephemeral and swift, each movement infused with a fierce momentum yet imbued with a graceful beauty. The wooden sword, under his mastery, transformed into streaks of light, seemingly merging with his very essence. To his astonishment, wisps of sword energy emanated from the wooden sword, shooting forth like sharp arrows, whistling through the air. The leaves of the surrounding trees rustled in response to this force, reminiscent of a tempest sweeping through the woods, as the entire grove seemed to cheer for his remarkable display. Upon completing the sequence of movements, Ma Huantao felt a distinct flow of qi within him, akin to a jubilant river coursing through his meridians, imparting a warm and comforting sensation with each passage. However, as he continued to wield the sword, his qi began to dwindle. Just as he felt on the verge of depletion, he swiftly made his way to a nearby pond. In a flash, he dove beneath the surface, skillfully navigating into a mysterious cave. Upon entering the cave, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of qi that invigorated him, prompting him to sit and cultivate diligently. Immersed in this abundant energy, he quickly attuned himself to the environment, as if he were one with it. After the span of an hour, his dantian felt full and robust, like a treasure trove brimming with vitality, replenished anew. Subsequently, he returned to the grove to practice his sword techniques, engaging in this cycle repeatedly, each session unbeknownst to him contributing to his burgeoning strength. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Through relentless dedication, Ma Huantao successfully ascended to the second layer of the qi refining stage. The moment he realized his breakthrough, a wave of exhilaration surged through him, akin to stumbling upon a brilliant dawn after a prolonged sojourn in darkness. Recalling what Ling Qingyan had once imparted, that ordinary disciples like them, even with decent aptitude, would typically require 2 to 3 years to ascend to the qi refining stage, he understood that it was likely the mysterious cave that facilitated his rapid advancement. This place was akin to a treasure he had discovered on his cultivation journey, invaluable beyond measure. He silently vowed to keep this secret close, a unique asset on his path to becoming a formidable force. Upon reaching the second layer of qi refining, he distinctly sensed transformative changes within his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, as if an inexhaustible force coursed through him. Tentatively, he leaped and easily soared to a height of 2 zhang. As he ascended, his perspective broadened, he could see further, the outlines of distant mountains clearly visible under the moonlight. Not only that, his auditory and visual acuity had also amplified, enabling him to discern even the faintest sounds around him. Now, even trees as thick as a bowl could be effortlessly severed by his wooden sword, which now exuded a mightier aura and force, marking a qualitative leap in his capabilities. The Thousand Demons sect had stringent hierarchical regulations. Reaching the qi refining stage allowed one to be promoted to a disciple of menial tasks, attaining the third layer conferred the status of an outer disciple, and the sixth layer elevated one to an inner disciple. However, Ma Huantao harbored little desire for the title of a menial disciple. To him, the enigmatic cave was the most optimal place for his cultivation. During the day, he continued to meticulously conceal his strength, dutifully performing the seemingly mundane task of fetching water. He recognized the necessity of time to grow stronger, patiently awaiting the day he would emerge, akin to a butterfly poised to break free from its chrysalis. Yet, fate seemed to delight in playing tricks. As Ma Huantao fetched water as usual, Ling Qingyan inadvertently caught sight of him and astutely sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from him. This subtle fluctuation stirred a sense of intrigue within her, prompting the question. Could it be that this lad had indeed broken through to the qi refining stage? Maintaining a facade of composure, she scrutinized him closely and confirmed her suspicions, a complex expression crossing her face as thoughts began to formulate in her mind. The next day, as the sun bathed the earth in its golden light, Ma Huantao continued his water-fetching routine towards Luyun Peak. Suddenly, He Shuijing, the steward of Luyun Peak and a formidable expert at the 12th layer of qi refining, bellowed towards him, "Ma Huantao, come here. Let me ascertain if you have indeed reached the qi refining stage." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the valley, causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly in response. Chapter 6 Promotion to the rank of errant disciple. Wang Dahou, who was drawing water alongside Ma Huantao and 2 other companions, was engaged in lively conversation when suddenly they heard He Shuijing's call. The trio's movements froze in an instant, their smiles yet to fade, replaced instead by expressions of sheer astonishment as they turned in unison to gaze at Ma Huantao. Wang Dahou's eyes widened as if they might leap from their sockets, his face a mask of disbelief as he stammered, "Brother Ma, when did you break through to the refining qi stage?" His gaze swept over Ma Huantao, seemingly seeking the secret behind this sudden advancement. Ma Huantao, caught off guard by this unexpected attention, felt a tinge of bashfulness wash over him. He scratched his head, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as he replied, albeit softly, "Not long ago." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of excitement through the air. At that moment, Wang Dahou and his companions stood as if ensnared by a spell, their mouths agape in disbelief, their expressions mirroring that of witnesses to the most extraordinary event. Ma Huantao set down the heavy water bucket on his shoulder, the thud shattering the brief silence. Drawing a deep breath, as if summoning courage, he followed He Shuijing, stepping resolutely toward the interior of Luyun Peak, each stride imbued with determination and anticipation. Wang Dahou and his friends remained rooted in place, their eyes fixed on Ma Huantao's fading silhouette, their hearts a tumult of emotions akin to a spilled jar of mixed flavors. As they watched him enter the grand gates of Luyun Peak, it appeared as if he had crossed into another realm. In that moment, they could not help but reflect, indeed, hard work yields results. This simple realization encompassed their envy for Ma Huantao and a poignant acknowledgement of their own destinies. With heavy hearts, the trio trudged back to the thatched cottage by the pond. Under the cloak of night, the cottage appeared particularly desolate, mirroring their own melancholic sentiments. Later that evening, bathed in silvery moonlight, Ma Huantao donned his new errand disciple attire, striding toward the cottage with an air of confidence. The pristine fabric shimmered slightly, lending him an invigorated presence, each fold whispering of his newfound identity. As soon as Wang Dahou and his companions caught sight of him, they converged around him like iron filings to a magnet, their eyes ablaze with curiosity and envy, as though they wished to penetrate the depths of his very being. They bombarded him with questions, their voices echoing within the confines of the cottage. It turned out that Ma Huantao had been brought by He Shuijing to the Grand Hall of Luyun Peak, a place of imposing grandeur with lofty ceilings and walls adorned with mysterious runes. In the hall stood a massive testing stone, reminiscent of a small mountain, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Ma Huantao approached the stone and gently placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the stone erupted in brilliance, the intensity revealing that he had attained the second level of the refining chi stage, the colors and brightness of the light seemingly narrating the depths of his potential. Upon witnessing the results, He Shuijing nodded slightly, a barely perceptible expression of satisfaction flitting across his authoritative visage, and decided to designate Ma Huantao as an outer sect errant disciple. Subsequently, a figure resembling a steward led Ma Huantao to retrieve his new possessions. They first entered a chamber filled with an array of garments. Under the steward's guidance, Ma Huantao changed into a fresh set of clothes, the fabric soft yet resilient, far superior to his previous coarse attire, enveloping him in comfort akin to being cradled by clouds. Next, they visited the armory, which was brimming with an assortment of weapons. Among the various choices, Ma Huantao's gaze settled upon a finely crafted steel blade. As he grasped the weapon, its weight resonated with him, symbolizing responsibility and strength, instilling a sense of reliability. Additionally, he received 15 taels of silver, the gleaming coin sparkling enticingly in his palm, each piece akin to a small dream. He was also bestowed with a low-grade spirit stone, which emanated a faint aura, the ethereal energy swirling like wisps of smoke, clearly not an ordinary item. Lastly, he was given a tome detailing the foundational cultivation techniques of Luyun Peak, its pages worn and steeped in antiquity. Though it was the most basic of texts, to Ma Huantao, it was a treasure beyond measure, a beacon of hope guiding him toward greater strength. When Wang Dahu beheld Ma Huantao produce 15 taels of silver and a low-grade spirit stone, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets, his mouth agape as if he could fit a fist inside, overwhelmed with envy akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a plump lamb. "But why have you returned? Errant disciples can reside within Luyun Peak," Wang Daha queried, perplexed as to why Ma Huantao would forsake superior living conditions. Ma Huantao smiled, a glimmer of sincerity flickering in his eyes. "I told them I was accustomed to living in the thatched cottage, so they did not insist. Besides, after all this time, I cannot bear to be away from you all." His words were a blend of truth and artifice. His bond with Wang Dahu and the others was genuine, yet he was acutely aware of the secret haven deep within the pond, a sanctuary brimming with spiritual energy he could not relinquish. "Brother Ma, now that you've made your breakthrough, don't forget us. Teach us, too." Wang Dahu and his companions gazed at Ma Huantao with yearning, their eyes shining with hope akin to drowning men spotting a lifeline. "Of course, but you must be prepared for the long journey ahead," Ma Huantao replied, then retrieved some silver from his pocket, distributing 2 taels to each of the 3. Their eyes sparkled with delight, their gratitude overflowing as they expressed their thanks profusely. Having toiled as water carriers for years, earning only 2 taels of silver annually, Ma Huantao's generosity felt like a windfall, lifting their spirits immensely. "With the prospect of a breakthrough, we'll endure whatever it takes," Wang Dahu and his companions declared in unison, their gazes filled with resolve, a testament to their fervent desire to alter their fates. In the ensuing days, Wang Dahu and his companions seemed infused with newfound vigor. Aside from their water-fetching duties, they seized every opportunity to practice diligently, whether by the pond or amidst the woods, persevering through scorching sun or biting wind without faltering. Months slipped by, and with the ample spiritual energy of the hidden cave, Ma Huantao's cultivation progressed remarkably, now reaching the 3rd level of refining chi. One sunny day, while practicing his sword techniques by the pond, each slash of his blade cut through the air with fierce precision. Suddenly, a hurried errant disciple dashed over, breathless as he relayed, "Junior brother Ma, you must come to Luyun Peak at once, the sect has a mission." Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao immediately ceased his movements, sheathing his sword and brushing off the dust from his attire, hastening to follow the errant disciple up the mountain. Now at the 3rd level of refining chi, his speed had significantly increased. The distance of several li felt like mere moments to him. Upon arriving at Luyun Peak, he found a considerable gathering of people. It turned out that inner and outer sect disciples were to embark on a monthly expedition to the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains, teeming with beasts, while they, the errant disciples, were tasked with assisting the inner and outer sect members. When not on duty, they could focus on their cultivation without the burdens of menial labor. This particular mission comprised 3 inner sect disciples, 6 outer sect disciples, and 6 errant disciples. Leading the group was Sister Ling Qingyan, a formidable presence at the 12th level of refining qi. In this realm of cultivation, strength held paramount importance. Thus, all disciples of the refining chi stage were referred to as brothers and sisters. Understanding the significance of this opportunity, Ma Huantao felt a swell of gratitude as he realized that Sister Ling Qingyan had specifically included him to gain experience and enhance his prowess. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the journey ahead. Chapter 6: A promotion to the role of disciples of menial labor. As Wang Dahu was fetching water alongside Ma Huantao and 2 other companions, their laughter and chatter were suddenly interrupted by a shout from Yi Shuijing. The trio's movements froze in an instant, their smiles lingering momentarily before being replaced by expressions of shock. As they all turned to gaze at Ma Huantao in unison, Wang Dahu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets, and he stammered in astonishment, "Brother Ma, when did you break through to the qi refinement stage?" His gaze flitted over Ma Huantao, seeking to uncover the secret of his breakthrough. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Ma Huantao felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face as he scratched his head and shyly replied, "Not long ago." Though his voice was soft, it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface of their reality. In that moment, Wang Dahu and his companions stood as if frozen in time, their mouths agape in utter disbelief, their expressions akin to witnessing the most unfathomable occurrence in the world. Setting down the heavy water bucket from his shoulder, the sound of it hitting the ground shattered the brief silence. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning courage, Ma Huantao followed He Shuijing step by step into the depths of Luyun Peak, each stride imbued with determination and anticipation. Wang Dahu and his companions remained rooted in place, their eyes fixated on the receding silhouette of Ma Huantao, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions. As they watched Ma Huantao enter the Grand Mountain Gate, it appeared as a portal to another realm. In that moment, they could not help but reflect. Indeed, hard work yields results. This simple thought encapsulated their admiration for Ma Huantao and their own reflections on destiny. The three of them, lost in thought, trudged back to the thatched cottage by the pond, which appeared particularly desolate under the night sky, mirroring their current sentiments. That evening, as the moonlight poured over the earth like water, Ma Huantao approached the thatched cottage, now clad in the fresh garb of a menial disciple. The clean and polished fabric shimmered faintly, making him seem particularly spirited, with each crease narrating the tale of his new identity. Upon seeing him, Wang Dahu and the others rushed over as if magnetically drawn, their eyes brimming with curiosity and envy, their gazes so intense they seemed to pierce through Ma Huantao. They bombarded him with questions, their voices echoing within the cottage. It turned out that Ma Huantao had been brought by He Shuijing to the Grand Hall of Luyun Peak, a magnificent space with towering ceilings and walls adorned with mysterious runes. In the center lay a colossal testing stone, exuding an aura of ancient mystique. Approaching the stone, Ma Huantao placed his hand upon it, and in an instant, it radiated a brilliant light. The intensity of the glow indicated that Ma Huantao had reached the second level of qi refinement, and the colors and brightness seemed to narrate the depths of his potential. Upon witnessing the results, He Shuijing nodded slightly, a barely perceptible expression of satisfaction crossing his authoritative visage, and decided to accept Ma Huantao as an outer sect menial disciple. Subsequently, a steward-like figure escorted Ma Huantao to collect his new belongings. They first entered a room filled with various garments. Under the steward's guidance, Ma Huantao changed into a new outfit, the fabric soft yet resilient, far superior to his previous coarse attire, enveloping him in a comforting embrace akin to being cradled by clouds. Next, they proceeded to the armory, brimming with an array of weapons. Among the selection, Ma Huantao's gaze landed on a finely crafted steel knife. As he grasped the blade, its weight felt like a mantle of responsibility, a symbol of strength, instilling a sense of reliability within him. Additionally, he received 15 taels of silver, the gleaming coin shimmering enticingly in his palm, each piece akin to a small dream. He also acquired a low-grade spirit stone, which emitted a faint aura, swirling like ethereal smoke, clearly not an ordinary object. Lastly, he obtained a tome containing the foundational cultivation techniques of Luyun Peak, its pages worn and steeped in antiquity. Despite being the most rudimentary, for Ma Huantao, it was a treasure, a beacon of hope on his path to greater strength. When Wang Dahu beheld Ma Huantao producing the 15 taels of silver and the low-grade spirit stone, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape as if he could fit a fist inside, unable to close it for a long while, his expression brimming with envy, akin to a famished wolf encountering a plump lamb. "Then why did you come back?" Wang Dahu asked, perplexed, unable to fathom why Ma Huantao would forsake better living conditions as a menial disciple at Luyun Peak. Ma Huantao smiled, sincerity flickering in his eyes as he replied, "I told them I was accustomed to living in the thatched cottage, so they did not insist, and I returned. Besides, after all this time, I cannot bear to be away from you." Half of his words were truthful, his bond with Wang Dahu and the others was genuine, yet he was acutely aware of the secret cave deep within the pond, rich in spiritual energy, a treasure he could not relinquish. "Brother Ma, you've broken through. You mustn't forget us, please teach us as well." Wang Dahu and his companions gazed at Ma Huantao with eager eyes, their longing palpable, much like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. "Of course. You must study diligently, but it will take time," Ma Huantao assured them, and then he produced some silver from his pocket, distributing 2 taels to each of the 3. Their eyes sparkled with delight, showering him with thanks. After years of laboring as water fetchers, earning only 2 taels of silver a year, Ma Huantao's generosity felt like a windfall from the heavens, filling them with joy. "As long as we can break through, we will wait as long as it takes." Wang Dahu and his companions chorused in unison, their gazes resolute, fueled by their desire to alter their fates. In the days that followed, Wang Dahu and his companions seemed to be infused with newfound vitality. Aside from fetching water, they devoted every spare moment to practice, rigorously training by the pond and in the woods, undeterred by the scorching sun or biting winds. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. With the abundant spiritual energy from the cave, Ma Huantao's cultivation flourished, and he had now reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. On this day, as the sun shone brightly, he practiced his sword techniques by the pond. Each slash of the blade stirred the air with fierce intensity. Suddenly, a menial disciple rushed over, breathless, bearing urgent news. Junior brother Ma, hurry to Luyun Peak. The sect has a mission. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao immediately halted his movements, sheathing his sword and brushing off the dust from his clothes, and swiftly followed the menial disciple up the mountain. Now at the 3rd level of qi refinement, his speed had increased significantly, and he covered the distance in no time. Upon arriving at Luyun Peak, he found a considerable gathering of individuals. It turned out that inner and outer disciples were scheduled to venture into the perilous 10,000 mountains, teeming with beasts, for their monthly training, while the menial disciples were tasked with assisting them. During idle times, they could cultivate without engaging in the drudgery of chopping wood or fetching water. This expedition comprised 3 inner disciples, 6 outer disciples, and 6 menial disciples. Leading the group was the senior sister Ling Qingyan, a formidable figure at the 12th level of qi refinement. In this realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Among qi refinement disciples, they were collectively addressed as brothers, sisters, or senior brothers and sisters. Ma Huantao recognized that Ling Qingyan had specifically called upon him, intending to provide him with an opportunity for growth and empowerment, and a wave of gratitude surged within him, mingled with eager anticipation for the forthcoming experience. Chapter 7. Entering the 10,000 Great Mountains for training. This exhilarating trial was spearheaded by Ling Qingyan. Behind her stood 2 young maidens clad in green, both inner disciples with a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement. In total, 15 disciples participated in this endeavor. Ling Qingyan, her posture regal and her expression grave, addressed the assembly. In a moment, I shall summon the flying sword. Once you ascend, ensure you channel your true energy into your feet and hold on tightly. Should you fall, you shall be left to your own devices. The group responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the air, infused with fervor. Without delay, Ling Qingyan gracefully raised her hand, reaching for the inconspicuous golden pouch at her waist. Though it appeared unremarkable, upon her touch, a mysterious energy seemed to flow through it as she slowly produced a long sword. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the area, causing the temperature to drop perceptibly. Reciting incantations, Ling Qingyan invoked the sword as spirit. It swelled as if imbued with life, swiftly growing to nearly 4 zhang in length. It hovered gracefully, 1 zhang above the ground, its blade gleaming with a piercing cold light, waves of spiritual energy radiating outward like a surging tide, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Ma Huantao watched in astonishment, his eyes filled with admiration. He noted that among the assembled, only Ling Qingyan possessed the golden pouch, while the others were either armed with long swords or large blades. The 6 servant disciples, each burdened with hefty packs filled with various supplies for daily living, mostly cultivated at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, with 2 of them merely at the 1st layer. Soon, everyone began leaping onto the flying sword. Ling Qingyan and the inner disciples took the lead, followed closely by the outer disciples, with Ma Huantao and the 6 servant disciples bringing up the rear. Stepping cautiously onto the flying sword, Ma Huantao dared not be careless, applying the method Ling Qingyan had described, channeling true energy into his feet, feeling as though they had melded with the sword, securing his hold. In the next moment, Ling Qingyan recited another incantation, and the sword shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing through the sky with the speed of a meteor, a howling wind trailing in its wake. In mere moments, they turned back to see the familiar Luyun Peak vanish from sight. For the servant disciples, like Ma Huantao, this was their first experience of the wondrous sensation of flying through the heavens. Their faces radiated excitement, eyes wide in awe as they gazed down at the minuscule houses and trees below, resembling ants, their hearts brimming with novelty. As Ma Huantao marveled at the scene, a fervent desire ignited within him, a yearning to swiftly break through his own cultivation, so that one day, he too could soar through the skies on a sword like Ling Qingyan, freely traversing the realms of heaven and earth. The 6 of them chatted quietly at the rear of the sword. Through their conversation, Ma Huantao learned that the extraordinary pouch at Ling Qingyan's waist was known as a Qiankuan pouch, also referred to as a storage pouch. This was an immensely precious treasure, difficult to obtain. Even foundation-building cultivators might not possess one. He also discovered that not everyone could fly on a sword, only those who reached the 12th layer of qi refinement could do so. Thus, it became evident that Ling Qingyan was but a half-step away from breaking through to foundation building. Once she achieved that, she would be able to choose a favored cave dwelling for her cultivation on Luyun Peak, significantly elevating her status and stipend. Reflecting on this, he began to grasp the rudiments of the immortal cultivation world. The flying sword soared swiftly through the sky, the mountains and rivers below retreating like a moving painting. The exhilarating sensation filled Ma Huantao's heart with joy and longing, making him feel as though he were one with the universe. The 6 servant disciples chattered animatedly behind, resembling a flock of cheerful birds, while the inner and outer disciples ahead remained quietly meditating and cultivating. Seated at the forefront, Ling Qingyan held a low-tier spirit stone, its soft light radiating as a continuous stream of spiritual energy was absorbed into her body, replenishing the magical power expended during flight. As the novelty began to wane, the 6 servant disciples gradually quieted down, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. They understood well that every moment of cultivation on this path to immortality was crucial and that they could not afford the slightest negligence. Thus, the flying sword continued its journey for a day and a night, reaching the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains by midday the following day. For these Qi refinement disciples, the 10,000 Great Mountains represented a realm filled with both peril and opportunity. Typically, they only ventured at the periphery, for here they could barely handle first-tier demonic beasts. However, encountering a second-tier beast would spell danger, as their strength equated to that of foundation-building cultivators, far beyond what these Qi refinement disciples could contend with. Upon arriving at the mountain's edge, everyone leapt from the flying sword. Ling Qingyan waved her sleeve lightly, retracting the low-tier flying sword. Although the cultivators could manage several days without food, they would soon need nourishment for the upcoming hunt for demonic beasts to replenish their strength. Thus, the task of preparing meals fell to the 6 servant disciples, who quickly set to work. Some sought a suitable place to set up a cooking pot, while others fetched water and gathered ingredients. Meanwhile, the inner and outer disciples continued their meditation, seemingly indifferent to these mundane affairs. After an hour of bustling activity, the meal was finally ready. First, Ling Qingyan and the 2 other inner disciples dined, enjoying the privilege of priority. Following them, the 6 outer disciples began their meal in an orderly fashion. Lastly, the remaining scraps were left for the outer servant disciples, who quietly cleaned up the remnants and tidied themselves. This was the harsh reality of the world of cultivation. Strength reigned supreme. Without adequate power, one could only occupy a subordinate position, relegated to the most arduous tasks. After the meal, everyone set forth deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Leading the way were the 6 servant disciples, each wielding weapons, their expressions alert as they cautiously advanced. When encountering thickets of thorns, the 6 brandished their weapons to clear a path. Fortunately, as Qi refinement disciples, their physical strength, agility, and endurance greatly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, providing them with a measure of assurance in this challenging exploratory endeavor. Chapter 8. Entering the 10,000 Great Mountains for experienced 6 servant disciples, armed with weapons, cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, their expressions alert. Having traversed more than 20 miles, the surrounding tranquility felt eerily unnatural, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the trees. Suddenly, Ma Huantao's eyes widened as a herd of black cattle came into view. These imposing creatures were colossal and robust, each one nearly double the size of an ordinary farm cow, resembling towering black beasts. At that moment, over 20 black cows were gathered together, leisurely grazing on the grass. Among them stood an especially formidable bull, exuding an aura of dominance, its stature eclipsing that of the others. Upon hearing the noise, it raised its head cautiously, its large, bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings, radiating an intimidating authority that instilled fear in the onlookers. Among the 6 outer disciples, one named Dong Changqing, a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, flashed a cunning glimmer in his eyes. He lowered his voice and instructed the servant disciples, "You 3 encircle from the right, and you 3 from the left, await my signal, and then we strike together." Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. The 6 servant disciples nodded in unison, with Ma Huantao and another disciple at the 2nd and 1st levels of Qi refinement assigned to the left flank. They gripped their weapons tightly, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Once the 6 were in position, Dong Chongbin bellowed, "Attack!" His voice thundered through the forest like a clap of thunder. With that, he leapt forward like a cheetah, brandishing his long sword, its blade glinting coldly as he charged ahead, followed closely by the 5 outer disciples who surged forward like arrows released from a bow. 3 inner disciples, including Ling Qingyan, moved gracefully like swallows, leaping onto the branches above to observe the situation below from a vantage point. Noticing that the others had engaged in combat, these 3 disciples steeled their resolve and descended like shooting stars, their long swords shimmering with a chilling light in the sunlight, resembling 3 silver meteors hurtling towards the herd of black cattle. In an instant, the black cattle were caught off guard as 3 of their number were swiftly slain, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding grassland crimson, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Startled, the herd split into 2, attempting to escape in opposite directions of the black bull, seemingly filled with rage, charged directly towards Ma Huantao and his companions. The speed of the herd was astonishing, akin to a storm of darkness, as they bore down upon the trio. Witnessing this scene, the 3 disciples momentarily panicked, the disciple at the first level of Qi refinement turned pale, yet summoned his courage, raising his large blade and swinging it towards the bull's head. The black bull, likely possessing a strength equivalent to a first-tier beast, deftly deflected the strike with one of its massive, pointed horns, the collision generating a force akin to a surging wave crashing against rocks. This impact sent the first-level disciple's weapon flying from his grasp, and his body was hurled backward like a rag doll, crashing to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ma Huantao and the second-level disciple, sensing the impending danger, exchanged glances and leapt onto a nearby branch, narrowly evading the onslaught of the herd. However, the first-level disciple was not so fortunate. Before he could rise from the ground, he was trampled beneath the hooves of the charging cattle. A piercing scream barely escaped his lips before he was reduced to a mangled heap, his body a grotesque amalgamation with the earth, the scene gruesomely tragic. The black bull, seemingly enraged, turned its gaze towards the trio, its eyes ablaze with fury, and with a powerful thrust of its long horns, it charged towards the large tree where the three had been standing moments before. With a resounding crack, the mighty tree splintered like a brittle twig, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Ma Huantao and the second-level disciple, recognizing the peril, quickly sprang apart, leaping to either side. Upon landing, they rolled on the ground to regain their balance, their faces etched with fear and confusion. The black bull, accompanied by two others, charged towards the second-level disciple with lightning speed. Simultaneously, three more black cows raced towards Ma Huantao, who had just steadied himself when the trio of beasts bore down upon him like harbingers of death. With no means to evade, a series of techniques from the knife manual flashed through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he chose to advance rather than retreat, rolling towards one of the black bulls, his large blade swirling in a protective arc around him. With a sharp crack, the lead bull had its front leg severed, collapsing to the ground with a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the forest, sending chills down one's spine. Ma Huantao deftly rolled aside to avoid the fallen beast, simultaneously delivering another strike that severed one of the front legs of another bull, which subsequently crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents, splattering Ma Huantao and transforming him into a ghastly figure emerging from a blood-soaked abyss. The third bull, sensing danger, turned and fled in a panic. Meanwhile, the Black Bull King charged forward like a dark war chariot, propelled by a gale towards the other disciples. At the same time, the remaining outer disciples found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Dong Chongbin wielded his longsword with precision, each thrust aimed at the vital points of the black cattle, yet their tough hides rendered his attacks ineffective, only serving to provoke them further. One of the bulls charged at Dong Changqing, who narrowly evaded its horns but suffered a gash to his clothing. Nearby, an outer disciple was flung aside by a bull, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, blood pouring from his mouth. Others grappled with the bulls, rolling on the ground in a chaotic melee. As the Black Bull King bore down on Ma Huantao, it abruptly veered at the last moment, its massive form creating a gust of wind as it crashed into two outer disciples who were engaged in combat with other bulls. The two disciples barely had time to react before they were knocked to the ground, one of their weapons flung far away. The Black Bull King did not relent, continuing its assault with its horns, prodding at the fallen disciples, who widened their eyes in terror, desperately attempting to evade. The other bulls clashed with the outer disciples, their powerful bodies colliding and their horns striking, while the disciples fought back fiercely with their weapons. The cacophony of battle cries and bovine roars intertwined, shaking the surrounding leaves, the intensity of the conflict escalating. At that moment, the Black Bull King had dispatched the second-level disciple. Upon witnessing the demise of two of its kin at the hands of Ma Huantao, it erupted in fury, expelling hot breath through its nostrils as it dodged Dong Chongbin and barreled towards Ma Huantao. Once again, Ma Huantao employed his rolling knife technique, the blade flashing like a torrent of waves as it surged towards the Bull King, as if intent on consuming it whole. The Black Bull King, sensing the impending threat, lowered its massive horns to the ground, its eyes gleaming with madness, charging at Ma Huantao like a runaway war chariot. With a thunderous impact, Ma Huantao felt a jolt in his right hand, rendering it numb as his weapon flew from his grasp. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground several feet away, blood spewing from his mouth as if his very organs had been displaced, leaving him too weak to rise, lying there in despair. The Black Bull King, undeterred, continued its relentless charge towards Ma Huantao, dust swirling in the sunlight from its pounding hooves. With no escape left, Ma Huantao despaired, thinking to himself, "This is the end of my life." He closed his eyes in resignation, awaiting his fate as memories of the past flooded his mind. Just then, a crisp voice rang out, "Beast, cease your rampage, behold my sword." The melodious yet authoritative tone accompanied a cold, piercing longsword that shot forth from the right side of the Bull King, trailing a fierce blade aura that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. With a swift thrust, the sword embedded itself in the Bull King's neck, leaving only the hilt visible as blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound. The Bull King let out a deafening roar that resonated through the forest, shaking the leaves and causing them to tremble. It collapsed heavily to the ground, the force of its fall causing the earth to tremble slightly, sliding to a halt right in front of Ma Huan Tao. At that moment, the Black Bull King lay there, its neck spewing blood like a fountain, gasping for breath, the light in its eyes fading, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 8 Entering the 10,000 Great Mountains for training. 6 miscellaneous disciples, armed with weapons, cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, their expressions a blend of vigilance and determination. They had traversed over 20 miles, and the surrounding stillness was almost eerie, punctuated only by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the trees. Suddenly, Ma Huan Tao's eyes widened as a herd of black bulls loomed into view. These formidable creatures were colossal and robust, each one nearly double the size of a typical farm bull, resembling majestic black beasts. At that moment, more than 20 black bulls were gathered, leisurely grazing on the grass. Among them was one particularly powerful bull, exuding an air of dominance, its size surpassing the others by a considerable margin. Hearing the noise, it raised its head warily, its large, bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings, projecting an aura of authority that instilled fear in onlookers. Among the 6 outer disciples, one named Dong Changqing, a 5th-layer Qi refinement disciple, flashed a cunning glint in his eyes. He lowered his voice and instructed the 3 miscellaneous disciples on the right. You 3 encircle from the right, while the other 3 flank from the left. Await my signal, and we shall strike together. His tone, though hushed, carried an undeniable authority. The 6 miscellaneous disciples nodded in agreement, with Ma Huan Tao and another disciple of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement assigned to the left flank. They gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts racing uncontrollably as the tension in the air thickened. Once they were ready, Dong Chongbin bellowed, "Attack!" His voice reverberated through the forest like thunder. With that, he leaped forward like a leopard, brandishing his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the light, charging ahead. The 5 outer disciples followed suit, shooting forward like arrows released from their bows. Ling Qingyan and 2 inner disciples, as graceful as swallows, leaped onto the branches above, surveying the unfolding situation from their elevated vantage point. Upon witnessing the skirmish below, their eyes sharpened, and they descended like shooting stars, their swords shimmering coldly in the sunlight, resembling 3 silver meteors aimed at the herd of black bulls. In an instant, the unsuspecting black bulls were caught off guard. 3 of their number fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the grass around them crimson, and the scent of blood rapidly permeated the air. Startled, the herd split into 2, attempting to escape in opposite directions. Of the Black Bull King, seemingly fueled by rage, charged directly toward Ma Huan Tao and his companions. The black bulls moved with astonishing speed, like a dark tempest, swiftly closing in on the trio. Witnessing this, panic gripped the 3 disciples. The disciple of the 1st layer of Qi refinement turned pale but mustered his courage, raising his large blade and swinging it towards the Bull King's head. The Black Bull King, possessing strength akin to that of a first-tier beast, swiftly deflected the strike with one of its massive, pointed horns. The impact was akin to a surging tide crashing against rocky cliffs, sending the 1st-layer disciple's blade flying from his grasp, and he was hurled backward like a rag doll, landing with a thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. Seeing the dire situation, Ma Huan Tao and the 2nd-layer disciple exchanged a glance and leaped high into the branches, narrowly evading the stampede of the bulls. Unfortunately, the 1st-layer disciple was not as fortunate. Having just landed, he was trampled beneath the hooves of the charging bulls before he could rise, his horrified scream stifled as he was crushed into a gruesome pulp, merging with the earth in a most horrific scene. The Black Bull King, seemingly enraged, turned its gaze toward the trio, its eyes ablaze with fury, and charged with its massive horns, akin to sharpened spears, aimed at the sturdy tree the 3 had just occupied. With a resounding crack, the tree shattered like brittle twigs, crashing down with a deafening roar. Ma Huan Tao and the 2nd-layer disciple, sensing the imminent danger, scrambled to evade, rolling upon landing to regain their balance, though they emerged rather disheveled, their faces painted with fear. The Black Bull King, accompanied by 2 other bulls, surged toward the 2nd-layer disciple with lightning speed. Simultaneously, 3 other black bulls pursued Ma Huan Tao, who, having steadied himself, found himself face to face with the terrifying trio. Realizing escape was futile, a series of knife techniques recorded in his mind flashed before him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward rather than retreating, rolling toward one of the bulls, his blade dancing in a flurry, forming an impenetrable wall of gleaming steel around him. With a sharp crack, the foremost bull had its front leg severed, collapsing to the ground with a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the forest, sending chills down the spine. Ma Huan Tao rolled aside to avoid the fallen beast and, seizing the moment, executed another strike close to the ground, slicing off the front leg of another bull. The creature crumpled to the earth, unable to rise, blood gushing forth in torrents, splattering Ma Huan Tao and rendering him a ghastly figure, as though he had emerged from a pool of blood. The 3rd bull, sensing its impending doom, turned to flee in panic. The Black Bull King, resembling a dark war chariot, charged toward the fray with a whirlwind of fury. Meanwhile, the other outer disciples were embroiled in their own desperate battles. Dong Chongbin wielded his sword with precision, each stroke aimed at the bull's vulnerable spots, but the bull's thick hides rendered his efforts largely ineffective, only serving to further incite their wrath. One bull lunged at Dong Changqing, who sidestepped just in time, though its horn grazed his clothing nearby. Another disciple struggled against a bull, thrown violently against a tree trunk, blood streaming from his mouth. Others were entangled with the bulls, rolling about in a chaotic melee, the scene descending into utter disorder. As the Black Bull King bore down on Ma Huantao, it suddenly veered at the last moment, its massive form creating a gust of wind as it barreled toward two outer disciples who were engaged with the other bulls. The two disciples barely registered the threat before they were trampled to the ground, one of their weapons flung far from their grasp. The Bull King showed no mercy, using its horns to jab at the fallen disciples, who, wide-eyed with terror, desperately rolled to evade. The other black bulls clashed with the outer disciples, their robust bodies colliding, and their horns striking with ferocity, while the disciples fought valiantly, wielding their weapons in a desperate defense. The cacophony of battle cries and bull roars intertwined, shaking the leaves around them, escalating the conflict. At this juncture, the Black Bull King had dispatched the second layer disciple. Witnessing the demise of two of its kind at Ma Huantao's hands, it erupted in fury, snorting forcefully as it evaded Dong Chongbin and charged directly at Ma Huantao. Unfazed, Ma Huantao unleashed the ground-rolling blade technique once more, sweeping low, the blade's glimmering edge surging toward the Bull King with a ferocious intent, as if to engulf it. The Bull King, recognizing the threat, lowered its massive horns to the ground, eyes blazing with madness, charging like a runaway war chariot. Another deafening crash resounded as Ma Huantao felt a jolt in his right hand, which went numb in an instant, the blade slipping from his grasp. He was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing 7 or 8 yards away, blood gushing from his mouth as his internal organs seemed to have shifted, rendering him nearly incapable of rising, left to lie weakly on the ground, despair clouding his eyes. The relentless Black Bull King continued its advance, dust swirling around its hooves in the sunlight, with nowhere to flee. Ma Huantao lamented inwardly, "Today, my life ends here." He closed his eyes in despair, awaiting his fate, memories of the past flashing through his mind. Just then, a clear, resonant voice pierced the air. "Beast, cease your rampage, witness my blade." This voice was melodious yet authoritative, and simultaneously, a chilling, piercing sword shot forth from the right of the Bull King, slicing through the air with a fierce energy, producing a whistling sound. With a swift thrust, the sword embedded itself in the Bull King's neck, leaving only the hilt visible, blood erupting from the wound like a fountain. The Bull King let out an earth-shattering roar, its voice reverberating through the trees, causing the leaves to tremble. It crashed heavily to the ground, the force of its fall causing the earth to shudder, skidding to a halt just before Ma Huantao. At that moment, the Black Bull King lay there, its neck spewing blood like a fountain, gasping for breath, the light in its eyes dimming, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 8. Entering the Great 10,000 Mountains for training. 6 servant disciples, armed with weapons, cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. They had traversed over 20 miles, and the surrounding tranquility felt eerily unsettling, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the woods. Suddenly, Ma Huantao's eyes widened as a herd of black cattle appeared in their line of sight. These cattle were enormous and robust, each one towering over the average farm animal, resembling colossal black beasts. At that moment, the herd of over 20 black cattle was gathered together, leisurely grazing. Among them was one particularly formidable bull, exuding an aura of dominance, its size dwarfing the others. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, it raised its head warily, its large, bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings, radiating an intimidating presence that instilled fear among the 6 outer disciples. One named Dong Changqing, a 5th-level Qi refinement disciple, flashed a cunning glimmer in his eyes. He lowered his voice and instructed the 6 servant disciples in hushed tones, "You 3 encircle from the right, while the other 3 flank from the left. Await my signal, and we shall strike together." Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. The 6 servant disciples nodded eagerly, with Ma Huantao and another disciple of 2nd-level Qi refinement assigned to the left flank. They gripped their weapons tightly, their heartbeats quickening as the tension in the air thickened. Once they were prepared, Dong Changqing bellowed, "Attack!" His voice thundered through the forest, and he leaped forward like a panther, brandishing his gleaming sword, followed closely by the 5 outer disciples, who surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Ling Qingyan and her 2 inner disciples, light as swallows, leaped onto the branches above, observing the scene from a vantage point. As they witnessed the skirmish unfold below, their expressions hardened, and they descended like meteors, their swords glinting coldly in the sunlight, akin to 3 silver comets hurtling towards the herd of black cattle. In an instant, the unsuspecting herd was caught off guard, as 3 of their number fell under the assault, blood spraying forth like a fountain, staining the grass below and saturating the air with the scent of iron. Startled, the herd split into 2 groups, attempting to flee in opposite directions. Of the Black Bull King, seemingly fueled by rage, charged directly towards Ma Huantao and his companions. The herd moved with astonishing speed, resembling a swirling storm of darkness, swiftly closing in on the trio. Faced with this onslaught, the three disciples momentarily panicked. The disciple of first-level Qi refinement turned pale but mustered his courage, raising his large blade to strike at the Bull King's head. The formidable creature, likely possessing first-level strength, deftly deflected the blow with one of its massive, pointed horns, resulting in a collision that echoed like crashing waves against rocks, causing the first-level disciple to lose his grip on the weapon and be sent sprawling backwards, landing with a thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. Seeing the peril, Ma Huantao and the second-level Qi refinement disciple exchanged glances and leaped to the safety of the branches, narrowly escaping the stampede. Unfortunately, the first-level disciple was not as fortunate. Before he could regain his footing after hitting the ground, he was trampled beneath the hooves of the approaching cattle. A chilling scream barely escaped his lips before he was crushed into a bloody pulp, merging into the earth in a gruesome spectacle. Enraged, the Black Bull King turned its gaze, eyes ablaze with fury, and charged towards the tree under which the trio had just stood, its massive horns poised like deadly spears. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered as if it were a mere twig, toppling with a deafening crash. Ma Huantao and the second-level disciple, sensing the imminent danger, quickly leapt in opposite directions. Upon landing, they rolled to regain their balance, though they were left in a state of disarray. Fear etched across their faces. The Black Bull King, accompanied by two other bulls, barreled towards the second-level disciple with lightning speed. Meanwhile, three other black bulls pursued Ma Huantao, who had just steadied himself when the trio surged forth like harbingers of death. With no escape in sight, a series of techniques from his training flashed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to charge forward, rolling towards one of the black bulls with his large blade whirling in a protective arc around him. With a sharp crack, the lead bull's front legs were severed, causing it to crash to the ground with a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the forest, sending chills down the spine. Ma Huantao swiftly rolled aside, evading the fallen bull, and with a swift motion, he struck again, cleaving off one of the front legs of another charging bull. The creature collapsed, blood gushing from its wound, splattering Ma Huantao and rendering him a gruesome sight, as though he had emerged from a pool of blood. The third bull, sensing impending doom, turned and fled in a panic. The Black Bull King, akin to a dark war chariot, barreled forward, stirring a tempest in its wake as it charged towards the remaining disciples. Simultaneously, the other otter disciples were embroiled in their own desperate battles. Dong Changqing swung his sword with precision, each strike aimed at the vital points of the bulls. However, the thick hides rendered his efforts largely ineffective, only serving to further provoke them. One bull lunged forcefully at Dong Changqing, who narrowly dodged, though its horn grazed his clothing nearby. Another disciple was sent flying by a bull's charge, crashing violently against a tree trunk, blood streaming from his mouth. Others grappled with the bulls on the ground, the chaos intensifying. Meanwhile, the Black Bull King, in its fury, veered at the last moment before colliding with Ma Huantao, its massive form uprooting the air as it careened towards two outer disciples who were preoccupied with their own assaults. They were caught off guard, toppled to the ground, and one disciple's weapon was flung far away. The Bull King continued its rampage, attacking the fallen disciples with its horns, as one of them desperately rolled to evade. The other bulls joined the fray, their powerful bodies colliding with the outer disciples, while the disciples fought back with all their might. The cacophony of battle cries and bull roars mingled, reverberating through the trees, as the struggle grew increasingly fierce. At this juncture, the Black Bull King had dispatched the second-level disciple and, enraged by the loss of its kin at the hands of Ma Huantao, charged towards him, nostrils flaring with fury. Ma Huantao, employing the rolling blade technique once more, unleashed a torrent of blade light, surging towards the Bull King with a ferocious intent, as if to engulf it. The Bull King, sensing the impending peril, lowered its massive horns to the ground, eyes gleaming with madness, barreling towards Ma Huantao like an out-of-control war machine. With a thunderous crash, Ma Huantao felt a jolt in his right hand, numbness spreading through him as the blade slipped from his grip. But he was sent hurtling backwards, landing several yards away with a resounding thud, blood spurting from his mouth, his insides feeling as if they had shifted. Struggling to rise, he could only lie feebly on the ground, despair filling his gaze. The Black Bull King, undeterred, continued its relentless charge, stirring up dust that danced in the sunlight. With no means of escape, Ma Huantao lamented within, convinced that this day would be his last. Despairing, he closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, memories flashing before him. At that moment, a clear and commanding voice rang out, "Beast! Cease your rampage, witness the blade!" The sound was melodious yet carried an unmistakable authority, as a chillingly sharp sword shot forth from the right of the Black Bull King, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. In an instant, the sword pierced the Bull King's neck, leaving only the hilt visible, while blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound. The Bull King let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the forest, causing the leaves to tremble, before it crashed heavily to the ground, the impact causing the earth to shudder, sliding to a halt mere inches from Ma Huantao. Now, the Black Bull King lay before him, its neck spewing blood like a geyser, gasping for breath as the light in its eyes began to fade, drawing ever closer to the brink of death. Chapter 9. Entering the 10,000 grade mountains for training. Ling Qingyan gracefully leapt through the air, her movements as elegant and ethereal as a celestial maiden descending to earth. She approached the Black Bull King, swiftly unsheathing her low-grade magical sword. With a decisive stroke, the blade struck down with formidable force, nearly severing the thick neck of the bull. Blood gushed forth once more, cascading like a torrential rain of crimson, staining Ma Huantao, who became a figure drenched in blood. Coupled with his own severe injuries, he appeared utterly wretched, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way out of the depths of hell. As Ling Qingyan approached, she gazed at the pitiful Ma Huantao, a fleeting glimmer of compassion flickering in her eyes. She then tossed 2 low-grade spirit stones at him, remarking, in such a situation, remember that preserving your life is paramount. With that, she vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving Ma Huantao lying amidst the pool of blood. With the death of the Black Bull King, the remaining Black Bulls seemed to have lost their spirit, frantically fleeing in all directions, their hooves thundering like a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust. Thus, the fierce battle came to an end. Upon tallying the casualties, it was revealed that 15 bulls, including their king, had been slain. However, 2 disciples from the first and second levels of Qi refinement perished, alongside 1 outer sect disciple from the 4th level, while another outer sect disciple sustained grave injuries. For the sect, as long as no inner sect disciples had fallen, the death of that 1 outer sect disciple and the 4 miscellaneous disciples was regarded as inconsequential. To the inner sect disciples, it was as commonplace as the slaughter of the Black Bulls, their faces betraying no emotion, utterly devoid of pity, as if such occurrences were entirely normal, and human life was but a trivial matter in their eyes. Severely wounded, Ma Huantao found himself unable to move. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he sat cross-legged, clutching the spirit stones, striving to absorb their spiritual energy to mend his injuries. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his complexion pale as parchment, yet his eyes radiated a flicker of determination. He refused to succumb to death so easily. Observing this, Ling Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly and declared, "Everyone is weary today. Let us rest here for the night." Upon hearing her words, the group began to mobilize. With only 1 miscellaneous disciple and 4 outer sect disciples left with no choice, they joined in to clean up the battlefield. 1 outer sect disciple, after rummaging through the carcass of the Black Bull King, retrieved an internal core the size of a chicken egg, which emitted a soft glow. He respectfully presented it to Ling Qingyan. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 5 disciples were hastily buried in a shallow grave, as if they had never existed in this world, lacking any ceremony, just a handful of yellow earth covering the traces of their once living presence. An hour later, a bonfire blazed in the woods, its flames roaring like a dancing orange dragon, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The flickering flames cast an unusual warmth upon the weary and blood-stained faces of the onlookers. A massive bull leg was skewered over the fire, dripping fat that sizzled and hissed as it fell into the flames, creating a unique melody. As time passed, the forest became rich with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, this fragrance gently dispelling the lingering stench of blood that had pervaded the air, creating a stark and vivid contrast. The group gathered around the bonfire, each in varying postures. Some closed their eyes in meditation, their brows slightly furrowed as if still haunted by the remnants of the recent battle. Yet, by the warmth of the fire, their taut nerves began to relax. Others engaged in hushed conversations, speaking softly as if fearful of disturbing this hard-won tranquility. Their words included reflections on the battle and lamentations for their fallen comrades, but predominantly, there was a sense of relief at having survived. Under the flickering glow of the fire, the horrors of the brutal battle, the cries of their companions, and the blood-soaked earth were temporarily obscured by the flames and the aroma of meat. When the beef was finally ready, the miscellaneous disciple stood up, deftly retrieving his knife to begin slicing the meat. Under his skilled hands, the beef was transformed into uniformly sized chunks, soon filling 3 plates to the brim. He respectfully presented the first serving to Ling Qingyan and her companions, his demeanor imbued with deep reverence. Ling Qingyan nodded slightly in gratitude, her gaze remaining cold, as if the battle had left little impression upon her. The miscellaneous disciple then served several large plates to the 3 outer sect disciples and the wounded outer sect disciple. These disciples received their portions with minimal expression, silently accepting and beginning. Finally, he cut 2 large pieces, skewering them with branches, and, with a light-hearted step, approached Ma Huantao. Seeing the disciples' warmth, Ma Huantao felt a surge of warmth within him. In this harsh world of cultivation, such kindness was especially precious. The 2 exchanged smiles and began to feast together. The moment the first bite of beef touched Ma Huantao's palate, his eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor of the roasted meat was undeniably exquisite. The tender, juicy beef, imbued with a unique charred aroma, danced upon his tongue, every fiber seemingly narrating the intricacy of this culinary delight. Thus, the 2 began to converse. The disciple introduced himself as Zhou Changlin, and a flicker of reminiscence crossed his eyes as he recounted his 13 years at the Qianma sect, a long and arduous journey. "6 years prior, he had unexpectedly broken through to Qi refinement. becoming a miscellaneous disciple. Since then, his life revolved around serving the outer and inner sect disciples, cooking and providing logistical support for their cultivation. Occasionally, he accompanied them on expeditions, gaining considerable experience along the way. His roasting skills were particularly renowned at Luyun Peak, with his meticulously balanced spices and precise control of heat making his roasted meat a highly anticipated delicacy. Thus, he was frequently invited to join outings to prepare meals, perhaps due to their shared status as miscellaneous disciples and their mutual survival through this perilous ordeal. The two found themselves increasingly engrossed in conversation. Zhou Changlin's enthusiasm was as boundless as the bonfire itself, as he generously shared the secrets of his roasting techniques with Ma Huantao. He elaborated on selecting the appropriate wood for fuel, the influence of different flame intensities on roasting, the techniques for slicing beef, and the proportions of spices to use. Ma Huantao listened intently, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Of the following day, dawn's light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting its glow upon Ma Huantao, who remained seated in meditation, healing. The low-grade spirit stones he had absorbed overnight were now depleted, lacking luster and resembling ordinary stones. However, his injuries had largely mended, his formerly pallid complexion regained a hint of color, and his weakened breath became steady. This recovery was attributable to the pure energy from the low-grade spirit stones coursing through his body, mending his damaged meridians and organs. Additionally, Ma Huantao's robust physique, honed over years of laborious water fetching, provided a solid foundation for his recuperation, with strong muscles and resilient bones facilitating his healing. After breakfast, albeit simple, the meal tasted exceptionally delightful in the wilderness. Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin skillfully carved nearly 50 pounds of beef, their motions practiced and fluid. They then carefully salted the meat, ensuring every piece was evenly coated to absorb the flavor. Once prepared, they secured the meat and continued their journey with a group of 7. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with babbling brooks, dense woods, and blooming wildflowers, yet the group was too preoccupied to appreciate it. Their sights were set on distant goals. Throughout the journey, Ling Qingyan and her companions displayed formidable strength and extensive experience, adeptly capturing the concealed beasts lurking in the shadows, each strike precise and lethal, while also skillfully identifying and harvesting spiritual herbs and medicines. Their movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. This spectacle opened Ma Huantao's eyes, as he diligently followed behind, observing their every action and learning immensely. During mealtime, Zhou Changlin guided Ma Huantao step by step in the art of cooking and roasting meat. With a sharp memory and focused attention, Ma Huantao absorbed every detail, committing each step to memory. Over the course of 5 or 6 days, he became quite proficient. After absorbing the 2 low-grade spirit stones given by Ling Qingyan, Ma Huantao's injuries fully healed, and he felt invigorated, as if reborn. With newfound confidence, he looked forward to the journey ahead. Chapter 10. Entering the vast and boundless mountains, a group of 7 ventured into the expansive and unending mountains, a full 15 days having elapsed since their journey began. During this time, they encountered countless hardships and dangers, facing attacks from ferocious beasts and the torment of inclement weather, yet they persevered with unwavering resolve. On this particular day, after laboriously ascending a hillside, their eyes were instantly sharpened with alertness at the sight before them. A short distance ahead stood 9 individuals clad in white garments, surrounded by the grotesque forms of over 20 large, black-haired wild boars, sprawled haphazardly around them. Each of these wild boars was a formidable creature, but one in particular loomed like a small mountain, its bristly black fur standing erect like needles, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread. Ling Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. Such a powerful wild boar had likely reached the level of a first-tier demon beast. Surveying the surroundings, she noted the trees had been shattered as if a terrifying storm had swept through, hinting at the aftermath of a harrowing battle that had just concluded. On the ground lay 3 injured disciples, their garments stained crimson with blood, groaning in agony, an alarming sight against the backdrop of their white robes. "They are disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect," Dong Changqing remarked, his brow furrowing as he relayed the information to Ling Qingyan. The Heavenly Sword sect prided itself on righteousness, while their own Thousand Demons sect was regarded by them as a den of evil. The animosity between the two sects was deep-rooted, akin to an unfathomable chasm. In their usual encounters, disciples from both sects often resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, resulting in frequent bloodshed. Each year, hundreds of cultivators perished at the hands of their rivals. The distinctive white attire of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, emblazoned with their sect's emblem, made recognition instantaneous. Ling Qingyan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the situation before her. She discerned that the Heavenly Sword sect had been significantly weakened after their fierce battle with the wild boars, their overall strength now comparable to her own group. Within the Thousand Demons sect, there existed an unwritten rule: slaying a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect would yield a bountiful reward of 10 spirit stones. At this moment, Dong Changqing's eyes gleamed with fervent desire, filled with longing for spirit stones and the taste of victory. Ling Qingyan frowned slightly, lost in contemplation. The enmity between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Thousand Demons sect blazed like an unquenchable wildfire. If the roles were reversed today, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples would undoubtedly strike without hesitation upon witnessing the Thousand Demons sect in such disarray. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flickered in Ling Qingyan's eyes. She reached into her Qianquan pouch and withdrew a low-tier magical sword, its blade radiating a cold gleam. "Attack," she commanded, her voice ringing out. Before the echo faded, her figure shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow. With a few deft movements, she surged down the slope towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, her form lithe and graceful, resembling a predatory swallow in flight. The other 6 disciples of Luyan Peak followed suit, weapons in hand, rallying behind Ling Qingyan. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, shattering the tranquility of the forest. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, having just vanquished the ferocious wild boars, barely had time to catch their breath when they suddenly beheld 7 figures charging down the hillside. The leading disciple could not suppress a startled cry. "Enemies approach, prepare for battle." In mere moments, Ling Qingyan and her comrades closed in. The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, at the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refining, found himself at a disadvantage after expending much of his vital energy in the earlier skirmish. Faced with the well-rested disciples of the Thousand Demons sect, he quickly fell into peril. The battlefield resounded with the clash of weapons, the air thick with cries and screams, weaving a grim symphony of death. Before long, 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were felled, blood gushing from their wounds, their life force waning rapidly. After having slain the Black Bull in a prior battle, Ma Huantao was no longer paralyzed by fear. His heavy blade transformed into a dazzling arc of light as he swung it fiercely towards a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, who was also at the 3rd layer of qi refining. The ferocity of Ma Huantao's assault forced the Heavenly Sword disciple into a desperate retreat, struggling to defend himself. In the midst of the fierce combat, Ma Huantao let out a roar, leaping high into the air. With a powerful downward strike, he unleashed a technique known as mountain splitting, the force akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed squarely at the Heavenly Sword disciple. The disciple, confronted with this lethal blow, found himself powerless to evade it, raising his sword in a futile attempt to block. The resounding clash echoed like a bell across the mountains. The immense force of the strike sent the disciple's sword flying, and he staggered back several paces, his chest heaving as if his very heart would burst, while his right arm hung limply by his side, devoid of sensation. Having repelled the Heavenly Sword disciple, Ma Huantao swung his blade with relentless vigor, executing a flurry of strikes that rained down upon the injured disciple like a torrential storm. He had practiced these maneuvers countless times, and now, bolstered by his 3rd layer cultivation, his attacks reached a level of impenetrable ferocity. The Heavenly Sword disciple, already severely weakened from the earlier battle, stood no chance against the tempest of Ma Huantao's onslaught. Moments later, the disciple's body was riddled with deep gashes, blood flowing freely as his vitality ebbed. Ultimately, his gaze dimmed, and he collapsed, devoid of life. After dispatching this disciple, Ma Huantao surveyed the battlefield, his attention abruptly drawn to Zhou Changlin, who was being overwhelmed by a 4th layer disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Zhou Changlin bore a wound on his shoulder, blood streaming forth, and it was evident he was on the brink of defeat. With a steely resolve, Ma Huantao dashed towards the fray, targeting the back of the Heavenly Sword disciple with a fierce thrust, the blade cutting through the air with lethal intent. The disciple, moments away from delivering a fatal blow to Zhou Changlin, sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded the strike. In one fluid motion, he pivoted, his sword rising from below to strike at Ma Huantao's abdomen, executing the counterattack with seamless precision. Ma Huantao, taken aback by the disciple's swift reflexes, remained undeterred. His skill with the blade had reached a commendable level. He calmly raised his sword to parry the blow. The clash erupted with a shower of sparks, and the Heavenly Sword disciple reeled from the impact, retreating involuntarily. After deflecting the disciple's sword, Ma Huantao wasted no time, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, advancing toward the Heavenly Sword disciple with unwavering determination. With Ma Huantao's timely assistance, Zhou Changlin finally regained his footing, gritting his teeth against the agony in his shoulder as he retrieved a hemostatic potion from his robes, trembling hands applying it to his wound. Seizing the initiative, Ma Huantao's blade swept forward like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly assaulting the Heavenly Sword disciple. Under the overwhelming force of his attacks, the disciple soon found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, his sword knocked from his grasp in mere moments. Deprived of his weapon, the disciple resembled a beast stripped of its fangs, plunging into despair. Ma Huantao seized the opportunity, delivering a crushing blow to his back, causing blood to spurt forth. The disciple's movements faltered as he attempted to leap away and escape, but Ma Huantao executed a sweeping strike that severed his legs. In a swift rotation, Ma Huantao unleashed another sweeping strike, this time landing a precise blow to the disciple's abdomen. With a pained scream, the Heavenly Sword disciple crashed to the ground, lifeless. Having slain 2 disciples in succession, Ma Huantao felt no fear. Instead, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. For the first time, he deeply appreciated the beauty of possessing formidable strength, a sensation akin to intoxication, leaving him somewhat entranced. Chapter 11. Entering the 10,000 Great Mountains for Training 5. At this moment, the cacophony of battle cries on the battlefield gradually subsided, yet the air grew increasingly thick with the scent of blood. The fierce clash between the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect and those of the Thousand Demons sect was nearing its tragic conclusion, resembling the final chapter of a mournful ballad. Originally, 9 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect had arrived brimming with youthful vigor, but now, they were like wilted flowers, having suffered the loss of 7 of their number. The 2 remaining disciples struggled to endure, their eyes filled with despair and resentment, while their wounds bled profusely, pooling into dark red puddles upon the ground. Meanwhile, the situation for Ling Qingyan was equally dire. One outer sect disciple had already perished, the cold body lay not far away, silently bearing witness to the brutality of the conflict. Dong Changqing, clutching his wound, furrowed his brow in distress. Though he bore only light injuries, blood seeped through his fingers, staining his garments crimson. The 2 inner sect women accompanying him were also injured to varying degrees, their faces as pale as parchment, yet they continued to fight with unwavering resolve. On the battlefield, Ling Qingyan and her 2 fellow inner sect disciples were besieging a man from the Heavenly Sword sect, who was at the 12th level of Qi refinement. He fought like a cornered beast, his body marred with blood, some his own, some that of his foes. His disheveled hair framed a fierce gaze, and though he wielded his sword with ferocity, his movements had grown sluggish, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Each swing of his blade seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. On the other side, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect at the 11th level of Qi refinement found himself in a desperate plight. Surrounded by Dong Changqing and another outer sect disciple from Luyan Peak, he was drenched in blood and riddled with wounds, resembling a tattered rag doll. His steps were unsteady, each movement appearing to consume the entirety of his energy. Previously, he had slain 3 of his opponents, but now, his vital energy was nearly depleted, and the one sharp sword in his hand felt unbearably heavy. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Senior brother Li Qingshu, flee at once. Do not concern yourself with me, just go, and avenge me by wiping out every last disciple of the Thousand Demons sect. The Heavenly Sword sect disciple suddenly cried out, his voice laced with resolve. Without hesitation, he produced a talisman from his person, determination flashing in his eyes. With the last remnants of his energy channeled into the talisman, he hurled it towards the 2 attacking cultivators. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a brilliant flash of light soaring into the sky. The disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect, along with the 2 preceding cultivators, was flung away like leaves caught in a tempest, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless in an instant. An explosive talisman! Ling Qingyan gasped in shock. Even the lowest grade of such talismans held considerable value, each requiring 10 low-grade spirit stones to create. Such items were not easily possessed by ordinary disciples, underscoring the Heavenly Sword sect's seriousness regarding this operation and reflecting the brutality and intensity of the battle. The sudden explosion was akin to thunder striking from a clear sky, startling Ling Qingyan and her companions. Seizing the opportunity, the cultivator named Li Qingshu gritted his teeth and, with a few agile leaps, vanished into the woods like a wraith. By the time Ling Qingyan and her companions regained their composure, all that remained was the ravaged battlefield strewn with debris and the dissipating smoke, devoid of any trace of Li Qingshu. The fierce battle finally drew to a close, leaving both sides to bear heavy losses. Of the 12 disciples who had come from the Thousand Demon sect, only 3 inner sect disciples and 2 outer sect disciples remained. However, having eliminated 8 of the enemy, and with 3 of their disciples injured, the outcome seemed satisfactory to Ling Qingyan and her eyes. The outer sect disciples and the miscellaneous disciples were perhaps no more significant than ants, and their casualties did not stir much turmoil within her heart. Ling Qingyan approached Ma Huantao, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. Your performance today was commendable. You took down 2 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect, which earns you 20 spirit stones. With that, she retrieved 20 spirit stones from her storage bag and handed them to Ma Huantao. Thank you, Senior Sister Ling. Ma Huantao expressed with deep gratitude, for these 20 spirit stones represented a substantial sum for him. Do not thank me. This is what you rightfully deserve. Continue to strive diligently, and in a few months, aim to advance to an outer sect disciple. Ling Qingyan replied coldly before turning on her heel, her figure exuding an air of pride. Everyone, let us swiftly clear the battlefield and depart from this place of chaos, returning to the sect. Ling Qingyan commanded loudly. Yes, Senior Sister Ling, the group responded in unison. Thus, they busily set about tidying the battlefield. 1 Individual unearthed a first-tier monster beast core, which emanated a faint glow, encapsulating immense power. All the swords belonging to the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, along with their supplies, were meticulously collected by Ling Qingyan into her storage bag. Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin, positioned nearby, even went so far as to procure nearly 100 pounds of wild boar meat to bring along. Though not as precious as the monster beast core, it was a rare delicacy for them. Having completed their tasks, Ling Qingyan produced a magical artifact and began to chant incantations. Instantly, the long sword transformed, radiating dazzling light. The group seated themselves upon the sword, and at Ling Qingyan's command, it soared through the air like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the Thousand Demon sect. During their flight, Ma Huantao felt elated. With the addition of these 20 spirit stones, he sensed a newfound assurance in his path of cultivation. He extracted 2 spirit stones and offered them to Zhou Changlin with a smile, saying, "These 2 spirit stones are for you." Zhou Changlin was taken aback, hastily declining, "Brother Ma, you saved my life. I cannot express my gratitude enough. To gift me spirit stones is simply unacceptable. We are all disciples of Lu Yunpeak, and we should support one another. Besides, you have imparted a great deal of culinary skill to me," Ma Huantao replied with a chuckle. The two conversed joyfully along their journey, and a day and a half later, they finally returned to Lu Yunpeak. Upon arriving at his thatched cottage, Ma Huantao was met with astonished expressions from Wang Dahu and the others, who gaped in disbelief at the copious amount of monster beast meat he had brought back from the 10,000 Great Mountains. It is worth noting that the flesh of monster beasts contains a trace of spiritual energy and is exceedingly valuable, making it a rare treat for these miscellaneous disciples. The unexpected abundance brought them to tears of gratitude. Everyone, focus on your cultivation. Strive to break through to Qi refinement and become outer sect disciples. Ma Huantao encouraged. Wang Dahu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "Rest assured, Brother Ma, we will certainly put in the effort." The days that followed unfolded in tranquility. By day, Ma Huantao would carve out time to practice his swordsmanship, each swing brimming with vigor. By night, he would delve into the cave submerged in the pond, absorbing the rich spiritual energy for cultivation. Under the nurturing embrace of this abundant energy, half a year later, Ma Huantao successfully ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 12. A promotion to outer sect disciple. According to common logic, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement qualifies one to become an outer sect disciple. For many, this represents a coveted opportunity, as being an outer sect disciple signifies greater resources and elevated status. However, Ma Huantao found himself utterly disinterested. In his heart, he harbored a far more ambitious goal. To leverage the power of the mysterious secret realms to elevate his strength at an astonishing pace. During these mundane yet fulfilling days, Zhou Changlin frequently visited Ma Huantao. The two were like long-lost confidants, gathering together to explore the culinary arts, experimenting with various spiritual herbs and the meat of exotic beasts to create unique delicacies. In their spare time from cultivation, they shared fascinating anecdotes from their training journeys. The laughter and reflections they exchanged transformed each ordinary day into something resplendent, as if time itself slowed in the warmth of their camaraderie, allowing them both to relish this contentment. As time passed, the annual realm test arrived, breaking the previous tranquility like a stone cast into a calm lake. When Ma Huantao appeared before the crowd at the 4th level of Qi refinement, the spectacle was akin to a brilliant star suddenly illuminating the night sky. The onlookers could not help but widen their eyes, filled with astonishment and envy. They could scarcely comprehend how this previously inconspicuous servant could achieve such a remarkable breakthrough in such a short span of time. Amid the crowd, Ling Qingyan's gaze was particularly complex. She understood that in just 3 years, Ma Huantao had transformed from a nameless servant, aided by an ordinary knife technique she had casually bestowed upon him, into a formidable figure at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Recalling the exquisite swordsmanship he displayed during their trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the piercing bladelight and unique maneuvers remained vividly etched in her memory. In that moment, Ma Huantao shone like a pearl dusted with grime, beginning to radiate his own brilliance. Could it be that he was truly a prodigy of exceptional talent? This thought burgeoned in Ling Qingyan's mind like wild grass, making her increasingly attentive to Ma Huantao. Her series of actions created ripples of jealousy among the other outer and inner sect disciples, akin to a stone cast into a deep pond of envy. Particularly, Jiang Tianyu, now at the 8th level of Qi refinement and somewhat renowned within the sect, found himself consumed by rage upon witnessing Ling Qingyan's interest in Ma Huantao. It was as though his anger had been ignited like a powder keg, unable to accept that the inconspicuous servant from 3 years prior had not only transformed into an outer sect disciple but had also caught the eye of the esteemed beauty, Ling Qingyan, the most talented disciple of Lu Yunpeak. He silently vowed to find an opportunity to eliminate Ma Huantao, the thorn in his side, believing that only then could he quell the anger and jealousy that festered within him. After Ma Huantao successfully ascended to the rank of outer sect disciple, he reaped considerable rewards. He received an iron token, emblematic of his new identity, which glimmered coldly under the sunlight, signifying his new status. Additionally, he was bestowed with 10 spiritual stones, each crystal clear and imbued with rich spiritual energy, a coveted treasure for cultivators. Every month, he would also receive 2 additional spiritual stones, 10 taels of silver, and 3 sets of clothing. More importantly, he gained the invaluable opportunity to attend lectures at Luoyun Peak. During this process, he gradually learned about Chen Shuiwa, the peak's master. Chen Shuiwa was a formidable figure at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, her strength unfathomable, towering like a majestic mountain that one could only gaze upon in awe. However, this master was often in seclusion, making it difficult even for inner sect disciples to catch a glimpse of her, shrouded in the air of a mysterious legend above Luoyun Peak. In truth, upon becoming an outer sect disciple, Ma Huantao could have claimed a room for himself atop the mountain, amidst the abundance of spiritual energy and serene surroundings, yet, he remained steadfast in his principles, opting to reside in the original thatched cottage instead. He did not forget those companions who had shared the servant's life with him. Drawing from his savings, he renovated several thatched cottages on Luoyun Peak, including one for Wang Dahu. The renovated cottages emerged revitalized, sturdier and more orderly than before, adorned with spiritual flowers and herbs that emitted a gentle fragrance, breathing life into the surroundings. In the days that followed, Ma Huantao seized every opportunity to attend lectures held by the elder disciples visiting Luoyun Peak, arriving early to secure the best seats. Like a sponge, he absorbed the nourishing essence of knowledge with fervent eagerness. Each piece of information shimmered like a key unlocking the doors to his potential and growth. Thus, the days passed, tranquil yet fulfilling. During this period, the sect did not disturb him excessively. 7 months later, Ma Huantao experienced another breakthrough, successfully advancing to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, Ling Qingyan also received good news, having successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. This news spread across Luoyun Peak like a spring breeze, immersing everyone in joy. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, Ling Qingyan was entitled to choose a cave dwelling for herself on Luoyun Peak. Over the years, many cave dwellings had been excavated, each with a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy than the outside world, akin to natural sanctuaries for cultivation. Moreover, the salary for those at the foundation establishment stage was exceedingly generous, equating to the total of 5 inner sect disciples' salaries combined. This elicited envy from all disciples, both inner and outer, as they looked upon Ling Qingyan with not only admiration but also a profound respect for her strength. After more than 2 years of diligent effort, Ma Huantao had amassed nearly 50 spiritual stones, each one a hard-earned testament to his perseverance. Occasionally, he would venture to a marketplace within the Qianmo sect, which buzzed with activity on the 1st and 15th days of each month. Resembling a grand fair, the marketplace was bustling with people, filled with vendors showcasing an array of peculiar items. Each visit attracted hundreds of attendees, all navigating the stalls in search of various goods, be it martial arts manuals, rare materials, or special artifacts. One day, as Ma Huantao wandered through the marketplace, his curiosity piqued at the diverse array of martial arts manuals. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a pile of manuals at a stall managed by an elderly man in his 60s. Intrigued, he crouched down to examine the collection. Chapter 13 Acquisition of the Low-Level Earth Escape Technique. While perusing through the pages, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a manual for a common Earth escape technique, instantly igniting his interest. He casually flipped through a few pages, and as his eyes sparkled with intrigue, he looked up at the old man and inquired, "Elder, how much do you sell this for?" The old man glanced at him and replied leisurely, 55 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao was taken aback, furrowing his brows as he retorted, "Ordinary low-level techniques typically cost only a dozen spirit stones, at most 20 or so. This price is utterly outrageous, it's akin to a lion's demand." The elder smiled faintly and said, "Young brother, you fail to understand, this is an earth escape technique. Although it may not be an offensive skill, it is the only one available in this marketplace. As they say, rarity breeds value. Surely, you comprehend this principle?" A flicker of realization ignited within Ma Huantao, as a wondrous thought raced through his mind. The earth escape technique was indeed a remarkable asset. Possessing it would provide a safety net on the perilous journey of cultivation. Should he encounter formidable adversaries he could not defeat, he could simply flee. Having such a life-saving method could never be a mistake. This was a matter of life and death, and in this ruthless world of cultivation, having an extra thread of survival meant an additional glimmer of hope. However, he maintained his facade of financial constraint and declared, "No more than 25 spirit stones. I cannot afford a penny more." He fixed his gaze intently on the elder, attempting to discern any sign of concession in his expression. The elder, however, shook his head resolutely, his white hair swaying gently with the motion. "Young brother, 25 spirit stones simply won't do. If you truly desire it, 45 spirit stones is the lowest I can go." This price left Ma Huantao astounded. He frowned and commenced a fierce negotiation with the elder. They engaged as adversaries on a battlefield, each volley of words akin to clashing swords. Ma Huantao sought to exploit the flaws in the technique to drive down the price, while the elder tirelessly emphasized the rarity and preciousness of the earth escape technique. After a protracted and arduous negotiation, Ma Huantao ultimately acquired the manual for 40 spirit stones. As he extracted the spirit stones, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. This expenditure had nearly depleted the majority of his savings. Each spirit stone had been painstakingly accumulated, and parting with so many at once felt akin to having a piece of flesh severed from his heart. Continuing to wander through the marketplace, Ma Huantao observed the throngs of people and the dazzling array of peculiar items. Suddenly, his attention was captivated by two objects ahead: a low-level magic sword and a low-level Qiankuan pouch. The sword radiated a faint glow, ethereal and enchanting, its blade adorned with flowing runes that seemed to harbor mysterious power, indicating it was no ordinary item. The Qiankuan pouch was small yet exquisitely crafted, embellished with enigmatic patterns reminiscent of ancient totems, exuding an aura of mystique. A longing flickered in Ma Huantao's eyes, compelling him to approach. However, upon glimpsing the prices of these items, he gasped in shock. The low-level magic sword was priced at 500 spirit stones, while the Qiankuan pouch commanded an even steeper 600 spirit stones. Such exorbitant figures were astronomical to him. Standing there, he felt utterly helpless, left to lament his situation. He understood that with his current strength and wealth, acquiring either of these treasures was beyond his reach. As soon as these two items appeared, they acted like colossal magnets, drawing the scions of affluent families. They flocked eagerly, displaying their wealth without hesitation, driving the prices even higher. Watching them compete, Ma Huantao felt a deep bitterness. The path of cultivation indeed necessitated resources at every turn. Despite his intense desire, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He sighed resignedly, contemplating the years it would take to accumulate enough wealth to purchase a single magic item or a Qiankuan pouch, even after ascending to the status of an inner disciple. In this world that revered strength and wealth, he still had a long journey ahead. With a tinge of disappointment, he returned to his room by the pond. Once inside, he eagerly began to study the earth escape technique he had just procured. The room was profoundly quiet, save for the sound of pages turning. He felt as though he had entered a realm detached from the world, with only the manual occupying his focus. He dedicated an entire 2 days to meticulously studying the technique, hardly sleeping during this time. His eyes became bloodshot, yet they shone with increasing brilliance. At last, he gained a substantial understanding of this low-level earth escape technique. It turned out that this technique allowed practitioners to escape into the ground to a depth of only 1 yard, and if they encountered any stones during the process, they could not delve further. Despite its limitations, Ma Huantao deemed this a worthy investment. After all, having it was better than not. It might very well save his life in a critical moment. 2 months passed, and through Ma Huantao's diligent efforts, he had nearly mastered the earth escape technique. Throughout these 2 months, he practiced tirelessly, seizing every moment. By now, Ma Huantao had become physically stronger, his muscles more defined, brimming with formidable power. His swordsmanship had also become more refined. Each strike was imbued with a fierce momentum, as if capable of cleaving through anything. Lacking other resources and techniques, he devoted himself entirely to honing this sword manual, unexpectedly experiencing rapid growth. In truth, all techniques possess merit, it merely depends on whether one can master them to their fullest potential. If one becomes distracted by too many techniques, achieving success becomes exceedingly difficult. In this regard, Ma Huantao had turned misfortune into fortune. At that moment, Zhou Changlin hurriedly sought him out, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ma Huantao, Ling Qingyan has received a mission, and she specifically requested you to accompany her." Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Ling Qingyan's request for his presence indicated that this was no ordinary task. Ling Qingyan was a discerning individual, her choice of him signified the mission's uniqueness. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, he promptly accompanied Zhou Changlin to Luyan Peak. When Ling Qingyan laid eyes on Ma Huantao, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. She scrutinized him closely, noting that his strength had surged once again. Although she could not ascertain his current qi refinement stage, she sensed that he was not far from the prowess of an inner disciple. Ling Qingyan's heart raced with astonishment. At this rate of advancement, it was likely that within 10 years, Ma Huantao would achieve foundational success, at which point he would undoubtedly shine as a brilliant new star within the sect. This seemingly inconspicuous outer disciple appeared to harbor boundless potential. Upon meeting with Ling Qingyan and listening to her recount the details, Ma Huantao learned that she had been assigned a task by the sect. To the east of the Thousand Demon Sect lay a spirit stone mine that had once flourished, with miners laboring day and night to extract precious spirit stones. However, it had recently come under attack by a pack of ferocious demon wolves, resulting in significant casualties among the miners and causing widespread panic at the mine. Consequently, the sect dispatched 3 foundation-building cultivators, along with several inner and outer disciples, to resolve the demon wolf menace. This was no trivial undertaking, given the sheer number of demon wolves and their cunning ferocity. Upon receiving the mission, Ling Qingyan immediately thought of Ma Huantao. In addition to 6 inner disciples, 5 outer disciples, and 5 servant disciples. Curiously, upon hearing that Ma Huantao was among the ranks, many inner disciples eagerly volunteered to join, seemingly filled with curiosity and anticipation towards him. Although Ling Qingyan initially intended to enlist 3 inner disciples, the response had swelled to 6, and it was difficult to refuse the enthusiastic volunteers. Chapter 14 The Massacre of the Demon Wolves in the Mine. As usual, Ling Qingyan's expression remained composed as she retrieved the flying sword from her Qian bag. This sword, seemingly unremarkable, erupted into a peculiar radiance upon Ling Qingyan's incantation, its blade swelling dramatically. In the past, it would only grow to 3 zhang in size, yet this time, it astonishingly reached 6 zhang, resembling a colossal silver dragon, exuding an extraordinary aura. Clearly, Ling Qingyan's strength had significantly increased following her advancement to the Foundation establishment stage. The group boarded the flying sword in an orderly fashion, with Ma Huantou and Zhou Changlin, as was customary, occupying the rear of the sword. The two engaged in lively banter, Ma Huantou animatedly gesturing while Zhou Changlin roared with laughter. This scene elicited expressions of astonishment from the other outer sect disciples and miscellaneous disciples. After all, it was rare to witness such levity amidst the seriousness of an expedition. Moreover, the disparity in status between the outer sect disciples and the miscellaneous disciples was pronounced. Nonetheless, Ma Huantou remained undeterred by the scrutiny of others, continuing to act as he pleased. The Spirit Stone Mine was situated over 2,000 miles from Luyun Peak. Under the swift flight of the sword, the group reached their destination in less than 2 hours. Even from a distance, one could sense a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloping them. The mine lay nestled within a valley, surrounded by towering mountains that stood as loyal sentinels. These peaks, reaching into the clouds, remained cloaked in eternal snow, glistening like silver in the sunlight, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The entrance to the mine was a grand arched stone door, intricately etched with mysterious runes that flickered with a faint glow, seemingly recounting ancient tales. These runes served not merely as decoration but as formidable barriers, preventing the excessive leakage of spiritual energy from within while also warding off external intrusions. Passing through the stone door revealed a broad corridor, its walls adorned with countless spirit stones radiating a gentle luminescence, illuminating the passage as brightly as day. The stones varied in size, from those as large as fists to others as small as soybeans, meticulously arranged to form a vibrant tapestry. Venturing further led them to the primary mining area, characterized by a labyrinthine network of mine shafts. The walls bore deep excavation marks, a testament to the arduous labor involved in the extraction process. In various corners lay untransported raw spirit stones, their rough exteriors concealing powerful waves of spiritual energy. At intervals, enormous pillars supported the mine ceiling, crafted from special materials capable of withstanding immense pressure, ensuring the safety of the tunnels. The mine also housed workshops dedicated to refining spirit stones, equipped with an array of tools and apparatuses. Massive furnaces emitted intense heat, into which raw minerals were cast, undergoing a series of intricate processes to yield pure spirit stones. Surrounding the workshops were smaller formations designed to regulate temperature and the flow of spiritual energy, ensuring the smooth progression of the refining operations. The Foundation establishment cultivator overseeing the Spirit Stone Mine hurriedly welcomed the trio into a chamber, his brow furrowed with fatigue and concern as he recounted the unfolding events. It transpired that a few days prior, a pack of demon wolves had appeared from an unknown origin. These were no ordinary wolves. The Wolf King among them had reached the late stage of a second-tier demon beast, showcasing formidable strength. Moreover, their numbers were substantial, nearly 100 strong. The cultivator, accompanied by over 20 disciples, had set out to encircle them, initially believing the task would be easily accomplished, only to encounter a brutal battle. After fierce combat, they had only managed to slay a dozen demon wolves at a great cost, losing 4 inner sect disciples, 7 outer sect disciples, and 10 miscellaneous disciples to the wolves. Furthermore, the overseeing cultivator had sustained severe internal injuries and, finding himself unable to cope, was compelled to seek aid from the sect. Upon hearing this, the trio was taken aback. The strength of a peak second-tier demon wolf was comparable to that of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Among them, only Zhang Huaqiu from Suiyan Peak had recently advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage, while Zhao Dongxing from Luofu Peak and Ling Qingyan remained at the early stage. It was evident that the impending confrontation would be fraught with peril and challenges. The surrounding environment of the mine was exceedingly complex, with towering mountains and dense forests, creating a verdant sea interspersed with ravines and jagged rocks. Such terrain undoubtedly provided a natural refuge for the wolf pack. Moreover, the wolves were exceptionally robust, each appearing as though forged from steel, their muscular forms exuding power. They moved with incredible speed, darting across the ground like black lightning, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Even more alarming was their vicious nature. Their green eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, favoring nocturnal ambushes, appearing and vanishing without a trace, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Thus, the task of exterminating this pack of demon wolves was evidently daunting. The pack had been assaulting the mine for 7 days, and the tension among the cultivators was palpable as they remained on high alert, uncertain of when the wolves might strike again. After much deliberation, the three Foundation establishment cultivators decided to have their disciples take turns on night watch, signaling any disturbances with the sound of a gong. On the first night, Zhang Huaqiu from Tsuiyan Peak led his disciples on watch while the others took the opportunity to rest. The night was eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. Zhang Huaqiu vigilantly scanned the surroundings, his magical artifact casting a gentle glow that lent a semblance of safety to the dark night. His disciples were equally cautious, their eyes fixed on the shadows, yet, the night passed without incident. The following night, it was Zhao Dongsheng from Luofu Peak's turn to stand guard. As darkness enveloped the earth once more, Zhao Dongsheng's demeanor was serious. He arranged his disciples to disperse around the mine, forming a tight perimeter. The night breeze carried a chill, rustling the leaves as if nature itself were orchestrating a symphony. However, this night too passed in tranquility, with no sign of trouble. On the third night, it was Ling Qingyan's turn to lead her disciples and watch. The moon hung dimly in the sky, as if shrouded by a thin veil. Ling Qingyan positioned her 17 disciples around the mine, prepared for any eventuality. Ma Huantao, Zhou Changlin, along with 2 miscellaneous disciples and an outer sect disciple, were assigned to guard the northern front. The first half of the night was marked by an unsettling silence, punctuated only by their faint breaths. After prolonged tension, their nerves inevitably began to relax. As the hour of the rat passed, just when complacency began to seep in, a thunderous clamor of gongs and drums erupted from the south. An enemy attack. The sound reverberated like thunder in their ears, instantly jolting them from their lethargy, banishing any remnants of drowsiness. Ma Huantao instinctively drew his large blade, his gaze sharp as he scanned the darkness for signs of the enemy. Simultaneously, dozens of crimson eyes materialized in the pitch-black sky, flickering like ghostly flames, instilling a sense of dread. "Not good, we have demon wolves here too." "Sound the gong," cried the inner sect disciple, his voice tinged with panic. The gong was in Zhou Changlin's possession, yet his hands trembled with anxiety. In his flustered state, the mallet slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, heightening his urgency as he struggled to steady the gong, which fell with a resounding clang. Chapter 15 The Slaughter of the Demon Wolf Pack at the Mine, Part 2 The inner disciple beside him, witnessing this scene, was instantly consumed by rage and shouted, "What use are you? You can't even ring a gong." As he spoke, he delivered a fierce kick to Zhou Changlin's backside, who was on the ground searching for the gong. Caught off guard, Zhou was sent sprawling, crashing heavily onto the ground, wincing in pain. "How could you do this?" Ma Huantao exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to help Zhou Changlin up, his gaze filled with concern and anger. "A mere servant disciple who can't manage such a simple task has jeopardized everything. I will have his life." The inner disciple's face twisted with malice. He then picked up the gong from the ground and began to strike it with his finger, loudly calling out to signal others. Simultaneously, the sound of gongs echoed around the mine, indicating that the wolf pack was launching a simultaneous attack from all directions. The night was shattered by the cacophony of battle cries and wolf howls. Before them stood more than 20 demon wolves, surging towards Ma Huantao and his companions like a tide of darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, upon seeing the approaching pack, Ma Huantao stepped in front of Zhou Changlin, gripping his steel knife, poised and ready, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. In the next instant, the 20-odd demon wolves, led by a first-tier demon wolf, charged into their vicinity like a tempest. The first-tier demon wolf, incredibly swift, had a clear target in mind as it barreled towards the inner disciple. Undeterred, the ninth-layer Qi refinement inner disciple scoffed, brandishing his long sword, unleashing a sharp sword energy that shot forth like lightning at the oncoming demon wolf. The creature, astute and agile, deftly evaded the lethal strike, swiftly changing its angle, lunging at the inner disciple with its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, its claws glinting ominously in the moonlight, exuding terror. The inner disciple, unyielding, danced gracefully, evading and countering as he engaged the demon wolf in a deadly dance. The shadows of the sword and the wolf intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. However, the other disciples were not as fortunate. In an instant, 2 servant disciples and 2 outer disciples were overpowered and brought down by the demon wolves. The beasts savagely tore at them, blood splattering, as the disciples emitted anguished cries, clearly facing imminent death. Ma Huantao wielded his large knife in a flurry of gleaming arcs, shielding himself fiercely when a common demon wolf leaped towards him. He bellowed and sprang into the air. In mid-flight, he executed a sweeping strike, his knife slicing through the air with a whistling sound, landing a powerful blow on the demon wolf. With a crack, 3 of the beast's legs were severed, and it fell heavily to the ground, howling in agony, its blood staining the earth. Fortunately, at that moment, 3 inner disciples from Tsuiyan Peak and 5 outer disciples arrived just in time to provide reinforcements, joining the fray and stabilizing the situation slightly. Together, they engaged in a desperate battle against the demon wolves. Zhou Changlin, having been knocked down due to his failure to sound the gong, scraped his face and felt deep remorse. Faced with such ferocious wolves, he stood frozen, at a loss for what to do when one lunged at him, his mind blank, even forgetting to resist. Ma Huantao, quick to react, saw this and leaped to tackle Zhou Changlin. The demon wolf flew over their heads, its sharp claws nearly grazing their scalps. Pull yourself together, if you believe yourself to be useless, then you truly are. Ma Huantao urged, pulling Zhou Changlin up, his eyes resolute. Fight alongside me. Hearing this, Zhou Changlin snapped back to reality, a spark of fighting spirit reigniting in his eyes. He unsheathed his longsword from his back, gripping it tightly, and rejoined the battle alongside Ma Huantao. Stay close to me, don't get separated. Ma Huantao shouted, his voice booming amidst the chaos of the battlefield. As the demon wolves proved exceedingly agile, the battleground gradually expanded. At this moment, 3 more inner disciples and 7 outer disciples rushed to provide support, intensifying the clash. The air was thick with battle cries, deafening and terrifying, as demon wolves and cultivators fell, the ground painted with blood, resembling a horrific tapestry unfurling in the night. Back to back, Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin faced 2 demon wolves, inadvertently fighting their way into the woods. The trees were dense, their branches intertwining, obscuring parts of their vision. Engaged in a fierce struggle with the demon wolves, their clothes were torn, blood staining their garments. Fortunately, they had avoided any fatal injuries. Their eyes gleamed with resolve. They understood that retreat was not an option. They must fight the demon wolves to the bitter end. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly fought deeper into the forest, their clothing shredded and stained with blood, yet miraculously, they had not sustained life-threatening wounds. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side grew increasingly brutal, the sounds of combat and roars intertwining, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Lian Xingyan moved like a specter, leading the charge against a second-tier demon wolf. However, the creature was exceptionally formidable, possessing not only remarkable strength and speed but also cunning agility, evading every one of Lian Xingyan's attacks. In an instant, the demon wolf pounced, its assault swift and merciless, bringing down an inner disciple in a heartbeat, then ruthlessly severing his neck with its gaping maw. It swiftly turned and lunged at 2 other outer disciples, who met their demise in mere breaths. Just then, Zhao Dongxing from Lufuping arrived hastily, flanked by his disciples. He deftly positioned himself beside Lian Xingyan, ready to confront the ferocious second-tier demon wolf. Despite the combined prowess of the 2 Foundation establishment experts, the situation remained dire, for 2 more demon wolves lurked nearby, their eyes glinting with menace, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As time passed, the battle became increasingly stalemated. Soon, 3 more inner disciples, 6 outer disciples, and 7 servant disciples were tragically brought down by the wolf pack. Their desperate cries echoed in the air, sending chills down the spine. Yet amidst the despair, the counterattacks yielded some success, with several demon wolves already lying lifeless in pools of blood. However, the life and death struggle continued unabated. Approximately half an hour later, both Zhao Dongxing and Lian Xingyan bore deep gashes from the demon wolves' razor-sharp claws, their clothing tattered and soaked in blood. Nonetheless, their faces betrayed no fear. Instead, their eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Their swords danced like a tempest, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at the second-tier demon wolf. In that moment, sword lights flickered, cold glimmers piercing the night. Despite the demon wolf's frantic evasion, it could not escape unscathed, suffering several deep cuts that spilled crimson blood. However, the beast, relentless and savage, thrived on the chaos of battle, its stamina and resilience far surpassing that of humans, gradually turning the tide against the 2. Chapter 16 The Slaughter of the Mind's Demonic Wolves. 3 Fortunately, Zhang Huaijiu from Suiyan Peak arrived with 3 inner disciples, 3 outer disciples, and 2 servant disciples, having just emerged from a harrowing battle. Previously, they had been dispatched in different directions to confront the onslaught of demonic wolves, and after resolving threats in other areas, they hastened towards this location. Zhang Huaijiu, a master at the late stage of Foundation establishment, infused the battle with renewed vigor upon his arrival. As a first-tier demonic wolf lunged ferociously, Zhang's gaze was as sharp as lightning. With a swift motion of his sword, a fierce sword chi sliced through the air, and the first-tier wolf was slain before it even had a chance to resist. Observing this, another first-tier wolf sensed the impending doom, a glint of cunning flashing in its green eyes as it turned to flee, yet, Zhang Huaijiu would not allow its escape. With a flicker of his form, he pursued like a specter, and with a single stroke of his sword, pierced the wolf's heart. The creature did not even have time to emit a cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With the assistance of the 2 slain first-tier wolves gone, the remaining second-tier wolf immediately felt an overwhelming sense of peril. It emitted a low, rumbling growl and, accompanied by the 5 remaining wolves, swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingqing and Zhao Dongxing took to the skies on their swords, soaring through the air like 3 majestic eagles, their eyes locked onto the fleeing wolves. The other disciples pursued closely behind, their footsteps echoing through the woods like the rhythmic beating of war drums. In a short span of time, they caught up with and dispatched the 5 wolves, leaving only the second-tier wolf desperately fleeing. Though it moved with remarkable speed, kicking up clouds of dust, it could not match the velocity of the 3 soaring through the air. After covering a mere 10 miles, they intercepted the creatures simultaneously. The three chanted incantations, and in an instant, a barrage of razor-sharp sword chi rained down upon the demonic wolf from above. Wherever the sword chi struck, the earth quaked and mountains crumbled, the immense force splintering nearby trees as if they were fragile reeds. Despite its agility, the wolf was soon covered in wounds, bloodied and battered, its movements gradually slowing. Lingxing and Dongsheng exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They simultaneously hurled their low-tier magical swords, murmuring incantations as they did so. In a flash, the swords radiated brilliant light, expanding threefold in size, resembling two silver dragons racing towards the wolf. Sensing the imminent danger, the wolf leapt with all its might to evade the oncoming assault. The two swords struck a massive boulder beside it, and with a resounding explosion, the rock shattered into a storm of debris. The force of the impact sent the wolf tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful whimper. At that moment, Zhang Huizhou's eyes narrowed as he invoked a spell. His sword surged in size, glowing with a dazzling radiance, akin to a bolt of lightning. With the sword leading the way and his body following, he propelled himself towards the wolf's vulnerable abdomen, the weakest point of the creature. With a resounding thrust, the sword plunged deep into the wolf's belly, leaving only the hilt exposed. The overwhelming force sent the wolf flying, and it landed with a thud, motionless thereafter. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, they sensed a dangerous presence. They were being targeted by two demonic wolves. These wolves appeared to possess a notable level of intelligence, quickly discerning that Zhou Changlin was the weaker of the two. One wolf feigned a ferocious attack on Ma Huantao, who shouted and swung his blade in response. At that moment, the wolf stalking Zhou Changlin seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Zhou Changlin, startled yet quick to react, thrust his sword, but the wolf deftly dodged, opening its gaping maw, exuding a foul stench, as it aimed to bite Zhou's head. However, Ma Huantao, seasoned in battle, recognized the wolf's intent. As he struck, the feigning wolf retreated, while the other launched its assault on Zhou Changlin with a powerful leap. Ma Huantao twisted midair and drove his blade into the wolf's throat. The creature collapsed instantly, lifeless. Seeing its companion slain, the remaining wolf's eyes filled with fear, and it turned to flee, vanishing into the thicket in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Collapsing to the ground, they soon realized their garments were soaked with blood and sweat, and the pain from their wounds elicited cries of anguish. Yet, the fact that they had survived the onslaught of the demonic wolves brought forth smiles amidst their suffering. After resting for a brief moment, a shadow suddenly darted towards them with lightning speed. Initially, they thought it was reinforcements, but as it drew near, they discerned that it was a figure cloaked in black. A jolt of alarm coursed through Ma Huantao as he gripped his blade, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of vigilance. Without uttering a word, the figure raised its sword and lunged at Ma Huantao with astonishing speed, a fierce wind accompanying the strike as if to tear through the very air. Ma Huantao quickly raised his blade to block the attack. The clash produced a shower of sparks. Although the sword was deflected, the force of the impact sent him stumbling back several paces, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Surprised by the strength of his opponent, Ma Huantao realized that this person was at least at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Confusion filled his mind. Why had this individual targeted him? Who were they? His thoughts were suddenly awash with questions. The assailant, taken aback by Ma Huantao's resilience, frowned in annoyance, and as Ma Huantao staggered back, the figure prepared to strike again, intent on not granting him a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Zhou Changlin, witnessing the unfolding scene, gritted his teeth, raising his sword and unleashing all his strength to strike at the black-clad figure's head. Left with no choice, the cloaked figure raised their sword to block, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Zhou Changlin's abdomen. Zhou felt an overwhelming force strike him, and his sword flew from his grasp as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, unable to rise due to the searing pain in his belly. After sending Zhou Changlin sprawling, the black-clad figure advanced on Ma Huantao, resuming their assault. However, thanks to Zhou's brief distraction, Ma Huantao steadied himself, realizing that this adversary was far more formidable than the demonic wolves. Chapter 17 The Ambush of the Man in Black. He understood that the moment for desperate measures had arrived, and escape seemed futile. Suddenly, he recalled the words from the sword manual: those who wield the sword fear nothing. They embrace the brink of death only to be reborn. Even in the face of 1,000 troops, one must not yield in the slightest. With the sword held high, one must advance courageously without retreating, for only then can one transcend their limits. Thus, Ma Huantao gripped his great sword tightly, channeling all his strength. His eyes turned a fiery red, akin to blazing flames. With a mighty roar, he swung the great sword with all his might, and in an instant, the blade shimmered, transforming into a dazzling orb of light, its speed increasing rapidly. He charged towards the man in black, each swing of his sword conjuring a howling wind. In a flash, the clash of swords erupted once more, sparks flying like fireworks in the night sky. At that moment, Ma Huantao disregarded everything, his mind consumed with a single thought to attack. Under the tempest of his onslaught, the opponent began to retreat. The brilliance of his swordplay was so fierce that even nearby trees, as thick as a bowl, were severed by the surging sword light. The trees fell with a thunderous crash, as if applauding the fierce battle. The man in black, taken aback by the ferocity of Ma Huantao's sword, felt as though his arm was struck by lightning with each collision, leaving him utterly numb and filled with rage. He thought to himself, as a practitioner of the 8th level of Qi refining, how can I be unable to subdue a mere 4th level disciple? If word of this gets out, I shall be the laughingstock. Unbeknownst to him, the assailant was Zhang Tianyu, a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi refining. Upon seeing Ling Qingyan, Zhao Dongsheng, and Zhang Huaqiu leading their brothers into the forest, he devised a plan. Stealthily separating from the group, he made his way towards Ma Huantao's position. Upon spotting Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin amid the trees, he felt a surge of joy and quickly donned the black cloth to cover his face before charging at the two. He had initially viewed the 4th level outer disciple as no more than a feeble ant, ripe for slaughter, yet, he was astonished to find that this individual wielded the sword with such proficiency and strength, not only withstanding his fierce attacks but also countering them, deepening his fury. With a clenched jaw, he summoned his full energy, his sword radiating brilliance. He bellowed, striking towards Ma Huantao with the intent to slay him in a single blow, to quell his resentment. At that moment, Ma Huantao, though exhausted, sensed the weight of the man's intent behind the powerful strike. He understood that retreat was not an option, hesitation would surely lead to death. Thus, he gathered all his qi, gripping his sword tightly, and surged upward to meet the attack. With a thunderous crash, the blade and sword collided once more. This time, the clash of formidable weapons, combined with the collision of qi, unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Ma Huantao felt as though his arm was pierced by 1,000 needles. Nearly losing sensation, he clung to his great sword with all his might, preventing it from slipping from his grasp. Simultaneously, he staggered backward, taking more than 20 steps, each imprint on the ground deep. A sweet taste filled his throat as blood surged forth. With a fierce resolve, he plunged his sword into the earth to steady himself, then coughed up a mouthful of blood, his unwavering will allowing him to fixate on the man in black, his gaze burning with intensity. The man in black, too, was not unscathed. He stumbled back 5 or 6 steps, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his arm heavy with fatigue, clearly suffering internal injuries. He observed Ma Huantao's fierce gaze, filled with battle spirit, and, fearing the arrival of other disciples, felt a twinge of retreat. With a cold snort, he sheathed his sword and vanished into the darkness of the forest. As Ma Huantao watched the figure disappear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. He silently rejoiced, grateful that his immense willpower had seen him through. Had he faltered, he would surely have perished. He mused to himself that he must continue to enhance his cultivation. Today had been perilously close. After resting for a moment, Ma Huantao laboriously rose, and at that time, Zhou Changlin also slowly got to his feet. Upon seeing the numerous deep gashes on his great sword, Ma Huantao could not help but let out a wry smile. The two, limping and supporting each other, made their way back to the mine. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared somewhat disheveled yet filled with a sense of relief from surviving the ordeal. Upon their return to the mine, they found the battlefield littered with the bodies of demonic wolves and disciples of the Thousand Demons sect, blood flowing like a river, permeating the air with a strong metallic scent. The disciples who emerged from the mine began to clear the battlefield the following day. After tallying the losses, it was revealed that 109 demonic wolves had been slain, including 1 second-tier and 5 first-tier wolves, nearly annihilating the pack. However, there were losses among the disciples of the Thousand Demons sect. 10 inner disciples, 21 outer disciples, and 23 auxiliary disciples fell in battle. Only 3 inner disciples, 2 outer disciples, and 1 auxiliary disciple from Ling Qingyan's group survived, suffering significant losses. Yet, the foundational cultivator of the mine was quite pleased. To him, as long as the demonic wolves were eradicated and the mine could operate normally, the sacrifices of both inner and outer disciples were entirely worthwhile. Given that most were severely injured, everyone continued to rest at the mine for 5 more days. Ling Qingyan listened intently to Ma Huantao's report, and a burgeoning joy gradually illuminated her exquisite features. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, reminiscent of witnessing a promising seedling flourishing. However, Ma Huantao wisely refrained from mentioning the ambush by the man in black. Firstly, they knew nothing of the assailant's identity. In such a murky situation, bringing it up would only add to their troubles. Secondly, if word of this incident spread, it could negatively affect the morale of the group. In the anxious atmosphere of the Thousand Demons sect, should anyone suspect him of lying, the consequences would be dire, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. Ling Qingyan's lips curved into a slight smile, her gaze filled with approval as she said, "Ma Huantao, you have truly excelled this time. Do you remember the first time we met? I chanced upon you eavesdropping on a lecture outside the window. and I knew then that you were no ordinary individual. The yearning for knowledge and power in your eyes is unmistakable. I believe that as long as you continue to strive, your future is limitless. Next year, I hope you can break through to the 6th level of Qi refining. At that point, you will be eligible to become an inner disciple. A warmth spread through Ma Huantao's heart, and he respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Master Ant, I will exert every effort." With Ling Qingyan's advancement to foundational cultivation, her status had elevated, and the change in address reflected this. In his heart, her words served as a guiding light for his journey forward. Chapter 18 Breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. The Thousand Demon Sect is no benevolent place. Within its confines, deception and treachery abound. Remember, at all times, the preservation of life is paramount. The most effective means of ensuring your survival is to continually enhance your own strength. In your recent encounter with the demon wolves and the unknown dangers, you demonstrated remarkable bravery and excellence. Thus, I shall reward you with 15 spirit stones. Upon our return to the sect, I shall further petition for additional rewards on your behalf. Ling Qingyan rarely allowed a smile to grace her lips, yet when she did, it shone like the warm sun of winter, illuminating Ma Huantao's heart. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Ma Huantao expressed his gratitude hastily, fully aware of the preciousness of those 15 spirit stones. This was not merely an acknowledgement of his efforts but rather a vital resource for his advancement. Moreover, as you have witnessed today, many within the Thousand Demons sect are willing to resort to unscrupulous means for the sake of personal gain. Even if all of us were to perish today, as long as the Spirit Stone mine continues to operate, we are but insignificant ants to the sect. Therefore, when faced with adversaries in the future, do not hesitate. Show no mercy. This is the law of survival in this ruthless world. Ling Qingyan's expression grew grave, a flash of intensity gleaming in her eyes. "I shall heed your teachings," Ma Huantao proclaimed, kneeling before her, understanding that Ling Qingyan was imparting the profound truths necessary for survival within the Thousand Demons sect. "Additionally, I have noted that your large blade has sustained irreparable damage in this battle. However, you are fortunate, as I have fortuitously discovered a fine sword at the mine, which I believe may be better suited to you." With that, Ling Qingyan delicately retrieved a gleaming large blade from her spatial pouch. This ghost-headed blade exuded an enigmatic aura, its hilt longer than that of the previous sword. Holding it, one could distinctly perceive its weight, which surpassed that of its predecessor by more than double. Under the light, the blade shimmered with a cold glint, reminiscent of icy stars twinkling in the night sky, sending a chill down one's spine. A mere glance was sufficient for Ma Huantao to discern that this sword was vastly superior to the last. To him, the quality of this blade was akin to a rare treasure. He understood that possessing it would elevate his prowess to new heights. Seeing the sword, Ma Huantao's eyes misted with emotion, recalling the arduous journey he had undertaken. Had it not been for Master Uncle Ling Qingyan's recognition, assistance, and guidance, he would not be the person he was today. In this merciless Thousand Demons sect, Ling Qingyan was akin to his guardian angel, bestowing him with hope and strength time and again. Observing Ma Huantao's expression, Ling Qingyan felt a surge of emotions within her. "All right, you should return and rest well. Everyone has been weary these past few days. We shall depart for the sect in 3 days. Her voice was gentle and filled with concern, enveloping Ma Huantao in an overwhelming warmth. In this treacherous realm of schemes and peril, her kindness was like a flickering candlelight, illuminating his path forward. 3 days later, the group returned to Luyun Peak, weary but resolute. Luyun Peak remained shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal paradise, yet the experiences of life and death had profoundly altered the hearts of those who had endured them. In the days that followed, under Ling Qingyan's tireless support, Ma Huantao successfully obtained 20 spirit stones. These stones radiated a gentle glow, each seemingly imbued with boundless energy. For Ma Huantao, this was not merely a reward, but a beacon of hope for enhancing his strength. Having experienced such perilous challenges, Ma Huantao now fully appreciated the significance of power. He dedicated himself to his training with fervor, absorbing every possible resource for improvement like a sponge. By day, sunlight bathed the training ground as Ma Huantao practiced his blade techniques with unwavering diligence. Each movement was filled with vigor, the blade slicing through the air with a whoosh, echoing his defiance against fate. He also engaged in various high-intensity physical training, running, jumping, climbing, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. At night, when the moonlight bathed the earth in silvery serenity, Ma Huantao would retreat to a hidden cave. The cave was suffused with rich spiritual energy, and he would meditate, drawing the energy towards him, swirling around as if captivated by his determination. Seasons changed, and time slipped by silently amidst Ma Huantao's diligent cultivation. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Ma Huantao's relentless efforts bore fruit, as he successfully broke through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. At this moment, his blade techniques were more refined, each swing was a performance of artistry, precise and powerful. His physique had also transformed, muscles well-defined and as resilient as steel, exuding an air of confidence. Within these 6 months, Zhou Changlin, bolstered by the previous reward from the Spirit Stone Mine and his own efforts, successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, becoming an outer sect disciple, radiating newfound vitality. Wang Dahu also broke through to the Qi refinement realm, taking on the role of a servant disciple at Luyun Peak. He chose to remain in his previous quarters, and with his promotion, the number of water bearers diminished by 1. Yet, within a couple of days, a spirited young man arrived, his youthful visage brimming with aspirations for the future. Stepping into Wang Dahu's position, this change ignited envy among the other 2 water bearers, who, witnessing Wang Dahu's transformation, felt a rekindled sense of ambition, striving diligently to enhance their skills and alter their fates. On a sunny day, Zhou Changlin jogged excitedly to Ma Huantao, exclaiming, "Recently, Sister Han Kaiyun from Luyun Peak, the one close to Master Uncle Ling Qingyan, is preparing for an expedition to the 10,000 Great Mountains. She is gathering a team and wonders if you might be interested?" Upon hearing this, the image of the green-clad woman sprang to Ma Huantao's mind. He vividly recalled the time she and Ling Qingyan had ventured to the 10,000 Great Mountains. His heart had longed for such a challenging experience. Without hesitation, he agreed eagerly. Zhou Changlin, delighted by Ma Huantao's swift acceptance, gleamed with excitement in his eyes. "Then it's settled, I'll come get you when the time comes, and we shall go together." Ma Huantao smiled and patted Zhou Changlin's shoulder. "No problem." 3 days later, Ma Huantao arrived at Luyun Peak as promised. The peak was bustling with activity, disciples preparing fervently for the upcoming expedition. Sister Han Kaiyun stood amidst the crowd, her presence commanding attention. Now at the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, she was a force to be reckoned with. For this journey, she had specifically borrowed a low-tier flying sword and a spatial pouch from Ling Qingyan for unforeseen circumstances. Accompanying her were her close friend, Yang Luo, who had just entered the 12th level of Qi refinement, and the inner sect disciple, Zhang Tianyu, who maintained his usual haughty demeanor. Additionally, there were 4 other inner sect disciples, exuding an aura of strength as they stood together. 6 outer sect disciples and 6 servant disciples also formed part of the team, their expressions a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Together, the group of 19 appeared quite formidable. Sister Han Kaiyun, with a solemn expression, produced the flying sword, reciting incantations as she began to weave the spell. The sword glowed brilliantly, expanding to an enormous size in an instant. Everyone swiftly utilized their agility to leap onto it, settling cross-legged in their seats. Ma Huantao remained seated beside Zhou Changlin, exchanging smiles and engaging in light-hearted conversation. The servant disciples, observing Ma Huantao's unassuming demeanor and lack of arrogance, found him approachable and began to draw closer to him. However, the 4 inner sect disciples looked upon this scene with disdain, believing Ma Huantao to be merely a minor character from the outer sect unworthy of such admiration. Yet, Ma Huantao paid no heed to their glares. His heart was solely filled with anticipation for this expedition and a yearning to enhance his strength. Chapter 19: The Trials of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After more than a day's flight, the party arrived at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As was customary, 6 outer disciples ventured ahead to scout the path, closely followed by 6 outer sect disciples, while 5 inner sect disciples brought up the rear. Stepping into the threshold of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a wave of mysterious and perilous energy enveloped them. The outer disciples brandished their broadswords and long swords, their eyes alertly surveying the surroundings, their steps slow and cautious, as if treading the very precipice of life and death. The outer sect disciples gripped their magical artifacts tightly, their spiritual energy subtly coursing through the implements, prepared to confront any sudden dangers. The inner sect disciples bore solemn expressions, their presence exuding an air of formidable authority that bolstered the entire team. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, not only were there numerous ferocious beasts, but also an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. After a day's exploration, they had gathered a bountiful harvest. As night fell, Ma Huantao and Zhou Changlin joined the outer disciples in gathering around a bonfire, roasting wild boar, and indulging in a hearty feast. That night, the bonfire blazed brightly, casting a warm glow on the faces of the weary yet exhilarated group. Just as laughter and merriment filled the air, a low-level beast, emerging from an unknown corner, suddenly lunged into the crowd, claws bared. Ma Huantao reacted swiftly, seizing a burning stick and hurling it forcefully at the creature. The flaming stick sliced through the night sky, striking the beast with a resounding thud. Though it merely caused a brief pause in its advance, the beast roared and charged again, prompting Zhou Changlin to shout and leap into action, his long sword gleaming with cold light as he clashed with the creature. In that moment, the clash of sword light against the beast's sharp claws sent sparks flying. Ma Huantao too was not idle. He darted in from the side, executing a flying sidekick that struck the beast, knocking it off balance and creating an opportunity for Zhou Changlin. Seizing the moment, Zhou Changlin delivered a decisive blow, and the beast fell, blood spraying as it succumbed to its wounds. Over the course of 10 days, although they encountered various dangers, they managed to navigate through unscathed, with only a few outer disciples and outer sect disciples sustaining minor injuries. They collected a plethora of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, which they entrusted to Han Kaiyun. Han Kaiyun beamed with joy, her low-tier Qiankuan bag borrowed from Ling Qingyan nearly filled to capacity, measuring less than a yard in size. On this day, they continued deeper into the mountains. As they pressed on, they suddenly discovered paw prints and droppings of demonic wolves on the ground. Han Kaiyun and Yang Lur approached to examine the tracks closely, deducing that they belonged to a pack of no more than 30 wolves, and based on their experience, concluded that there were likely no second-tier demonic wolves among them. What should we do? Should we pursue them? Yang Lur inquired. Judging by the size of the tracks, they are at most first-tier demonic wolves, so we should definitely pursue. Han Kaiyun declared. The inner cores of first-tier demonic wolves are worth at least 60 spirit stones, and a wolf pelt fetches 5 spirit stones, a considerable gain indeed. Thus, Han Kaiyun summoned her flying sword, and the 7 inner sect disciples took to the skies atop it, while the 12 outer disciples and outer sect disciples tracked the wolves on the ground, coordinating their efforts to pursue the demonic wolf pack. After covering more than 40 miles, Han Kaiyun finally spotted the pack of over 30 demonic wolves. Without hesitation, she shot towards them, and the 7 inner sect disciples descended rapidly, chanting incantations as their swords flew towards the pack, instantly slaying 4 of the beasts. Han Kaiyun's flying sword darted towards the wolves like a streak of lightning. As she neared the pack, she altered her incantation, and her flying sword split into numerous sword shadows, enveloping the wolves like a net. One demonic wolf leaped to evade, only to be slashed across its abdomen, blood gushing forth. The inner sect disciples unleashed their unique skills. Some ignited their swords in flames, resembling a rampaging fire dragon as they charged into the pack, while others shot icy shards that froze the wolves upon impact. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples and outer disciples engaged the wolves in close combat. One outer disciple wielded a spear like a dragon, each thrust erupting in a spray of blood, while the outer disciples collaborated to trip the wolves with ropes and clubs before striking with swords. As the demonic wolves began to scatter and retreat, the group split up to pursue them. Unbeknownst to them, 2 inner sect disciples had long set their sights on Ma Huantao. During the chaos of the fleeing wolves, Ma Huantao, after dispatching one beast, hastily pursued 2 others. Jiang Tianyu and another inner sect disciple, Yan Konghua, who was at the 11th level of qi refinement, were also on the hunt. Yan Konghua hailed from the Yin family, a significant force within the Thousand Demon sect. His father, Yan Mushin, was the family head, and his sister, Yan Muqing, were both golden core cultivators, serving as elders of the sect. Yan Konghua, originally an inner disciple of the Third Peak, harbored secret affections for Ling Qingyan and, incited by Jiang Tianyu, had come along to eliminate Ma Huantao and the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thus, as Ma Huantao pursued the demonic wolves, the 2 of them stealthily followed suit. After chasing several miles and dispatching another wolf, Ma Huantao suddenly sensed a chilling wind at his back, realizing the danger. He quickly rolled forward, but a blade of sword energy still grazed his shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through him as blood began to flow. While pursuing the demonic wolf, the creature proved elusive, deftly weaving through the trees. Just as Ma Huantao prepared to deliver a powerful strike, he felt an attack from behind rolling to the ground. He quickly turned to see Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua standing not far away. Jiang Tianyu swung his sword, sending several waves of sword energy towards him. Ma Huantao wielded his broadsword, deflecting the energy with sparks flying from the blade. Yan Konghua joined the fray, his magical sword glowing with spiritual power as it lunged towards Ma Huantao. Ma Huantao found himself retreating, dodging Yan Konghua's relentless strikes. Each clash of his broadsword against the long sword produced a sharp ringing sound, numbing his arms with every impact. Jiang Shixiang, Yan Shixiang, what is the meaning of this? Ma Huantao exclaimed in shock. What is the meaning? You fool, you've stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Cold and aloof Ling Qingyan actually fancies you. Do you know that she is the woman Yan Shixiang has his eyes on? You are as good as dead. Jiang Tianyu spat venomously. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao began to piece it all together, realization dawning upon him. It was you who attempted to kill me at the Spirit Stone Mine, wasn't it? Indeed, that was me. Too bad you've come to this realization too late. Jiang Tianyu sneered. At that moment, Yan Konghua produced a low-tier magical sword from his Qiankuan bag. Sensing the peril, Ma Huantao understood that Yan Konghua, despite not having established his foundation, possessed a Qiankuan bag and a low-tier magical artifact, coupled with his superior cultivation, rendered Ma Huantao no match for him. His only option was to escape and seek out Han Kaiyun and the others for survival. Thankfully, Yan Konghua was not at the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement. Otherwise, even fleeing would be a futile endeavor. Though he possessed the ability to burrow underground, he could not escape far without being discovered. With his thoughts racing, he swiftly turned to flee, attempting to circumvent the 2 and reunite with Han Kaiyun and the others. Yan Konghua laughed heartily. You think you can reunite with Han Kaiyun? What a delusion! With that, he and Jiang Tianyu closed in to strike. Chapter 20. Once again in the 10,000 Great Mountains in a state of helplessness, Ma Huantao could only sprint forward wildly. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to run at an incredible speed. Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua pursued him with unwavering determination, and several times, Ma Huantao skillfully evaded their sword energies. As he dashed through the forest like a gust of wind, Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua relentlessly chased after him, unleashing a barrage of spells. Jiang Tianyu conjured a wind blade technique, sending multiple blades slicing through the air towards Ma Huantao. Hearing the rushing wind behind him, Ma Huantao swiftly dodged to the side, feeling the wind blade graze his cheek, leaving a cut. Yan Konghua then cast a binding spell, attempting to ensnare Ma Huantao. Though he felt his body momentarily halt, he forcefully channeled his spiritual energy to break free and continued his flight. However, in his panic, he fled recklessly over 100 miles, suddenly entering a valley flanked by steep cliffs on three sides, a dismal dead end. Just as he contemplated turning back, Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua had already closed in. "Kid, you can really run." Yan Konghua sneered. At that moment, despair washed over Ma Huantao as he glanced around at the cliffs, only to suddenly notice a dark mass upon them. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover a swarm of black venomous bees, some as large as a fist. Alarmed, he realized that these formidable bees must be at least of the second-tier beast level. Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, too engrossed in their pursuit, failed to notice the perilous swarm as they advanced towards Ma Huantao. A sudden inspiration struck Ma Huantao. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might at the swarm on the cliff. With a sharp crack, several bees were struck down, plummeting to the ground. The bees were in a resting phase, typically non-aggressive unless provoked. However, once disturbed, they would attack en masse. As the stone struck, the bees took flight, a veritable cloud of them, numbering in the millions. Yet amidst their emergence, a golden glimmer of honey revealed itself. With his strength behind the throw, Ma Huantao's stone soared toward the bees, inciting their wrath. The swarm surged forth like a black wave. Only then did Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua realize the danger. Turning to flee, the bees, like a torrential downpour, charged at them. Jiang Tianyu swung his sword, creating a barrier of blades around him, but the sheer volume of bees soon overwhelmed his defenses. Yan Konghua fought back valiantly, his sword dancing through the air, slicing through several bees with each swing, but countless others swarmed towards him, quickly engulfing them both. In that moment, Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, faced with the onslaught of the overwhelming swarm, abandoned thoughts of honey, as the mass of bees, like a relentless tide of darkness, surged towards them, their buzzing a harbinger of death. Jiang Tianyu's veins bulged, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, "You little brat, if you wanna die, don't drag us down with you." His voice echoed with unrestrained rage and terror throughout the valley. With that, he turned and fled, his panicked figure stirring up a gust of wind. Yan Konghua, equally stricken with fear, closely followed suit. At this moment, they cared not for Ma Huantao, their minds consumed solely with the instinct to survive. Seeing this, Ma Huantao felt a flicker of hope. He quickly recited a spell, weaving intricate hand signs. His gaze sharpened as he fixated on a singular direction, the valley's mouth, the beacon of his escape. Just as the bees were about to descend upon him, he transformed into a streak of light, burrowing underground. The earth rushed past him as he propelled himself toward the valley's exit, the wind howling in his ears and his heart pounding fiercely. The bees, swift as shadows, surged forth like a storm of death, leaving desolation in their wake. Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua poured every ounce of their strength into their flight toward the mouth of the valley, their spiritual energy surging beneath their feet, kicking up clouds of dust. Yet, scarcely had they covered 3 miles from the valley's mouth when the bees pursued them relentlessly. In an instant, they were enveloped by the dense swarm, the bees finding their targets to unleash their fury upon. The venomous bees covered their bodies, their sharp stingers driving deep into flesh. Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua fought desperately, their swordplay a chaotic flurry of movements, instinctively trying to fend off the onslaught. However, the sheer number of bees was overwhelming, each swing of their swords only temporarily repelled a few, as countless others rushed in to take their place. Soon, both were covered in wounds, blood seeping from their bodies, mingling with their sweat. Their cries grew faint, eventually silencing altogether as they collapsed to the ground. Before long, the two were reduced to mere skeletons, their bones glaringly white beneath the sun's rays. The swarm circled once more, as if ensuring no stragglers remained, before returning to the cliffs, leaving the valley in silence, with only the skeletal remains and dried blood to bear witness to the brutal scene. Ma Huantao, having burrowed over 3 miles beyond the valley, felt as if an eternity had passed. Within a mere incense stick's worth of time, he was flushed with heat, his lungs feeling as though they would burst. Ultimately, unable to withstand it any longer, he cautiously poked his head above ground, scanning his surroundings warily. Upon discovering that the bees had departed, he breathed a sigh of relief and emerged slowly, inhaling the fresh air deeply, savoring its sweetness as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, he caught sight of 2 skeletons not far away, their stark whiteness standing out against the grass. He was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a pace. After a moment, he summoned his courage and approached. The area around the bones was stained with blood, now dried to a dark red hue, while torn garments lay scattered about. 2 long swords rested nearby, their blades still faintly gleaming, accompanied by a delicate Qiankuan bag, emanating a subtle wave of spiritual energy. Recognizing the remains as those of Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, a chill coursed through Ma Huantao, intensifying his fear of the venomous bees. One was a disciple of the 8th layer of Qi refining, while the other was of the 11th layer, both possessing considerable strength within the Thousand Demon sect. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to mere bones. The dangers here far exceeded his imagination, and he understood all too well that in these 10,000 great mountains, a single misstep could cost him his life. Picking up the Qiankuan bag, Ma Huantao recalled the method he had learned in class to open it. Taking a deep breath, he infused his true energy into the bag, which immediately shimmered with light and slowly opened. Though it was merely a low-tier Qiankuan bag with limited space, Ma Huantao was nonetheless astonished by its contents. Inside lay over 100 spirit stones, radiating a soft glow, resembling the most coveted treasures. Additionally, there were nearly 1,000 taels of gold and tens of thousands of taels of silver, piled together and glistening brilliantly. Moreover, several ancient, mysterious tomes rested within, hinting at profound techniques. About a dozen vials of elixirs were neatly arranged, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, suggesting they were indeed precious items. Chapter 20 Trials in the Majestic Mountains. Ma Huantao, left with no choice, dashed forward with an unrestrained fervor. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to sprint like the wind. Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua pursued him with relentless determination. On several occasions, Ma Huantao deftly evaded their sword energies through his agile movements. As he raced through the forest like a tempest, Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua doggedly followed, unleashing spells in their relentless pursuit. Zhang Tianyu conjured a wind blade technique, launching several razor-sharp gusts toward Ma Huantao. Hearing the ominous rush of wind behind him, Ma Huantao sidestepped just in time, the blade grazing his cheek and slicing through the skin. Meanwhile, Yan Konghua cast a binding spell in an attempt to ensnare Ma Huantao. Although he felt his body momentarily immobilized, he summoned his spiritual energy to break free and continued his flight. However, in his panic, he ran blindly for over 100 miles and suddenly stumbled into a valley. Surrounded by towering cliffs on 3 sides, the situation seemed dire. Just as he contemplated retreating, Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua appeared, hot on his heels. "Kid, you can really run. Keep it up." Yan Konghua sneered. At that moment, despair enveloped Ma Huantao as he scanned the cliffs, only to be struck by a horrifying sight: a dark mass clinging to the cliffs, an ominous swarm of black venomous bees. Some of these creatures were as large as a fist, sending a chill down his spine. Surely, such formidable bees must be at least second-tier demon beasts. Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, preoccupied with their pursuit, remained oblivious to the perilous bees as they advanced toward Ma Huantao. A sudden surge of inspiration struck him. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might toward the swarm on the cliff. With a resounding crack, several bees were struck down, plummeting from their perch. At that moment, the bees, resting before their feeding time, would typically remain passive unless provoked. Yet, having been disturbed, they took to the air en masse, a veritable storm of wings, perhaps numbering in the millions. As the swarm emerged, they revealed a bounty of golden honey beneath. Ma Huantao threw the stone with fervor, and as it soared through the air, the bees, enraged, surged forth like a black tide. Only then did Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua sense the imminent danger and turn to flee. The bees descended upon them like a torrential downpour, and Zhang Tianyu brandished his sword, creating a barrier of flashing steel around him. Yet, the sheer number of bees overwhelmed his defenses in an instant. Yan Konghua, too, fought valiantly, his sword dancing through the air, slicing down several bees with each swing. But for every bee he felled, countless others surged forward, quickly engulfing them. In that moment, Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, witnessing the impending doom, cast aside thoughts of honey, as the relentless swarm, like a surging black wave, closed in. The ominous buzzing of their wings echoed like a death knell. Zhang Tianyu's veins bulged with fury, his eyes wide with terror as he bellowed, "You reckless fool, if you wish to perish, don't drag us down with you." His voice, laden with unbridled rage and fear, reverberated through the valley. With that, he turned and fled, his panicked form stirring the air behind him. Yan Konghua mirrored his fear, closely trailing in his wake. At that moment, they were utterly consumed by the singular instinct to escape, leaving Ma Huantao behind. Seeing this, Ma Huantao felt a surge of relief wash over him. He hastily recited an incantation, his hands weaving intricate seals. With focused determination, he fixed his gaze on the valley's mouth, his only hope for survival. Just as the swarm was about to engulf him, he transformed into a beam of light and burrowed into the earth. The soil rushed past him as he propelled himself toward the valley's exit, the wind howling in his ears and his heart racing violently. The bees, swift as shadows, formed a swirling tempest of death, leaving desolation in their wake. Zhang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, exerting every ounce of strength, sprinted toward the valley's mouth, their spiritual energy surging beneath their feet, kicking up clouds of dust. Yet, they had scarcely covered 3 miles beyond the valley's entrance when the bees pursued them relentlessly. In an instant, the two were enveloped by the swarm, the bees sensing their targets and launching a furious assault. The venomous bees covered their bodies, their sharp stingers piercing mercilessly. Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua swung their swords desperately, their techniques now a chaotic flurry of instinct, striving to fend off the onslaught. But the sheer volume of bees was insurmountable, each swing only temporarily deterred a fraction, as more swiftly filled the void. Before long, their bodies were riddled with wounds, blood mingling with perspiration. Their cries grew fainter until they ceased altogether, collapsing into silence. In a brief span, the two were reduced to mere skeletons, their remains stark against the sunlight, a haunting reminder of their former selves. The swarm circled once more, seemingly ensuring no remnants remained, before returning to the cliffs, leaving the valley shrouded in an eerie stillness, save for the bones and the bloodstains that bore witness to the recent carnage. Emerging from the valley, Ma Huantao traversed over 3 miles beneath the earth, the passage of time feeling interminable. In less than a short incense's duration, his face flushed crimson, his lungs threatening to burst. Unable to endure any longer, he cautiously peeked above ground, on high alert. Noticing that the bees had departed, he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly emerged, inhaling the fresh air that had never tasted so sweet, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him for surviving such a harrowing ordeal. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon 2 skeletal remains not far off, starkly visible among the grass. Startled, he instinctively took a step back. After a moment of steeling himself, he mustered the courage to approach. Around the bones lay dried bloodstains, dark crimson in hue, remnants of a violent struggle. Scattered nearby were tattered garments, bearing the marks of the bees' savage assault. 2 long swords lay abandoned, their blades still faintly shimmering, accompanied by an exquisite Qiankuan bag, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Recognizing the remains as those of Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua, a chill of dread coursed through Ma Huantao. The realization struck him with force: 2 disciples, one at the 8th and the other at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, once formidable figures within the Thousand Demon sect, had been reduced to mere bones in an instant. The dangers of this place far exceeded his worst fears, and he understood that in these vast mountains, one misstep could lead to a fatal end. He picked up the Qiankuan bag and recalled the method he had learned in class to open it. Taking a deep breath, he infused it with his true energy, causing it to glow brightly before slowly unfurling. Though merely a low-tier Qiankuan bag with limited space, the sight of its contents left him utterly astounded. Inside lay over 100 spirit stones, radiating a soft, inviting glow, seemingly the most coveted of treasures. Additionally, nearly 1,000 taels of gold and over 10,000 taels of silver were heaped together, glimmering with a dazzling sheen. Among the treasures were several ancient tomes, their covers enigmatic and imbued with profound techniques. A dozen vials of elixirs were neatly arranged, their fragrant aroma hinting at their precious nature. Chapter 21 The Destruction of Evidence. Among the belongings were several spiritual herbs and medicines, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. A few sets of garments were neatly stacked in a corner, accompanied by some provisions, all of which represented an immense fortune for Ma Huantao, a wealth he had never dared to dream of before. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully stowed away their long swords into the Qiankuan bag, ensuring they were securely hidden in his bosom. He then sought a secluded spot, excavating a deep pit to inter the 2 skeletons, as if entombing a secret best left undisclosed. Once buried, he scattered a pile of dry twigs and leaves over the grave, meticulously concealing it to prevent any easy discovery. After completing this task, Ma Huantao wiped the sweat from his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings to ensure no trace was left behind, before retracing his steps back. Throughout the journey, his emotions were tumultuous, a blend of astonishment at newfound wealth and trepidation from the lurking dangers. The battle had concluded, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. They had successfully slain a first-order wolf king, its colossal form sprawled on the ground like a small mountain, its fur still stained with blood. 19 other wolf beasts lay scattered around, their bodies emanating a gruesome scent. However, this fierce confrontation exacted a heavy toll. 3 outer disciples and 4 servant disciples perished, their lifeless forms with eyes closed, faces still etched with the agony of combat. The remaining individuals, wounded to varying degrees, struggled to stand, some bleeding profusely while others leaned on their companions for support. The outer and servant disciples were now engaged in the grim task of skinning the wolves, their movements mechanical, their eyes reflecting fatigue and sorrow. Ma Huantao silently joined their ranks, immersing himself in the labor, as the air thickened with the stench of blood, lingering ominously. As night descended, however, there was still no sign of Jiang Tianyu or Yan Konghua. The darkness enveloped the camp like ink, and Han Kaiyun paced back and forth, worry etched upon her face. It was one thing if Jiang Tianyu had perished, but the powerful forces behind Yan Konghua would undoubtedly seek retribution if he met with misfortune, a ticking time bomb that could unleash calamity upon them at any moment. Thus, they endured another night of anxious waiting, each moment stretching interminably, heavy with unspoken concerns, as a stifling atmosphere pervaded the camp. On the following day, with no other choice, Han Kaiyun instructed everyone to search the area, splitting into several small groups to venture in different directions. They called out the names of Jiang Tianyu and Yan Konghua into the mountains, their voices echoing through the valleys, yet no response came. For 3 full days they searched, scouring every nook and cranny, yet found no trace of the two. Ma Huantao feigned diligence alongside Zhou Changlin, appearing earnest in his search while inwardly anxious about his concealed secret. After 3 days of fruitless searching, Han Saiyun's demeanor darkened further. She realized the situation had grown exceedingly dire. Reluctantly, she led the remaining group back to Luyun Peak, their hearts heavy with despair. Along the way, silence enveloped them, only the sound of their solemn footsteps resonating in the mountains. Upon returning, Ma Huantao's first action was to sequester the Qiankuan bag within the mysterious waters of the secret realm, a secluded location he had stumbled upon, untouched by anyone but himself. He carefully hid the bag within the sanctum, acutely aware that should these treasures be discovered by others, he would face dire consequences. Although the allure of wealth was tempting, the threat posed by the Yin family necessitated utmost caution. As anticipated, within 3 days, Yen Mushin, the head of the Yen family, along with Yen Muqing and 2 foundational cultivators from their clan, stormed into Luyun Peak with an air of menace. Their arrival was akin to a tempest, casting a shadow over the entire peak. The incident drew the attention of Luyun Peak's master, Chen Feiyue, and Ling Qingyan. Furrowing her brow, Chen Feiyue inquired about the matter, while Yen Mushin, his face ashen, vociferously. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Chen Feiyue consented to accompany all present to the 10,000 mountains to search for Yen Konghua. By a twist of fate, they encountered another major sect, the Falling Cloud sect, whose disciples were also training in the 10,000 mountains, albeit all at the Qi refinement stage. In his fury, Yen Mushin, indiscriminate in his wrath, unleashed powerful spells upon the unsuspecting disciples of the Falling Cloud sect. The vibrant yet lethal magic rained down upon them, and in an instant, all were slain, their screams reverberating through the valleys as blood soaked the earth. They continued their search for 3 more days within the 10,000 mountains, a labyrinthine expanse of towering peaks and dense forests, each valley and summit potentially concealing secrets. Countless beasts lurked in the shadows, watching the group and launching sporadic attacks. Coupled with Ma Huantao's meticulous cover-up of evidence, finding the remains of the 2 buried individuals amidst the vast wilderness was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The group, exhausted from their fruitless endeavors, ultimately had to abandon their search. Although the Yin family was reluctant to concede defeat, they found themselves powerless. Nevertheless, resentment brewed within the Yin family towards Luyun Peak. The seed of enmity had been sown, and a greater storm was perhaps on the horizon. Time passed swiftly, like a comb through hair, and months slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the testing period approached, Ma Huantao, though fully capable of breaking through to a higher cultivation realm, chose to bide his time and avoid drawing excessive attention. When the day of the test arrived, Ma Huantao demonstrated his prowess at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, effortlessly passing the assessment and ascending to the rank of inner disciple. The news spread like wildfire among the disciples, igniting a fervor. Achieving a breakthrough from the 1st to 6th layer of Qi refinement within 5 years was nothing short of prodigious within the Thousand Demon sect. Yet, many speculated that his success owed much to Ling Qingyan's assistance, leading to a myriad of rumors that painted him in shades of envy and admiration. Upon becoming an inner disciple, a cascade of generous rewards followed. First, Ma Huantao received a gold token, symbolizing his elevated status, granting him access to significant locations. Next, he was bestowed with 2 vials of precious low-grade Qi-gathering pills, which would greatly aid cultivators in enhancing their abilities. Additionally, he was awarded 25 spirit stones, rich in spiritual energy, invaluable for cultivation or procuring necessary items. Chapter 22 Promotion to Inner Sect Disciple. Not only that, but as an inner sect disciple, Ma Huantao's status had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to the past. He had acquired an enviable privilege of the right to enter the treasure vault and select a weapon of his choice, as well as a profound and enigmatic martial arts manual. It is worth noting that this treasure vault is no ordinary place. Every item within it gleams like a brilliant gem, carefully curated and collected through meticulous selection, each possessing an immeasurable value that would be deemed priceless in the outside world. Moreover, from this moment forward, Ma Huantao would receive a substantial monthly stipend of 20 spirit stones. For many, this constituted a significant fortune. Even more enticingly, the privileges of being an inner sect disciple acted as a master key, unlocking numerous opportunities for him. Within this realm of authority, he could seek out a tranquil spot anywhere on Luyun Peak to reside in solitude. There, he might find babbling brooks, blooming flowers, and melodious birdsong, a veritable paradise removed from the mundane world. Additionally, he would possess the freedom to traverse various peaks, observing and learning from the skills of other masters. He could witness their graceful techniques, akin to flowing clouds and rushing water, and feel the profound fluctuations of their inner strength, which would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid to his own cultivation. However, in the face of such generous treatment and alluring benefits, Ma Huantao exhibited remarkable composure. He did not succumb to the intoxicating effects of sudden fortune like others, nor did he indulge in extravagant spending or hastily flaunt his newfound status. Instead, he quietly constructed a delicate wooden cottage in his original dwelling place, which he intended to use as a gathering space for friends who had weathered storms alongside him throughout their growth. This seemingly trivial act radiated warmth, illuminating the hearts of his companions. Wang Dahu and the rest of his friends were deeply moved, recognizing in this small gesture Ma Huantao's noble quality of loyalty and remembrance for old friends. In a world rife with temptations of profit, such qualities shine particularly bright, akin to a lighthouse in the dark, guiding the way for humanity. Meanwhile, another servant named Li Erden also experienced a significant turning point in his life. He successfully broke through to the qi refining stage and became a servant disciple. Having lived alongside Ma Huantao and Wang Dahu for many years, their bond was profound. Thus, he chose to remain in the same place, unwilling to leave this site brimming with memories, where every stone and leaf seemed to narrate their shared stories. In the end, only Qian Tong had not yet achieved a breakthrough. However, he did not allow this to dishearten him, but he understood that success requires the passage of time. He likened himself to a resilient seed, diligently absorbing nutrients in the dark soil, awaiting the moment to break through the surface. Day after day, he practiced tirelessly, disregarding the sweat that soaked his garments and the fatigue that besieged his body. For him, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. 3 days later, brimming with anticipation and excitement, Ma Huantao arrived at the treasure vault of the Qianhua sect, located on the peak of Kaiyun. The treasure vault loomed grandly, resembling an ancient beast that had claimed its territory. It consisted of 4 levels, each seemingly veiled in endless mystery. The gatekeeper was a man of over 60 years, his hair and beard as white as frost on a winter's day. Though of modest stature, his eyes sparkled with vitality, akin to stars twinkling in the vast night sky. Yet, Ma Huantao could not discern the old man's cultivation level, for the mysterious aura surrounding him only deepened his enigmatic presence. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, elder?" Ma Huantao respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor humble and courteous. "It's been too long to remember, but I think my surname is Wu." "Ah, yes, it's Wu from the Ko family. Please register, and also hand over 2 spirit stones," the elder replied leisurely, his voice somewhat hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "One must pay spirit stones to receive supplies?" Ma Huantao asked curiously, his eyes filled with confusion. The elder rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction, retorting, "Without spirit stones, who would manage the treasure vault? The treasures within are of immeasurable value. Without some form of compensation, who would waste their energy here?" "Oh. So that is how it is," Ma Huantao understood, not hesitating to produce 2 spirit stones and hand them to the elder. "You may only access the first floor. To the left are weapons, and to the right are martial arts manuals," Old Wu stated, examining Ma Huantao with a scrutinizing gaze. "What about the second floor?" Ma Huantao inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the higher levels. "The second floor is for foundation establishment, the third for golden core, and the fourth for nascent soul," Old Wu replied curtly, seemingly displeased with Ma Huantao's insatiable ambition. "Oh. I see, I shall certainly make my way to the second floor," Ma Huantao declared firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination, a reflection of his yearning for formidable power. "With your aptitude, it will take at least 10 years. Old Wu remarked dismissively, as if he had already foreseen Ma Huantao's future. 5 years at most. I will surely ascend," Ma Huantao asserted, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned pale. "Young man, having aspirations is commendable, but one must also recognize reality. Do you think establishing a foundation is so simple? It requires not only effort but also talent and opportunity," Old Wu continued, resembling a seasoned sage imparting harsh truths to an oblivious junior. "I will certainly succeed," Ma Huantao reiterated, his voice resonating powerfully in front of the treasure vault. Old Wu shook his head, stating, "Young man, I wonder where your confidence originates." After speaking, he seemed disinclined to engage further with this obstinate youth. Ma Huantao, undeterred, presented his token. After a meticulous verification of his identity and registration of his information, he stepped into the room on the right, dedicated to martial arts manuals. The room was spacious, filled with numerous shelves stocked with an abundance of tomes, most of which were shrouded in dust, as if they were treasures forgotten by time. But Ma Huantao began to search attentively, his gaze sharp and keen as he navigated the shelves. He primarily sought books related to sword techniques, his true passion. After half an hour of sifting through the dust, he found mostly low-tier manuals. However, undaunted, he selected a few sword techniques, one of which, the Swift Wind Sword technique, caught his attention. This manual emphasized speed, akin to a gust of wind capable of swiftly subduing an adversary. He thought to complement the domineering sword technique with a gentler one to create a contrast, and thus chose the Swift Wind Sword technique. Having finalized his selection of sword techniques, he proceeded to the left room containing weapons. The racks were filled with an array of weapons, swords, spears, staffs, axes, and more, all glimmering ominously in the light. The quality of the weapons was commendable, though none were low-tier magical artifacts. As Ma Huantao wandered among the weapons, his gaze lingered on each item. After half an hour of searching, he finally discovered a long sword with an elongated blade. The hilt was somewhat lengthy, suitable for one- or two-handed grips, reminiscent of a cavalry saber. It felt slightly longer and heavier than an ordinary longsword, with a curved blade and two blood grooves that resembled the sinister smile of a demon, enhancing the weapon's lethality. "This is the one!" Ma Huantao exclaimed joyfully, his eyes brimming with affection. Having selected both the sword technique and the long sword, he returned outside to complete the registration. "After 6 months, you must return the sword manual. The sword itself is yours to keep," Old Wu remarked nonchalantly. "What? I have to return the sword manual?" Ma Huantao exclaimed in astonishment, feeling reluctant to part with his hard-earned treasure. "If no one returns the manuals, wouldn't the treasure vault's collection be depleted? You may transcribe a copy." Old Wu replied, a hint of reproach in his gaze. "Very well." Ma Huantao conceded reluctantly, taking the sword manual and long sword as he departed from the treasure vault, the ancient and mysterious edifice looming behind him. Chapter 22 Promotion to Inner Sect Disciple. Not only that, but as an inner sect disciple, Ma Huantao's status and position had undergone a transformation beyond recognition. He had acquired a privilege that many would envy, a right to visit the treasure vault and select a weapon of his choice, as well as a profound and enigmatic martial arts manual. It is worth noting that this treasure vault was no ordinary place. Each item within it resembled a brilliant gem, meticulously chosen and collected, their value immeasurable. Each artifact, if presented to the outside world, would be deemed priceless. Moreover, from this point forward, Ma Huantao would receive a generous monthly stipend of 20 spirit stones, a considerable fortune for many. Even more enticing was the fact that the privileges of an inner sect disciple acted as a master key, unlocking doors to myriad opportunities. Within this realm of authority, he could seek out a tranquil spot amidst the flowing cloud peak, where he could reside in solitude. Such a place might boast babbling brooks, blooming flowers, and melodious birdsong, resembling a paradise untouched by the mundane world. Additionally, he would have the freedom to traverse various peaks, observing and learning from the skills of other masters. He could witness their techniques, flowing as effortlessly as water, and feel the profound waves of their inner strength, which would undoubtedly aid his cultivation significantly. However, despite the lavish treatment and alluring benefits, Ma Huantao remained remarkably composed. Unlike others who might be swept away by sudden fortune, recklessly indulging or eagerly showcasing their new status, he quietly constructed a delicate wooden cabin in the place he had always called home. He intended it as a gathering space for those friends who had shared in his growth and weathered storms alongside him. This seemingly trivial act illuminated the hearts of his friends like warm sunlight. Wang Dehu and the others were profoundly moved. From this small gesture, they perceived Ma Huantao's noble quality of loyalty and remembrance of old friends. In a world rife with temptations of profit, such virtues stood as rare treasures, akin to a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding the essence of humanity. Meanwhile, another servant named Lier Dan experienced a significant turning point in his life. He successfully broke through to the Qi refinement stage, becoming a servant disciple. Having lived alongside Ma Huantao and Wang Dehu for many years, their bond was deep. Thus, he too chose to remain, unwilling to leave this place filled with memories. Despite the change in status, here lay the traces of their shared laughter and struggles. Every stone and leaf seemed to narrate their story. In the end, only Qian Tong had not made a breakthrough, yet he did not feel disheartened. He understood that success required the accumulation of time. He was like a resilient seed, tirelessly drawing nutrients from the dark soil, waiting for the right moment to emerge. He practiced diligently each day, disregarding the sweat that soaked his clothes and the fatigue that besieged his body. For him, breaking through was merely a matter of time. 3 days later, Ma Huantao, filled with anticipation and excitement, arrived at the treasure vault of Qian Mo Sect's master peak, Kaiyan Peak. The treasure vault loomed majestically, resembling an ancient behemoth guarding its secrets. It comprised 4 floors, each seemingly harboring endless mysteries. The gatekeeper was an elderly man in his 60s, with hair and beard as white as winter frost. Though not tall, his eyes sparkled like stars in a deep night sky. Yet, Ma Huantao could not discern his cultivation level. The man's enigmatic aura rendered him inscrutable. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, elder?" Ma Huantao greeted respectfully, his demeanor humble. "It's been too long to recall, but I believe it begins with Wu." "Ah, yes, it's Wu Tian," the elder replied slowly, his voice somewhat hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Register here and hand over 2 spirit stones." "Must one pay spirit stones to acquire items?" Ma Huantao queried, curiosity evident in his eyes. The elder rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. "If spirit stones are not paid, who will guard the treasure vault? The items within are exceedingly precious. Without some form of compensation, who would expend their energy here?" "Ah! Now I understand, Ma Huan Tao acknowledged, without hesitation, producing 2 spirit stones and handing them to the elder. You may only access the first floor, the left holds weapons, while the right contains martial arts manuals. Elder Wu instructed, sizing up Ma Huan Tao with an air of scrutiny. And what about the second floor? Ma Huan Tao inquired, his curiosity piqued about the higher levels. The second is for Foundation Establishment, the third for Golden Core, and the fourth for Nascent Soul. Elder Wu responded curtly, seemingly disapproving of Ma Huan Tao's greed. Oh. I see, I will certainly strive to reach the second floor. Ma Huan Tao declared firmly, his eyes shimmering with determination, a testament to his yearning for formidable power. With your aptitude, it will take at least 10 years. Elder Wu retorted, his tone laced with disdain, as if he had already foreseen Ma Huan Tao's future. At most, 5 years. I shall ascend. Ma Huan Tao asserted, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned pale from the pressure. Youthful ambition is admirable, yet one must recognize reality. Do you believe Foundation Establishment is so easily attained? It demands not only effort but also talent and opportunity, Elder Wu continued, resembling a wise sage imparting the harsh truths to an oblivious junior. I will succeed. Ma Huan Tao reiterated, his voice resonating with strength in front of the treasure vault. Elder Wu shook his head, I wonder where your confidence stems from. With that, he seemed disinclined to continue conversing with this obstinate young man. Ma Huan Tao ceased further dialogue, presented his token, and after a meticulous identity verification and registration of his information, he stepped into the room filled with martial arts manuals on the right. The chamber was spacious, lined with numerous shelves crammed with books, most of which lay covered in dust, as though forgotten treasures lost to the passage of time. Ma Huan Tao began his search, his gaze sharp as an eagle's eye, flitting between the shelves. He specifically sought books related to sword techniques, which were his passion. After half an hour of sifting through the dust, he found mostly low-tier manuals. However, he remained undeterred. After careful selection, he chose several sword techniques, one of which was the swift wind sword technique, capturing his attention. This manual emphasized speed, akin to a gust of wind, capable of subduing an enemy in an instant. He concluded that having a formidable sword technique would be complemented by a gentler one, thus he opted for the swift wind sword technique. Having made his selections, he ventured into the left room filled with weapons, the shelves brimmed with various arms, swords, spears, staffs, axes, and hooks, all gleaming under the light, their quality commendable, yet none were low-tier magical artifacts. Ma Huan Tao wandered among the weapons, pausing to examine each one. After half an hour of searching, he finally discovered a long blade with an elongated hilt, suitable for one- or two-handed wielding, reminiscent of a cavalry saber. It was slightly longer and heavier than a typical longsword, featuring a curved blade with 2 blood grooves that resembled a devil's smile, enhancing the weapon's lethality. This is the one! Ma Huan Tao exclaimed joyfully, his eyes gleaming with affection. Having chosen both the sword technique and the long blade, he returned outside to complete the registration process. After 6 months, return the sword manual, the blade is yours to keep, Elder Wu stated matter-of-factly. Ah! Must the sword manual be returned? Ma Huan Tao asked in surprise, feeling reluctant to part with his hard-earned treasure. If it were not returned, would the vault's books not be depleted long ago? You may transcribe a copy, Elder Wu replied, a hint of reproach in his gaze. Understood. Ma Huan Tao conceded reluctantly, taking the sword manual and long blade as he departed from the treasure vault, its ancient and mysterious silhouette fading behind him. Chapter 23 The Journey to the Secret Realm of Huangdiwanshan. Upon returning to his residence, Ma Huan Tao resembled a weary bird returning to its nest, yet within him burned an intense flame of determination. He was acutely aware that the swift windsword technique held the key to his empowerment, and thus, he immersed himself in the study of the sword manual. For a full 3 days and nights, he remained indoors, committing the swift windsword technique to memory with remarkable proficiency, the once obscure and intricate phrases and techniques now etched in his mind like a brand. In the days that followed, Ma Huan Tao entered a frenzied state of cultivation. By day, as sunlight bathed the courtyard, he wielded his long blade, practicing the swift windsword technique with precise movements. Each swing of the sword conjured a howling wind, as if the very air were being torn asunder by the force of his strikes. In the flickering light of the blade, his figure danced like a wraith, sweat soaking his garments, yet his focus remained utterly unshaken. As night descended, when the world was enveloped in silence, he became akin to a nimble otter, stealthily slipping into an underwater cavern. In the tranquil and enigmatic grotto, he sat in meditation, channeling his energy. He produced a chi-gathering pill and placed it in his mouth. As the pill dissolved, a potent surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. However, he soon realized that this spiritual energy, while powerful, did not exceed what he typically experienced. It dawned upon Ma Huantao that this underwater cave was, in fact, a rich source of spiritual energy, making his cultivation here equivalent to daily consumption of medicinal pills. To put this in perspective, outside, a low-grade chi gathering pill required a spirit stone, and spirit stones absorbed spiritual energy slowly, making them more suitable for gradual cultivation. In contrast, pills absorbed quickly, serving as an excellent means to replenish vital energy in battle. Under such advantageous conditions, Ma Huantao, already on the brink of a breakthrough, soon after his return, successfully ascended to the 7th layer of chi refinement. This enhancement in power was akin to receiving a life-giving elixir for his path of cultivation, allowing him to practice the sword technique with newfound ease. As time flowed, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, through relentless practice, the swift windsword technique gradually reached a consummate level. When he wielded his long blade once more, the spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The blade shimmered like a brilliant river of stars in the night sky, each beam pulsating with a fierce aura. Suddenly, sharp blades of energy erupted from the swordlight, cleaving through a tree a yard away with a resounding crack, echoing like a triumphant horn in the stillness of the forest. At this moment, Ma Huantao's strength had more than doubled compared to a year prior, truly embodying the adage that with each layer of realm comes a new sky. Days passed in Ma Huantao's intense cultivation, and before long, half a year had slipped by, during which he sensed an impending breakthrough. It was also time to return the sword manual, for which he had prepared in advance, meticulously copying it. He arrived at the treasure pavilion with his copied sword manual in hand. Upon seeing Ma Huantao, the old man's eyes widened with astonishment. He scrutinized Ma Huantao from head to toe, unable to contain his admiration. It's truly remarkable, in just half a year, you have progressed so much. At this rate, you might indeed reach the foundation establishment stage within 5 years. A glimmer of determination shone in Ma Huantao's eyes as he asserted resolutely, I have vowed that I will achieve it within 5 years. Old Man Wu chuckled heartily, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If you truly can break through to the foundation establishment stage in 5 years, I shall gift you something extraordinary. Without hesitation, Ma Huantao replied, it's a promise. Half a month after returning to his residence, tranquility enveloped the Qianma sect like a serene lake, until a stone was cast into it, sending ripples throughout. A message swiftly spread. In 3 months, all inner disciples could register to participate in the triennial trial of the Huangdiwanshan secret realm. This news swept through the entire Qianma sect like a tempest. Whispers of the Huangdiwanshan secret realm circulated among the disciples, said to be brimming with opportunities, precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, long-lost techniques, and possibly even spiritual items for enhancing cultivation. However, danger lurked in the shadows. Within the secret realm, one would not only face various natural perils, such as ferocious beasts concealed in the dark and enigmatic traps, but also the treachery of other sect disciples. It could be said that this trial was a double-edged sword, offering both alluring prospects and hidden dangers. This news reached Ma Huantao, and soon after, Han Kaiyun and Li Lir extended an invitation to him. Han Kaiyun, graceful and lively like an ethereal spirit of the mountains, possessed formidable strength, while Li Lir exuded a vigorous aura, embodying a competent warrior. Recognizing the caliber of his companions, Ma Huantao pondered briefly before agreeing with enthusiasm. He understood that this secret realm trial would be fraught with challenges, and having additional allies would provide greater security. To prepare for the impending trial, Ma Huantao entered an even more fervent state of cultivation, determined to enhance his strength. Ultimately, 10 days before their departure, he successfully broke through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. At this juncture, his prowess was already considered formidable among inner disciples. One of the benefits of becoming an inner disciple was the exemption from annual realm assessments until reaching the foundation establishment stage. Thus, Ma Huantao made a special trip to the market. The marketplace was bustling with activity, vibrant with the sounds of bargaining and haggling. He navigated through various stalls, carefully selecting his purchases. In the end, he acquired 5 bottles of chi gathering pills, 1 bottle of detoxification pills, and 1 bottle of vitality pills, each containing 10 pills. This shopping spree cost him 70 spirit stones. Fortunately, the spirit stones he had received from Yen Konghua's bag were plentiful, allowing him to spend them without regret. Moreover, he had discreetly brought along Yen Konghua's bag for unforeseen circumstances. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and Ma Huantao arrived at Luyan Peak. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, as 10 inner disciples had registered to venture into the Huangdiwanshan secret realm. Each disciple was awash with anticipation and trepidation. Gathering at the peak's forefront, before long, the peak master, Chen Shuiwei, arrived, dressed in flowing white robes. He exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon confirming that all were present, he summoned his mid-grade magical artifact, a flying sword. As he intoned the incantation, the sword expanded to a colossal 7-jang size, shimmering with a cold light and radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. Ma Huantao watched in awe, swallowing hard, envy flooding his heart at the sight of such a formidable artifact. The disciples leapt onto the flying sword, and with a swift motion, Chen Shuiwei activated it, propelling them like meteors toward the Qianhua sect's headquarters. Standing atop the sword, Ma Huantao felt an exhilarating speed that far surpassed Ling Qingyan's low-grade flying sword. He gripped the handrail tightly, the wind howling past him, as if narrating the extraordinary nature of this journey. Upon reaching the headquarters, a multitude had already gathered. Luofu Peak's master, Ke Wuying, was present, embodying the late Golden Core stage, exuding an inscrutable aura, while Zuiyan Peak's master, Zhang Jintian, was at the early nascent soul stage, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Additionally, the sect's elder protector, Shiman Jin, at the mid-nascent soul stage, stood like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Together with Chen Shuiwei, at the early Golden Core stage, the four formed a grand procession of nearly 230 inner disciples, setting off toward the Huangyuanshan's secret realm. Seated alongside Han Kaiyun and Li Lier, Ma Huantao was acutely aware of the perils awaiting them in the secret realm. In a bid to enhance his chances of survival, he clutched a low-grade spirit stone tightly, continuously absorbing its energy to elevate his cultivation. During the 5-day journey aboard Chen Shuiwei's flying sword, he consumed nearly 10 spirit stones. This spectacle left even Han Kaiyun and Li Lier astonished, pondering silently, could he be a nouveau riche? Why is he so willing to expend spirit stones? Chapter 24 of the Journey to the Enigmatic Huangyuan Mountain, Part 2. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at Huangyuan Mountain, not far from the grand metropolis of Kanglan City. Bathed in sunlight, this city resembled a dazzling jewel, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Disciples from various sects gathered here in droves, reminiscent of rivers converging into the sea, each harboring anticipation for the mysterious realm, eagerly awaiting the moment it would unveil itself. The Lord of Kanglan City is Dongfang Dongtian, said to be a formidable presence beyond the realm of transformation, his power unfathomable, standing like a towering mountain that inspires reverence. Hidden within the city are numerous other powerful beings, akin to leopards lurking in the shadows, appearing languid yet ever vigilant. However, most of these formidable figures prefer to remain uninvolved in the conflicts among the various factions, opting for neutrality, which lends Kanglan City its unique equilibrium. The city bustles with prosperity, its streets teeming with life and vibrancy. It is a veritable paradise for cultivators, with an array of magical artifacts and treasures on display, akin to the myriad stars in the night sky. Elixirs exude a kaleidoscope of colors, their allure is captivating as precious gems, while the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs wafts through every corner, catering to the diverse needs of the cultivators. In Kanglan City, dueling is strictly prohibited, as if an invisible gaze constantly monitors all activities. This gaze emanates from an extraordinary array that envelopes the entire city, leaving no disturbance unnoticed. Numerous arenas are established throughout the city. Should irreconcilable conflicts arise between cultivators, they may enter these arenas after signing a death contract, allowing them to settle their disputes in a manner that preserves the city's order. This system ensures that all factions, whether virtuous gentlemen or rogue miscreants, coexist peacefully within Kanglan City. With the imminent opening of the Huangyuan Mountain secret realm adding an air of mystery to the city, its vibrancy and excitement seem to swell, resembling an everlasting celebration. The city is lined with countless inns and taverns, more numerous than the stars in the sky. The Thousand Demons sect has chosen the Grand Sihai Inn as their base. This inn boasts an impressive scale, with over 300 rooms spread across 3 well-arranged floors. Additionally, there are 7 elegant courtyards, like 7 pearls embedded within. The Thousand Demons sect has reserved 2 courtyards, one for the male disciples and another for the female disciples, providing them with comfortable resting places. Among Ma Huantao and his fellow disciples, many are visiting this grand metropolis for the first time, resembling children entering a magnificent garden, their eyes wide with wonder. They curiously survey their surroundings, excitement gleaming in their eyes. The cuisine at Sihai Inn is exquisite, its enticing aromas wafting through the air, and the vibrant dishes provoke mouth-watering delight, each plate resembling a masterpiece of culinary art. It must be said that Kanglan City is indeed a magical place, brimming with surprises at every turn. With over half a month remaining before the secret realm opens, and the city's prohibition against fighting ensuring safety, the disciples roam freely, akin to birds unconfined. However, they must return to the inn by nightfall, a form of freedom within constraints. After dining at the inn, Han Kaiyun, Li Lier, along with 3 other female disciples and 3 male disciples, exuberantly invited Ma Huantao to stroll through Kanglan City. Their laughter rang like silver bells throughout the inn, infused with youthful vitality. The streets were a torrent of humanity, flowing endlessly like a rushing river. The shops lining the streets were filled with an abundance of goods, captivating the eye. Perhaps due to the imminent opening of the secret realm, the stalls on either side of the street were overflowing with vendors, creating an endless sea of activity. Among the stalls, there were many low-tier Qiankuan bags, magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, alongside various items used by cultivators. These treasures drew Ma Huantao's gaze like a magnet, his eyes gleaming with desire. However, these items were far too expensive for him, akin to stars in the sky, seemingly within reach yet utterly unattainable. Despite possessing nearly 100 spirit stones within his Qiankuan bag, he knew better than to display his wealth, understanding that in this intricate world of cultivation, discretion regarding one's finances is paramount for survival. Among the 3 male disciples accompanying him, one named Xiong Wenxiang had a cultivation level of the 11th layer of qi refinement. His father, Xiong Zhong, was the master of the 13th peak, at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, a figure of considerable renown. Not only did he possess a Qiankuan bag, but also low-tier magical artifacts, making him quite affluent. Throughout their journey, he purchased numerous pieces of jewelry and cosmetics, those exquisite adornments sparkling in the sunlight, instantly winning the favor of the 3 women. He resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, flaunting his wealth, much to the envy and jealousy of Ma Huantao and the other 2 inner disciples. After some haggling at a stall, Ma Huantao could not resist purchasing 4 explosive talismans, spending 32 spirit stones, which pained him as if a piece of his flesh had been severed. Yet the mysterious energy radiating from those talismans made him feel the expenditure was somewhat justified. As they continued their leisurely exploration, they unwittingly arrived at a relatively large establishment known as the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. This shop resembled a treasure trove, housing a variety of low, mid, and high-tier magical artifacts. The armors gleamed with a metallic luster, appearing as unassailable fortresses. The flying swords sparkled with a chilling light, as if capable of slicing through the void. The great swords emanated a fierce aura that instilled dread. The Qiankuan bags were small yet possessed significant capacity. The elixirs released an aromatic fragrance, brimming with potent energy, and the runes on the talismans flickered mysteriously. All of this left one salivating, as if ensconced within a dreamlike world. Curious, Ma Huantao inquired about the price of low-tier protective armor, only to find it cost 550 spirit stones, more expensive than a low-tier flying sword. Truly astonishing. Such exorbitant prices left all but Xiong Wenxiang daunted, unable to purchase anything but left to gaze longingly at the treasures. However, Xiong Wenxiang, either intentionally or inadvertently, remarked that whoever became his partner could select either a Qiankuan bag or a low-tier magical artifact as a gift, his words dripping with arrogance. In the realm of cultivators, forming partnerships is commonplace. In the Thousand Demons sect, once one ascends to become an inner disciple, if both parties are willing, they may enter into a partnership for mutual cultivation, serving both as an emotional bond and a method of training. Xiong Wenxiang, a scion of privilege, was quite the libertine in matters of romance, having mingled with countless women. He often sought novelty, quickly moving on once the initial thrill faded. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the 3 women, contemplating winning over one of them with his substantial wealth, his eyes glinting with calculative intent. Indeed, among them, Xia Yan, who accompanied Han Kaiyun, possessed an 11th layer of qi refinement and was exceptionally beautiful, her fair skin and tall, graceful figure resembling a blossoming flower, radiant and alluring. Upon hearing Xiong Wenxiang's words, a glimmer of interest appeared in her eyes, though she hesitated to reveal her feelings in front of the others. Xiong Wenxiang, seasoned in the ways of romance, discerned her response and smiled slightly, already formulating a plan to invite her out privately for further pursuit when the opportunity arose, his gaze filled with confidence and pride. Chapter 25 of the Journey to the Secret Realm of Huangyuanshan. Upon returning to the inn, Ma Huantao resembled a vigilant raccoon, pausing briefly before stealthily slipping out once more. His silhouette wove through the night, swiftly arriving at Kanglan City, a bustling area filled with vibrant shops. The streets were alive with throngs of people, illuminated by dazzling lights and adorned with an array of peculiar and exotic items. He made his way directly into one of the shops, his gaze scanning the shelves until he finally purchased a striking black cloak. This cloak was exceptionally unique, ingeniously designed to shroud the wearer's head while leaving only the eyes visible, akin to a specter in the darkness. Ma Huantao's actions were prompted by his observation during his stroll, noting that numerous individuals on the streets donned similar attire. Within Kanglan City, Lang of characters thrived, ranging from various sects and classes to countless rogues and brigands. Such mysterious garb had long ceased to raise eyebrows, instead serving as the perfect guise for blending into the crowd. At this moment, Ma Huantao was scheming quietly in his mind, contemplating the need to exchange the Qiankuan bag and the low-grade magical sword he had acquired from Yan Konghua for a low-grade protective armor. He was acutely aware that the Yin family was not to be trifled with, and the Qiankuan bag and sword were likely imbued with tracking spells. Should he be traced, he would find himself in dire straits. Thus, he resolved to visit the renowned Zhuboj, a place well regarded among cultivators, to test his luck. In truth, Ma Huantao's concerns were not unwarranted. The Qiankuan bag and sword had indeed been ensorcelled with tracking spells by the Yin family. However, such spells had limitations, requiring frequent use of the items for precise tracking. Since Ma Huantao had scarcely employed them since obtaining them, the Yin family had yet to ascertain his whereabouts. Yet fate seemed to relish in irony, as Ma Huantao never anticipated that upon entering Zhuboj, he would encounter Xiong Wenxiang entering with Xiao Yan, his arm draped around her. He inwardly cursed his luck, grateful for the disguise that concealed his identity. Had he been recognized, the ensuing scene would have been unbearably awkward, potentially even life-threatening. As they entered, Xiaoyan coyly remarked, "Xiong Shixiang, if you truly wish for me to be your Dao companion, that is not out of the question, provided you grant me a Qiankuan bag and a low-grade magical sword." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if these items were the very currency of her affection. Upon hearing this, Xiong Wenxiang's heart soared with joy, and he laughed heartily. "How could that be difficult? However, you must promise to heed my every word henceforth." His expression brimmed with arrogance, as though he had completely ensnared her. "Of course." Xiaoyan responded without hesitation, her face radiating satisfaction. "Deal." Xiong Wenxiang agreed with alacrity, his voice echoing in Zhubuoj, as if heralding the conclusion of a momentous transaction. Ma Huantao, overhearing their conversation, was struck with astonishment. To ordinary cultivators, a low-grade magical sword and a Qiankuan bag represented treasures akin to astronomical sums, fervently coveted, yet for someone like Xiong Wenxiang, a scion of wealth, they were likely trifles. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, resources equated to everything. Without ample resources, even the slightest advancement was as arduous as scaling a mountain. Xiong Wenxiang and Xiaoyan engaged in a fervent negotiation with the innkeeper. The innkeeper wore a broad smile, attempting to inflate the price, while Xiong Wenxiang scoffed, persistently driving the price down. Ultimately, they settled on a transaction for 950 spirit stones. Xiaoyan beamed with delight as she gazed upon the items in her possession, resembling a cat that had just caught a fishy prize. Subsequently, the two departed Zhubuoj, arm in arm, laughing and chatting amiably. After waiting for a moment in the shadows, Ma Huantao noted the absence of onlookers before approaching the innkeeper, lowering his voice to inquire, "Do you facilitate exchanges for magical artifacts in Qiankuan bags here?" His voice bore a hoarse quality, deliberately feigned. The innkeeper, seasoned and perceptive, recognized Ma Huantao's guise and the nature of his inquiry, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Certainly." Ma Huantao produced the low-grade magical sword from his Qiankuan bag, presenting it to the innkeeper as he stated, "I wish to exchange this sword for a low-grade protective armor, and I would also like to replace this Qiankuan bag." The innkeeper examined the Qiankuan bag and sword closely before lifting his gaze to say, "That is feasible. However, you will need to provide an additional 100 spirit stones." His eyes gleamed with shrewdness, eager to extract further benefits from the transaction. Ma Huantao, upon hearing this, calculated in his mind. He knew that even if the low-grade protective armor was worth 50 spirit stones more than the sword, the innkeeper was clearly trying to swindle him by charging an extra 50 spirit stones. Yet with no other options available, he pondered briefly before saying, "I can offer you 50 spirit stones. Additionally, I possess some spiritual herbs and medicines that could be exchanged, along with purchasing 10 explosive talismans and 10 vials of elixirs. How does that sound?" He hoped to mitigate his losses through this approach. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper hesitated momentarily, then began to contemplate internally. After a brief pause, he proposed, "How about 60 spirit stones?" He sought to negotiate for more gains. "Deal." Ma Huantao clenched his teeth, acquiescing reluctantly. He understood that his choices were limited, thus, they meticulously counted the items. After their bustling exchange, Ma Huantao was left with merely 20 spirit stones and over 6,002 patterned silver, having surrendered the remainder in gold, elixirs, and spirit stones to Zhubuoj. However, upon beholding the low-grade protective armor he had acquired, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. The armor resembled a vest, crafted from soft material, designed to protect only the chest and abdomen. Though its coverage was limited, it weighed only slightly more than ordinary clothing and could withstand the damage from common blades, which sufficed for Ma Huantao. With that, Ma Huantao felt a sense of contentment. After completing the transaction, he concealed the new Qiankuan bag within his cloak and exited Zhubuoj, feeling considerably lighter, as though he had cast off a burdensome weight. Subsequently, Ma Huantao wandered through various corners of Kanglan City, procuring a wealth of medicinal supplies, daily necessities, and foodstuffs. These items would prove crucial in the days to come, for on the path of cultivation, one must not only possess formidable artifacts and ample spiritual energy, but also ensure the fundamental assurance of sustenance. Chapter 25 of the Journey to the Secret Realm of Huangyuanshan 3. Upon returning to the inn, Ma Huantao resembled a vigilant raccoon, pausing briefly before stealthily slipping out once more. His figure danced through the night, swiftly arriving at the bustling commercial district of Kanglan City, alive with activity and illuminated by a dazzling array of lights and curious trinkets. He walked directly into a shop, scanning the shelves until he finally purchased a remarkable black cloak. This cloak was exceptionally unique, ingeniously designed to obscure the entire head, leaving only the eyes visible, akin to a phantom in the night. Ma Huantao's decision stemmed from his observation during his leisurely stroll. He noticed that many people on the street were similarly attired. Within Kanglan City, a melting pot of diverse characters converged, including countless rogues and ne'er-do-wells. Such mysterious garb had long ceased to raise eyebrows. Instead, it served as the perfect guise for blending into the crowd. At this moment, Ma Huantao was calculating his next move. He contemplated exchanging the Qian Kuan bag obtained from Yan Konghua for a new one, and he also needed to trade the low-grade flying sword for a low-grade protective armor. He was acutely aware that the Yan family was not to be trifled with, and it was highly probable that Yan Konghua's Qian Kuan bag and flying sword had been imbued with tracking spells. If he were to be traced, he would find himself in deep trouble. Thus, he resolved to visit the renowned Zhuboge, a treasure trove among cultivators, in hopes of striking a stroke of luck. In truth, Ma Huantao's apprehensions were not unfounded. Yan Konghua's Qian Kuan bag and flying sword had indeed been enchanted with tracking spells by the Yan family. However, this tracking magic had its limitations, requiring frequent use of the items for precise tracking. Since acquiring them, Ma Huantao had scarcely utilized the items, allowing him to remain undetected for the time being. Yet fate seemed to delight in irony, as Ma Huantao could scarcely anticipate that upon entering Zhuboge, he would encounter Xiong Wenxiang, who strode in with Xiao Yin in tow. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Fortunately, his visage was obscured, for if recognized, the situation could become exceedingly awkward, potentially leading to dire consequences. As the pair entered, Xiao Yin spoke in a delicate tone. Xiong Shixiang, if you truly wish for me to be your Dao partner, it is not out of the question, provided you gift me a Qian Kuan bag along with a low-grade flying sword. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if these items were the very currency of her affection. Xiong Wenxiang, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with elation. He laughed heartily. What difficulty lies therein? However, you must promise to heed my words from now on. His smug demeanor suggested that he believed he had completely ensnared Xiao Yan's affections. Naturally. Xiao Yan replied without hesitation, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. Deal. Xiong Wenxiang responded with exuberance, his voice echoing throughout Zhuboge, as if heralding the conclusion of a significant transaction. Ma Huantao, eavesdropping from the sidelines, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. To ordinary cultivators, a low-grade flying sword and a Qian Kuan bag were treasures akin to astronomical riches, the stuff of dreams. Yet for someone like Xiong Wenxiang, a scion of wealth, these items were likely mere trifles. In this harsh realm of cultivation, resources equate to everything. Without sufficient resources, even the slightest advancement is akin to scaling a mountain. Xiong Wenxiang and Xiao Yan entered into a fierce negotiation with the innkeeper. The innkeeper, adorned with a beaming smile, endeavored to inflate the price, while Xiong Wenxiang scoffed, persistently bargaining down. Eventually, they settled on a price of 950 spirit stones. Xiao Yin beamed at the two items in her possession, her expression radiant as though she were a cat that had caught a whiff of fish. The couple then departed Zhuboge, arms linked, engaged in light-hearted banter. After waiting for a moment in the shadows, Ma Huantao discerned that the coast was clear and approached the innkeeper, lowering his voice to inquire, "Do you exchange flying swords and Qian Kuan bags here?" His tone was deliberately hoarse, an intentional disguise. The innkeeper, well-versed in the ways of commerce, recognized Ma Huantao's attire and the nature of his inquiry, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "No problem," he replied. Ma Huantao produced the low-grade flying sword from his Qian Kuan bag and presented it to the innkeeper, stating, "I wish to exchange this flying sword for a low-grade protective armor, and I would also like to trade this Qian Kuan bag for a new one." The innkeeper scrutinized the flying sword and Qian Kuan bag, then lifted his gaze, saying, "That can be arranged, but you will need to provide an additional 100 spirit stones." His eyes gleamed with shrewdness, seeking to extract further profit from the transaction. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao mentally calculated his options. He knew that even though the low-grade protective armor was worth 50 spirit stones more than the flying sword, the innkeeper was clearly attempting to swindle him. Yet, he found himself with little recourse. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "I can offer you 50 spirit stones, and I also possess some spirit herbs and medicines that can be exchanged, in addition to purchasing 10 explosion talismans and 10 bottles of elixirs. How does that sound?" He hoped to mitigate his losses through this approach. The innkeeper hesitated for a brief moment, before beginning to consider his options. After a while, he suggested, "How about 60 spirit stones?" He sought to secure a bit more profit. "Deal." Ma Huantao gritted his teeth and acquiesced, fully aware that his choices were limited. The two then meticulously counted their items. After a flurry of activity, Ma Huantao found himself with merely 20 spirit stones and over 6,002 patterned silver left, having surrendered the remainder of his golden herbs and spirit stones to Zhuboge. Nevertheless, upon beholding the low-grade protective armor he had acquired, a sense of solace washed over him. This armor, akin to a vest, was crafted from soft material, designed to safeguard the chest and abdomen. Although its protective coverage was limited, it weighed little more than ordinary clothing and could withstand the damage of typical blades, a fact that sufficed for Ma Huantao. With this, Ma Huantao felt a sense of satisfaction. After concluding the transaction, he concealed the new Qianquan bag within his garments and exited Zhuboj, feeling considerably lighter, as though he had cast off a burdensome weight. Subsequently, Ma Huantao meandered through the various nooks and crannies of Kanglan City, procuring an array of medicinal supplies, provisions, and foodstuffs. These essentials would prove vital in the days to come, for on the path of cultivation, not only powerful artifacts and ample spiritual energy were requisite, but the fundamental assurance of sustenance was equally indispensable. Chapter 25 of the Journey to the Secret Realm of Huangyuanshan, Part 3. Upon returning to the inn, Ma Huantao resembled a vigilant raccoon, pausing only briefly before stealthily slipping out once more. His silhouette weaved through the night, swiftly arriving at the bustling commercial district of Kanglan City, alive with an array of shops. Here, the streets thrummed with life, illuminated by brilliant lights, showcasing a kaleidoscope of peculiar and exotic wares. He entered a shop with purpose, scanning the shelves until he finally procured a remarkable black cloak. This cloak was particularly unique, ingeniously designed to obscure the wearer's head, leaving only the eyes visible, akin to a specter in the darkness. Ma Huantao's decision was influenced by his observation during his stroll. Numerous individuals donned similar attire on the streets. Within Kanglan City, a veritable melting pot of diverse characters thrived, where rogues and scoundrels abounded. Such mysterious garb had long ceased to evoke surprise, rather, it had become the ideal guise for blending into the throng. At that moment, Ma Huantao was busily calculating in his mind, contemplating the need to exchange the Qianquan bag he had obtained from Yan Konghua for a new one, as well as to trade the low-tier flying sword for a piece of low-tier protective armor. He was acutely aware that the Yin family was not to be trifled with. The Qianquan bag and flying sword were likely to have been imbued with tracking spells. Should he be traced, it would spell considerable trouble for him. Thus, he resolved to visit the renowned Jiubao Pavilion, a place famed among cultivators, to test his luck. In truth, Ma Huantao's apprehensions were not unfounded. The Qianquan bag and flying sword had indeed been enchanted with tracking spells by the Yin family. However, such spells had their limitations, necessitating regular use of the items for precise tracking. Since acquiring them, Ma Huantao had scarcely employed the items, allowing him to evade immediate detection by the Yin family. Yet fate seems to delight in irony. Upon entering Jiubao Pavilion, Ma Huantao was taken aback to see Xiong Wenxiang entering. His arm around Xiao Yan. Panic surged within him, relieved only by the fact that he had concealed his identity. Had he been recognized, it would have resulted in an exceedingly awkward situation, potentially even endangering his life. As they entered, Xiao Yan sweetly remarked, "Xiong Xixiang, if you truly wish for me to be your Dao companion, it is not out of the question. All I ask is for a Qianquan bag and a low-tier flying sword." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if these items were the very tokens of her affection. Xiong Wenxiang, hearing this, was instantly filled with elation, laughing heartily. How could that be difficult? However, you shall need to obediently heed my words from now on. His expression brimmed with self-satisfaction, as if he had completely ensnared Xiao Yan in his grasp. Naturally. Xiao Yan replied without hesitation, her face aglow with contentment. Deal. Xiong Wenxiang responded with delight, his voice echoing in Jiubao Pavilion, heralding the completion of a transaction. Ma Huantao, overhearing this exchange, was struck with profound astonishment. To ordinary cultivators, a low-tier flying sword and a Qianquan bag were treasures of astronomical value, nearly the stuff of dreams. Yet for someone like Xiong Wenxiang, a scion of wealth, they were likely trivialities. In this brutal world of cultivation, resources equate to everything. Without ample resources, even the slightest advancement is akin to scaling a mountain. The duo engaged in a vigorous negotiation with the innkeeper. The innkeeper, wearing a broad smile, attempted to inflate the price, while Xiong Wenxiang scoffed, persistently driving the cost down. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 950 spirit stones. Xiao Yan gazed at the two items in her possession, her face radiant with glee, resembling a cat that had caught a whiff of fish. Subsequently, the pair strolled out of Jiubao Pavilion, arms linked, engaged in light-hearted banter. Ma Huantao lingered in the shadows for a moment, ensuring the coast was clear, before approaching the innkeeper and quietly inquiring, "Do you exchange flying swords and Qianquan bags here?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, deliberately disguised. The innkeeper, well-versed in the nuances of such encounters, recognized Ma Huantao's attire and the nature of his inquiry. A smirk played upon his lips as he replied, "Absolutely." Ma Huantao produced the low-tier flying sword from his Qianquan bag and presented it to the innkeeper, saying, "I wish to exchange this flying sword for a piece of low-tier protective armor, and I would also like to replace this Qianquan bag." The innkeeper examined the Qianquan bag and flying sword carefully before looking up and stating, "That is acceptable, but you will need to provide me with an additional 100 spirit stones." His eyes glimmered with shrewdness, seeking to extract further profit from the transaction. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao calculated in his mind. He recognized that even though the low-tier protective armor was worth 50 spirit stones more than the flying sword, the innkeeper was clearly trying to take advantage of him. However, he found himself with few alternatives. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "I can offer you 50 spirit stones, and I also possess some spirit herbs and medicines for exchange, along with a purchase of 10 explosion talismans and 10 vials of elixirs. How does that sound?" He hoped this strategy would mitigate his losses. The innkeeper hesitated momentarily, then began to ponder internally. After a while, he proposed, 60 spirit stones, how does that strike you? He sought to negotiate for a bit more. "Deal." Ma Huantao gritted his teeth and conceded. He understood that his options were limited. Following this, both parties meticulously accounted for their items. After a flurry of activity, Ma Huantao was left with only 20 spirit stones and over 6,002 patterned silver, having surrendered the remainder in gold, spirit herbs, and spirit stones to Jiubao Pavilion. Yet, upon beholding the low-tier protective armor he had acquired, he felt a swell of satisfaction. This armor resembled a vest, crafted from soft material, designed to shield the chest and abdomen. Although its protective coverage was limited, it weighed only slightly more than ordinary clothing and could withstand the harm of common blades, sufficient protection for Ma Huantao. With this, Ma Huantao felt exceedingly pleased. Upon completing the transaction, he concealed the new Qianquan bag within his robes and departed Jiubao Pavilion, feeling considerably lighter, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Subsequently, Ma Huantao roamed the various corners of Kanglan City, purchasing an array of medicinal supplies, necessities, and provisions. These items would prove vital in the days to come, for on the path of cultivation, not only is it imperative to possess powerful artifacts and ample spiritual energy, but also to ensure the fundamental security of one's livelihood. Chapter 26. Journey to the secret realm of Huangyuan Mountain. In the ensuing fortnight, Ma Huantao seemed to be enveloped in solitude, immersing himself wholly in the pursuit of cultivation. His days unfolded in a monotonous yet fulfilling rhythm, accompanied solely by spiritual energy and martial arts. Amidst relentless practice and breakthrough, his supply of spirit stones gradually dwindled, leaving him with merely 2 stones. However, diligence bore fruit. His cultivation had significantly progressed, now reaching the mid-stage of the 8th layer of qi refinement. He could distinctly perceive the augmentation of spiritual energy within him, instilling a newfound confidence for the impending expedition into the secret realm. At this juncture, Kanglan City buzzed with liveliness, as various sects converged like a surging tide. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect donned elegant white robes, exuding an ethereal grace akin to celestial beings descending from the heavens. The members of the Cloudfall sect were clad in soft blue attire, emanating an enigmatic aura. The disciples of the Flying Snow sect appeared as if they had emerged from a realm of ice and snow, radiating a chilling presence. The Snowy Garment Gang moved with agile red outfits. The members of the Wolf Pack Gang were robust and imposing. The followers of the Skeleton Cult sported black robes adorned with ominous skull emblems, sending shivers down one's spine. The monks of the Ethereal Temple wielded their staffs with benevolent expressions. The disciples of the Yin Yang sect donned black and white garments, infused with an uncanny energy, while the female disciples of the Rain Harbor Quiet Chamber wore elegant long dresses, exuding charm. And the denizens of the Thousand Demon sect harbored a glint of malevolence in their eyes. All these factions, alongside various rogue immortals, gathered in a throng, rendering Kanglan City a bustling hub. They had all come for the secret realm of Huangyuan Mountain. The secret realm, which opened only after long intervals, was said to harbor countless opportunities and treasures, albeit fraught with peril. For these cultivators, it represented a chance to alter their fates, and thus, none were willing to miss out. Prior to entering the secret realm, Ma Huantao meticulously surveyed his surroundings, noting that many disciples of the Thousand Demon sect at the 11th and 12th layers of qi refinement possessed Qianquan bags, which ignited a flicker of concern within him. He understood that within the secret realm, the battle for resources would be fiercely competitive, and such storage tools would undoubtedly become coveted targets. The secret realm appeared to be governed by some arcane force, awakening only after eons of slumber, much like a colossal beast roused from a millennium's rest, eager to unleash its enticing yet perilous embrace. Within this realm, opportunities sparkled like stars, treasures seemed to litter the ground, with even the most unassuming corners potentially concealing items that could elevate a cultivator to unimaginable heights. Yet, danger lurked at every turn, where each step could lead to a deadly trap, and every exploration felt akin to dancing with death. For those yearning to transcend their destinies, this was an irresistible adventure, a prime opportunity to rewrite their fates, hence no one wished to forego it. As time will turn slowly, the moment the secret realm was to open finally arrived amidst the throngs of eager anticipation. At the entrance of Huangyuan Mountain, the once tranquil spiritual energy surged violently, as if ignited by gunpowder, reminiscent of an ancient and powerful beast thrashing underground, yearning to break free. Suddenly, a dark whirlpool, measuring 10 zhang in diameter, materialized a foot above the ground. This vortex resembled a black hole in the cosmos, emanating a chilling wave of spiritual energy, akin to a primordial giant with a gaping maw, mercilessly devouring everything in its vicinity. This was the entrance to the Huangyuan Mountain secret realm, its emergence akin to the sounding of war drums, heralding the commencement of a breathtaking adventure fraught with peril. Disciples of various sects, along with rogue immortals, eagerly prepared, their eyes ablaze with excitement and anticipation, as if the flames of their fervor could ignite the very sky. They leapt forth, like meteors streaking across the night, hurtling towards the dark vortex. Each agile figure traced brilliant arcs in the air before vanishing into the whirlpool, leaving the formidable experts of the sects seated quietly outside. These powerful figures bore solemn expressions, resembling statues, as they began meditative practices, silently awaiting the return of their disciples, their hearts laden with concern, for they were acutely aware of the unknowns that lay within the realm, and whether their disciples would return safely rested solely upon fate's whims and their own fortunes. Only disciples of the Qi refinement stage were permitted entry into the secret realm, with their numbers closely mirroring those of previous years, exceeding 6,000. Such a vast assembly surged forth like a torrential wave, rendering this expedition into the secret realm even more unpredictable, as if a monumental storm were brewing silently. Ma Huantao, alongside 9 inner disciples from the Luyun Peak, soared into the secret realm. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in darkness, as though plummeting into an endless abyss. The next moment, he was transported to a desolate and unfamiliar locale. Jagged rocks littered the ground, interspersed with sparse trees that stood as solitary sentinels. The sky loomed gray and oppressive, resembling a massive leaden sheet, stifling and suffocating. Everything appeared stark and forlorn, as if forgotten by the world nearby. 7 cultivators, clad in a variety of colorful attire, some similarly masked in black as Ma Huantao, shared a tacit understanding, each sensing the palpable air of vigilance surrounding them. They all discreetly drew their weapons, gripping them tightly, their eyes rife with caution, as if the very atmosphere around them could abruptly transform into foes. However, moments later, they each chose divergent paths, perhaps to avert unnecessary conflict, or perhaps to hasten their quest for individual opportunities. Ma Huantao maintained a heightened sense of vigilance in this alien environment. He quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot, akin to a startled rabbit finding its burrow. He harbored little hope of acquiring opportunities within the secret realm. His thoughts lingered on the notion that as long as he could emerge from the realm unscathed, he could rightfully utilize his Qiankuan bag, a notion that echoed in his mind, providing a sliver of solace amid the looming dangers. The spiritual energy within the secret realm was dense and palpable, prompting Ma Huantao to sit and cultivate on the spot. Time slipped away quietly as he immersed himself in his practice, and before he knew it, half a day had elapsed. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sounds of a fierce battle, the clamor piercing through the stillness like a sharp sword, striking directly at Ma Huantao's eardrums. Chapter 27 The Journey to the Secret Realm of Huangyuanshan, Part 5. He hastily gathered his energy, grasping his long knife with utmost caution as he advanced toward the source of the sound. Ahead lay a dense thicket, from which echoed the ferocious roars of demonic beasts and the furious shouts of cultivators. Like a specter, he skillfully maneuvered through the trees, and abruptly, he stumbled upon a group of 6 cultivators, each adorned in diverse attire, engaged in a brutal battle against a pack of over a dozen demon wolves. Among these wolves, 3 were first tier, exuding an aura of ferocity, while the others, though not yet at the first tier, were equally menacing, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The clash had escalated to a fever pitch. The skills of those Qi refining disciples were commendable. In mere moments, 5 demon wolves had been slain amidst the flashing blades, including 1 first-tier wolf. Blood saturated the surrounding grassland, and the acrid scent of blood permeated the air. "Let us give it our all. Once we vanquish this pack of demon wolves, we shall divide the spoils," shouted one of the Qi refining disciples, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation, as if victory was already within reach. Consequently, the ferocity of their blades intensified, and the battle grew ever more fervent. However, the brutality of combat proved unforgiving. One careless Qi refining disciple was grievously injured when a demon wolf clawed open his abdomen. He let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony as blood gushed from his wound, instantly staining his garments. Following this, another disciple was bitten on the thigh, hampering his movements. Yet, at this juncture, only 3 demon wolves remained, including one of the first tier. Less than half an hour later, the confrontation neared its conclusion. The last demon wolf emitted a thunderous howl before succumbing to the blood-soaked earth. This battle exacted a heavy toll on both sides, leaving 2 disciples dead and 2 others wounded. Among the 6 cultivators, just as they were about to exhale in relief and take a moment to recuperate, 2 arrows suddenly shot forth from the treetops opposite Ma Huantao, swift as lightning. With a piercing sound, 2 of the cultivators were struck through the head, collapsing to the ground, their eyes still reflecting terror and defiance. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves of fear through the remaining 3 disciples. One Qi refining disciple widened his eyes in fury, bellowing, "What kind of hero sneaks around like a coward?" No sooner had he spoken than 2 more arrows were launched in his direction. He swiftly executed an evasive maneuver, but one arrow found its mark in his thigh, blood gushing forth as he knelt in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The sound of bowstrings reverberated ominously, akin to the summons of death. In this onslaught, 3 more of the remaining 5 were slain, leaving only 2 severely injured, their eyes filled with despair. At that moment, 2 figures clad in black, masked and armed with bows, descended from the treetops, their gazes betraying a cold, insatiable greed. Ma Huantao scrutinized these 2, silently gauging their strength. He estimated that their cultivation levels were at least the 11th layer of Qi refining, possibly even reaching the 12th layer. Certainly formidable adversaries. Hand over all your possessions. One of the masked figures sneered, his grin appearing particularly grotesque amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. Of the 2 injured cultivators, only one possessed a Qiankuan bag. Trembling as he presented it, the other, clutching a backpack, pleaded with desperation etched across his features, "Please, don't kill me. I am a disciple of the Luoyun sect." At that moment, a cacophony arose in the distance, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds, stirring up clouds of dust. "This is bad, brother. The pack of demon wolves is approaching, and there are many of them. We must flee." One of the masked figures shouted in panic. He swiftly dashed over to the 2 injured Qi refining disciples, seizing the Qiankuan bag and the backpack. The injured disciple, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the approaching wolves, clung tightly to the backpack, refusing to let go. The archer among the masked assailants yanked forcefully, tearing the bag apart, scattering its contents, elixirs, spirit stones, and gold across the ground. The pack of demon wolves was now alarmingly close, and in a frenzy, the masked figure hastily grabbed a few spirit stones. Meanwhile, the other quickly rummaged through the belongings of the other disciples, gathering what he could before summoning his flying sword. In an instant, they fled, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Upon witnessing the impending onslaught of the demon wolves, Ma Huantao recognized the perilous situation and promptly utilized his earth escape technique to burrow underground for concealment. Soon after, piercing cries echoed from above, instilling dread in his heart. After a while, silence enveloped the area, and he remained cautious, waiting for a stick of incense to pass before cautiously emerging from the ground. The scene that greeted him was one of utter chaos, with shredded garments and splattered blood everywhere. The 6 Qi refining disciples had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in that place. With vigilance, Ma Huantao surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no lingering threats, before finally allowing himself a sigh of relief as his taut nerves began to unwind. His gaze fell upon the battlefield, once filled with the fierce clamor of conflict, now littered with treasures that countless cultivators would covet, yet steeped in the ominous aura of death. He began to meticulously search every nook and cranny, determined not to overlook any potentially valuable items. Each spirit stone glimmered faintly in the dim light, and after careful counting, he amassed over 90 spirit stones, more than 2,000 taels of gold, 7,000 taels of silver, and 20 bottles of various elixirs. While their worth might not surpass that of cultivation resources within this secret realm, they were nonetheless tantalizing. In addition, he discovered 5 finely crafted blades, their cold metal glinting ominously, as if still resonating with the echoes of battle. However, not all of his finds were flawless. The spiritual herbs that should have held considerable value now lay mangled and unrecognizable, akin to flowers ruthlessly trampled, stripped of their once precious worth. Though regret simmered within Ma Huantao, he understood that in this ruthless secret realm, such outcomes were the fortunate exceptions amidst the misfortunes. After collecting these items, he dared not linger, fully aware that remaining in this place was ill-advised. With each passing second, danger could multiply. His figure swiftly vanished from the blood-soaked ground, like a fleeting gust of wind, leaving only silence in his wake. Ma Huantao was acutely aware that this secret realm was fraught with lethal traps, akin to a colossal primordial beast, ever ready to devour those who dared to tread upon its territory. Here, each step could lead to death, and each breath could be the last. He realized that only by locating a secure hiding place could he temporarily evade the relentless danger. Otherwise, he might well be the next to fall amidst the bloodshed. As Ma Huantao prepared to seek a concealed refuge, fate seemed to extend an enticing olive branch. He suddenly noticed a multitude of celestial spirit grasses swaying gently in the breeze within the forest. While these grasses were not the most precious of spiritual plants, they were essential ingredients in alchemy, their value not to be underestimated. Chapter 28, The Journey to the Secret Realm of Huangyuan Mountain, Part 6. As he gazed into the distance, he beheld a dense thicket of trees, likely housing thousands of plants. This discovery brought a radiant smile to his face. He was aware that 10 mature immortal spirit grasses could be exchanged for a single spirit stone, a lucrative trade beyond imagination in the outside world. It appeared that this secret realm indeed concealed opportunities at every turn, with sufficient luck and courage, one might reap bountiful rewards. Consequently, Ma Huantao became increasingly cautious. Like a vigilant cheetah, he observed the surroundings, leaving no rustle of grass or whisper of wind unnoticed, while swiftly and methodically gathering the immortal spirit grasses. Time slipped away imperceptibly during his intense collection, and before he knew it, 4 hours had passed. He had amassed over 1,000 immortal spirit grasses, and by now, darkness had fully descended, enveloping the secret realm in a vast, black shroud. Ma Huantao leapt into the air, akin to an agile bird, landing softly on the sturdy branch of a towering tree. He retrieved some simple sustenance from his Qian Kuan bag, consuming it hastily before taking a spirit stone and beginning to meditate and cultivate. In this perilous night within the secret realm, he needed to maintain peak condition to confront any crises that might arise at any moment. The night deepened around him, the tranquil forest occasionally echoing with the calls of unknown beasts, akin to a symphony in the dark. Seated upon the great tree, the surrounding foliage provided him with a modicum of concealment, yet he dared not lower his guard. His thoughts gradually settled during his cultivation, but his ears remained acutely attuned to the sounds around him. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from below the tree, prompting him to snap his eyes open, gripping his long knife tightly, his gaze piercing towards the source of the sound. To his relief, it was merely a rabbit scurrying about in search of food, causing his taut heart to relax slightly. And nevertheless, he understood that in this secret realm, even the slightest disturbance could herald danger, and he could not afford to be complacent. As his cultivation deepened, Ma Huantao felt the surrounding spiritual energy gradually flowing into his body, merging with his own spiritual power and nourishing his meridians. This revitalized his weary physique, granting him a semblance of security in this treacherous environment. However, he was acutely aware that this sense of safety was but fleeting. The nights in this secret realm were fraught with unknown perils. Perhaps hidden cultivators lurked in the shadows, coveting his hard-won harvest, or formidable beasts prowled in the darkness, awaiting their chance to strike. He needed to swiftly locate a more secure haven to truly rest easy through the long night. After a period of cultivation, Ma Huantao gradually ceased his practice, exhaling a long sigh as the spirit stone in his hand had been nearly depleted of its energy. He cast another glance around. The night sky loomed like a vast expanse of black silk, shrouding the forest in impenetrable darkness. Under the night's veil, the trees appeared even more enigmatic, their shadowy corners seemingly concealing countless pairs of watchful eyes, an eerie atmosphere enveloping him, compelling him to grip his weapon tighter. The next 2 days passed with Ma Huantao tirelessly navigating the forest, which resembled a natural treasure trove, the rare immortal spirit grasses emitting a faint glow throughout. Like a diligent treasure seeker, he carefully harvested these precious herbs. Over the span of 3 days, he gathered nearly 4,000 immortal spirit grasses, each brimming with abundant spiritual energy, yielding an exceptionally bountiful harvest that filled him with joy and satisfaction. That night, Ma Huantao continued his routine of meditating atop the tree, the serene night punctuated only by his steady breaths and the occasional chirping of insects. Just before dawn, the energy of the spirit stone in his hand was fully absorbed. As he prepared to take a brief respite, a sudden, urgent sound of slicing air resonated from afar. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the direction of the noise. He soon spotted 3 figures racing toward him through the trees, their speed astonishing. As they drew closer, he discerned that it was a woman accompanied by 2 men. The woman was in tattered clothing, drenched in blood, clutching a long sword tightly, her face etched with exhaustion and terror. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Li Lir. She dashed recklessly into the woods, as if pursued by some nightmarish demon. Hot on her heels were 2 burly men clad in red, their expressions twisted with malice and their eyes gleaming with ferocity. One wielded a spiked club, its points glinting ominously in the dawnlight, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour. The other brandished a massive iron rod, pulsating with a hint of spiritual energy, hinting at its formidable power. Upon entering the woods, the 2 men swiftly cornered Li Lir. The one with the spiked club snarled, "You vile woman, you think you can escape after slaying our Blood Garment sect members? If we don't make you suffer today, we're not men." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the 2 raised their weapons, unleashing a frenzied assault upon Li Lir, akin to a tempest. Though armed with a long sword, Li Lir was outmatched against 2 heavy weapons of tremendous might. She understood that should her sword clash with theirs, it could be sent flying from her grasp, forcing her to rely on her agility to evade. Yet, the 2 men held an undeniable advantage, their weapons swirling with overwhelming force, compelling her to retreat step by step. In a twist of fate, during one desperate dodge, Li Lir found herself at an impasse, left with no choice but to confront the spiked club head-on. A thunderous clash erupted, echoing through the silent forest like a clap of thunder. Li Lir felt an immense force reverberate through her arm, her sword flung more than 10 feet away, blood spilling from her mouth as she collapsed beneath the tree where Ma Huantao was concealed, her complexion turning pale. The man wielding the spiked club staggered back several paces from the recoil, but he quickly regained his footing, his eyes alight with a more ferocious glint. At that moment, the man with the iron rod seized the opportunity, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he raised the rod high, aiming to strike Li Lir's shoulder with all his might. His intentions were clear: to incapacitate her utterly, rendering her powerless and at their mercy. Li Lear watched the oncoming iron rod with despair, whispering to herself, "This is the end." She closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. From his perch in the tree, Ma Huantao witnessed the unfolding chaos below with piercing clarity. A frown creased his brow as a surge of anger ignited within him. Observing the two men armed with heavy weaponry, he wasted no time retrieving his long-handled dagger from his Chin Kuan bag. This blade was his prized weapon, meticulously maintained, now gleaming with a chilling radiance. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he summoned his full strength, causing the air around him to tremble with his burgeoning power. Seeing Li Lear in mortal danger, he roared, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, reverberating through the woods. In the next moment, he leapt high into the air, his dagger poised for a decisive strike, channeling all his energy as he aimed for the head of the man wielding the iron rod. His speed was astonishing, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if he intended to cleave his adversary in two. Chapter 29 of the journey to the secret realm of Huang Yuanshan. Suddenly, Ma Huantao unleashed a powerful strike, its force surging forth like tumultuous waves, sweeping towards the cultivator wielding a large iron rod. This blow struck with the ferocity of a thunderclap, causing the cultivator to be momentarily paralyzed with shock. He had never anticipated such a fierce offensive from Ma Huantao, and in his flustered state, he was rendered utterly disorganized. With wide, astonished eyes, he watched as the great blade, like a bolt of lightning, descended upon him. There was no time to evade. In a state of panic, he hastily raised the heavy iron rod to defend himself. In that instant, a deafening crash echoed through the air, as if the heavens themselves trembled. The blade collided violently with the iron rod, sending dazzling sparks flying. Though the cultivator was at the 11th level of Qi refinement, his hasty defense allowed him to exert only a fraction of his usual strength. The immense impact coursed through the iron rod and into his arm, leaving his palms numb and causing the rod to slip from his grasp. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, landing heavily several feet away with a resounding thud. As he hit the ground, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, staining the earth with a vivid crimson, leaving him gravely injured and unable to rise, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Ma Huantao also felt the tremendous recoil, sent flying more than a yard away, landing right beside Li Lear. She had been waiting for her fate with closed eyes, but the thunderous clash jolted her from her stupor. Struggling to open her eyes, she was met with the sight of Ma Huantao, a flicker of surprise illuminating her gaze. In this perilous environment, his appearance felt like a beacon of hope. At that moment, Ma Huantao felt his arms were exceedingly sore, nearly unable to hold the great blade. Meanwhile, the cultivator wielding the wolf-tooth club was consumed by rage upon witnessing his companion's dire predicament. His eyes blazed like fire, and with a furious roar, he swung the club towards Ma Huantao with ferocious intent. The wolf-tooth club cut through the air with a howling wind, aiming to crush Ma Huantao into a pulp. Yet, Ma Huantao was prepared. He swiftly retrieved 10 explosive talismans from his storage pouch, channeling his vital energy into them. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the talismans shot forth like arrows released from their bows, hurtling towards the cultivator armed with the wolf-tooth club. As they soared through the air, the surrounding atmosphere shimmered and distorted under the weight of their power. The cultivator, caught off guard by Ma Huantao's unexpected tactics, paled in shock and hastily retreated. In that same breath, he swung his club in a frantic defense, producing a whirring sound reminiscent of a windmill. With his mastery at the 11th level of Qi refinement, his reflexes were astonishingly swift, allowing him to shift his strategy to counter the incoming threat. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, reverberating through the forest like rolling thunder. The man wielding the wolf-tooth club was instantly engulfed by the explosive force, his clothing shredded, blood spewing from his mouth as he emerged from the smoke, his form charred and battered. Ma Huantao turned his gaze towards Li Lear, concern and inquiry evident in his eyes. Sisterly, can you still fight? Li Lear looked at Ma Huantao, astonished. She had assumed him to be merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, expecting him to falter quickly in such a dangerous battle. Yet, she was taken aback by his valor. In that moment, inspired by his tenacity, determination ignited within her. Yes. Hearing her response, Ma Huantao felt a surge of joy. Gripping the great blade, he leapt forward like a flash of lightning, raising the weapon high to strike fiercely at the cultivator with the wolf-tooth club, denying him a moment's respite. Another resounding clash followed, as the wolf-tooth club and the great blade met once more, sending sparks flying like brilliant fireworks. Though the cultivator was more skilled than Ma Huantao, he had sustained significant internal injuries from the earlier explosion. In this clash, his wounds were exacerbated, blood spilling from his mouth as his complexion turned ashen. Ma Huantao, too, was pushed back by the force, blood escaping his lips. However, he was acutely aware that his opponent was injured more severely than he had. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he charged once more at the cultivator. For a time, the clash of blades and clubs filled the air, the battle growing ever more intense. Li Lear, having regained her strength, struggled to retrieve her longsword from the ground and joined the fray. As a cultivator of the 11th level of Qi refinement, her presence dramatically shifted the tide of battle. The man wielding the wolf-tooth club found himself under immense pressure, his situation deteriorating swiftly. Ma Huan Tao's heavy weapon and Li Luer's longsword complemented each other with remarkable synergy, as if they had rehearsed this dance of combat numerous times. Ma Huan Tao took the lead in the assault, drawing the cultivator's attention, while Li Luer seized the opportunity to exploit any openings and strike. In no time, the man with the wolf-tooth club bore multiple wounds, ghastly gashes marring his flesh, blood flowing incessantly, his steps growing unsteady. Ma Huan Tao relentlessly sought opportunities to clash with his foe, each encounter exacerbating his injuries, yet he refused to yield. He understood that only through such sacrifices could he provide Li Luer with more chances to attack. Finally, with all his might, Ma Huan Tao engaged the cultivator in one last desperate clash. This time, both the great blade and the wolf-tooth club slipped from their hands under the tremendous impact. They fell simultaneously to the ground, utterly spent and unable to rise. Seeing this, Li Luer summoned every ounce of her remaining strength, unleashing her flying sword. It shot forth like a streak of lightning, piercing the cultivator's throat with deadly precision. His eyes widened in disbelief before he succumbed to silence. The other cultivator, who had wielded the iron rod, had perished long before in the chaos of the explosion. Moments later, Ma Huan Tao struggled to rise from the ground, enduring his injuries as he approached the gravely wounded Li Luer, offering her support. Sisterly, we must leave this place quickly. The sound of the explosion will soon attract other disciples from nearby sects, and we will be left with no avenue of escape. Li Luer nodded weakly, mustering her strength to stand. Yes, let us depart at once. Ma Huan Tao and Li Luer wobbled to their feet, making their way to the bodies of the deceased red-clad men, from whom they retrieved their storage pouches. Supporting one another, they stumbled out of the forest, heading toward a massive boulder several miles away. Upon reaching the boulder, Ma Huan Tao took out 2 qi-gathering pills from his storage pouch, administering one to Li Luer before consuming the other himself. They then sat down to meditate and heal, the surrounding area enveloped in silence, save for their slightly labored breaths. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a joss stick, Ma Huan Tao felt a modicum of strength returning. He looked at Li Luer, still filled with concern. Sisterly, this place remains perilous, can you still manage to move? Li Luer replied weakly, yes, let us hurry. With that, they continued onward, proceeding with utmost caution. After traversing over 20 miles, they encountered a dense patch of wild grass, towering to the height of 3 men, resembling a natural barrier. Without hesitation, they plunged into the thicket, checking their surroundings before deciding it was sufficiently concealed, and resumed their meditation to heal. Thus, a day and night passed. Under the influence of the medicinal pills, their injuries healed by about 60%. As they began to converse, Li Luer recounted her experiences. It turned out she had also been transported to this unknown land, wandering aimlessly at first. 2 days later, she encountered a cultivator from the Blood Garment sect. This cultivator, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, seeing Li Luer was a woman, harbored ill intentions and sought to tease her. Little did he know that once they engaged in combat, he would discover Li Luer was a formidable opponent, far from easy prey. Chapter 30 of The Secret Journey to Huangdi Wanchen, Part 8. Alas, it was too late. Li Luer swiftly dispatched him in mere moments, seizing his supplies and a formidable sword. However, to her astonishment, 2 days later, the sword in her possession was recognized by 2 cultivators from the Blood Garment sect, igniting yet another fierce battle. Li Luer, grappling with the odds of facing 2 adversaries alone, ultimately found herself outmatched and was forced to flee for her life. It was during this desperate escape that she encountered Ma Huan Tao, leading to the subsequent events. Upon hearing her tale, Ma Huan Tao felt a pang of sympathy for Li Luer's plight and grew increasingly impressed by her courage. Suddenly, he recalled having gathered 2 Qin bags earlier and decided to present them. I collected 2 Qin bags just now. Why not share them, one for each of us? Li Luer, taken aback by his words, glanced at Ma Huan Tao with a look of astonishment, her gaze lingering on him in silence, imbued with a complex array of emotions. Feeling flustered under her intense scrutiny, Ma Huan Tao stammered, "Senior sister, please don't look at me like that. Junior brother, you are unlike the others from the Thousand Demons sect." Li Luer replied softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "How am I different?" Ma Huan Tao scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. In the eyes of those esteemed orthodox sects, the Thousand Demons sect is seen as a den of evil. Its members, driven by greed, would not hesitate to slay even their own, yet you are willing to share this Qian bag and its contents with me. Li Luer spoke with a hint of appreciation in her voice. Regardless of whether one walks the path of righteousness or of darkness, kindness begets kindness. I care little for the rest, you choose one, but do not regret it if you find it to your detriment. Ma Huan Tao replied with a smile. No wonder Ling Qingyan holds you in high regard. At first, I dismissed it, but now I understand you are truly exceptional, and I find myself quite fond of you. Li Luer remarked, her sweet smile radiating warmth that seemed capable of melting hearts. At her words, Ma Huantao's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as he fumbled for words, unsure of how to respond. Li Lear, amused by his flustered demeanor, teased, "Then I shall be the first to say it. When your cultivation surpasses mine, I will marry you and become your woman." Ma Huantao's face turned even redder, reaching down to his neck, his expression utterly adorable. The more Li Lear observed Ma Huantao, the more she appreciated him. His tall, strong physique exuded a masculine vigor, and though his skin was somewhat dark, it only accentuated his robust presence. She couldn't help but giggle, her laughter echoing sweetly among the wild grass. After Ma Huantao shared one Xiankuan bag with Li Lear, he opened his own and was immediately dazzled by its contents. Inside, there were over 200 spirit stones glimmering enticingly in the sunlight, more than 30 vials of various elixirs, and nearly 20,000 taels of gold and silver piled together, radiating an alluring sheen. Additionally, there were various spiritual herbs exuding a faint aura, alongside neatly arranged weapons, one of which was a particularly sharp dagger. In a corner lay 2 demon beast inner cores, brimming with potent energy, as well as a dozen soft and thick wolf skins. To him, these supplies were remarkably abundant. Li Lear glanced at her own Xiankuan bag, her expression brightening with joy. "Thank you, junior brother Ma. What shall we do next? The outside world is perilous. We should continue to cultivate and heal our injuries. Once we recover, we can seek out a stream to wash ourselves and change our clothes." Ma Huantao pondered aloud. "Your life was saved by me. From today onward, I shall heed your guidance." Li Lear chuckled, her trust in Ma Huantao deepening. Even though Ma Huantao's cultivation level was modest, his quick wit and cautious approach were attributes many women could scarcely rival. For the next 2 days, the pair remained in the wilderness, diligently healing their wounds. With the aid of ample elixirs, their recovery progressed swiftly. Observing their gradually revitalizing bodies, Ma Huantao felt a sense of reassurance. With these resources, our gains have been substantial. We must tread carefully and seek out Sister Han and the others as soon as possible. I've promised to follow you from now on, whatever you say goes. Li Lear beamed with a smile, her eyes sparkling like the most brilliant sun of spring, casting warmth that seemed to envelop Ma Huantao, dispelling all shadows of fatigue. Let us first find a pool to wash ourselves. Ma Huantao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at their disheveled appearance, with mud and grime caked on their clothes and hair resembling a bird's nest, inwardly lamenting the shame it would bring if they were to be seen by acquaintances. Indeed. Li Lear nodded vigorously, her hair swaying playfully with her movements. She tightened her somewhat loose clothing, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to rid herself of the dirt that clung to her. The two began to search together, weaving through the dense forest, the dry twigs and leaves crunching beneath their feet. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting golden patches of light like a dreamlike tapestry. After more than an hour of searching, they finally discovered a tranquil pool. The water was as clear as a giant emerald, revealing the bottom beneath the glimmering surface, while the coolness emanating from the pool hinted that it flowed down from the depths of a snow-capped mountain. Then I shall wash first. Do keep a lookout for me. If anyone sees, it will be you who suffers the consequences. Li Lear winked, her laughter resonating like silver bells in the valley, filled with youthful playfulness and charm. At her words, Ma Huantao's face turned beet red as he hurriedly turned away, stammering, "All right." His heart raced, akin to a startled deer bounding within his chest. Li Lear began to shed her garments, the rustling sound echoing clearly in the tranquil surroundings of the pool. Ma Huantao made a valiant effort to avert his gaze, but images began to invade his mind unbidden. Moments later, Li Lear splashed into the water with a resounding splash, perhaps due to the accumulated dirt from the previous days, or maybe because girls tended to be meticulous while bathing. She remained submerged without a sound for an unusually long time. Growing anxious, Ma Huantao couldn't help but glance back. What he saw made his eyes widen in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. Li Lear, her back turned to him, had most of her body above the water, her skin glistening like fine jade under the sunlight, exuding an enchanting sheen. Her elongated, graceful figure was striking, and her fair skin seemed to radiate an irresistible allure. The delicate curve of her legs emerged from the water like ethereal sprites. It was undeniable that Li Lear possessed both an exquisite physique and beauty, and Ma Huantao found himself entranced, unable to tear his gaze away, as if magnetically drawn to her. At that moment, Li Lear was wholly absorbed in cleansing herself, oblivious to the gaze fixed upon her. She gently rubbed her arms, droplets cascading down her skin like lustrous pearls. After a while, she suddenly turned around, only to find Ma Huantao staring at her in dazed silence. Even though Li Lear was typically open and unreserved, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, a blush blooming on her cheeks akin to the hues of twilight. Hastily, she submerged herself in the water, exclaiming with a mix of indignation and subtle panic, "Turn around this instant." Chapter 31. Peril at the water pool. In a moment of clarity, Ma Huantao abruptly turned around, his face a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. His heart thundered in his chest, and his mind was a tumultuous chaos, filled with regret for his indiscretion. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide himself, unable to bear the thought of Li Lure's current opinion of him. After a considerable time, Li Lure finally finished bathing. Dressed, she approached Ma Huantao, and with a teasing huff, remarked, "You little lecher, far from being a gentleman." "Oh, I didn't see clearly," Ma Huantao hastily explained, his voice trembling slightly. He dared not meet Li Lure's gaze, his eyes darting around in a panicked manner. Was that sister's figure impressive? Li Lure raised an eyebrow, regarding Ma Huantao with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. "Very good," Ma Huantao blurted out. The moment the words left his lips, he wished he could slap himself. It was a blatant confession. In a flash, Li Lure seized Ma Huantao's ear, exclaiming in anger, "Still claiming you didn't see? How can you say her figure is good?" Her grip was firm, and her eyes blazed with fury. Ma Huantao quickly pleaded, "She looks great even with her clothes on." He grimaced in pain. "Then that means you saw her without clothes?" Li Lure pressed, her grip tightening. A glint of triumph flickered in her eyes, as though she had caught Ma Huantao in a compromising position. "Ouch, that hurts, sister, ease up, or my ear will come off." Ma Huantao whimpered, nearly in tears from the pain. His ear stretched comically long under her grip. Moments later, it was Ma Huantao's turn to bathe. As he began to undress, he muttered to himself. Li Lure stood a short distance away, feigning indifference, yet her gaze betrayed her as she stole glances in his direction. It must be said, after 7 years, Ma Huantao had sculpted a physique of impressive muscularity. Each muscle was akin to a finely chiseled artwork, distinctly defined and brimming with strength. Water droplets glided over his skin, enhancing his masculine aura. At that moment, his virility was unmistakable, leaving Li Lure momentarily dazed, her heart racing inexplicably, her mind in a whirl. She couldn't help but admire Ling Qingyan's discerning eye, her emotions a complex mix of admiration, envy, and an unacknowledged sentiment. Just as Ma Huantao was about to finish washing and prepare to exit the water, the previously tranquil pool suddenly roiled violently, as if stirred by an invisible hand. From the center of the pool surged a massive dark wave, and an ominous, shadowy figure, nearly 10 feet long, shot toward the unsuspecting Ma Huantao like an arrow released from a bow. The creature was enormous, creating a flurry of white water ripples as it moved with astonishing speed. Ma Huantao's face turned ashen, and with a terrified gasp that echoed through the silent valley, he propelled himself off the pool's bottom, leaping high and splashing water everywhere. In midair, he resembled a nimble bird, rapidly darting toward the shore. His heart raced violently in his chest, as if it might burst, his mind blank except for the instinct to escape guiding him. Meanwhile, Li Lure was lost in the surrounding tranquility. Upon hearing Ma Huantao's alarmed cry, she was startled and swiftly dashed toward him. However, when her gaze fell upon Ma Huantao, her eyes widened in shock. He was drenched, nearly bare, his robust physique completely exposed to the elements. Li Lure's face flushed crimson, and with a startled gasp, she quickly turned away, her steps somewhat frantic. Yet, the danger was far from over. The dark shadow in the water erupted with a tremendous splash, resembling a cannonball breaching the surface. It opened its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth that glinted like daggers in the sunlight. A powerful stench assaulted the air as it lunged toward Ma Huantao with blinding speed. At that moment, Ma Huantao was left vulnerable, his clothes and weapons abandoned at the shore, completely unarmed. He could only rely on his agility to evade the creature's onslaught, shouting urgently, "Sister Li, come save me." His voice trembled, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Li Lure, who had begun to retreat, felt her heart tighten upon hearing the commotion from the water and Ma Huantao's frantic plea. Despite her lingering embarrassment, she disregarded everything else and swiftly retrieved a long sword from her bag. Channeling her internal energy, she infused it into the sword, which began to radiate with brilliance as if it had gained sentience. With a powerful swing, she sent the sword slicing through the air like a shooting star, aimed directly at the beast. The sword struck the creature's body with a resounding clang, akin to the clash of metal. However, it merely produced a shower of sparks upon contact, falling to the ground without inflicting any significant harm on the beast. Li Lure's mouth fell agape in disbelief, unable to fathom how the beast's hide could be so resilient, resembling an impenetrable armor. Furrowing her brow in dismay, she silently lamented her predicament. In haste, she drew a hefty iron rod from her bag, its weight formidable, inscribed with mysterious runes. Gripping it tightly, she swung it towards the beast's head. With a resounding crack, a powerful recoil jolted through her arms, leaving them numb as she staggered back a few steps. Nevertheless, her strike was not without effect. The beast recoiled in pain, its eyes flashing with ferocity. "This creature's hide is too tough," Li Lure exclaimed, her tone laced with urgency. Just then, the water erupted again with an even more violent roar. Another beast, identical in size to the first, surged from the depths, its maw agape, releasing a misty spray that carried a pungent stench as it lunged toward Li Lure. Junior brother, hurry and help. I can't hold out much longer. Li Luer cried out, a hint of panic in her eyes as she gripped the iron rod tightly, preparing to face the threat once more. Ma Huantao, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly made his way back to where he had left his clothes, swiftly retrieving his bag. He rummaged through it and extracted a massive wolf-tooth club, its weight formidable, its spiked tips gleaming ominously. With a powerful leap, Ma Huantao swung the club down toward the head of the beast that had just emerged from the water. The club struck with a resounding crack, the spikes burying deep into the creature's skull, causing blood to burst forth like a fountain. The beast convulsed a few times before falling silent. Ma Huantao's towering stature and years of training had endowed him with immense strength. This blow was likely infused with the power of thousands. Witnessing the demise of its companion, the first beast's eyes blazed with wrath. It unleashed a furious roar, its enormous maw agape, charging at Ma Huantao in vengeance. The air around them seemed to thrum with tension, as if the very atmosphere were being crushed under the weight of its fury. Chapter 32 The Demon Beast. The magic lizard dragon. The monstrous creature resembled a demon clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Its gaping maw, half the height of a man, unleashed a fetid wind that struck with ferocity. Its sinister fangs glimmered with a chilling light under the sun as it lunged towards Ma Huantao with a cataclysmic force. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Ma Huantao gripped his wolf fang club tightly, raising it high before bringing it down with tremendous force towards the creature's gaping mouth. A deafening clang resonated as the club collided with the beast's sharp teeth, sending sparks flying in all directions. The demon beast clamped down hard on the wolf fang club, the sharp spikes piercing its mouth, causing blood to gush forth, dripping from the corners of its grotesque maw and staining the grass below. Yet, astonishingly, the beast seemed oblivious to the pain, refusing to relinquish its grip even as blood flowed freely, its ferocious demeanor suggesting it intended to devour Ma Huantao whole, instilling a deep terror. With furrowed brows and veins protruding from his arms, Ma Huantao's muscles tense like unyielding rock. He let out a primal roar, summoning all his strength as a surge of power erupted from within him. This force was enough to heave the massive demon beast over, exposing its pale underbelly to the sunlight, an alarming sight against the lush green grass. At this moment, Li Luer had already retrieved her fallen sword and, seizing the opportunity, rushed forward without hesitation. The sword glimmered with a fierce light under the sun, resembling a nimble silver serpent. She aimed her strikes at the unguarded belly of the beast, swinging the sword down with unrelenting ferocity. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blow bore the weight of her resolve, embedding deeply into the creature's abdomen. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the gaping wound, the warm liquid splattering Ma Huantao and Li Luer, while the long intestines spilled out onto the ground, writhing and releasing a pungent, metallic odor. Though the scene was gruesome, it illuminated a crucial truth. Despite the beast's iron-like hide, impervious to blades, its belly was its Achilles' heel. Even after sustaining such grave injuries, the creature continued to thrash wildly on the ground, its limbs clawing at the earth, kicking up clouds of dust, each movement imbued with its final defiance and fury. Its massive body writhed incessantly, its tail striking the ground with a resounding crack, akin to the death knell. However, as time waned, its struggles grew feeble, the murderous glint in its eyes fading, until it lay still, leaving behind a ravaged battlefield. Having slain the beast, the two collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath. The elation of having survived surged within them, prompting spontaneous laughter that echoed through the valley, dissipating the tension from their earlier battle. Yet, the laughter abruptly ceased, choked by embarrassment, for Ma Huantao was still utterly unclothed, rendering the situation awkward. Both gasped in shock, as if scalded, and hurried towards the pond, plunging into the water with loud splashes. As Li Luer steadied herself in the water, she was taken aback to see Ma Huantao follow suit. Her surprise morphed into anger, and she exclaimed, "Why did you jump in here?" Ma Huantao wore a sheepish expression, scratching his head as he replied, "Senior sister, I'm not wearing any clothes." Li Luer frowned, scolding him, "That doesn't matter. Hurry up and get out." Ma Huantao, at a loss for words, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quipped, "Then I'll leave, but if another beast emerges from the pond, I won't be responsible." This ploy was indeed effective, as Li Luer's face drained of color, a flicker of fear igniting in her eyes. The instinctual dread of the unknown gripped her, especially after encountering such ferocious creatures. She instinctively rushed to Ma Huantao's side, gripping his arm tightly, her body trembling as she gazed into the depths of the pond, as if another demon beast would leap forth at any moment. After a considerable while, they finally emerged from the water, having changed into fresh garments. Li Luer sighed, "My reputation is ruined now. You've taken quite the advantage today." Ma Huantao awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "But we haven't gone that far yet." Upon hearing this, Li Luer's face flushed with indignation, and she twisted Ma Huantao's ear, exclaiming, "Oh, you still think about that? Wait until you surpass me, then you can marry me." Ma Huantao grimaced in pain, crying out, "Ouch, ouch, that hurts, spare me." His voice echoed through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. After their playful banter, their emotions gradually settled. Li Lure suddenly seemed to recall something, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary demon beast, the magic lizard dragon?" Ma Huantao, puzzled, inquired, "Magic lizard dragon? What is that?" Li Lure's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to elaborate. Legend has it that the magic lizard dragon is colossal and notoriously vicious, a truly terrifying entity. Its back is covered in thick, armor-like skin, impervious to blades, leaving no trace upon impact, as if striking the hardest stone. Furthermore, once it bites down on a person or another beast, it will not let go, akin to an iron clamp, refusing to relent until its prey is dead. However, its outer skin is incredibly precious, making it ideal for crafting top-tier armor. These two magic lizard dragons have likely reached the first rank, making their hide even more valuable. Additionally, their inner cores are excellent materials for creating explosive talismans, which possess formidable power and can yield unexpected results in battle. Moreover, the flesh of these beasts is exceptionally delectable. Truly, every part of them is a treasure. Ma Huantao nodded in agreement, silently marveling at the newfound knowledge he had gained that day. "Once we return to the sect, I have some books on various demon beasts, spirit herbs, and medicines from the spirit martial continent that I can show you. They will surely broaden your horizons." Li Lure smiled warmly. A glimmer of surprise crossed Ma Huantao's eyes as he promptly replied, "Thank you, senior sister." Li Lure corrected him earnestly, "From now on, call me Lord Jie." Ma Huantao chuckled, "All right, Lord Jie." Hearing her new title brought a satisfied smile to Li Lure's face, radiating joy. Subsequently, Ma Huantao adeptly began to process the corpse of the magic lizard dragon. With a sharp dagger in hand, he carefully commenced the skinning. The dagger glided with precision as if it had a mind of its own, and before long, 2 complete hides of the magic lizard dragon lay before him. Next, he extracted 2 first-rank inner cores that emanated a mysterious glow, smooth and round, pulsating with energy, a clear indication of their extraordinary nature. Ma Huantao divided the cores, handing one to Li Lure, and they exchanged knowing smiles. They then proceeded to cut and clean the flesh of the magic lizard dragon, reserving a sizable portion for their meal while salting the remainder for preservation in their spatial pouch. Ma Huantao thoughtfully shared a generous portion of the salted meat with Li Lure, who gladly accepted, aware that such beastly meat would not come cheap in the outside world. Observing the strong yet meticulous man before her, skillfully managing tasks with an admirable culinary flair, Li Lure suddenly felt an increased fondness for Ma Huantao, recognizing his many admirable qualities. Chapter 33 of The Yellow Snake Poison Bee. Thus, they toiled away until the deep of night, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility, broken only by their slightly labored breaths. The silhouettes of the two under the moonlight appeared weary, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation. At long last, they savored the richly aromatic flesh of the magical lizard dragon. As the first morsel graced their lips, their taste buds ignited. The meat was not only exquisitely delicious, but each fiber seemed to dance upon their tongues, infused with a profound spiritual energy that spread throughout their mouths, coursing down their throats and nourishing their meridians. They devoured the magical lizard dragon meat with the ferocity of famished tigers, each piece consumed sending waves of satisfaction crashing over them. It was only when their stomachs could hold no more that they reluctantly ceased, belching contentedly, their faces beaming with delight, illuminated by the moonlight. "Oh, how splendid is life! What more could one desire, if only there were wine," mused Ma Huantao, leaning against a nearby boulder, his eyes filled with longing. He reminisced about his impoverished upbringing, a time when he had never even tasted wine, an experience that seemed distant and enigmatic to him. "What does it matter? Now you possess a Qiankuan bag. Once we emerge, I shall buy you a few jars of fine wine," Li Lure exclaimed, playfully patting Ma Huantao on the shoulder, her smile as radiant as the brightest star in the night sky. "Indeed, having a Qiankuan bag is a blessing. Venturing out without one would be quite the challenge. Just obtaining a Qiankuan bag in this secret realm has already brought me immense satisfaction," Li Lure continued, unaware of the secret joy swelling within Ma Huantao, for he now possessed 2 Qiankuan bags, a delightful secret of his own. After a brief exchange, the air around them seemed imbued with warmth. They then settled into meditation and cultivation, the moonlight draping over them like a silvery veil. Time slipped by in serene silence until dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight piercing the darkness and illuminating this mysterious realm. At that moment, 2 monks clad in robes, wielding Zen staffs, hurriedly passed by. Their flowing garments stirred a gentle breeze, and their hurried footsteps echoed like a drumbeat, shattering the morning's tranquility. Ma Huantao's curiosity was piqued. He quickly approached them, clasping his hands respectfully and inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed masters, what brings you here in such haste?" One of the monks, a tall and portly figure, pressed his palms together solemnly and proclaimed, "Amatba. Honorable patrons, we have heard that an extraordinary treasure has appeared atop a cliff in the eastern part of the secret realm, and we wish to investigate." His voice resonated loudly in the air. Ah, I see. Might we accompany you on this journey? Li Luer interjected. Upon seeing Li Luer's striking beauty, the monk's eyes brightened, and he replied with a smile, of course. Thus, the four of them hastened towards the east, their figures darting through the forest like arrows released from a bow. The wind howled past their ears, and the trees and flowers on either side whirled by like a series of swiftly shifting paintings. After a relentless 3 hours of travel, having covered several hundred miles, they suddenly beheld a hillside ahead, densely populated with hundreds of cultivators from various sections. As Ma Huantao and Li Luer scrutinized the scene, they recognized Han Kaiyun, Xiong Wenxiang, and Xiao Yan among them. However, all three bore signs of injury, their faces swollen and bruised, a sight both comical and heart-wrenching. Without a closer look, they would have been difficult to recognize, yet, the joy of their reunion overshadowed their pain. As they clasped hands and shared heartfelt stories, the air was thick with the exhilaration of survival after tribulation. Through their recounting, it became clear that a creature known as the yellow snake poison bee resided atop a steep cliff a mere 5 miles away. The swarm of these bees was vast, appearing as a golden cloud from a distance. They flew with lightning speed and possessed a venom so potent that a single sting could spell peril. Furthermore, these bees were adorned in gleaming gold, housing numerous first-tier poison bees alongside several second-tier ones. Remarkably, their honey rivaled low-tier elixirs in value and rarity. If refined into potions, it was plausible that high-value elixirs could be produced. Even a single pound of this honey was worth at least 20 spirit stones, presenting a tremendous temptation for the cultivators. Consequently, this drew many cultivators to the site, who conferred on a collective charge, only to suffer over 100 fatalities and injuries to many more, ultimately retreating empty-handed. The harrowing scene lingered in their minds, the air still heavy with the scent of death. As they spoke, a few more cultivators arrived, drawn by the immense danger coupled with the promise of great reward. If they could procure a significant quantity of honey, the endeavor would not be in vain. They temporarily set aside their grievances, engaging in fervent discussion. According to their accounts, there was an estimated 10,000 pounds of honey at the cliff, the sweet allure acting like a vortex, drawing in everyone's desires. Ma Huantao, having witnessed the potency of poison bees during his trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains, felt a profound dread. Though these bees were different from those he had encountered before, he sensed that their ferocity surpassed that of the bees from the mountainous region. Hearing this, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, his complexion paling as he remarked, "These poison bees are too swift and fierce, perhaps we should avoid this treacherous endeavor." Xiong Wenxiang bristled at his words, frowning deeply, and replied with irritation, "Are we to allow the poison bees to injure us without seeking vengeance? I refuse to leave. If you wish to go, then by all means." His eyes burned with anger and stubbornness. As the son of the third-year sect leader, he had been bred with a sense of pride. "Li Shiji, shall we venture forth to take a look?" Ma Huantao disregarded Xiong Wenxiang's outburst and turned to Li Luer. They cautiously approached the site, each step laden with caution. After traversing 3 miles, they glimpsed the cliff ahead, a veritable sea of yellow, the vast precipice nearly blanketed with what must have been millions of bees, an awe-inspiring yet terrifying sight. A chill crawled up their spines as they beheld the scene. Noticing the area was deserted, Ma Huantao lowered his voice to Li Luer. "Luer, we lack flying swords. Do you possess any earth-escaping techniques?" "I do not." Li Luer replied honestly, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. "If we truly provoke the bees, with so many present, our lives may be at stake. We have already acquired substantial resources in this secret realm. It would be wise to know when to withdraw, would it not?" Ma Huantao's urgency grew, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "If nothing else, let us observe from a distance. If the situation deteriorates, we can flee." "Very well, as I promised, I shall heed your counsel." Li Luer resolved, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. Thus, Ma Huantao and Li Luer returned to their gathering place, voicing their apprehensions. Xiong Wenxiang scoffed dismissively, "Fortune favors the bold. If you are unwilling to take risks, then so be it." His gaze dripped with disdain for Ma Huantao and Li Luer. Feeling the weight of the moment, Ma Huantao refrained from further argument and silently departed with Li Luer. After walking 6 miles, they paused on a high ridge, where the vista opened up, allowing them to clearly observe the distant cliff. "Let us remain here. Should circumstances turn dire, we can make our escape at once," Ma Huantao suggested, his eyes fixed on the horizon. They settled into meditation, watching as more and more cultivators arrived, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Chapter 33 At the yellow snake venom bee. Thus, they toiled until the depths of night, surrounded by a serene stillness, broken only by the slightly labored breaths they exchanged. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared weary yet sparkled with an expectant glimmer in their eyes. At last, they savored the richly aromatic flesh of the magical lizard dragon. As the first morsel graced their tongues, their taste buds ignited with delight. The meat was not only exquisitely tender but seemed to dance upon their palates, infused with a vibrant spiritual essence that spread throughout their mouths, flowing down their throats and nourishing their meridians. Like famished tigers pouncing upon their prey, they devoured piece after piece of the magical lizard dragon meat, waves of satisfaction crashing over them like the tide. Only when their bellies could hold no more did they reluctantly pause, letting out satisfied burps, their faces beaming with joy, radiating brightly under the moon's gentle glow. Ah, such is life, what more could one desire? If only there were wine. Mahuantal leaned against a nearby boulder, his eyes filled with longing as he spoke. He reminisced about his impoverished upbringing, having never known the taste of wine, a distant and mysterious indulgence for him. What does that matter, now that you possess a Qianquan bag? Once we emerge from here, I shall buy you a few barrels of fine wine. Lilura patted Mahuantal on the shoulder, speaking with a hearty candor, her smile as radiant as the brightest star in the night sky. Having a Qianquan bag is indeed a blessing, one cannot venture forth without it. I am already satisfied to have acquired one during our journey into this secret realm, Lilura continued, unaware of the secret joy swelling within Mahuantal, for he now possessed 2 Qianquan bags, his little secret. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer, the air around them imbued with warmth and camaraderie. They then settled into meditation, the moonlight cascading over them like a silvery veil. Time slipped by in tranquil silence until dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight piercing the darkness and illuminating the mysterious realm. At that moment, 2 monks clad in robes, wielding Zen staffs, hurriedly passed by. Their flowing garments stirred a gentle breeze, and their hurried footsteps echoed like a drumbeat, shattering the morning's tranquility. Upon noticing them, Mahuantal's curiosity sparked, and he quickly approached to intercept them, clasping his hands in respect as he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you esteemed masters here in such haste?" One of the monks, a stout figure with hands pressed together, replied solemnly, "Amitba, we have heard that a treasure has appeared atop a cliff to the east of this secret realm, and we wish to investigate." His voice resonated powerfully in the air. "Oh, is that so? Might we accompany you, esteemed masters?" Lilura interjected. Upon seeing the strikingly beautiful Lilura, the monk's eyes brightened with delight. "Of course." Thus, the 4 of them hastened eastward, their figures darting through the forest like arrows released from a bow. The wind howled past their ears, while the trees and flowers flanked them like swiftly passing canvases. After running for 3 hours, covering several hundred miles, they suddenly beheld a throng of hundreds of practitioners from various sects standing densely upon a hillside. Mahuantal and Lilura squinted to see more clearly, and to their surprise, they spotted Han Kaiyun, Xiong Wenxiang, and Xiao Yan among the crowd. However, the trio appeared injured, their faces swollen and comical yet evoking a pang of sympathy. It was difficult to recognize them at first glance, yet, despite their injuries, the gathering of familiar faces overshadowed the pain, as they excitedly clasped hands and shared their heartfelt stories. The air was thick with the joy and exhilaration of reunion after hardship. Through the trio's recounting, they learned of a creature known as the yellow snake venom bee, residing 5 miles beyond the cliff. The swarm was immense, resembling a golden mist from afar. Their flying speed was akin to lightning, and their venom was extremely potent. A mere sting could spell dire consequences. Moreover, these bees were entirely golden, comprising many first-tier venom bees along with a few second-tier ones. However, their honey rivaled low-tier elixirs in value, making it exceedingly precious. If refined into elixirs, it could potentially yield high-value concoctions. Even a single pound of this honey was worth no less than 20 spirit stones, a tremendous temptation for the practitioners. Thus, many had gathered, hoping to charge forth together, yet after losing over 100 lives and sustaining injuries to more than 100 others, they were left with nothing but retreat. The gruesome scene lingered vividly in their minds, the air still carrying the remnants of death. As they spoke, more practitioners arrived, the immense danger accompanied by equally immense rewards. The prospect of obtaining over 10 pounds of honey would render the endeavor worthwhile. They set aside their grievances, engaging in a lively discussion. According to their accounts, there were likely over 10,000 pounds of honey atop the cliff, its sweet allure akin to a massive whirlpool, enticing every soul present. Having witnessed the potency of venom bees during his training in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Mahuantal felt a deep-seated dread. Though these venom bees differed from those in the mountains, he sensed that the ones here were likely even more formidable. Hearing this, he hesitated, his complexion paling as he said, "These venom bees are too swift and powerful, perhaps we should avoid this perilous venture." Xiong Wenxiang, displeased by his words, frowned deeply and retorted, "Are we to let our injuries at the hands of these venom bees go unavenged? I refuse to leave. If you wish to depart, then do so." His eyes brimmed with anger and stubbornness, a reflection of his pride stemming from his father's position as a third-year peak master. "Li Shiji, shall we venture forth to take a look?" Mahuantal disregarded Xiong Wenxiang's outburst and turned to Lilura. They cautiously approached, each step taken with trepidation. After walking 3 miles, they beheld a vast expanse of yellow on the cliff ahead, the towering precipice nearly cloaked in what seemed like millions of the creatures, the scene resembling a golden ocean, surging and tumultuous. Both felt a chill creeping up from their feet to their hearts. Seeing the area was deserted, Mahuantal lowered his voice and said to Lilura, "Lurajia, we lack flying swords. Do you possess any earth evasion techniques? I do not, Li Luo replied honestly, a flicker of worry crossing her gaze. If we were to provoke the venom bees, considering their numbers, our lives would be in peril. We have already acquired a fair share of resources in this secret realm. It would be wise to know when to withdraw. Ma Huantao, his forehead beaded with sweat, urged, if worst comes to worst, we can observe from a distance and flee at the first sign of trouble. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Li Luo resolved. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, they returned to the gathering of practitioners, voicing their concerns. Upon hearing their sentiments, Xiong Wenxiang scoffed derisively, fortune favors the bold. If you're unwilling to take risks, then please feel free to leave. His gaze was filled with disdain for Ma Huantao and Li Luo. Feeling at a loss for words, Ma Huantao exchanged a silent glance with Li Luo, and they quietly departed. After walking 6 miles, they halted upon a high vantage point, where the view was unobstructed, allowing them to clearly observe the situation at the distant cliff. Let us stay here. Should the situation turn dire, we may flee at a moment's notice, Ma Huantao suggested, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Thus, they settled into meditation, watching as more and more practitioners converged upon the scene, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Chapter 34. Departing from the secret realm of Huangyuan Mountain, Ma Huantao and Li Luo remained seated on the high hillside, engrossed in their cultivation, seemingly detached from the world, immersed in the realm of their practice. 2 days slipped away quietly, akin to a gentle brook flowing past them, while this once tranquil place gradually transformed into a bustling scene. An increasing number of cultivators, as if beckoned by a mysterious force, converged from all directions. Among them, over 80 disciples from the Qianma sect arrived with formidable presence, clad in uniform attire, their eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. In an instant, this area became a throng of people, with the total number of cultivators nearing 2,000, densely populating the hillside. From a distance, they resembled a dark, oppressive cloud, infusing the atmosphere with a palpable sense of tension. At that moment, a figure clad in crimson robes, a peak practitioner at the 12th level of Qi refinement, stepped forward. He hailed from the blood-robed sect, his gaze flickering with greed and fervor. With so many of us, let us act together, he proclaimed loudly. If anyone possesses talismans such as explosive fireballs, ice swords, or smoke bombs, do not hesitate to unleash them. If we can drive those venomous bees away for even a moment, the thousands of pounds of honey on that cliff shall be ours. What say you all? His voice resonated like a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly stirring a tempest among the cultivators, who nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with avarice for the honey. Another voice from the crowd echoed, fortune favors the bold. If we can secure some honey, this expedition will truly be worth it. This remark ignited the flames of desire within the hearts of the crowd, and the cultivators' spirits soared, charged with excitement. Thus, they busied themselves with preparations, rummaging through their storage bags for various talismans. Half a day passed amid this frantic readiness, as over 2,000 cultivators surged towards the swarm of venomous bees like a horde of startled locusts. The bees, sensing the sudden threat, took to the air in a frenzied swarm, resembling a dark tide rushing towards the crowd. At that moment, the first wave of smoke talismans shot forth like arrows, instantly enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of mysterious mist. Following this, a flurry of explosive talismans whistled through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions that made the very space tremble. However, these cultivators, hastily assembled, lacked coordination, and all the talismans were launched indiscriminately. In an instant, the venomous bees began to plummet like raindrops, yet, this reckless action incited the bees' wrath. As they surged forth like a provoked dark legion from all directions, the sky was filled with a terrifyingly vast swarm of bees. Though the 2,000 cultivators possessed formidable skills, they appeared minuscule in the face of this tidal wave of venomous creatures. The chaotic cloud of bees obscured vision and severely disrupted the cultivators' focus. In an instant, cries of agony echoed throughout the valley. There were simply too many bees. Their flight seemed to engulf the sky in darkness. Despite the cultivators' prowess, they found themselves overwhelmed, with over 200 falling lifelessly to the ground in an instant. The remaining cultivators, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, began to scatter in panic. The bees, with their rapid flight, swiftly pursued them, claiming more lives in their relentless attack. Those capable of flight on swords could no longer afford to consider anything else and hastily summoned their swords, fleeing desperately into the distance. A few adept in earth evasion techniques resorted to their spells, burrowing into the ground in a hasty escape from this deadly zone. Ma Huantao and Li Luo watched in horror as this brutal scene unfolded. They exchanged a glance and immediately turned to flee for their lives. In that moment, all thoughts of honey were cast aside, leaving only a singular instinct to survive. The battlefield descended into chaos, as cultivators fell one after another under the relentless assault of the bees, the air thick with the scent of death. With no sword to ride, Ma Huantao and Li Luo relied solely on their legs to escape. They had no idea how long they ran, their hearts pounding like drums, their lungs feeling as though they might burst. It was only when they dared to glance back and saw that the bees had not pursued them that they finally felt a sense of relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. You were wise. Had it not been for your foresight, I truly wonder if we would have survived today. Li Lir said, still trembling with fear. With so many venomous bees, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would find no advantage. We should not covet what is not meant for us. Ma Huantao replied with a calm demeanor, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his eyes. Indeed, contentment brings joy. I fear many lives were lost this time. Li Lir sighed. We must bear the consequences of our choices. Sister Lir, this secret realm is far too perilous, we should leave. Ma Huantao suggested. Li Lir, having deeply grasped Ma Huantao's foresight, readily agreed. After a brief respite, they hastily departed from the treacherous realm. However, amidst the turmoil, several monks from the Kongling Temple skillfully utilized the Golden Bell protection technique, seizing a considerable amount of honey during the chaos. They emerged as the fortunate ones in this disaster, reaping the greatest rewards. 2 days later, with the secret realm still open for another half-month, Ma Huantao and Li Lir were the first to fly out. The experts from various sects waiting at the entrance of the realm gathered around them, their eyes filled with concern and inquiries. They did not conceal anything, recounting the events regarding the venomous bees in detail. Upon hearing their account, the experts were visibly shocked, their expressions revealing deep concern for the safety of their disciples. After Ma Huantao and Li Lir finished speaking, Chen Feiyue expressed her approval, saying, "Well done, both of you, you know when to advance and when to retreat, please return and rest for now." "Yes, Master," they replied in unison before turning to leave. In the following days, more disciples gradually emerged from the mysterious realm. Each disciple bore a different appearance. Some looked exceedingly bedraggled, their clothes tattered and faces caked with dust. Others bore grave injuries, their bodies stained with blood, eliciting pity from onlookers. Yet, regardless of their outward condition, each carried with them a harrowing tale of their experiences. At that moment, Ma Huantao and Li Lir arrived in Kanglan City and made their way directly into the renowned Gathering Treasure Pavilion. They produced the magic dragon lizard skin they had brought along. The skin was remarkably durable and exquisitely textured, clearly of superior quality. After some haggling, they successfully exchanged the entire collection of magic dragon lizard skins for nearly 200 invaluable spirit stones. Not only that, they also emptied their storage bags, revealing a wealth of rare materials acquired from the secret realm. This adventurous journey proved to be exceedingly fruitful for both of them. As time passed, more and more cultivators returned from the secret realm. However, it was disheartening to see that many bore severe injuries, and worse yet, most of the wounded were afflicted by the venom of the bees. The potency of these bees was fierce. Once stung, the consequences were dire. Those who were poisoned found their lives hanging by a thread, their situations exceedingly precarious. By the time the secret realm closed, of the over 6,000 cultivators who had entered, fewer than 4,000 managed to return. This meant that nearly half of them would forever remain in that perilous and enigmatic realm. Among the 200 disciples from the Qianhua sect who had entered, only about 140 returned alive, suffering significant losses. As for the Luoyuan Peak, which had initially sent 10 disciples, only 6 returned safely. Among them, Han Kaiyun, Xiong Wenxiang, and Xiao Yan were severely injured, but fortunately, after arduous treatment, they managed to retain their lives. Upon returning to their sect, Ma Huantao, now possessing a storage bag, no longer concealed his gains and exchanged them in the sect's alchemy room for nearly 400 spirit stones, thus gaining a modest reputation within Luoyuan Peak and even among the sect at large. Chapter 34. Departing from the secret realm of Huangyuan Mountain, Ma Huantao and Li Lir remained perched on the high slope, meditating and cultivating their energy, seemingly isolated from the world, immersed in their realm of asceticism. 2 days slipped away quietly, flowing past them like a gentle stream, while the once tranquil area gradually transformed into a bustling scene. An increasing number of cultivators, as if summoned by some mysterious force, converged from all directions. Among them, over 80 disciples from the Thousand Demon sect arrived with a formidable presence, clad in uniform attire, their eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. In an instant, this area became a throng of humanity, with nearly 2,000 cultivators densely packed on the slope, resembling a dark cloud from a distance, casting a somber ambience over the landscape. At that moment, a peak practitioner from the Blood Robe sect, donned in crimson attire and at the 12th level of Qi refinement, stepped forward, his gaze shimmering with greed and fervor. He bellowed, "With so many of us, let us strike together. If anyone possesses talismans such as explosive fireballs, ice swords, or smoke bombs, do not hesitate to unleash them. If we can scare away those venomous bees for even a moment, the mountain of honey at the cliff will be ours. What say you all?" His voice struck the crowd like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly stirring ripples of excitement among the cultivators, who nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with avarice for the honey. Another voice from the crowd chimed in, "Fortune favors the bold. If we manage to procure some honey, our journey will be truly worthwhile." This remark further ignited the flames of desire within the hearts of the assembly, and the cultivators' spirits surged with fervor. Thus, they busily prepared, rummaging through their Qiankuan bags for various talismans. Half a day passed in this tense atmosphere of preparation, and over 2,000 cultivators surged like a swarm of disturbed locusts towards the direction of the venomous bees. The bees, sensing the sudden threat, took to the air, swirling like a dark tide toward the crowd. At that moment, the first wave of smoke talismans shot forth like arrows, enveloping the battlefield in a mysterious haze. Following closely, the sky erupted with explosive talismans, accompanied by a cacophony of blasts that made the very air tremble. However, these cultivators were merely a haphazard assembly, lacking any semblance of strategy, and unleashed their talismans indiscriminately. Instantly, the air was filled with falling venomous bees like raindrops, yet, this reckless action provoked the bees, which surged forth like a provoked dark army from all sides. The sky was blotted out by the overwhelming number of bees, inducing a sense of dread. Though the 2,000 cultivators were skilled, they appeared diminutive in the face of the tidal wave of venomous bees. The chaotic swarm obscured their vision, and soon, screams and wails echoed through the valley. The sheer number of bees was overwhelming, as they filled the sky, engulfing it in darkness. In a brief moment, over 200 cultivators fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining cultivators could no longer withstand the onslaught and scattered in a panic. The bees, moving with astonishing speed, quickly pursued them, claiming more lives in their deadly wake. Those capable of flight on swords no longer considered anything else, hastily summoned their flying swords and fled towards the horizon. A few adept in earth escape techniques resorted to burrowing underground, desperately escaping the deadly realm. Ma Huantao and Li Luo, witnessing this harrowing scene, were struck with alarm. They exchanged glances and immediately turned to flee for their lives. In that moment, all thoughts of honey were cast aside, with only the instinct to survive occupying their minds. The battlefield descended into chaos, as cultivators fell one after another under the relentless assault of the venomous bees, the scent of death permeating the air. With no flying swords at their disposal, Ma Huantao and Li Luo relied solely on their own legs to escape. They ran tirelessly, their hearts pounding like drums, their lungs feeling as if they might burst. Finally, upon glancing back and realizing the bees had not pursued them, they breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "You were wise. Had it not been for you, our survival today would have been uncertain," Li Luo remarked, still shaken. "With so many venomous bees, even Foundation establishment cultivators would find it perilous. We should not covet what is beyond our reach." Ma Huantao replied calmly, though a hint of fear lingered in his eyes. "Indeed, contentment brings joy. Many will likely perish this time," Li Luo sighed. "We must face the consequences of our choices. Luo, this secret realm is far too dangerous. We should leave." Ma Huantao suggested, recognizing his foresight. Li Luo readily agreed. After a brief rest, they hastily departed from the perilous secret realm. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, several monks from the Void Temple utilized the Golden Bell Shield technique, seizing the opportunity to collect a considerable amount of honey. They emerged as the fortunate ones in this disaster, reaping the greatest rewards. 2 days later, with half a month remaining before the closure of the secret realm, Ma Huantao and Li Luo were the first to exit. The various sect masters waiting at the entrance converged around them, their expressions filled with concern and inquiry. The duo did not conceal anything, recounting the events involving the venomous bees in detail. The masters, upon hearing their account, displayed expressions of shock, their eyes reflecting worry for the safety of their own disciples. Once Ma Huantao and Li Luo finished, Chen Feiyue expressed her approval, saying, "Well done, both of you. You have shown prudence. You may return and rest for the time being." "Yes, master," they replied in unison before turning to leave Dai. In the following days, more and more disciples emerged from the enigmatic secret realm. Their appearances varied greatly. Some looked extremely disheveled, their clothes tattered and faces dusty, others bore severe injuries, bloodied and bruised, invoking a sense of compassion in onlookers. Regardless of their appearances, each bore a harrowing tale of their experiences. At that moment, Ma Huantao and Li Luo arrived in Kanglan City and made their way directly to the renowned treasure pavilion. They produced the dragon lizard skin they had brought with them, a sturdy and finely textured material, clearly of superior quality. After some haggling, they successfully exchanged the dragon lizard skin for nearly 200 precious spirit stones. Moreover, they emptied their Qiankuan bags of the rare materials they had acquired from the secret realm. This adventure proved to be quite fruitful for the duo. As time passed, more cultivators returned from the secret realm. However, it was disheartening to observe that many were gravely injured, with the majority afflicted by the venomous bees' potent toxins. The venom of these bees was lethal. Any sting could lead to dire consequences. Those poisoned faced precarious lives, their situations extremely critical. When the secret realm finally closed, of the over 6,000 cultivators who had entered, fewer than 4,000 successfully returned. This meant that nearly half had perished in that realm fraught with danger and uncertainty. Among the 200 disciples from the Thousand Demons sect who entered, only about 140 survived, suffering substantial losses. As for the Luoyun Peak, of the 10 disciples who set out, only 6 returned safely. Among them, Han Kaiyun, Xiong Wenxiang, and Xia Yan were severely injured, but after arduous treatment, they managed to cling to life. Upon returning to their sect, Ma Huantao, now with a Qiankuan bag, was no longer secretive and exchanged it for nearly 400 spirit stones in the alchemy room, quickly gaining some renown within Luoyun Peak and even among the sect. Chapter 34. A departure from the secret realm of Huangyuan Mountain. Ma Huantao and Li Lier continued to meditate on the elevated slope, seemingly isolated from the world, immersed in their realm of cultivation. 2 days slipped by quietly, akin to a gentle stream flowing past them, while the previously tranquil surroundings began to bustle with extraordinary activity. An increasing number of cultivators, as if summoned by some mysterious force, gathered from all directions. Among them, more than 80 disciples from the Qianhua sect arrived with an imposing presence, clad in identical attire, their eyes gleaming with intensity. In an instant, this area became a throng of humanity, with the total number of cultivators nearing 2,000, densely packed across the hillside, resembling a dark cloud from afar, adding a somber atmosphere to the heavens and earth. At that moment, a figure clad in blood-red robes, a pinnacle cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement, stepped forward. He hailed from the blood-robe sect, his gaze flickering with greed and fervor. He proclaimed loudly, "With so many of us gathered, let us act together. If anyone possesses talismans such as explosive fireballs, ice swords, or smoke bombs, do not hesitate to unleash them all. If we can scare away those venomous bees for a moment, the 10,000 pounds of honey on that cliff shall be ours. What do you all think?" His voice struck the cultivators like a stone cast into a calm lake, instantly stirring a tempest of excitement among them. Many nodded, their eyes betraying a glint of covetousness for the honey. Another voice in the crowd echoed, "Fortune favors the bold. If we can procure some honey, this journey will be worth it." This remark ignited the flames of desire within the crowd, and the cultivators' spirits soared, filled with fervor. Thus, they busied themselves preparing, rummaging through their Qiankuan bags for various talismans. Half a day passed amidst this frenzied preparation, and the 2,000 cultivators surged toward the swarm of venomous bees like a disturbed cloud of locusts. The swarm, sensing the sudden threat, began to swirl chaotically, resembling a dark tide crashing toward the crowd. At that moment, the first wave of smoke talismans shot forth like arrows, instantly enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of mist, akin to a mysterious veil. Following closely, the explosive talismans were unleashed, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions that caused the very air to tremble. However, this assembly of cultivators, hastily thrown together, lacked any semblance of coordination, and all the talismans were launched haphazardly. In an instant, the airborne venomous bees fell like raindrops, yet, such an action incited the wrath of the bees, which surged forth like a provoked dark legion from all directions. The sky became a whirlwind of buzzing bees, blocking out the sun, their numbers enough to instill terror. Although the 2,000 cultivators were skilled in combat, they appeared insignificant against the tide of venomous bees. The swarm, obscuring their vision, severely disrupted the cultivators' focus. In that moment, cries of agony and despair echoed throughout the valley. The sheer number of bees was overwhelming, their flight rendering the sky seemingly consumed by darkness. Despite the prowess of the cultivators, they were unable to eradicate the swarm, and within moments, over 200 lay lifeless on the ground. The remaining cultivators, witnessing this devastation, could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to scatter in a panic. The bees, swift in their pursuit, claimed more lives as they attacked without mercy. Those capable of flight quickly summoned their swords, frantically fleeing into the distance. A few adept in the art of earth escape resorted to burrowing underground, escaping the scene of death in utter disarray. Ma Huantao and Li Lier, witnessing this horrific spectacle, were struck with alarm. They exchanged a glance and immediately turned to flee for their lives. In that moment, the allure of honey was forgotten. Their sole thought was survival. The battlefield descended into chaos, as cultivators fell one after another under the relentless assault of the bees, the stench of death saturating the air. With no flying swords at their disposal, Ma Huantao and Li Lier relied solely on their legs to escape. They ran until their hearts pounded like drums, their lungs feeling as though they might burst. Only when they glanced back and saw the bees had not pursued them did they finally breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. "You were wise. Had it not been for you, our survival today would have been uncertain," Li Lier remarked, still shaken. "With so many venomous bees, even foundational cultivators would struggle. We should not covet what does not belong to us," Ma Huantao replied nonchalantly, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his eyes. "Indeed, contentment breeds joy. This time, many shall surely perish." Li Lier sighed deeply. "We must bear the consequences of our choices, Sister Lier. This secret realm is far too perilous. We should depart," Ma Huantao suggested. Li Lier, having felt Ma Huantao's foresight deeply, readily agreed. After a brief respite, they hastily left the treacherous secret realm. Amidst the turmoil, a few monks from the ethereal temple utilized the golden bell shield technique to seize a considerable amount of honey during the chaos. They emerged as fortuitous beneficiaries amidst the disaster. 2 days later, with half a month remaining before the secret realm's closure, Ma Huantao and Li Lir were the first to exit. The experts of various sects gathered at the entrance of the realm, their eyes filled with concern and inquiry as they approached the duo. The two withheld no details, recounting the incident with the venomous bees in full. Shock and worry for their disciples' safety etched across the faces of the experts upon hearing the tale. After their account, Chen Feiyue expressed her relief, saying, "Well done, both of you. You demonstrated prudence and now, return to rest." "Yes, Master," they replied in unison, turning to depart. In the following days, more disciples trickled out from the enigmatic secret realm. Their appearances varied widely. Some appeared utterly disheveled, their clothes tattered and faces caked with dirt. Others bore grievous wounds, their bodies stained with blood, evoking sympathy from onlookers regardless of their outward appearances. Each carried with them a harrowing tale of adventure and survival. At that moment, Ma Huantao and Li Lir arrived in Kanglan City, making their way directly to the illustrious treasure pavilion within. They presented the dragon demon lizard skins they had collected, their sturdy texture and intricate patterns indicating their high quality. After some negotiation, they successfully exchanged the skins for nearly 200 precious spirit stones. Moreover, they poured forth a bounty of rare materials from their Qinkuan bags, procured from the secret realm. This adventurous undertaking proved to be immensely rewarding for both of them. As time passed, more cultivators returned from the secret realm. However, a troubling sight emerged. Many returned grievously injured, and worse still, the majority bore the venom of the bees. The potency of these bees was formidable. Being stung could yield catastrophic consequences. The lives of those afflicted hung by a thread, their condition dire. Until the very moment of the secret realm's closure, of the over 6,000 cultivators who had entered, fewer than 4,000 successfully returned. This meant that nearly half had perished in that perilous and unknown domain. Among the 200 disciples from the Qianmo sect who entered, only about 140 managed to return, suffering significant losses. As for the Luoyuan Peak, from an initial 10 disciples, only 6 returned safely. Among them, Han Kaiyun, Xiong Wenxiang, and Xia Yan bore severe injuries, yet after arduous treatment, they managed to cling to their lives. Upon returning to their sect, Ma Huantao, now possessing a Qinkuan bag, no longer concealed his gains. He exchanged them in the sect's alchemy chamber for nearly 400 spirit stones, swiftly gaining a modest reputation within Luoyuan Peak and the sect at large. Chapter 35 of the dispute at the Treasure Mountain Mine. Not long after, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed every corner of the Qianmo sect. Li Lir, with a light step, sought out Ma Huantao, cradling several books in her arms as though she were cherishing precious treasures. Ma Huantao regarded her with curiosity as Li Lir presented the books before him, her eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. The volumes were diverse, including detailed illustrated manuals documenting the traits, appearances, and weaknesses of various demonic beasts, as well as pamphlets depicting the growth environments, effects, and identification methods of spiritual herbs and medicines. Furthermore, there were enticing introductory techniques such as the fireball technique and ice arrow technique. Upon sighting these tomes, Ma Huantao's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to a famished individual encountering a feast. He had always harbored a profound interest in such enigmatic knowledge and formidable techniques. Once he received the books, he eagerly began to peruse them, his focused demeanor suggesting that all else in the world had faded away. Not only did he read, but he also commenced practicing the methods outlined in the manuals. Fortuitously, Ma Huantao was remarkably intelligent, seemingly favored by the heavens, possessing an exceptional comprehension of these techniques. Moreover, he was exceptionally diligent, unafraid of failure or injury, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to each attempt. Coupled with his foundational cultivation of the 8th level of qi refinement, the most crucial factor remained the spiritually rich cave, which laid a solid foundation for his path of cultivation. Thus, time flowed quietly by amidst his arduous training, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, Ma Huantao tirelessly practiced day and night, and, through his relentless efforts, he finally mastered the basic fireball technique and ice arrow technique. Each time he unleashed the fireball technique, a blazing orb of flame would leap in his hand, seemingly igniting the very air around him, while with the ice arrow technique, several translucent ice arrows would materialize, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers through the air. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang, residing with Ma Huantao, also encountered his own opportunity. Yet he successfully advanced in his qi refinement, becoming a disciple of the sect. Lu Jiang did not hesitate to choose to remain here, accompanying Ma Huantao. As time progressed, the place where Ma Huantao resided grew increasingly lively. In the Qianmo sect, once a miscellaneous disciple advanced to the status of a formal disciple, new miscellaneous disciples would soon arrive to fill the ranks. After all, the Qianmo sect was replete with those harboring dreams of cultivation, flocking from all corners of the world. It resembled a colossal furnace, where some were forged into steel amidst the raging flames, while others awaited their own spark. Another 6 months passed, and the tranquil cultivation world suddenly stirred with unrest. The boundary between the Qianmo sect and the Tianjian sect lay a mountain known as Treasure Mountain. This mountain appeared unremarkable, characterized by rugged stones and overgrown weeds, with a few stunted trees defiantly growing between the crevices of the rocks. However, beneath this seemingly ordinary mountain lay a remarkable secret. A vein of spiritual stones had been discovered. This vein was first identified by the Qianhua sect, and initially, everyone assumed it was merely a small mine with scant yield. The Tianjian sect, upon hearing the news, paid it little heed. Yet, after meticulous exploration, the results astonished all. The scale of this mine far exceeded expectations, capable of producing over 100 spiritual stones annually. It must be noted that in the cultivation realm, spiritual stones are an exceedingly precious resource, crucial for practitioners to enhance their strength and procure magical artifacts and techniques. Originally, the territorial demarcation between the two sects was rather ambiguous. In the absence of significant conflicts of interest, such as the discovery of the spiritual stone mine, both sides maintained a delicate balance, turning a blind eye to one another. However, with the emergence of such a substantial spiritual stone mine, the Tianjian sect would naturally not acquiesce easily, demanding an equitable division of the mine's resources. The Qianhua sect, of course, could not consent. This treasure was their initial discovery, a beacon of hope for the enhancement of their sect's strength. Thus, the discord between the two factions escalated rapidly, leading to a series of minor conflicts. With the onset of conflict, intervention became imperative. After deliberation, the Qianhua sect decided to dispatch Chen Feiyue, the leader of the 18th Peak, as their envoy. Chen Feiyue was no ordinary individual. He possessed formidable strength and commanded immense respect within the sect. He set forth to the Treasure Mountain mine with 4 foundation-building disciples, 15 inner disciples, 20 outer disciples, and 10 miscellaneous disciples to provide support. Once the news spread, a wave of excitement swept through the Qianhua sect. Ling Qingyuan, Han Kaiyun, Li Luer, Xiaoyan, Ma Huantao, Zhou Changlin, along with miscellaneous disciples Wang Dahu and Lu Jiang, eagerly volunteered. They all recognized this as an opportunity, a chance to advance further on their path of cultivation, as well as to fight for the honor of their sect. Thus, a group of 50, led by Chen Feiyue, set off in grand procession. Within a mere day, they arrived at Treasure Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the group gazed upon the sprawling mountain range, extending over 500 li. The mountain was predominantly composed of stone, with rocks of various forms, some resembling ferocious beasts and others elegant fairies. The wild grass swayed in the wind, and the stunted trees were scattered haphazardly, imparting a sense of desolation and solitude. No one could have imagined that beneath the surface lay a significant vein of spiritual stones. This vein held profound significance for the Qianhua sect, akin to the lifeblood of the sect. Without sufficient resources, a sect would struggle to attract outstanding disciples. Lacking a continuous influx of disciples, the sect would inevitably dwindle, akin to a stream without a source, destined for extinction. At present, Ma Huantao had successfully advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. Moreover, the techniques he practiced, the Earth Escape technique, Fireball technique, and Ice Arrow technique, had become increasingly refined. Each time he executed the Earth Escape technique, he resembled a nimble earth dragon, vanishing instantaneously beneath the ground. The flames of the Fireball technique burned hotter and more ferociously, while the ice arrows of the Ice Arrow technique became harder and sharper. Additionally, his Gale Blade technique had also seen significant improvement, allowing him to execute it with greater speed, the blade's light flashing like lightning, seemingly capable of severing any obstruction. On this expedition, Ling Qingyuan had deliberately brought him along. At this point, Ling Qingyuan had reached the later stages of foundation building, just a step away from the mid-foundation stage. Her progress in the realm of cultivation was steady, making her a standout among her peers. Observing that Ma Huantao had ascended 3 levels in merely 3 years, Ling Qingyuan was profoundly astonished. It was well known that as one advanced further along the path of cultivation, the resources required for breakthroughs increased significantly, making such progress exceedingly challenging. It was not uncommon for individuals to struggle for 3 years to attain even a minor level of advancement. In Ling Qingyuan's view, Ma Huantao was indeed exceptionally gifted, akin to a luminous pearl shining amidst darkness, destined to radiate brilliance. Chen Feiyue led the disciples to the Treasure Mountain mine. The mine was guarded by a late-stage foundation building practitioner named Yi Wufan, a disciple from the 3rd peak, Sangsong Peak. Additionally, there were 2 mid-stage foundation building practitioners and 2 early-stage foundation building practitioners, all hailing from Song Lansong. Alongside them were 30 inner disciples, 58 outer disciples, and nearly 100 miscellaneous disciples. The atmosphere here was tense and heavy, as everyone understood that a great battle was perhaps inevitable. To avert large-scale warfare, the Tianjian sect and the Qianhua sect had initially allowed only minor frictions between their Qi refinement disciples, hoping to gauge one another's limits through such encounters. However, as time passed, the conflicts escalated, drawing in foundation-building practitioners, and now, the tensions had intensified to a breaking point. Consequently, the Qianhua sect dispatched a Golden Core practitioner to demonstrate their resolve in defending the mine. Upon Chen Feiyue's arrival, his status and strength naturally positioned him as the overseer of the Treasure Mountain mine. After listening to Yi Wufan's detailed report, his expression darkened like water, and he slowly uttered, "The relationship between the two sects is exceedingly sensitive, akin to a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. We must not act rashly. As long as they do not invade us, we need not strike first. For now, we must bolster our defenses and ensure that every disciple remains vigilant, not allowing the slightest lapse in focus." "Yes, Master Uncle." Yi Wufan and the others responded in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. Thus, Yi Wufan led Chen Feiyue on a tour of the entire mine. The mine was vast, with an entrance that sloped downward, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Upon entering, they encountered numerous branching tunnels, akin to a labyrinth. Within the mine, over 400 miners were busily extracting spiritual stones, the sounds of hammers striking and mining tools clashing with rocks intertwining to create a scene of bustling activity. The mine had only recently been opened, and while it was not very deep yet, glimmering spiritual stones could already be seen embedded in the rock walls. After touring the mine, they noticed a multitude of wooden houses constructed nearby, varying in size and simplicity. Chen Feiyue began to organize accommodations for the group. Due to the sudden influx of so many people, space for lodging became somewhat constrained. Chen Feiyue produced several tents from his Qiankuan bag, prompting the miscellaneous disciples to spring into action. Owing to Chen Feiyue's noble status, he had a designated tent for rest, with miscellaneous disciples attending to his needs. A slightly larger tent was prepared for the foundation building disciples, containing relatively better facilities. In contrast, the inner and outer disciples were relegated to some rudimentary wooden houses, crammed together for convenience. However, the inner disciples were typically not required to perform any menial tasks. They only joined the foundation building disciples in combat during battles, dedicating their time to cultivating and enhancing their own strength during other periods. Having spent over a month in this location, the situation remained relatively stable, with no major conflicts arising. However, the Tianjian sect persistently sent individuals to negotiate, attempting to utilize verbal persuasion to claim a share of the mine's benefits. These matters did not require Chen Feiyue's direct intervention, as foundation building disciples stepped up to address the issues. Following Chen Feiyue's directives, they argued their case vigorously against the Tianjian sect's representatives, striving to protect the interests of the Qianhua sect. Chapter 36, The dispute over the Treasure Mountain mine. However, as 2 months drew near, the once tranquil situation, akin to a calm lake, was once again shattered, like a colossal stone cast into the water, stirring up tumultuous waves. On this day, Yi Wufan hurriedly rushed to report to Chen Shuiwei, his face flushed with anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his breath somewhat labored. "Master Uncle, 10 miles from the mine, people from the Tianjian sect have suddenly appeared, a considerable number of cultivators and miners. They are vigorously excavating the minerals, resembling a pack of hungry wolves that have discovered their prey." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuiue's brow furrowed tightly, as if two formidable mountains were pressed together, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, reminiscent of a restless lightning bolt streaking through the profound night sky. "They intend to dig in our vicinity. If we do not intervene, they may reach our side within a year. At that point, this place will transform into a battlefield of bloodshed, and the situation will become increasingly complex and perilous, potentially shaking the very foundation of our Qianhua sect. What shall we do?" Yi Wufan inquired, gazing at Chen Shuiwei, his eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping to glean a viable solution from his master uncle, akin to seeking a glimmer of hope in darkness. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shuiue's expression turned as grave as frost in the depths of winter. He spoke slowly, "You should lead a group to intervene, striving to resolve the matter peacefully. If we can persuade them with reason and appeal to their emotions, it would be ideal. If that proves unfeasible, we must resort to forceful expulsion, but remember, no fatalities must occur. We cannot allow this conflict to escalate further, otherwise, a mere spark could ignite a raging inferno, leading to unimaginable consequences." "Understood, Master Uncle, I shall obey." Yi Wufan replied, promptly rallying over 30 individuals, their spirits fierce as they headed towards the Tianjian sect disciples situated 10 miles away. Their figures gradually receded under the sunlight, their determined strides stirring up clouds of dust, as a new conflict seemed poised to unfold, akin to dark clouds gathering before a tempest. Upon arriving at the Tianjian sect's encampment, Yi Wufan observed that the disciples of the Tianjian sect and the miners had already commenced constructing wooden huts, their industrious figures bustling about. Numerous miners wielded shovels, picks, and various tools, eagerly excavating the ore. The clanging of shovels striking the earth and the crisp sounds of picks shattering rocks melded into a scene of frenetic activity, as if this place were their territory, devoid of any reservations. "Cease your actions. This is the domain of the Qianhua sect. You must leave immediately, otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious." Yi Wufan bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder amidst the clamor, carrying the weight of the Qianhua sect's authority. The Tianjin sect was led by Yuan Taiyan, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple, accompanied by 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, over 30 inner disciples, and more than 80 miners, all engaged in excavation. This plan had been deliberated by the sect's various hall masters to avoid conflict with the Qianma sect, opting to dig at a distance initially. Though immediate profits were modest, they anticipated considerable gains in the future by directing their efforts toward the Qianma sect's mine. Thus, they had come to test the Qianma sect's response, hoping for a concession that would allow for large-scale excavation thereafter, their eyes gleaming with the lust for wealth. Unexpectedly, mere moments after commencing their work, disciples from the Qianma sect arrived to obstruct them. Hearing Yi Wufan's words ignited the anger of the other Tianjin sect disciples, akin to a powder keg ignited. Yuan Taiyan, unwilling to appear weak before so many, retorted defiantly, "You Qianma sect are exceedingly domineering. We have repeatedly shown forbearance, refraining from encroaching upon your mine, and now, even at a distance of 10 miles, you seek to impede us. Do you think us so powerless? I shall reiterate, this is the territory of the Qianma sect, and it has no bearing on your Tianjin sect. If you wish to mine, do so within your own domain. Depart at once, lest we be forced to take drastic measures." Yi Wufan stood his ground, fists clenched, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the opposition. Thus, the confrontation escalated from verbal exchanges, with sharp and venomous words clashing in the air like daggers, to physical conflict, shoving and pushing intensifying the fury on both sides. As the numbers swelled, the scene spiraled out of control, culminating in the unsheathing of blades as cold glimmers flashed, and the air thickened with murderous intent. Initially, both Yi Wufan and Yuan Taiyan managed to restrain themselves, attempting to regain control over the situation. However, the youthful disciples, driven by anger, lost their composure, taking advantage of their numerical superiority. Amid the chaos, a disciple from the Tianjin sect accidentally killed a Qianma sect outer disciple, the latter's blood instantly staining the ground. At this, Yi Wufan's fury ignited, his eyes turned crimson as he could no longer hold back. With a flourish, his sword flew forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly decapitating a Tianjin sect inner disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The severed head rolled upon the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, turning the scene into a tableau of carnage. Seeing this, Yuan Taiyan could not let it stand. He immediately brandished his sword and charged, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling whistle as he assaulted 2 outer disciples of the Qianma sect. In an instant, their heads too fell, the scene resembling a hellscape. From that moment on, neither side held back, their eyes clouded with bloodlust as cries of battle and agony intertwined. In a heartbeat, numerous disciples succumbed, blood glistening under the sun, streaming across the once tranquil earth. Despite being outnumbered, Yuan Taiyan and his disciples found themselves gradually at a disadvantage, the tide of battle turning against them. In a moment of desperation, a disciple sprinted back to report to Chen Shuiwei, panic etched upon his face as he embellished the tale. "Master Uncle, the disciples of the Tianjin sect have been outrageously domineering." When senior brother Yuan confronted them, they not only refused to listen but also brutally executed one of our outer disciples. In retaliation, Yuan Taiyan engaged them, but they came prepared, and we have already lost over a dozen disciples. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's fury ignited, his face contorting in rage as he declared, "The Tianjin sect has gone too far. Not only do they trespass upon our Qianma sect's territory to mine without permission, but they have also taken the first strike, executing our disciples without provocation. This is intolerable. Relay my orders. All inner and outer disciples shall join me in battle." In that moment, his mind was consumed with a singular thought: to avenge the fallen disciples of the Qianma sect and uphold its dignity, even if it meant wading through rivers of blood. The entire Qianma sect was enveloped in this tempest of wrath, and a grand confrontation was imminent. Chapter 37 The Strife for the Treasure Mountain Mine. At this moment, Chen Shui's expression was cold and stern, resembling a battle-hardened deity, as he hurriedly led all the inner and outer disciples of the sect. The rapid footsteps echoed like the beating of war drums, infused with an indomitable momentum, yet, the scene before him filled him with a seething rage, his eyes wide with fury. He beheld Yuan Taiyan and others ensnared by the disciples of the Tianjin sect, trapped as if ferocious beasts in a cage. Many bore wounds soaked in crimson, their gashes grotesque like the maw of a demon, flesh flayed and blood gushing forth, cascading down their bodies to form pools of sanguine despair. The groans of the gravely injured echoed like the wails of tormented spirits, and over a dozen lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open in defiance of death, blood spilling forth like a fountain, transforming the earth into a blinding scarlet, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shuiwei brandished his long sword, which suddenly blazed with brilliance, akin to the blazing sun at zenith. Waves of piercing sword chi surged forth like enraged dragons, possessing an uncanny sentience, howling as they tore through the air toward the disciples of the Tianjin sect. At this juncture, he had achieved the pinnacle of the early Golden Core stage, his internal spiritual energy surging like a torrential river, teetering on the brink of advancing to the mid-Golden Core stage, his might formidable beyond compare. One disciple of the Tianjin sect, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, beheld this with eyes wide in terror, attempting to raise his sword in defense. However, Chen Shuiyue's sword qi, like a withering reed, effortlessly shattered his fragile guard, piercing through his abdomen with the swiftness of lightning. As the sword qi traversed his body, it seemed to ignite the surrounding air, releasing a scent of singed flesh. The disciple's body trembled violently, blood erupting from his mouth, his sword clattering to the ground, and before a scream could escape his lips, he was rendered lifeless. Unrelenting, the sword qi continued its deadly trajectory, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly claiming the life of another outer disciple of the Tianjin sect. The outer disciple felt a flash of cold light before excruciating pain gripped his neck, and his head flew from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. This scene invigorated the disciples of the Qianhua sect, who roared like a pride of enraged lions, charging forth. Ma Huantao, equally unwilling to be outdone, brandished his elongated blade, launching himself into the fray with the swiftness of lightning. He stomped the ground forcefully, sending debris flying, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. His blade danced in the sunlight, shimmering with a chilling brilliance, each swing unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp blade qi. The blade qi, as tangible as a tempest, seemed capable of severing anything, and in an instant, it dispatched a disciple of the Tianjin sect at the fourth level of qi refinement. The qi first sliced through the disciple's arm, severing it at the shoulder, blood erupting like arrows, and before he could react, the blade qi carved through his chest, leaving a deep gash that laid his entrails bare. The disciple collapsed, lifeless. A glimmer of greed flashed in Ma Huantao's eyes, yet he understood the necessity of restraint in Chen Shuiyue's presence. He suppressed the urge to plunder the fallen cultivator's spatial bags, though his gaze could not help but dart toward the bags scattered on the ground. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the fierce combat, and soon over 30 disciples of the Tianjin sect lay slain. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries, screams, and the clashing of weapons, weaving a brutal symphony. Nearby miners, witnessing the unfolding carnage, were struck with terror, their faces as pale as parchment, legs trembling. They scrambled to escape, raising clouds of dust, quickly vanishing from sight. Due to the distance from the Tianjin sect, Yuan Taiyan had, at the onset of the conflict, swiftly employed a sound transmission talisman to inform his sect of the dire situation and request reinforcements. His fingers pressed against the talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy, as it flickered with a faint glow, transmitting the message forth. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, witnessing a golden core cultivator among the ranks of the Qianhua sect, were instantly gripped by fear, their eyes betraying their trepidation, their weapons trembling in their hands. Unable to withstand the overwhelming assault, they retreated under the guidance of their leader. This battle marked a resounding victory for the Qianhua sect, claiming the lives of 2 foundation establishment cultivators, 15 inner disciples, and over 20 outer disciples of the Tianjin sect. Chen Shuiyue surveyed the battlefield and bellowed, "Do not pursue, secure the area and collect the spoils." His voice resonated like a thunderclap across the battlefield. At his command, the disciples sprang into action, weaving through the fray to gather the spoils of war. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Ling Qingyan had collected 3 spatial bags, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement as she casually selected one and respectfully presented it to Chen Shuiyue. Chen Shuiyue nodded in satisfaction and handed her another in return. He held Ling Qingyan in high regard, believing that with her talents, she could ascend to the golden core stage within 6 years. Her profound eyes brimmed with expectation as she earnestly declared, "Master, I accept this gift with gratitude. I will strive to cultivate diligently and achieve the golden core realm as soon as possible. I am determined to live up to your expectations." "Thank you, Master," Ling Qingyan exclaimed joyfully, her face radiant with happiness. Chen Shuiyue's brow furrowed slightly in contemplation. He remained wary of potential reprisals from the Tianjin sect. Thus, he produced another sound transmission talisman, briefly outlining the situation and urging the Qianhua sect to dispatch reinforcements as well. His countenance grave, he infused the talisman, which glimmered with mysterious light, sending the message into the distance. Before long, Chen Shuiyue conjured a fireball, forming hand seals and chanting incantations, as his spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing in his palms. A colossal fireball materialized before him, its searing flames igniting the surrounding air with a crackling sound. The fireball, like a blazing sun, soared toward the fallen bodies, incinerating them entirely, leaving behind only a charred expanse of earth and acrid smoke. Subsequently, he led the group back to the Spirit Stone Mine. However, Yuan Taiyan harbored ulterior motives. He retrieved the sound transmission talisman again, detailing the incident while shifting the primary blame onto the Qianhua sect, embellishing the account with claims that the Qianhua sect had dispatched a golden core cultivator who had ruthlessly slaughtered 2 foundation establishment cultivators. A sinister smile crept across his face, and his eyes gleamed with cunning. Upon hearing this news, the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect were instantly incensed, their roars reverberating throughout the sect's grand hall. They promptly dispatched Jin Hai, the vice hall master of the Shinfeng Hall, a formidable figure at the peak of the golden core stage, whose power was immeasurable. Jin Hai was a towering man, muscles rippling, exuding an aura of overwhelming strength. Alongside him was Lin Sanjiang, an elder of the Shenfeng Hall, at the mid-golden core stage, equally formidable, with a cold visage and eyes like daggers. In addition, they brought along 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators, including Li Qingshu, who had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, as well as 50 inner disciples and 50 outer disciples, all charging with ferocious intent toward the Treasure Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. Chapter 37 The dispute over the Treasure Mountain Mine. At this moment, Chen Shuijue's expression was grim, resembling that of a war deity, as he hurriedly led all the inner and outer disciples to the scene. The hurried footsteps echoed like the beating of war drums, imbued with an indomitable momentum. However, the sight before him filled him with rage, his eyes wide with fury. He beheld Yuan Taiyan and others ensnared by the disciples of the Tianjin sect, trapped like ferocious beasts in a cage. Many were already drenched in blood, their wounds grotesque and gaping like the maw of a demon, flesh torn and blood gushing forth, flowing down their bodies and pooling into crimson puddles. The moans of the severely wounded resembled the wails of phantoms, reverberating through the air, while over a dozen lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open, seemingly unwilling to accept death. Blood poured forth like a fountain, staining the earth a shocking red, akin to a hellish inferno. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shuijue unsheathed his long sword with a fierce flourish. In an instant, the blade radiated a brilliant light, akin to the blazing sun, unleashing a torrent of piercing sword energy that surged forth like a wrathful dragon. The sword energy seemed to possess a will of its own, howling as it tore through the air, hurtling toward the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Having attained the pinnacle of the early golden core stage, his internal spiritual power surged like a raging river, unstoppable and mere steps away from breaking into the mid-golden core stage, his strength formidable beyond measure. A disciple of the Tianjin sect, still at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, beheld this with terror-stricken eyes, attempting to raise his sword in defense. However, Chen Shuijue's sword energy shattered his frail defenses with ease, piercing through his abdomen like a bolt of lightning. As the energy coursed through his body, it seemed to ignite the surrounding air, filling it with a charred scent. The disciple's body convulsed violently, blood gushing forth, his sword clattering to the ground, silenced before he could even utter a cry, succumbing to death. Yet the sword energy continued unabated, mercilessly cleaving through another outer disciple of the Tianjin sect. The disciple barely perceived a flash of cold light before feeling a searing pain in his neck, his head severed from his body, blood spraying forth like a fountain from the decapitated stump. This scene invigorated the disciples of the Qianma sect, who roared in unison, akin to a pride of enraged lions, charging forward. Ma Huantao, unwilling to be outdone, wielded a long blade and darted toward the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. He stomped the ground with force, sending dust and stones flying, propelling himself like a cannonball wielding his blade, its cold gleam reflecting the sunlight. Each swing unleashed a fierce blade aura. That aura, as if a tangible storm, seemed capable of slicing through anything, swiftly decimating a disciple of the Tianjin sect. At the fourth layer of chi refinement, the blade aura first severed the disciple's arm at the shoulder, blood erupting forth like an arrow, and before he could react, the aura sliced through his chest, leaving a deep gash that spilled his entrails, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A glimmer of greed flashed in Ma Huantao's eyes, yet he understood that with Chen Shuijue present, he must suppress the urge to pillage the fallen cultivator's Qinkuan bags, though his gaze could not help but flicker toward the bags on the ground. Time slipped away silently amidst the fierce melee, and soon, over 30 disciples of the Tianjin sect had fallen. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries, screams, and the clash of weapons, forming a brutal symphony. Nearby miners, witnessing the outbreak of conflict, were paralyzed with fear, their faces as pale as paper, their legs trembling. They scurried away in a panic, stirring up clouds of dust, quickly disappearing from sight. Given the Tianjin sect's distant location, Yuan Taiyan had promptly utilized a sound transmission talisman at the onset of battle, informing his sect of the situation and requesting reinforcements. His fingers pressed against the talisman, imbuing it with spiritual energy, the talisman flickering with a faint light as it conveyed the urgent message. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, upon seeing a golden core cultivator among the ranks of the Qianma sect, were instantly gripped by fear, their eyes betraying their trepidation, their weapons trembling slightly in hand. Unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught, they retreated under the leader's command. This battle resulted in a resounding victory for the Qianma sect, having slain 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 15 inner disciples of the Tianjin sect, along with over 20 outer disciples. Chen Shuijue surveyed the battlefield and bellowed, "Do not pursue, clean up the battlefield and tend to this area." His voice resonated like a mighty bell across the field. At his command, the disciples swiftly sprang into action, traversing the battlefield to collect the spoils of war. Before long, the scene was cleared. Ling Qingyan gathered 3 Qinkuan bags, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement, and reverently handed one to Chen Shuijue. Chen Shuijue nodded in satisfaction and bestowed another upon Ling Qingyan. He held her in high regard, believing that with her cultivation, she had a promising chance of advancing to the golden core stage within 6 years. Her deep-set eyes brimmed with hope as she earnestly said, "Master, thank you for this gift." I will strive to cultivate diligently and achieve the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. I know you believe in me. Chen Shui's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the potential retribution from the Tianjin sect. He then produced a sound transmission talisman, outlining the situation and urging the Qianma sect to dispatch reinforcements. His demeanor was grave as the talisman glowed with a mysterious light, sending the message forth into the distance. Before long, Chen Shui conjured a fireball, his hands forming seals while chanting incantations, his internal spiritual energy surging forth and coalescing in his palm. A massive fireball materialized before him, its searing flames igniting the surrounding air with crackling sounds. The fireball, like a blazing sun, hurtled toward the corpses below, incinerating them completely, leaving only a charred expanse of earth and acrid smoke in its wake. Subsequently, he led the group back to the Spirit Stone Mine. However, Yuan Taiyan harbored ulterior motives. He once again activated the sound transmission talisman, recounting the events in detail but attributing the primary blame to the Qianma sect, embellishing the tale to suggest that they had dispatched a Golden Core cultivator to mercilessly slaughter 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. A sinister smile crept across his face, his eyes gleaming with cunning calculation. Upon learning of this news, the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect were instantly incensed, their roars echoing within the grand hall of the sect. They promptly dispatched Jin Hai, the vice-master of the Shinfeng Hall, a formidable cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, whose strength was unfathomable. Jin Hai, a towering figure with bulging muscles, radiated a powerful aura. Accompanying him was Elder Lin Sanjiang, a mid-Golden Core cultivator not to be underestimated, his expression stern and eyes crackling with intensity. In addition, they brought along 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, including Li Qingshu, who had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, as well as 50 inner disciples and 50 outer disciples, all marching toward the Spirit Stone Mine at Treasure Mountain with an imposing presence. Chapter 37 The Dispute over the Gem Mountain Mine. At this moment, Chen Shui's expression was as cold as ice, resembling a deity of war, as he hurriedly led all the inner and outer sect disciples to the scene. The hurried footsteps echoed like the beating of war drums, infused with an unstoppable momentum. However, the sight before him filled him with rage, causing his eyes to widen in fury. He beheld Yuan Taiyan and others encircled by disciples of the Tianjin sect, trapped like ferocious beasts in a cage. Many were soaked in blood, their wounds grotesque and gaping like the mouths of demons, flesh torn and bleeding profusely, cascading down their bodies and pooling into crimson puddles. The moans of the severely injured echoed like ghostly wails in the air, while over a dozen lifeless bodies lay on the ground, their eyes wide open in defiance of death, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth a blinding red, resembling a hellish battlefield. Without uttering a word, Chen Shui brandished his long sword, which suddenly blazed with radiant light, akin to the blazing sun. Sharp sword energies, fierce as enraged dragons, shot forth with incredible speed. The sword energies seemed to possess sentience, howling as they tore through the air towards the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Having reached the early stage of Golden Core with utmost perfection, his internal spiritual power surged like a torrential river, relentless and powerful, just a step away from breaking into the mid-stage of Golden Core, rendering him formidable in strength. A disciple of the Tianjin sect, at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, witnessed this and widened his eyes in terror, attempting to raise his sword to defend. However, Chen Shui's sword energy, like a withering force, effortlessly breached his fragile defenses, piercing through his abdomen like lightning. As the sword energy passed through his body, it seemed to ignite the surrounding air, releasing a charred smell. The disciple's body trembled violently, blood erupting from his mouth, and his sword clattered to the ground as he fell lifelessly, without even a scream. The sword energy, relentless in its advance, coldly reaped the life of another outer disciple of the Tianjin sect. The disciple only perceived a flash of cold light before experiencing excruciating pain at his neck, his head flying away, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. This scene invigorated the disciples of the Qianma sect, who roared like a pack of enraged lions, charging forward. Ma Huantao, unwilling to be outdone, wielded his long blade, darting towards the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. He stomped the ground fiercely, sending dirt and stones flying, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. His blade swung under the sunlight, glinting with a chilling light, each swing generating a fierce blade aura. The blade aura, akin to a tangible storm, seemed capable of severing anything, and in an instant, it cleaved through a disciple of the Tianjin sect at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The aura first sliced through the disciple's arm, severing it at the shoulder, blood spraying forth like an arrow. Before the disciple could react, the aura then carved through his chest, creating a deep wound that ripped through, spilling his innards, and he collapsed lifelessly. A glimmer of greed flashed in Ma Huantao's eyes, yet he understood that with Chen Shui present, he must suppress his urge to loot the fallen cultivator's bags. Nevertheless, his gaze could not help but dart towards the bags scattered on the ground. Time slipped away amidst the fierce battle, and soon over 30 disciples of the Tianjin sect lay defeated. The battlefield echoed with cries of slaughter, screams of pain, and the clashing of weapons, forming a cruel symphony. The miners who had been nearby, upon witnessing the fierce battle unfold, were struck with terror, their faces as pale as paper, their legs trembling, they scrambled away in a cloud of dust, vanishing from sight. Due to the Tianjian sect being situated far from this location, Yuan Taiyan immediately used a sound transmission talisman to inform his sect of the situation and request reinforcements. He infused spiritual power into the talisman, causing it to emit a faint glow as the message was sent out. The disciples of the Tianjian sect, upon realizing that there was a golden core cultivator among the ranks of the Qianhua sect, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, their eyes betraying fear as their weapons trembled slightly in their grasp. Unable to withstand the overwhelming assault, they began to retreat under the leader's command. This battle resulted in a resounding victory for the Qianhua sect, claiming the lives of 2 foundation establishment cultivators, 15 inner disciples, and over 20 outer disciples from the Tianjian sect. Chen Shuiwei surveyed the battlefield and bellowed, "Do not pursue, instead, clear the battlefield and handle the aftermath." His voice resonated like a mighty bell across the field. Upon receiving the order, the disciples swiftly sprang into action, moving through the battlefield to collect the spoils. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Ling Qingyan gathered 3 Qiankuan bags, her lively eyes sparkling with excitement. She casually selected one and respectfully presented it to Chen Shuiwei. Satisfied, Chen Shuiwei nodded and handed her another in return. He held Ling Qingyan in high regard, believing that with her cultivation, she had great potential to advance to the golden core stage within 6 years. Her deep-set eyes brimmed with anticipation as she earnestly said, "Qingyan, I give you this, hoping you will diligently cultivate and soon break through to the golden core stage. I have great expectations for you." "Thank you, master." Ling Qingyan replied joyfully, her face radiating with happiness. Chen Shuiwei's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he grew concerned about potential retaliation from the Tianjian sect. He then took out a sound transmission talisman, summarizing the situation and expressing the need for the Qianhua sect to send reinforcements. His expression grave, he infused the talisman with spiritual energy, causing it to shimmer with a mysterious light as the message was transmitted far away. Before long, Chen Shuiwei conjured a fireball, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. His internal spiritual power surged forth, gathering in his palms. A massive fireball materialized before him, its scorching flames igniting the surrounding air and crackling ominously. The fireball, resembling a blazing sun, soared towards the corpses on the ground, incinerating them entirely, leaving only a charred expanse of land and acrid smoke in its wake. Subsequently, he led everyone back to the Spirit Stone Mine. However, Yuan Taiyan harbored ulterior motives. He once again produced a sound transmission talisman, detailing the situation but shifting the blame primarily onto the Qianhua sect, exaggerating that they had dispatched a golden core cultivator to unleash a massacre upon the Tianjian sect, slaying 2 foundation establishment cultivators. A sinister smile crept across his face, his eyes glinting with cunning. Upon hearing this news, the higher-ups of the Tianjian sect were enraged, their roars echoing throughout the sect's grand hall. They promptly dispatched Jin Hai, the vice hall master of the Xinfeng Hall, who was at the late stage of golden core and possessed unfathomable strength. Jin Hai, a towering figure with bulging muscles, emanated a powerful aura. Accompanying him was Lin Sanjiang, an elder of the Xinfeng Hall, at the mid-stage of golden core, equally formidable with a stern expression and piercing gaze. Additionally, they brought along 8 foundation establishment cultivators, including the newly advanced Li Qingshu, along with 50 inner disciples and 50 outer disciples, all marching toward the Gem Mountain Spirit Stone Mine with fierce determination. Chapter 38 The Struggle at the Treasure Mountain Mine. After a considerable time, Jin Hai, accompanied by a formidable entourage, arrived at the Treasure Mountain Spirit Stone Mine with the ferocity of a tempest. His gaze was as fierce as that of a ravenous wolf, preying upon its quarry. Spotting 2 outer disciples of the Qianhua sect patrolling the periphery, he acted without hesitation. With a swift motion of his hands, 2 icy beams of light erupted from his long sword, piercing the air with remarkable speed, accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the atmosphere. The 2 outer disciples, taken aback by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, turned in terror, yet had no time to raise an alarm before the sword energy severed their throats. In an instant, a slender line of crimson appeared on their necks, and blood gushed forth like a surging spring. Their eyes widened in shock as they clutched their throats, slowly collapsing to the ground. Like a relentless tide, Jin Hai and his followers surged toward the Spirit Stone Mine, plunging it into chaos. The laborers, gripped by sheer terror, were filled with despair, their voices ringing out in frantic cries. They fled in all directions like headless flies, some trampled underfoot by the panicked crowd. Observing this, Chen Shuiwei rallied everyone to resist. In that moment, the entire mine was ensnared in a tempest of sword energy, resembling a densely woven net of blades. Some sword energies soared like rainbows piercing the sun, exuding an overwhelming presence, others slithered with the cunning of serpents, both intricate and unpredictable. The explosive sounds of various talismans filled the air, deafening and relentless, as if they aimed to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Fireball and ice arrow techniques manifested in succession, their brilliant radiance intertwining with a chilling aura. Each fireball descended upon the enemy like a meteor, igniting infernos in their wake, as enemies were consumed by flames, their anguished screams echoing through the chaos. Ice arrows fell like torrential rain, some penetrating foes' bodies, encasing them in ice, while others struck the ground, scattering shards of frost. Before long, numerous disciples lay in pools of blood, and the Qianma sect found itself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the two Golden Core cultivators, Jin Hai and Lin Sanjiang, refrained from delivering fatal blows to Chen Shuiwei, fully aware that slaying even one Golden Core practitioner of the Qianma sect would forge an unbreakable enmity. Nevertheless, moments later, Chen Shuiwei was drenched in blood, bearing numerous deep wounds from which blood flowed ceaselessly, soaking her garments. Though her complexion paled, her resolve remained unwavering as she wielded her longsword and continued to fight. Coincidentally, Li Qingshu suddenly spotted Ling Qingyan amidst the tumultuous battlefield. In an instant, a fierce hatred ignited within his eyes, for the sight of an enemy invoked a profound fury. During their trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Ling Qingyan had led a group to annihilate several disciples of the Tianjin sect, an event that remained etched in his memory. As his comrades fell amidst their screams, the earth stained crimson with blood, this grudge had lingered in Li Qingshu's heart, never to be forgotten now. His eyes blazed with the flames of vengeance as he invoked the sword technique, drawing forth two low-tier magical swords from his Qin Kuan pouch. Grasping the hilt with both hands, he drew the swords with a sharp hiss, producing a resonant chime. The blades shimmered with a cold light, seemingly capable of reflecting one's very soul. Each glimmering ray felt like a gaze from the abyss, chilling and merciless, as if to penetrate flesh and bone, exposing the innermost fears and cowardice without reservation. One sword was firmly held in his powerful grip, veins bulging with the intensity of his determination for revenge. The other floated beside him, quivering slightly, emitting a humming sound as if eager for the imminent battle. This was none other than the Tianjin sect's ultimate technique, the Heavenly Sword Technique. It was said to comprise 18 levels, each concealing boundless mysteries and power, allowing the practitioner to control an additional magical weapon with each level mastered, akin to unlocking a gateway to a higher realm of swordsmanship that inspired both awe and trepidation. Li Qingshu's prodigious talent marked him as a favored child of destiny. He had mastered the first level of the Heavenly Sword Technique during the early stages of foundation building. In the entire Tianjin sect, such a genius was a rare occurrence, appearing but once in a century. His path of cultivation resembled a sunlit highway, each step taken with unwavering confidence. Now, consumed by the flames of revenge, that fire threatened to engulf his reason, compelling him to use this proud technique to exact vengeance upon Ling Qingyan, to retaliate for his fallen comrades. With a light touch upon the ground, he propelled himself forward with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water, yet imbued with immense force. Like a swallow in flight, he soared toward Ling Qingyan, tracing a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of the scythe of death, heralding doom. His longsword danced in a flurry, movements as swift as lightning, unleashing waves of sword energy that surged forth like ferocious beasts, targeting Ling Qingyan. Simultaneously, the low-tier flying sword beside him, infused with a fierce momentum, sliced through the air like a bolt of silver lightning, racing toward Ling Qingyan. This was akin to two foundation-building cultivators launching simultaneous assaults, their combined might resembling a torrent of waves, intent on drowning Ling Qingyan, a solitary vessel upon the tumultuous sea. Previously, Ling Qingyan had been evenly matched with a foundation-building cultivator, their exchanges a fierce contest of skill, with sword shadows intertwining. Her technique, akin to a nimble serpent, adeptly evaded attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. However, with Li Qingshu's sudden involvement, the pressure escalated dramatically. The barrage of sword energy and flying swords left her gasping for breath. She was compelled to exert every ounce of her skill to defend herself, her sword transforming into a blur of light as she attempted to shield against the relentless onslaught, yet found herself utterly on the defensive. "You vile wench, once I have you in my grasp, you shall beg for death and wish for life, enduring unspeakable humiliation." Li Qingshu roared, his voice reverberating like thunder across the battlefield, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he sought to incinerate Ling Qingyan with his gaze. In that moment, Ling Qingyan recognized him as the very cultivator named Li Qingshu from their fateful encounter in the 10,000 Great Mountains. How unfortunate it was to cross paths with this nemesis once more. Her heart sank at the prospect of the dire situation unfolding before her. Li Qingshu's two long swords, combined with another foundation-building cultivator's blade, formed a tempestuous assault, encircling Ling Qingyan without respite. The intertwining shadows of their blades created an impenetrable web, each swing producing a fierce gust of wind. After merely 30 exchanges, Ling Qingyan had been struck multiple times, each wound superficial, yet the pain remained a constant reminder as her brow furrowed in distress. Blood stained her garments, rendering them tattered and ragged, akin to a blossom wilting amidst a mire of crimson. Li Qingshu and the other foundation-building cultivator acted with malicious intent, their eyes glimmering with wicked delight, aiming to strip Ling Qingyan of her dignity as a means of humiliation. Aware of their intentions, she felt utterly powerless, battling against two opponents, her spiritual energy depleting rapidly, and her body growing increasingly weary, leaving her to barely maintain her footing. Chapter 39 The dispute over the Treasure Mountain mine. At this moment, not far away, Ma Huantao's heart sank as he beheld the scene before him. He sensed the impending calamity, yet he was acutely aware of Ling Qingyan's predicament. At most, she could endure no more than 20 exchanges, after which her resilience would likely falter. Should she fall, the consequences would be dire. She could be captured by the two Foundation establishment cultivators, subjected to unspeakable torment, or, in the worst-case scenario, lose her life. Anxious and agitated, he brandished his long knife, which instantly erupted into a dazzling radiance, illuminating the blood-soaked battleground surrounding him. With all his might, he struck down the chi-refining sixth-layer cultivator before him, who had not even a moment to react before being cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Then, Ma Huantao soared into the air, his figure resembling that of a majestic eagle in flight, exuding an extraordinary aura. With swift precision, he swung his long knife towards one of the cultivators, the blade cutting through the air with a whistling sound, as if it sought to rend the very atmosphere itself. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Tianjian sect, engrossed in launching a fierce assault on Ling Qingyan, had focused all his attention on her, reveling in the anticipated humiliation of his adversary. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in from behind, causing him to shudder in alarm. Instinctively realizing the peril he faced, in a panic, he turned to block with his sword, only to hear a thunderous crash as blade met blade, sending sparks flying like a resplendent firework blooming between them. The immense force of the collision forced both combatants to retreat 5 or 6 steps, their arms numb and struggling to regain their footing. Relying on his robust physique, Ma Huantao's solid muscles felt like an impregnable fortress, brimming with boundless strength. As the shockwave from the clash subsided, he quickly steadied himself, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, each step kicking up a cloud of dust. His eyes burned with a resolute flame, embodying a courage that embraced death itself. In that instant, as he surged forward, he appeared to merge with his long knife, transforming into a fierce tempest. The knife's aura surged forth towards Li Qingshu, resembling a roaring dragon, its scales glimmering with a chilling light, its maw wide open as if to swallow Li Qingshu whole. The air around them vibrated ominously, resonating with the impending clash. Ling Qingyan was the greatest benefactor of his life, an eternal beacon illuminating his soul. During the darkest of times, her arrival pierced through the gloom, bestowing upon him hope and strength. In his moments of deepest despair, she had extended her hand to him, and that gratitude was indelibly imprinted within the depths of his being. Thus, no one could harm her, not even in the face of this overwhelming tide of enemies. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would not hesitate. He would stand like a towering mountain, shielding Ling Qingyan from all harm, safeguarding her well-being. Li Qingshu's expression contorted with rage, the flames of fury nearly consuming him. He manipulated the floating long sword as if commanding a ferocious spirit serpent, the blade twisting and turning in midair, constantly shifting its angles of attack in an attempt to breach Ma Huantao's defenses. Each thrust was accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air, creating ripples as though the very atmosphere lamented under such a fierce onslaught. Yet, Ma Huantao remained as steadfast as a mountain, his feet firmly planted on the ground, slightly crouching to lower his center of gravity and enhance his stability. His long knife, in his skilled hands, transformed into a resplendent curtain of light, the blade's aura crisscrossing like a fortress constructed of pure energy. His gaze was piercing, fixated on the movements of the floating long sword, relying on his keen perception and extensive combat experience to anticipate its trajectory. As the floating long sword lunged forward once more, Ma Huantao bellowed, swinging his long knife with ferocity. A thick blade of energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, hurtling towards the sword. When blade met blade, a deafening roar erupted, sending shockwaves that sent nearby sand and stones flying. Ma Huantao felt a rush of pain in his arm but gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he swiftly adjusted his stance to prepare for the next assault. Seeing his first strike fail, Li Qingshu let out a cold snort, intensifying his output of spiritual energy. The floating long sword blazed with renewed brilliance, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual power, its speed suddenly accelerating as it transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards Ma Huantao's throat from an awkward angle. This strike was as swift as lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye. Ma Huantao's heart raced in alarm, and he quickly sidestepped to evade the attack. The sword grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood, yet he seized the opportunity to close the distance to Li Qingshu. He knew that keeping a distance from an enemy who wielded a flying sword would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Only in close combat could he leverage his strengths. He lunged forward with great force, his long knife aimed directly at Li Qingshu's face, the momentum behind it suggesting he intended to cleave his opponent in two. Caught off guard by Ma Huantao's decisiveness, Li Qingshu's expression shifted slightly. He had no time to call back the floating long sword and hastily raised his own sword to block. The two blades clashed once more, sending a shower of dazzling sparks into the air. This time, leveraging his momentum, Ma Huantao forced Li Qingshu to retreat repeatedly. Li Qingshu struggled to defend himself, feeling a sharp pain in his arm as his grip on the sword was jolted, causing blood to trickle down the handle. Don't think this will defeat me. Li Qingshu seethed with rage. He stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of spiritual power from beneath him, stabilizing his stance. At the same time, with a flick of his thoughts, the floating longsword changed direction, lunging towards Ma Huantao from behind. At that moment, Ma Huantao was fully engaged with Li Qingshu, his back completely exposed and vulnerable to attack, the situation dire. Just as the long sword was about to strike, Ma Huantao, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, executed an astonishing twist, evading the lethal blow with uncanny agility. Simultaneously, he swung his long knife backward, targeting the floating long sword. The strike contained all his strength, and as the long knife met the long sword, it diverted the latter from its original trajectory, sending it flying to the side. Li Qingshu was taken aback, astonished by Ma Huantao's ability not only to evade the pincer attack but also to repel his floating long sword. His fury intensified, compelling him to unleash his full power. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as streams of spiritual runes burst forth from his hands, merging into the floating long sword. Empowered by these runes, the sword trembled violently, emitting a piercing cry before charging again at Ma Huantao. This time, the sword's speed and power had multiplied several times over, carving deep gashes into the ground as if the very earth were being torn asunder by its might. Ma Huantao's expression grew grave. He understood the ferocity of this attack. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his internal energy to its utmost limit. He raised his long knife high and then swung it down with force, shouting, "Sky-rending slash!" A massive wave of energy erupted from the blade, forming a crescent-shaped arc that radiated with brilliant light, akin to a crescent moon descending upon the earth. The clash of blade and sword produced a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the battlefield, shaking the very ground beneath them. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending nearby cultivators staggering. Ma Huantao was knocked backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Li Qingshu, however, only retreated 5 or 6 steps, his arm numb and his chest heaving violently. With Ma Huantao's timely assistance, Ling Qingyan felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The relentless assault that had once felt like a mountain pressing down upon her had finally eased, allowing her to catch her breath. She cast a grateful glance at Ma Huantao, her eyes brimming with emotion. She had not anticipated that he, merely a qi-refining cultivator, would come to her aid so selflessly in this critical moment. In this brutal battlefield, such camaraderie felt like a warm ember in the depths of winter, igniting warmth within her heart. She understood the risks Ma Huantao had taken, and admiration for him welled up within her. However, the Foundation establishment cultivator quickly regained his composure, and the situation once again grew dire. He and Li Qingshu coordinated their attacks with increasing ferocity. Chapter 40 of the struggle at the Treasure Mountain Mine. In an instant, Ling Qingyan and Ma Huantao found themselves at a disadvantage, compelled to muster all their strength to fend off the relentless barrage of attacks that fell upon them like torrential raindrops. With every thrust of the long sword, they exerted every ounce of their might to parry the blows, each impact sending a numbing shock through their arms, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. At that moment, their only recourse was defense, devoid of any opportunity to counterattack, akin to a fragile vessel caught in a tempest, ever on the brink of being engulfed. Before long, an adversary's sword found its mark on Ma Huantao's left arm. The razor-sharp blade, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, bore a chilling aura and a lethal threat as it pierced through his flesh with alarming swiftness. The sound of the blade scraping against muscle was a disconcerting symphony, reminiscent of a demon's whisper. Instantly, blood gushed forth, a vivid crimson torrent that resembled blossoms blooming at the precipice of death. The sanguine liquid flowed rapidly, staining his entire arm in a hue that shimmered with an eerie luster under the sun. Drops of blood cascaded down his arm, each one striking the ground with a soft thud, raising tiny clouds of dust that formed ephemeral blood flowers upon this merciless battlefield. Yet, Ma Huantao remained undeterred, a fierce tiger in his determination, launching himself into the fray with unrelenting vigor, seemingly impervious to pain, his gaze solely fixed upon his foe. A defiant flame burned within his eyes, as if it could incinerate any adversary that dared to obstruct his path. With each swing of his long blade, a howling wind followed in its wake, the sword cleaving through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Each strike surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, intent on engulfing his enemies completely. Li Qingshu and another disciple from the Foundation establishment stage watched in astonishment as Ma Huantao fought valiantly. They had not anticipated that this disciple of the Qianhua sect, merely at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement, would wield his blade with such mastery. Each of his moves was impeccably executed, as if he were a finely crafted work of art, honed through countless trials. His actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. With each strike, he precisely blocked their attacks while simultaneously launching timely counterattacks. His resilience was remarkable. Despite being wounded, he grew ever more valiant, the blood seeping from his wound igniting a fervor within him, awakening the latent strength that lay dormant in his being. Inspired by Ma Huantao's fervent struggle, Ling Qingyan felt her spirits uplifted. She clenched her jaw, her eyes glimmering with an indomitable light, as she tightened her grip on her sword, rekindling her fighting spirit. Her swordplay became increasingly fierce, each thrust imbued with unwavering conviction. The two fought in perfect harmony, as if they shared an unspoken bond. Ma Huantao took the lead in the frontal assault, drawing the attention of their foes, while Ling Qingyan sought out their vulnerabilities, striking at opportune moments. Through their synchronized efforts, they gradually regained some semblance of control over the situation, temporarily staving off the onslaught of attacks that had once surged like a tidal wave. The ferocity of the enemy's assault began to wane, revealing cracks in their defenses. At that moment, another disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, joined the fray. His arrival thrust the already precarious situation of Ma Huantao and Ling Qingyan into peril once more. Brandishing a long sword that emanated a cold gleam, he darted towards them like a bolt of lightning. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike imbued with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, weaving a tapestry of sword shadows that enveloped the two. Upon witnessing this, Ma Huantao's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged leopard. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, he unleashed the pent-up anger and defiance within him. He recalled the creed of the sword wielder, to fear neither life nor death, to advance relentlessly, to cleave through any mountain that stood in their way. In this crucial moment of life and death, his aura surged, accompanied by his roar, as his spiritual energy coursed through him like a raging river. He ascended to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. Yet, he did not relent. He continued to ascend, reaching the midstage of the 10th layer. The sheer force of his newfound strength caused his muscles to swell, veins bulging as if they could scarcely contain the impact of this power. With a frenzied spirit akin to a madman, he broke through once more, achieving the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The trio from the Heavenly Sword sect was momentarily stunned by Ma Huantao's frenzied onslaught and the escalating intensity of his aura. His formidable presence loomed over them like an invisible mountain, constricting their breath and instilling a sense of dread that compelled them to retreat involuntarily, their eyes reflecting astonishment and trepidation. However, as a Qi refinement practitioner, Ma Huantao's reserve of spiritual energy and his recovery speed paled in comparison to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Before long, as the three disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect regained their composure, they pressed down upon him once more. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators seized the opportunity, deftly disarming Ling Qingyan with a single strike that sent her sword soaring into the air. Ling Qingyan felt a sudden lightness in her hand as her weapon was cast away. Li Qingshu seized the moment, bellowing, a sweeping strike that can fell 1,000 troops. He swung his long sword with ferocity, unleashing a powerful wave of sword qi that sliced through the air like a crescent blade aimed directly at Ling Qingyan. The force of the blow was tremendous. Should it strike true, it would surely sever her head from her shoulders. In that critical moment, Ma Huantao leaped forward without an ounce of hesitation, his heart racing with resolve. He knew he wore protective armor and silently prayed for its efficacy. In the next instant, his imposing form enveloped Ling Qingyan like a sturdy wall, bracing against the impending blow. Li Qingshu's sword, accompanied by a deafening whoosh, struck Ma Huantao's shoulder blade with a resounding crack. The sound echoed across the battlefield, an ominous tolling of death spell of the sword, infused with a fierce sword intent, cleaved into Ma Huantao, the overwhelming force shredding his back, exposing the low-tier protective armor beneath. Yet, even the armor, under the full force of Li Qingshu's strike, succumbed to damage, deep fissures marring its surface, flickering erratically with unstable spiritual light, as though it might shatter at any moment. The sheer power of the blow sent Ma Huantao, still clutching Ling Qingyan, hurtling through the air like a cannonball, landing several yards away. Their bodies tumbled across the ground, each collision sending jolts of pain through them. Finally, they landed with a thud, rolling multiple times before coming to a halt, both spitting blood, which splattered over each other, dyeing their faces and garments a deep crimson. Chapter 41 of the contest for the treasure at the Jibaishan mine. Li Qingshu let out a loud, triumphant laugh, his voice resonating with both pride and cruelty. Once again, he recited the incantation, causing the hovering flying sword to radiate an intense light, shooting towards the heads of the two individuals like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the sword was astonishing, leaving a long trail of light in the air, imbued with the aura of death as it surged toward them. At that moment, both individuals were gravely injured, their bodies seemingly drained of all strength, rendering them momentarily incapable of evasion. Ma Huantao gazed at the blood-soaked visage of Ling Qingyan, who in turn looked at him, her face smeared with crimson. Despair filled their eyes, for they both understood that this was a calamity from which they could not escape. They instinctively embraced each other tightly, awaiting the arrival of death, their expressions devoid of fear, replaced by an unwillingness to part and a profound resignation to fate. At that instant, a dozen sharp sword energies surged from the distance, akin to a herd of galloping steeds, howling towards them. One sword energy struck the flying sword aimed at the two, sending it hurtling away. The flying sword whirled in the air before crashing to the ground, while the remaining sword energies, like a tide breaking through bamboo, penetrated the defenses of Li Qingshu, a foundational cultivator, as well as a 12th layer Qi cultivator from the Tiangong sect. The sword energies pierced through their bodies, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood that splattered across the air, resembling a blooming flower of crimson. Li Qingshu, clad in mid-grade protective armor, barely managed to save his life, yet his garments were tattered, and his limbs bore deep gashes from the sword energies, blood flowing profusely. By a stroke of misfortune, his Qianquan bag was also sent flying, landing not far from the two. Wounded and pale as a sheet, terror filled his eyes, while the other two disciples of the Tiangong sect were far less fortunate, slain on the spot, their bodies collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds and pooling into grotesque puddles. It turned out that it was Ku Wuying, the master of the ninth peak of the Thousand Demons sect, accompanied by the deacon Lu Zhanting, both formidable cultivators at the late Golden Core stage. They had brought nearly 100 cultivators for reinforcement and, upon witnessing the heavy losses suffered by their disciples, were incensed. Without a moment's hesitation, they struck back, unleashing their powerful sword energies. Their arrival not only rescued Ma Huantou and Ling Qingyan but also avenged the fallen Tiangong disciples while gravely injuring Li Qingshu. However, the other disciples of the Tiangong sect faced dire straits. The sheer number of opponents surged forth like a black tide, their figures densely packed, saturating the battlefield. With their cultivation levels vastly superior, the resistance of the Tiangong disciples appeared futile. Each attack they launched exhausted their strength, leaving only insignificant wounds on the adversaries, while the foe strikes easily incapacitated them. In the blink of an eye, a foundational cultivator, over 20 inner disciples, and more than 70 outer disciples, alongside numerous miscellaneous disciples, were slain on the spot. The blood transformed the earth into a deep scarlet, the hue so rich it seemed tangible, exuding an acrid stench. Corpses lay strewn about haphazardly, some dismembered, others staring wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes in death. The horrific scene was a stark reminder of the battleground's transformation into a hell on earth, with the situation for the Tiangong sect growing increasingly dire, as if an impenetrable shroud of darkness enveloped them, the shadow of death creeping ever closer, filling the hearts of every disciple of the Thousand Demons sect with despair. With the reinforcement of two late Golden Core cultivators, the tide of battle shifted once more. Ku Wuying and Lu Zhanting moved like harbingers of death, and wherever they tread, Tiangong disciples fell one after another. The sword energies crisscrossed, each infused with immense power, effortlessly piercing through enemy defenses, resulting in the slaughter of numerous Tiangong disciples, their cries of anguish echoing across the battlefield like a grim symphony of death. Seeing the dire situation, Li Qingshu, before the second wave of sword energies could strike, exerted all his strength to employ the earth escape technique. A golden glow enveloped him, and he swiftly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a deep hole in the earth, a mark of his shameful retreat. Ma Huantou and Ling Qingyan suddenly spotted Li Qingshu's Qianquan bag not far away, their spirits lifting. Despite still embracing tightly, Ling Qingyan, astute as ever, exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Huantou and forcefully pushed him aside. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Huantou rolled cleverly, positioning himself atop the Qianquan bag, casting a grateful glance at Ling Qingyan. He recognized that the bag undoubtedly contained numerous precious treasures, a significant fortune for them. The battlefield descended further into chaos, filled with the sounds of combat, anguished cries, and the clashing of weaponry. Over 100 corpses lay on the ground, with blood flowing like rivers, forming small streams across the terrain. The casualties continued to mount, with new lives extinguished in the brutality of battle with each passing moment. Despite his injuries, Ma Huantou carefully observed his surroundings. Noticing no one was paying him any heed, he stealthily stowed the Qianquan bag beneath him into his own. Suddenly, he caught sight of another foundational cultivator from the Tiangong sect lying not far away, the Qianquan bag at their waist immediately catching his eye. Exhausted and nearly depleted of his true energy, Ma Huantou lay on the ground, unable to move, even the earth escape technique eluding him. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he slowly rolled toward the fallen cultivator, his movements deliberate and quiet to avoid detection. Reaching the side of the foundational cultivator, he swiftly collected the low-grade magical sword and the Qianquan bag into his own. Afterward, he turned his attention to a low-grade flying sword that had fallen from Li Qingshu. The sword emitted a faint spiritual aura. Although merely low-grade, it still held considerable value. Ling Qingyan observed this and thought to herself, this Ma Huantou, insatiable as a serpent, is not satisfied with claiming two Qianquan bags. He desires yet another low-grade flying sword. Yet, despite her thoughts, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy at Ma Huantou's acquisition, for these items were invaluable treasures to them. Vigilantly, she scanned the surroundings, ready to warn him against any sudden attacks. Understanding her intent, Ma Huantou rolled over to the low-grade flying sword, swiftly gathering it into his Qianquan bag. However, during his rolling motion, one of his wounds accidentally brushed against a sharp stone, causing him to grimace in pain and involuntarily let out a gasp. Though the sound was slight, it felt jarring in the silence of the battlefield. Ling Qingyan shot him a fierce glare, her expression seemingly saying, "You deserve it." Yet, there was no malice in her gaze. Rather, it bore an undertone of exasperation at Ma Huantou's reckless behavior. Chapter 42. The dispute over the Treasure Mountain mine. At this moment, the battlefield resembled a scene from the apocalypse, shrouded in chaos, with smoke swirling like a clawing demon, pervading every inch of space. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect found themselves in a dire predicament, akin to a solitary boat adrift amidst a tempest, entirely engulfed by the oppressive darkness of their circumstances. Those two once mighty Golden Core cultivators, who had been as formidable as war gods, now found themselves in a state of utter disarray under the relentless assault of the Thousand Demon Sect's practitioners. The disciples of the Thousand Demon Sect descended upon them like a pack of ravenous wolves, launching a frenzied encirclement. The two Golden Core cultivators could only retreat step by step, each backward movement accompanied by bloodshed and death. On the battlefield, cultivators continued to fall, their bodies collapsing into the dust, the light of life extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind, as blood pooled on the ground, forming horrifying streams. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect exerted every ounce of their strength to retreat, their eyes filled with terror and despair, yet the enemy surged forward like a relentless tide, offering them no respite whatsoever. The cacophony of battle cries and screams intertwined, resembling a cruel symphony orchestrated by the grasp of death. Meanwhile, Chen Shuiwa stood upon the battlefield like a crimson lotus blooming amidst blood and fire. Despite her body being drenched in blood and marred by wounds, the arrival of reinforcements ignited a spark of hope within her, rekindling her fighting spirit as if she were a phoenix reborn from the ashes. With her sword in hand, she moved with a ghostly grace, weaving through the enemy ranks. Each swing of her blade embodied the might of a shooting star, her fierce sword energy slicing through the enemy's defenses with surgical precision, instilling fear in those around her who dared not approach. Under her leadership, the remaining disciples of the Thousand Demon Sect seemed to be infused with renewed vigor, rising to resist the onslaught of their adversaries with newfound resolve. The flames of battle reignited in their eyes as they engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. However, the harsh reality was that the disparity in power loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Even with their utmost efforts, they could scarcely bridge the gap after a brutal clash. For Foundation Establishment disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect tragically fell, their demise reminiscent of flowers ruthlessly battered by a storm. The casualties among the Qi refining disciples were even more staggering, with nearly 100 young lives extinguished in this merciless conflict, leaving an indelible sorrow in their wake. Faced with such grievous losses, the hearts of the Heavenly Sword sect members were heavy with bitterness and helplessness, akin to souls shrouded in darkness, forced to retreat with their remaining forces from Treasure Mountain in a state of utter disarray. Their departing figures exuded desolation and despair, resembling forsaken orphans cast aside by the world. Thus, the heart-pounding nightmare of the battle at Treasure Mountain finally came to a halt, leaving behind a haunting silence and an overwhelming sense of grief. In the aftermath, a detailed tally revealed that the Thousand Demon Sect also paid a substantial price. 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators perished, their absence casting a pall of sorrow over the sect. More than 40 inner disciples, the backbone of the sect, had fallen, their lives extinguished forever. Even among the outer and miscellaneous disciples, over 80 souls lay eternally at rest upon this land, their once promising lives crushed mercilessly in the throes of battle. The Thousand Demon Sect had suffered grievously, its vitality severely diminished, casting the entire sect into a shadow of gloom. Following this incident, the leaders of both sects recognized the gravity of the situation, as if a warning bell had rung, awakening their reason. To prevent the conflict from escalating further into a larger-scale confrontation, which would spell catastrophic disaster for both sides, they unanimously dispatched their respective nascent soul cultivators for urgent negotiations. These nascent soul practitioners, pillars of their sects, bore the weight of their factions' fortunes and misfortunes, with both parties unwilling to see the situation spiral out of control, leading to mutual destruction, a tragedy no one could bear. The negotiations persisted for 3 full days. During this time, both sides engaged in sharp exchanges, weighing the pros and cons, with every decision impacting the future of their sections. Ultimately, after extensive deliberation and negotiation, both sides reached a consensus. They would permit the Heavenly Sword sect to establish a new mine more than 20 miles away from the existing site. This decision shone like the dawn's light, dispelling the dark clouds that had enveloped the two sections. Thus, the tempest subsided for the time being, and the conflict between the two sects finally drew to a close, bringing this brutal battle to a relatively peaceful resolution. When Zhou Changlin and Wang Dahu returned, both severely injured, their bodies resembled shattered porcelain, barely pieced together, fortunate to have retained their lives. Upon their return to the sect, it was time for rewards to be distributed, a gesture of solace for their sacrifices on the battlefield. Ma Huantao bestowed 80 spirit stones upon them, glimmering enticingly in the sunlight, a symbol of honor and wealth. Zhou Changlin received 30 spirit stones, while Wang Dahu was awarded 20, eliciting rare smiles of joy among the crowd, momentarily alleviating the harsh memories of the battlefield. Ma Huantao retreated into the secret cave, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation as he opened the 2 spatial bags he had recovered. The treasures within unfolded before his eyes like a trove, with a staggering 1,500 spirit stones, shimmering like a constellation. Additionally, over 12,000 taels of gold radiated opulence, while more than 35,000 taels of silver, along with numerous jewels, antiques, and medicinal herbs, formed a dazzling array, each item worth a fortune. Among the ordinary weapons, there were over 10 swords and more than 30 daggers, alongside 2 low-tier flying swords emanating a mysterious aura, and a collection of various manuals, akin to a repository of wisdom awaiting discovery. For jade slips rested quietly among them. However, due to Ma Huantao's inability to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he lacked the spiritual awareness to unveil the secrets contained within, leaving him somewhat regretful. With over 50 talismans and nearly 100 bottles of elixirs, this adventure undoubtedly proved to be a bountiful harvest for Ma Huantao, providing him with ample resources to advance further along his cultivation path. Upon closer inspection of the manuals, he found several introductory sword techniques, each containing unique insights into the way of the sword. Additionally, he discovered a mid-tier technique for refining breath, which captivated him deeply upon a mere glance. Once mastered, it would render him undetectable even to testing stones or golden core cultivators, akin to a wondrous invisibility charmed eye in this harsh world of cultivation. Concealing one's strength was paramount for survival, making this technique of immense significance to Ma Huantao. Thus, in the days to come, he diligently worked to elevate his cultivation level while immersing himself in the study of the refining breath technique, as if he had uncovered a secret manuscript leading to the path of becoming a formidable powerhouse. Chapter 43 Ling Qingyan's cave abode. Half a month had elapsed, and under the nurturing embrace of this celestial realm, Ma Huantao's injuries had completely healed, his body once again brimming with vitality. Initially, he had intended to pay a visit to Ling Qingyan, that ethereal being who held a special place in his heart. However, upon reflection, the rapidity of his recovery within such a brief period could raise suspicions and invite unnecessary trouble, prompting him to abandon the thought. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and 6 months later, Ma Huantao successfully broke through to the 11th layer of qi refinement, achieving a significant leap in strength. With the aid of the crushing breath technique, he felt as though he had donned a mystical cloak, appearing to others as merely an adept of the 9th layer, which afforded him greater security in the perilous world of cultivation. Typically, Ma Huantao carried only a single Qiankuan bag containing essential items for daily life. All other supplies had been stored in that cave, his secret sanctuary. On this day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds like golden threads, cascading onto the earth in a patchwork of light and shadow. Ma Huantao, preoccupied with his thoughts, made his way toward Ling Qingyan's cave abode. Upon arriving at the entrance, he observed 3 servant disciples bustling about, each performing their designated tasks with deftness, some organizing garments, others arranging provisions, all meticulously prepared for Ling Qingyan's needs. Since her ascension to the foundation establishment stage, Ling Qingyan's status had soared dramatically. Akin to a rocket, her residence had become increasingly exquisite, and the items she used in her daily life had grown ever more luxurious, each detail reflecting her esteemed position within the sect. The gazes of the surrounding disciples bore a mixture of reverence and envy. Taking a deep breath, Ma Huantao approached one of the servant disciples to convey his purpose. The disciple nodded slightly and hurried inside to deliver the message. As time stretched in anticipation, every second felt elongated. Before long, the disciple returned briskly, announcing, "The master says you may enter." Ma Huantao promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother." Upon reaching the cave's entrance, it gradually opened, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast. The disciple gestured, "You may proceed." With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, Ma Huantao stepped inside, for this was his first foray into another's cave abode, his eyes wide with wonder, akin to a child entering a realm of treasure. The cave's walls were composed of rugged stone, etched with the marks of time. Though it appeared somewhat austere at first glance, the air was saturated with rich spiritual energy that enveloped him, imparting a sense of profound comfort. The density of the spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world, explaining why every disciple was drawn to such abodes. The benefits for cultivation were self-evident. However, in comparison to the unique cave he had fortuitously acquired, this place's spiritual richness was still lacking. His own abode resembled an ocean of spiritual energy, whereas this was but a stream. After traversing over 30 zhang deeper, several rooms came into view. At that moment, Ling Qingyan appeared before him, radiant like a celestial being, clad in flowing white garments. She resembled a fairy descending from the heavens. Her exquisite visage was akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak, pure and noble, her ethereal aura rendering everything around her pale in comparison. Ma Huantao was momentarily entranced, his gaze fixated solely on Ling Qingyan's dreamlike figure, the world around him fading into a blur devoid of color. "Are you not coming in? You look quite foolish standing there." Ling Qingyan chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells, echoing through the cave, akin to a gentle spring breeze rippling across a tranquil lake. Snapped back to reality, Ma Huantao felt a flush of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head, stammering, "It's been half a year, and you've grown even more beautiful, Sister Yan." His heart raced like a startled deer, a tumult of nervousness and excitement causing his palms to sweat. Flattery. When we meet, there's no need for such formalities, just call me Yan Jie. Ling Qingyan replied with a beaming smile, her expression as warm as the sun on a spring day, leaving Ma Huantao momentarily at a loss. He had never anticipated that the usually frosty Ling Qingyan could possess such an endearing side. This revelation alleviated much of his earlier tension, as if the invisible barrier between them had dissolved. Subsequently, Ling Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes filled with concern as she inquired about Ma Huantao's injuries and current cultivation level. After a brief hesitation, he chose to conceal a portion of his strength, smiling as he stated he had reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyan was taken aback, her heart racing with astonishment. It was only 7 years since she had provided him with the cultivation manuals, and in that time, he had ascended to the 10th layer. Such an even the son of the Peak Master, endowed with vast resources and favorable conditions, would find it nearly impossible to achieve such remarkable heights. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, covering topics from fundamental breathing techniques to the secrets of breaking through bottlenecks, from the nuances of spiritual energy manipulation to unique insights into the cultivation methods. Ling Qingyan shared her knowledge without reservation, her voice like a gentle stream flowing into Ma Huantao's ears, each word a precious seed planted in his heart. He listened with rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge and passion for cultivation. Finally, as he prepared to take his leave, Ma Huantao retrieved a low-tier magical sword from his Qiankuan bag and presented it to Ling Qingyan, saying, "Thank you for covering for me that day, allowing me to acquire 2 low-tier magical swords. I thought to gift you one." The sword glimmered softly in the light, its runes faintly visible, exuding an air of mystery. Ling Qingyan did not extend her hand to accept it. Instead, she gazed intently into Ma Huantao's eyes, her stare penetrating as if seeking to unveil his very soul. Feeling somewhat bashful under her scrutiny, he scratched his head and asked, "Sister Yan, why are you looking at me like that?" After a prolonged moment of silence, Ling Qingyan finally spoke, "Within the Thousand Demon sect, nearly everyone is embroiled in schemes and power struggles. Your demeanor leaves me quite uneasy." A hint of worry flickered in her eyes as her brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 44 of the Marketplace Transaction. What does this mean? Ma Huantao inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He could not fathom why Ling Qingyan had suddenly uttered such words. To outsiders, our Qianmo sect is perceived as a den of evil, and indeed, many within the sect embody this very notion. Having chosen the path of demonic discipleship, one must cultivate a ruthless heart, prioritizing one's own interests above all else. Your benevolence will inevitably lead to significant misfortunes, and at such a juncture, your life may hang in the balance. Ling Qingyan's demeanor was grave, her eyes shimmering with a complex glint. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao found himself at a loss for words. "So, does Sister Yin mean that I should treat you with the same ruthless approach?" He feigned a look of grievance, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Ling Qingyan, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed, retorting, "How dare you, except for me, no one else." A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, as if she genuinely believed Ma Huantao might act in such a manner. "I was merely jesting," Ma Huantao replied, an apologetic grin plastered across his face. "Jokes are not permissible." Ling Qingyan's tone softened slightly as she continued, "I appreciate your kind intentions. My master gifted me a Qiankuan bag, which contains a low-tier magical sword. You may keep it. Should you acquire more, you can exchange them at the marketplace for spirit stones and pills, expediting your foundation establishment. Once you succeed in this endeavor, there exists a splendid cave dwelling on Flowing Cloud Peak, which remains unoccupied for the time being. Thank you, senior sister. Within 3 years, I shall surely establish my foundation." Ma Huantao's face radiated joy, his eyes gleaming with resolve. After departing from Ling Qingyan's cave, Ma Huantao felt as though he had been infused with a tremendous power. Every pore of his being seemed to expand, and his steps became remarkably light. He lifted his gaze to the sky, the sun bathing his face in warmth, filling his heart with elation. Suddenly, he recalled that today marked the 15th, the day the Qianmo sect's marketplace would be open. It had been quite a while since he last strolled through its bustling aisles, and the vibrant scenes of yore materialized vividly in his mind, the myriad of goods and the throngs of people seemingly calling out to him with an enchanting allure. Without hesitation, he darted towards the marketplace like an arrow released from a bow. Now, afternoon had arrived, and the sunlight had grown gentle, casting a golden hue over the entire Qianmo sect. Upon his arrival at the marketplace, he found it still teeming with life, a cacophony of voices resembling waves crashing upon the shore, filled with haggling, laughter, and lively banter, weaving a unique tapestry of sound. Within the marketplace lay a veritable treasure trove for cultivators. Rows of stalls displayed an array of items. There were those selling various talismans, glimmering mysteriously under the sun, each rune seemingly imbued with arcane power. Bottles of elixirs exuding fragrances that wafted through the air, promising healing and enhanced strength, weapons of every kind, from common swords to blades gleaming with a chilling light, and even a select few magical artifacts, displayed with utmost care, captivating the attention of many disciples. Moreover, this time, the marketplace boasted numerous vendors seeking to purchase items, yet these individuals were astutely shrewd, aiming to buy low and sell high, their eyes glinting with cunning. As Ma Huantao ambled leisurely, he had no particular agenda, merely savoring the vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, one stall captured his attention. A sign loomed above, inscribed with the words, "Repair and exchange weapons and artifacts." In front of the stall stood a burly man with a bushy beard, his muscular physique indicating great strength. Ma Huantao assessed the man's cultivation level, estimating it to be at the 10th level of Qi refinement, a formidable presence among the inner disciples of the Qianmo sect. He halted his steps and approached the man, inquiring, "I possess a low-tier armor, may I ask if you are able to repair it?" The burly man scrutinized Ma Huantao from head to toe, grinning broadly. "I can certainly repair it, but an exchange would be preferable. This way, both parties can complete the transaction with confidence." His voice boomed like a gong, cutting through the clamor of the marketplace. "Do you have any low-tier armor available for exchange?" Ma Huantao asked, contemplating the prospect of a suitable trade. "Indeed, we do," the burly man replied with confidence. However, when he noticed that Ma Huantao appeared to be at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, indicating he did not regard Ma Huantao with much seriousness. In truth, Ma Huantao had deliberately suppressed his cultivation level to the 5th tier. Casually, he produced his damaged low-tier armor. The armor appeared significantly worn, marked by numerous scratches and dents, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Upon seeing the damaged armor, the burly man's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. "Rubbing his hands together, he declared, "This armor is severely damaged. To exchange for a low-tier armor, it will cost you 400 spirit stones." Ma Huantao, upon hearing this, silently scoffed. A low-tier armor typically costs around 550 spirit stones. He clearly seeks to profit from the disparity. My armor is likely worth only 100 spirit stones. What a ripoff! Nonetheless, he maintained a calm facade, responding nonchalantly, "Isn't that price a bit steep?" Hearing this, the burly man let out a dry chuckle. Negotiations can take time. He attempted to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "If I were to repair this armor, the cost would be at most 200 spirit stones." Ma Huantao stated, his gaze unwavering, as if he had seen through the man's intentions. The burly man, realizing his ploy had been exposed, displayed a hint of embarrassment and reluctantly replied, 240 spirit stones is the absolute minimum, any less and there would be no deal. You would need to seek elsewhere. I would like to inspect your armor first." Ma Huantao asserted that he was unwilling to acquiesce too easily, as this involved his own interests. Thus, the burly man retrieved a piece of low-tier armor from his Qianquan bag and presented it to Ma Huantao. After a thorough examination, Ma Huantao found the armor's quality satisfactory. Believing its defensive capabilities superior to his damaged piece content, he paid the 240 spirit stones and accepted the armor. Once the transaction was complete, Ma Huantao's curiosity piqued as he asked, "Do you happen to have any low-tier magical broadswords?" He had long sought a suitable broadsword to enhance his combat prowess. "We do not have broadswords, but we do have long swords." "I wonder if that would suffice. After all, few in our Qianmo sect wield blades," the burly man replied, shaking his head in mild disappointment. "Oh, I see. However, should you come across any low-tier magical broadswords in the future, please inform me. I would be willing to pay you an extra 10 spirit stones." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ma Huantao's eyes. "That is certainly possible. May I ask your esteemed surname, junior brother?" The burly man's eyes lit up. 10 spirit stones represented a considerable temptation for him. "Zhou Changlin of Flowing Cloud Peak." Ma Huantao replied, wishing to conceal his true identity, contemplating that it would be prudent to discuss this with Zhou Changlin later. "Very well, I shall take note of that. When the time comes, I will come directly to Flowing Cloud Peak to find you," the burly man assured, patting his chest with sincerity. Chapter 44 of the Market Transaction. What does this mean? Ma Huantao inquired, his face a picture of confusion, as he failed to comprehend why Ling Qingyan had suddenly made such a statement. In the eyes of others, our Qianmo sect is deemed a den of evil, yet the majority of its members embody this very essence. Once one has chosen the path of the demonic disciple, one must learn to be ruthless and merciless, prioritizing oneself above all. Your kindness and righteousness will inevitably lead to significant misfortune. At that point, your life may be at stake. Ling Qingyan's expression turned grave, her eyes shimmering with a complex light. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao was rendered speechless, retorting, "So, Sister Yan, does this mean that I shall also be unscrupulous and ruthless towards you in the future?" He feigned a pitiful demeanor, attempting to alleviate the weighty atmosphere. Ling Qingyan, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed, exclaiming, "How dare you, except for me, no one else?" A fleeting look of panic crossed her eyes, as though she truly believed Ma Huantao might act in such a manner. "I was merely jesting," Ma Huantao replied, his face adorned with an apologetic smile, his eyes brimming with contrition. "Jesting is not permissible." Ling Qingyan's demeanor softened slightly, and she continued, "Thank you for your kind intentions. Last time, my master bestowed upon me a Qiankuan bag, within which lies a low-tier magical sword. You may keep it. If you find yourself in need of more, you can exchange it for spirit stones or medicinal pills at the market, hastening your foundation establishment. Should you succeed in establishing your foundation, there exists a splendid cave dwelling on Luyun Peak, which is currently unoccupied. Thank you, senior sister, within 3 years, I shall surely establish my foundation." Ma Huantao's face radiated joy, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Upon departing Ling Qingyan's cave, Ma Huantao felt as though he had been infused with a formidable energy. Every pore seemed to expand, and his steps became remarkably light. He raised his gaze to the sky, basking in the warm sunlight that graced his face, his heart overflowing with joy. Suddenly, he recalled that today was the 15th, the day when the Qianmo Sex market would be open. It had been quite some time since he last strolled through its bustling aisles. Vivid memories of the lively scenes from the past flooded his mind. The myriad of goods and the throngs of people seemed to possess an enchanting allure, calling out to him. Thus, he hesitated no longer, his figure flickering as he dashed towards the market like an arrow released from a bow. By the time he arrived at the market, it was already afternoon, and the sunlight had softened, draping the entire Qianmo sect in a golden twilight. The market was still teeming with people, a cacophony of voices rising like waves, a symphony of calls, haggling, and laughter intermingling to create a unique tableau within the market. It was nothing short of a treasure trove for cultivators. Rows of stalls brimmed with an assortment of items. There were those selling various talismans, shimmering mysteriously under the sunlight, each rune seemingly imbued with arcane power. Bottles of elixirs wafted their fragrant aromas through the air, carrying with them the promise of healing and strength enhancement. Weapons of all kinds dazzled the eye, from ordinary swords to blades that glinted with a chilling light. There were even a scant few magical artifacts, tenderly displayed like precious gems, captivating the gaze of numerous disciples. Moreover, this time, the market had seen an influx of vendors keen on acquisitions, shrewd individuals who bought low and sold high, their eyes glinting with cunning. Ma Huantao strolled leisurely, devoid of any particular objective, simply savoring the lively ambience. Suddenly, a stall caught his attention. A sign stood prominently, declaring weapon and artifact repair and exchange. Before the stall stood a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, his imposing physique and bulging muscles indicating immense strength. Ma Huantao assessed the man's cultivation level, estimating it to be at the 10th layer of qi refinement, a notable figure among the inner disciples of the Qianmo sect. Ma Huantao paused, approaching to inquire, "I possess a low-tier armor, might you be able to repair it?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Ma Huantao from head to toe and smiled broadly. "Repairs can certainly be done, though an exchange would be preferable. That way, both parties can feel secure in the transaction." His voice resonated like a bell amidst the clamor of the market. "Do you have any low-tier armors available for exchange?" Ma Huantao asked, weighing the possibility of a suitable trade. "Indeed, we do," the middle-aged man replied confidently, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes upon noticing Ma Huantao's cultivation, which appeared to be around the 5th layer of qi refinement, indicating he did not regard him as a significant contender. Ma Huantao had intentionally suppressed his cultivation level to the 5th layer unperturbed. He produced his low-tier armor. The piece looked severely damaged, adorned with numerous scratches and dents, as if it had survived a fierce battle. Upon seeing that Ma Huantao truly possessed a low-tier armor, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement, much like a hunter spotting its prey. Rubbing his hands together, he declared, "Your armor is quite damaged. To exchange for another low-tier armor will require 400 spirit stones." Ma Huantao, upon hearing this, inwardly scoffed. A low-tier armor typically costs around 550 spirit stones. He is clearly attempting to profit from the discrepancy. This piece of mine is likely worth only 100 spirit stones. What a scam! However, he did not betray his thoughts on his face, merely responding with mild discontent. "Isn't that price a bit steep?" The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly. Business can be discussed at length." He attempted to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "If I wish to repair my armor, it should not exceed 200 spirit stones." Ma Huan Tao stated calmly, his gaze resolute, as though he had pierced through the man's intentions. Realizing he had been seen through, the middle-aged man's face flushed with embarrassment, and he reluctantly replied, 240 spirit stones is the absolute minimum, any less, and you will have to seek elsewhere. Allow me to inspect your armor first. Ma Huan Tao insisted, unwilling to concede easily, as this concerned his own interests. Thus, the middle-aged man retrieved a low-tier armor from his Qianquan bag and handed it to Ma Huan Tao. After a thorough examination, Ma Huan Tao found the armor's quality to be quite satisfactory, with a defensive capability likely superior to his damaged piece. Content with his assessment, he paid the 240 spirit stones and accepted the armor. Once the transaction concluded, Ma Huan Tao's eyes glimmered as he inquired, "Might you have any low-tier magical sabers?" He had long sought a suitable saber to enhance his combat prowess. "Alas, we have no sabers, but we do have long swords." "I wonder if they would suffice. After all, very few in our Qian Mo sect wield sabers," the middle-aged man lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "Oh, I see. However, should you acquire any low-priced magical sabers in the future, please inform me. I shall reward you with an additional 10 spirit stones." Ma Huan Tao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "That is acceptable. May I inquire as to your esteemed surname, junior brother?" The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. 10 spirit stones represented a considerable temptation for him. "Zhou Changlin of Luyun Peak." Ma Huan Tao replied, intentionally veiling his true identity, believing it prudent to inform Zhou Changlin later on without issue. "Very well, I shall make a note of it. When the time comes, I will seek you out at Luyun Peak," the middle-aged man assured, patting his chest in a display of sincerity. Chapter 45. Ambush in the forest. Not far away, 2 disciples of the Qianmo sect were stealthily observing Ma Huan Tao. Their eyes were filled with a blend of curiosity and intrigue, as they speculated on his intentions. Having departed from the bustling marketplace, the twilight gradually enveloped the sky, with the evening glow resembling a blazing inferno, painting the heavens in resplendent crimson. Ma Huan Tao hurried back towards Luyun Peak, donning his precious armor along the way. The distance to Luyun Peak was merely over 60 miles, and at Ma Huan Tao's pace, he could reach it in less than an hour. His silhouette gradually receded into the sunset. As he traveled over 30 miles, the surrounding scenery deepened into an eerie tranquility as he entered a dense forest. This woodland, the atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet, with only the echo of Ma Huan Tao's footsteps reverberating through the woods, reminiscent of notes played on the precipice of death. Suddenly, 2 flying swords shot towards Ma Huan Tao's back like meteors streaking through the dark night, accompanied by a fierce wind that howled like the breath of a reaper. Having danced on the edge of danger for years, Ma Huan Tao's senses were exceptionally sharp. He immediately sensed the impending threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively performed a swift roll, his movements as swift as lightning. The action stirred the fallen leaves and dust around him, enabling him to narrowly evade this sudden lethal assault. With a grave expression, he promptly extracted a long blade from his Qianquan bag, the blade glimmering coldly as he readied himself, his gaze piercing as he focused on the direction from which the flying swords had come. The 2 swords, having missed their target, arced gracefully through the air before returning to the hands of their wielders. Ma Huan Tao scrutinized them closely and discerned that they were 2 middle-aged disciples from the 8th peak, one tall and the other short. The taller disciple, clad in black attire, stood with an imposing demeanor, his eyes glinting with malice, while the shorter one, dressed in a grey robe, exhibited a flickering gaze that betrayed a glimmer of greed. "To think you're quite clever, managing to evade our ambush," exclaimed the taller disciple, his tone laced with surprise and ire, his voice echoing through the forest and startling a few perched birds. It turned out that these 2 were disciples at the 8th level of Qi refinement. They had harbored ulterior motives upon spotting Ma Huan Tao in the marketplace. To them, he appeared to be merely a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, yet he possessed a Qianquan bag and low-tier armor, factors that made him seem like a lucrative target. Convinced that he must be wealthy, they had followed him like 2 lurking wolves, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and seize his treasures. "Who are you? This is the Qianmo sect," Ma Huan Tao bellowed, his voice imbued with fury and authority, resonating through the stillness of the forest like a resounding gong, causing the surrounding trees to tremble slightly. "The Qianmo sect? We are indeed practitioners of the dark arts. The survival of the fittest is but a norm," scoffed the shorter disciple, a sinister grin spreading across his face, which appeared particularly ghastly in the dappled light. "Brother, cease your prattling. Since it has come to this, we must eliminate him," declared the taller disciple, forming a sword seal with his fingers. With a flicker of light from his fingertips, the flying swords buzzed ominously, launching towards Ma Huan Tao like arrows released from a bow, the air around them seemingly torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Observing this, the shorter disciple also joined in the assault. In an instant, beams of swordlight flashed, intertwining like a net of death, descending upon Ma Huan Tao. Yet, Ma Huan Tao merely smiled coldly, gripping his long blade as his aura shifted dramatically. He charged towards the two like a streak of lightning, his form exuding the vigor of a fierce tiger, advancing rather than retreating. At this moment, the full extent of his chi refinement at the 11th level was unleashed, no longer held back. With every swing of his long blade, glimmers of light erupted, each motion conjuring a tempest that rustled the leaves. In mere moments, he roared, sky-splitting slash. The thunderous proclamation echoed like a clap of thunder, as his spiritual energy surged forth, infusing itself into the blade. Waves of formidable blade energy shot towards the taller disciple like tangible entities, severing branches with ease as though they were mere tofu. In the next instant, the taller disciple was struck multiple times by the blade energy, bursting forth a cloud of blood, his body collapsing like a kite severed from its string, thudding heavily onto the ground. The shorter disciple gasped in alarm, "You're not at the 5th level of chi refinement." His expression, once brimming with confidence, froze into one of sheer terror. "When did I ever claim to be at the 5th level?" Ma Huantao retorted coldly, his voice dripping with disdain and mockery. At this juncture, the shorter disciple, bereft of any desire to continue the fight, turned to flee, his steps frantic and panicked as he glanced back, fearful of Ma Huantao's pursuit. "Thinking you can escape? Can you really run away?" Ma Huantao thundered once more, "Yin Yang cross slash." He raised his long blade high, spiritual energy converging like a tidal wave, before striking down with force. Instantly, two powerful blade energies, crossed and stacked, sped towards the shorter disciple's back. The blade energy sliced through the air with a deafening sound. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of death's decree, as the shorter disciple was struck in the back, toppling forward, lifeless and drenched in blood, the crimson liquid pooling and staining the earth. Having slain the two chi refinement disciples, Ma Huantao wore a chilling expression, his countenance devoid of emotion as he approached. The air around him seemed to freeze in the wake of the bloody scene, with only the sound of his footsteps resonating hauntingly in the silence. He searched the bodies, extracting nearly 150 spirit stones that shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight, along with over 20 vials of elixirs that clinked softly in his grasp. Additionally, he found over 100 taels of gold and more than 1,000 taels of silver. "You two are quite impoverished. Is this all the bounty you possess?" Ma Huantao mused aloud, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. He then retrieved the long swords from the two fallen disciples, placing them into his Qiankuan bag, before summoning two fireballs. The fireballs danced in his hands, radiating intense heat as he hurled them towards the corpses, igniting them into a roaring inferno, reducing them to ashes. Thick smoke billowed into the forest as he departed, leaving behind a scene marred by the chaos of battle. Upon returning to Luyan Peak, Ma Huantao resumed his cultivation. Surrounded by swirling clouds, the peak resembled a realm of immortals, and his dwelling was serene and tranquil, an ideal sanctuary for his practice. Days turned into weeks as he immersed himself in his training, time becoming an inconsequential notion. However, 5 months later, Wang Dahu ascended to the 3rd level of chi refinement, marking his entry as an outer disciple. Chapter 46 of Flight on the Blade. Ma Huantao observed that ever since Wang Dahua returned from the mine, his cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated. He speculated quietly to himself that perhaps Wang Dahua had also acquired a Qiankuan bag on the battlefield, though this remained merely a conjecture. One sunny morning, the sunlight poured down on the earth like scattered gold, and Ma Huantao was practicing his swordsmanship in the forest. This grove resembled a verdant ocean, with lush trees and branches so dense that they nearly obscured the entire sky, allowing only a few mischievous rays of sun. It was a tranquil and serene place, an ideal locale for daily cultivation. As he wielded his long knife, each swing conjured a whistling sound, and the blade shimmered in the sunlight, reminiscent of a dazzling river of stars in motion, each flash imbued with formidable power, as if capable of severing all obstacles in the world. Suddenly, the serenity was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps, and Zhou Changlin dashed over like a gust of wind. Breathless and drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration glistened like jewels on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. As he ran, he shouted, "Brother Ma, someone is looking for you, hurry back." His voice echoed through the woods, startling a flock of resting birds. "Oh!" Ma Huantao replied, sheathing his knife and standing tall, his posture akin to a towering pine, exuding an air of composure. He and Zhou Changlin hurriedly made their way to Luyan Peak. Upon arrival, Ma Huantao immediately spotted the visitor, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard from the marketplace. This man was as stout as a small mountain, his face adorned with a scruffy beard that resembled a tangle of wild grass, exuding a rugged charm that hinted at a free-spirited nature. His eyes gleamed with the shrewdness typical of a merchant, as if he could see through everything. Upon noticing Ma Huantao's approach, the man's already booming voice grew even louder, brimming with pride. "Brother, you mentioned last time that you needed a low-grade magical blade. I have searched for half a year, and it was no easy task, but I finally found one." A triumphant smile radiated from his face, with every wrinkle seemingly harboring the joy of discovering treasure. Hearing this, Ma Huantao's heart stirred. He suddenly remembered that today was the 1st of the month, the day the marketplace opened, a wave of excitement surged within him, and he quickly replied, "That's wonderful. Let us go to my residence." Thus, the bearded man and Ma Huantao arrived at his abode. The dwelling was simply adorned, constructed from unrefined stones that exuded an ancient aura. The interior was devoid of excessive decoration but remarkably tidy, with every corner meticulously cleaned. Then, the burly man carefully retrieved the low-grade magical long knife from his chinkuan bag. As the blade emerged, it seemed to possess an invisible allure that instantly captivated Ma Huantao's gaze. The blade was smooth and spiraled, appearing as though it had been meticulously polished from the finest jade, emanating a mysterious luster that shimmered like a dream, as if a layer of gossamer flowed over it. Mysterious runes were engraved on the blade, resembling ancient spirits that flickered with a faint glow. Each glimmer seemed to contain enigmatic power, as if recounting ancient and mysterious tales. The blade was elongated, curving gracefully like a new moon, its elegant arc exuding a unique aesthetic. It was slightly bent, reminiscent of a graceful maiden's figure, radiating an enchanting charm. This knife was slightly heavier than a long sword, yet it possessed a perfect weight in his hand, as if it were made for Ma Huantao alone, fitting seamlessly into his grasp, allowing him to wield it effortlessly. Seeing this, Ma Huantao felt immense satisfaction, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The two engaged in a lively negotiation, exchanging offers like two martial arts masters sparring. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 550 spirit stones. After the transaction, Ma Huantao felt a lingering thrill, his eyes twinkling with anticipation as he said to the man, "If you have any more good items, do bring them for me to see." "Absolutely," the middle-aged bearded man replied with a grin, his smile broadening, the muscles on his face quivering with excitement, his eyes sparkling with hopeful visions of future transactions. With the acquisition of this low-grade magical long knife, Ma Huantao's cultivation progressed as if he were a fish returning to water, becoming increasingly adept. Each time he wielded the long knife, he felt the power of the blade merging seamlessly with his own spiritual energy, enhancing his might to a new level. Through relentless training day after day, 6 months passed unnoticed, and Ma Huantao finally broke through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. At the moment of his breakthrough, a complex array of emotions surged within him, a yearning for home rising like a tide. He silently counted. He had been away for 11 years. Reflecting on the past, he recalled being a frail, naive youth, leaving his hometown with dreams of cultivation. Now, he had transformed into a tall, robust man of formidable strength. After breaking through to Qi refinement, he appeared to be merely in his early 20s, brimming with vitality, yet he knew he was still distant from being a true powerhouse, as he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, rendering him incapable of flight on a sword, which added to his sense of urgency. Thus, the fervent desire to return home ignited like a flame within his heart, driving him to train even harder. During this period, the sect also issued various tasks, which he completed with his strength and wisdom. Each task was a challenge, yet he never faltered, guided by the direction of home in his heart. Finally, after another 6 months, he achieved the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement. To conceal his strength and avoid unnecessary trouble, Ma Huantao chose to practice flight secretly at night. Fortunately, his diligent study and frequent attendance in lectures had made him intimately familiar with the techniques and methods of sword flight. On those tranquil nights, he ventured into open spaces to begin his attempts. Initially, he faced difficulties, often falling from the air, but he did not give up. After 5 consecutive nights of relentless practice, suffering numerous falls and acquiring many bruises, his determination remained unwavering. At last, he mastered the art of flying on the blade. As Ma Huantao soared through the sky on his knife, the sensation was beyond words, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. The gentle breeze caressed his face, and beneath him lay the vast expanse of the land, rivers and mountains unfurling like a picturesque scroll before his eyes. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. He understood that only by mastering flight on the blade could he truly embark on the path of cultivation, soaring through the cosmos like the legendary immortals. This feeling of freedom was intoxicating. The next day, he summoned Wang Dahua and Zhou Changlin, informing them of his plans to venture out for approximately 10 days. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Upon leaving Luyan Peak, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then retrieved the long knife from his chinkuan bag. Chanting incantations, the knife erupted with brilliant light, extending nearly a yard in length and radiating a dazzling glow. With a gentle leap, he mounted the long knife, channeling his spiritual energy. The blade quivered slightly, as if sharing in his excitement. Standing atop the blade, Ma Huantao shot towards home like a shooting star. His speed was astonishing, the mountains and rivers below whizzing past like lightning, leaving only a blur of light in his wake. Ma village lay 1,000 miles from Luyan Peak, yet driven by his urgent desire to return home, he arrived within a day and a night. Chapter 46 of Flight on the Blade. Ma Huantao observed Wang Dehu, noting that since returning from the mine, his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated. He pondered to himself, suspecting that Wang Dehu might have acquired a chinkuan bag on the battlefield, though this remained merely a conjecture. One sunny morning, 6 months later, the sunlight cascaded upon the earth like scattered gold. Ma Huantao was practicing his sword techniques amidst the woods. This grove resembled a verdant ocean, with trees flourishing and branches nearly obscuring the entire sky, allowing only a few mischievous beams of sunlight to filter through, forming golden pathways of light. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene, an ideal place for cultivation. As he wielded his long blade, each swing summoned a whistling wind, and the blade shimmered under the sunlight, akin to a resplendent river of stars in motion. Each glimmer emanated immense power, as if capable of severing all obstacles in the world. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by hurried footsteps, and Zhou Changlin rushed over like a gust of wind. Breathless and glistening with sweat that sparkled in the sunlight, he called out, "Brother Ma, someone is looking for you, come quickly." His voice echoed through the woods, startling a flock of resting birds. "Oh!" Ma Huantao replied, sheathing his sword and standing tall like a venerable pine, exuding an air of composure. He then hurried with Zhou Changlin to Luyan Pika. Upon arrival, Ma Huantao immediately recognized their visitor, the burly, middle-aged man with a bushy beard from the market. The man was as stout as a small mountain, his beard resembling a tangle of wild grass, presenting a rugged and unrestrained demeanor. His eyes glimmered with the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant, seemingly able to see through everything. As Ma Huantao approached, the man's already thunderous voice boomed even louder, filled with pride. "This junior brother, you mentioned last time that you wanted me to find you a low-grade magical long blade. I've searched for half a year, and it hasn't been easy, but I've finally found one." His face radiated with a triumphant smile, as if each wrinkle concealed the joy of discovering a treasure. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao felt a surge of excitement, suddenly recalling that today was the first day of the month. The market day. Elation surged within him, and he promptly replied, "That's splendid. Let us go to my residence." Thus, the bushy-bearded man accompanied Ma Huantao to his abode. The dwelling was simply yet quaintly arranged, with walls constructed from unrefined stone, exuding an ancient charm. The interior lacked excessive ornamentation, yet it was impeccably tidy, every corner spotless. Then, the burly man carefully retrieved the low-grade magical long blade from his chinkuan bag. As the blade emerged, it seemed to possess an invisible allure, instantly capturing Ma Huantao's gaze. The blade's surface was smooth and luminescent, as if meticulously polished from the finest jade, emanating a mysterious sheen that danced like a dream, as though veiled by a gossamer layer. Mysterious runes adorned the blade, resembling ancient spirits that flickered with a faint glow. Each shimmer seemed to harbor enigmatic power, whispering tales of antiquity and mystery. The blade was long and elegant, reminiscent of a crescent moon, its graceful arc perfectly balanced, embodying a unique beauty. It bore a slight curve, akin to the alluring form of a beautiful maiden, exuding an irresistible charm. This blade weighed slightly more than a long sword, yet in his grasp, it felt just right, as if it were meant to belong to Ma Huantao, fitting seamlessly into his hand, allowing him to wield it effortlessly. Seeing this, Ma Huantao was exceedingly pleased, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They began to haggle, engaging in a lively exchange akin to two martial arts masters in combat. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 550 spirit stones. After the transaction, Ma Huantao was left wanting more, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he said to the man, "If you have any more fine items, do bring them for me to peruse." "Certainly," the middle-aged man replied with a broad smile, his expression shining brighter, the muscles in his face quivering with excitement, his eyes ablaze with the prospect of future transactions. With this low-grade magical long blade in hand, Ma Huantao found his cultivation to flow seamlessly, akin to a fish in water. Each swing of the blade allowed him to feel the potent synergy between the magical weapon and his own spiritual power, elevating his strength to new heights. As days turned into months of diligent practice, he unknowingly reached the 12th level of chi refinement after another 6 months. At the moment of his breakthrough, a complex blend of emotions surged within him, a yearning for home swelling like a tide. He quietly calculated that he had been away for 11 years. Reminiscing about the past, he recalled being a frail, naive youth, leaving his hometown with dreams of becoming a cultivator. Now, he had transformed into a robust and formidable middle-aged man. Despite his youthful appearance, suggesting he was merely in his early 20s, he knew he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the 12th level of chi refinement, which rendered him unable to fly on a sword, adding a sense of urgency to his heart. Consequently, his intense desire to return home ignited a fervent flame within him, driving him to cultivate even more diligently. During this time, the sect issued various tasks, all of which he completed successfully through his strength and wisdom. Each task was a challenge, yet he never faltered, for the thought of home guided him forward. Finally, another 6 months passed, and he achieved the pinnacle of the 12th level of chi refinement. To conceal his prowess and avoid unnecessary trouble, Ma Huantao chose to practice flying on the blade under the cover of night. Fortunately, his diligent studies and frequent lectures had made him well-versed in the methods and techniques of flying with a sword. On those silent nights, he ventured alone to open spaces to begin his attempts. Initially, his efforts were met with failure, as he repeatedly fell from the air, but he persevered. After 5 consecutive nights of relentless practice, enduring countless falls and sustaining numerous bruises, his gaze remained resolute. At last, he mastered the art of flying on the blade. When Ma Huantao ascended into the sky on his blade, the sensation was beyond description, as if he had become one with the heavens. The gentle breeze caressed his face, and beneath him lay the vast expanse of the earth, with mountains and rivers unfurling like a painted scroll before his eyes. A profound sense of exhilaration washed over him. He understood that only by mastering the art of flying on the blade could he truly embark on the path of cultivation, soaring through the realms like the legendary immortals. This feeling of freedom was intoxicating. The following day, he summoned Wang Dehu and Zhou Changlin, informing them of his intention to embark on a journey, assuring them he would return in about 10 days. After speaking, he turned and departed, leaving Luyun Peak. He glanced around to confirm no one was watching before retrieving the long blade from his Qin Kuan bag, chanting incantations. The blade suddenly radiated with brilliant light, elongating to nearly 10 feet, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. He gently leapt onto the blade, channeling his spiritual energy, and the blade quivered slightly, as if sharing in his excitement. Standing atop the blade, Ma Huantao shot forth like a meteor towards home. His speed was astounding, as the mountains and rivers below flashed by like lightning, leaving behind only blurred shadows of light. Ma Jia village lay 10,000 miles from Luyun Peak, yet propelled by his eager heart, he arrived home in just a day and night. Chapter 47. The first return to Ma Jia village. As he arrived home, the familiar scenery unfolded before Ma Huantao's eyes, like an ancient scroll gradually revealing its imagery. Everything appeared largely unchanged. The fields remained as they were, and the winding paths still meandered through the landscape. Even the wildflowers and grasses by the roadside retained their essence, exuding a rustic yet resilient aura that felt both familiar and endearing. However, a ring of earthen walls had been added in front of the original house, constructed from the most ordinary clay mixed with straw, giving it a somewhat rudimentary appearance, with uneven surfaces and remnants of rainwater washes in certain areas. Yet, this circle of mud walls imparted a unique sense of simplicity to the home, as if it were a guardian shaped by the sediment of time. But he beheld his parents, now in their 50s, standing in the courtyard, their figures appearing somewhat frail under the sun. Their hair had grayed at the temples, and the white strands danced gently in the breeze, reminiscent of early winter snow. Time had etched deep wrinkles into their faces, each line a testament to the labor and trials of life, recording years of toil and the bittersweet flavors of existence. Within each wrinkle seemed to lie a story, some filled with the joy of harvest, others tinged with the sorrows of calamities. At first, Ma's father and mother did not recognize the spirited young man before them as their son. A pang of sorrow gripped Ma Huantao's heart, akin to an invisible hand tightly clutching it. His eyes brimmed with tears, and his throat felt constricted as he called out to his parents, his voice trembling with years of longing and concern, echoing in the courtyard. Finally, recognition dawned upon them, their eyes first widening in astonishment, then filling with boundless joy. Ma Huantao collapsed into their embrace, weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, he was no longer the resilient cultivator who had endured tribulations in the realm of immortality. He was merely a wayfarer yearning for home and family. He cried like a child, all his grievances, longings, and solitude pouring forth in that instant. His parents gazed upon their son, now tall and imposing, adorned in splendid attire, their eyes brimming with pride and happiness, tears cascading down their cheeks unbidden. They trembled as they reached out, gently caressing Ma Huantao's face, their hands rough yet warm, bearing the weight of years. Their movements were tender, as if they were cradling the most precious treasure in the world, or perhaps verifying whether this was a beautiful dream, fearful that a firm grasp might cause their son to vanish. Before long, a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with dark skin and a slender frame, returned from the fields carrying a hoe. The sunlight glistened on his perspiring body, outlining his rugged features. His steps were heavy, clearly weary from prolonged labor. Ma Huantao instantly recognized him as his younger brother, Ma Huanhida. And the moment their eyes met, an overwhelming wave of longing surged between them. It was as if an invisible current connected them, drawing them together in a swift embrace, where they wept in each other's arms. Their sobs were laden with years of separation, mutual concern, and heartache, their shoulders shaking as tears soaked their garments. At last, under the gentle persuasion of their parents, they managed to quell their tears and moved indoors to converse. As Ma Huantao surveyed the state of his home, his heart ached. The house remained impoverished, dimly lit, with scarcely a decent piece of furniture. The tables and chairs appeared dilapidated, teetering as if they might collapse at any moment. The family's clothing was tattered and worn, patched over and over, the colors faded and the fabric thin. Silently, he retrieved from his spatial bag the prepared assortment of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Succulent chicken, rich duck, and fresh fish sprawled across the ground. He also produced dried beast meat, glistening with a peculiar sheen, imbued with rich spiritual energy. Various grains, flour, and cooking oil filled the space, with mounds of shimmering white rice and golden wheat, alongside barrels of oil resembling small hills. He then brought forth a dozen exquisite outfits, each crafted from smooth, soft silk, adorned with intricate embroidery depicting dragons and phoenixes, flowers in full bloom, vivid and striking in color. Finally, he unveiled nearly 1,000 tales of silver. Ma's father, mother, and brother stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity, mouths agape, unable to comprehend how such an abundance could emerge from a mere pocket, as if they had witnessed a wondrous magic beyond their understanding. Ma Huantao and Ma Huanhe took to the kitchen, instantly transforming it into a lively hub filled with the aroma of cooking. The brothers worked in perfect harmony, one chopped vegetables while the other sought addition. The sounds of clattering utensils and crackling flames intertwined. Before long, a table laden with sumptuous dishes was set before them, the air thick with the tantalizing scent of the feast. Ma Huantao had also procured 5 jars of fine wine, and upon opening them, the rich fragrance filled the room. He poured generous bowls for his father and brother, the liquid shimmering in the bowls, reflecting a gentle light. Thus, the family dined together, sharing heartfelt conversations. Ma Huantao recounted the general events of the past 11 years, deliberately omitting the secrets of the cave and the mystic realm, knowing too well that such knowledge would not bode well for his family. As he spoke of the dangers encountered in the realm of immortality, his family became tense, anxiety etched on their brows, concern filling their eyes. Yet, when the conversation turned joyous, laughter echoed within the walls, dispelling years of gloom. In that moment, Ma Huantao felt the true essence of home, the warmth and harmony enveloped him, making him feel that this was the happiest moment of his life, as if all his hardships had been leading to this beautiful instant. At that moment, his family began to grasp the wonders of the spatial bag he possessed. Then, Ma Huantao withdrew over 5,000 taels of silver and more than 1,000 taels of gold, the gleam of the precious metals illuminating the entire room. He also revealed over 50 bottles of elixirs, their glass shimmering under the light, exuding a subtle medicinal aroma. More than 100 spirit stones pulsed with spiritual energy, animating the air around them. A few low-grade cultivation manuals, their pages slightly yellowed, yet exuding an ancient charm, were included as well. Mother and father, when you stew meat, add at most 1 elixir per month, no more than 2. These elixirs are rich in spiritual energy and beneficial to health. Huanhe, with this money, you need not toil in the fields any longer, renovate the house entirely and seek a good woman to marry. Additionally, here are a few low-grade cultivation manuals, practice them when you have the time. I will teach you at home in the coming days, as our parents are too old to learn," declared Ma Huantao. "Rest assured, brother, I will strive to do my best," replied Ma Huanhe, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, fists clenched as if rallying himself for the next day. Word spread throughout the village that the eldest son of the Ma family, who had ventured into the realm of immortality 11 years prior, had returned. Curiosity drew villagers to the Ma household, creating a lively scene filled with adults and children alike. Ma Huantao had prepared an array of fruits and pastries to welcome everyone. Seeing the family clad in splendid attire and radiating vitality, the villagers were filled with envy, their eyes reflecting admiration as they praised Ma Huantao's success. Chapter 48 The return to Kanglan City. Having wealth simplifies matters. This is an unassailable truth. In a bid to enhance the living conditions of his family, Father Ma spared no expense, hiring skilled craftsmen from afar. Ma Huantao, being a worldly individual, naturally possessed his own vision regarding the construction, and under his suggestion, the decision was made to construct the house entirely from stone blocks. These stones were no ordinary pieces, they were ancient boulders, weathered by a millennium of storms yet standing resolute, their hues a subtle slate gray, each block seemingly narrating an ancient tale. The artisans diligently stacked the stones, gradually forming solid walls that rendered the house akin to an impregnable fortress, capable of withstanding any tempest. The roof design eschewed the traditional thatch in favor of high-quality gray tiles, reminiscent of those found in temples. Under the sun, these tiles shimmered with a gentle luster, transforming the dwelling from a mere residence into a sanctuary that bore the weight of familial honor. A dozen laborers busied themselves on the construction site, the rhythmic sound of hammers echoing through the air, intermingled with the shouts of workers directing the movement of stones and coordinating the placement of tiles. The cacophony melded into a lively symphony of construction. Meanwhile, Ma Huantao was not idle. He took it upon himself to instruct Ma Huanhe in the fundamental techniques of qi cultivation and breath regulation. With remarkable patience, he meticulously explained each movement, from the subtleties of hand gestures to the nuances of body posture, leaving no detail overlooked. Every breath's rhythm was demonstrated personally, allowing Ma Huanhe to discern the mysteries within. Ma Huanhe was utterly engrossed in his learning, his gaze fixed intently on his brother, as if he were determined to etch every motion into his memory, diligently imitating without neglecting a single detail. Thus, over the course of more than 10 days, with Ma Huantao's attentive guidance, Ma Huanhe progressed rapidly, learning with commendable proficiency. He could distinctly sense a faint stream of energy circulating within him, a sensation he had never experienced before, akin to a new life awakening within his being. This wondrous feeling filled him with anticipation for his future cultivation endeavors. However, time flew by, and with 2 days past the 10-day deadline, Ma Huantao reluctantly prepared to depart. His heart was heavy with reluctance, for this place held his family and all that he cherished. As he was about to leave, he retrieved over 1,000 taels of gold from his storage pouch and pressed them into Father Ma's hands, his eyes brimming with concern as he advised that these funds were to be kept for emergencies. The weighty gold represented not merely material wealth but also his profound affection and attachment to his family, each piece carrying his love and reluctance. Finally, under the watchful eyes of his family, Ma Huantao drew forth his long sword, murmuring incantations as he invoked the spell. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, its radiance as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the surroundings. He leaped gracefully onto the sword, channeling his internal energy, and in a flash, the sword soared into the sky, akin to a shooting star, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. His family gazed longingly at the direction of his departure, reluctant to part, their eyes filled with both sorrow and blessings, as if their gaze could transcend time and space, eternally following Ma Huantao. Upon returning to the sect, only 2 months remained until the opening of the Huangyuan Mountain secret realm. The atmosphere within the sect grew increasingly fervent, as everyone prepared for the expedition, eager to sign up for participation. Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiaoyan were no exceptions. They sought out Ma Huantao, having recently ascended to the 12th layer of qi refinement. They harbored dreams of entering the secret realm once more to seize opportunities that would enable them to break through to Foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao readily agreed, fully aware that this was a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength, and thus he began meticulous preparations for the journey. During this preparatory period, he devoted himself to rigorous training. After a spell of diligent effort, his earth escape technique and pressure relief technique made significant strides. His pressure relief technique had reached an entirely new level. Even golden core cultivators or testing stones would find it challenging to perceive his true cultivation level. To ensure a smooth entry into the secret realm, he deliberately suppressed his own cultivation, a strategy that endowed him with a steadier path along his cultivation journey. A month later, Lu Yunpeak dispatched 12 inner disciples, led by Chen Shuiwe, to proceed as usual. Ultimately, the Qianma sect set out with over 270 individuals ahead of schedule to Kanglan City. This year, Kanglan City appeared even more bustling than before, with throngs of people crowding the streets, and an unceasing flow of vehicles, brimming with vitality and life, as if the entire continent had converged here. After settling into an inn, the group ventured out in pairs to explore. Ma Huantao, Li Lir, Han Kaiyun, Xiaoyan, and the boisterous Xiong Wenxiang wandered through the streets. As Ma Huantao walked along the thoroughfare, memories of himself 3 years prior surfaced, when he had only reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, his pockets empty, struggling to procure even the most basic cultivation resources. Now, while he could not claim to be immensely wealthy, he had certainly amassed considerable resources, a transformation that left him reflective. During their wanderings, Ma Huantao purchased nearly 50 low-tier talismans. Witnessing his extravagant spree, the other 4 were taken aback. It was worth noting that Ma Huantao had suppressed his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement, and in their eyes, ascending 2 major realms in merely 3 years was nothing short of prodigious. Furthermore, his sudden acquisition of nearly 500 spirit stone worth of talismans marked a stark contrast to his previous self, prompting a complex shift in their perceptions of him. However, this also stirred some dissatisfaction in Xiong Wenxiang, who believed that without any notable background, Ma Huantao's rapid advancement was nothing more than sheer luck. Over the years, Xiong Wenxiang had seemingly developed a fondness for Xiaoyan, their relationship well known within the Qianma sect, though they had yet to formally become partners. Their frequent companionship had fostered a notably ambiguous bond. Upon arriving at the market, Xiong Wenxiang, eager to impress Xiaoyan, purchased her a low-priced protective armor worth 600 spirit stones. This gesture delighted Xiaoyan, further thickening the sweet atmosphere between them. Suddenly, Ma Huantao stumbled upon an intermediate earth escape technique within the market, igniting a spark of interest within him. However, the price was a staggering 800 spirit stones, a substantial sum. Fully aware of the need for discretion in such a setting, he chose to restrain his impulse, planning to return for the purchase once the group was ready to depart. Caution had always been Ma Huantao's hallmark. He would not allow a momentary urge to lead him into unnecessary trouble. As they continued to meander, they unknowingly arrived at the renowned Lianxiang distillery in Kanglan City. The place was teeming with patrons, thriving with business, and the air was rich with the enticing aroma of liquor. Drawn by the alluring scent, Ma Huantao approached the distillery. The signboard displayed the prices of various liquors. Lianxiang wine under a year-old cost 5 taels for 30 jin, a 5-year vintage commanded 10 taels, a 10-year-old was even pricier at 20 taels, and a 20-year-old was deemed exorbitantly priced at 40 taels. The steep prices left everyone astounded, truly exorbitant beyond compare. Chapter 49. The Treasure Pavilion. Shopping. It is estimated that Xiong Wenxiang is also a man of indulgence, for upon seeing the array of wines, his eyes gleamed with excitement. With a grand gesture, he ordered 2 jars of each type. Of the attendant, upon hearing this, wore a broad smile and hurried off to prepare. In no time, 8 jars of wine were packed into Xiong Wenxiang's bag of holding. In contrast, Ma Huantao, wishing to avoid drawing attention, merely purchased 5 jars of wine, each priced at 5 taels of silver. Observing Ma Huantao's actions, Xiong Wenxiang scoffed derisively, "A pauper remains a pauper. I suspect your pockets were emptied on charms just moments ago, leaving you penniless now." His voice was loud, deliberately intended for those around to hear, laden with sarcasm and disdain. Li Luer, overhearing this, was instantly incensed. She furrowed her brows and retorted, "Xiong Wenxiang, cease your condescension. Attendant, bring me 4 more jars of each type." The attendant, upon hearing her, beamed even brighter and eagerly responded, "Certainly. Right away." With that, he dashed off to fetch the wine. "Senior sister, there's no need." Ma Huantao hastily interjected. He did not wish for Li Luer to spend extravagantly on his account, nor did he want to stir unnecessary conflict in such a public setting. "Junior brother, 3 years ago, I promised to buy you 10 jars of wine. I had simply forgotten then, and today I shall fulfill that promise," Li Luer said with a smile, her gaze filled with sincerity and concern, genuinely wishing to do something for Ma Huantao. "While others may have men to support them, Ma Huantao, do you still have the audacity to let a woman support you? You have brought shame upon all men." Xiong Wenxiang bellowed loudly, ensuring that everyone present would hear him. His words cut like daggers aimed at Ma Huantao. Xia Yan, hearing this, scoffed as well. "Indeed. A true man should not rely on a woman. Every capable man in our sect has his own partner. You wouldn't be foolish enough to think of Ling Qingyan, would you? How absurd. You, at merely the 9th level of qi refinement, would dare to dream of someone at the foundation establishment stage. You should abandon that delusion." Her words were even more venomous, belittling Ma Huantao's abilities and using her own emotions to humiliate him. With Xiong Wenxiang and Xia Yan's taunts echoing in tandem, they drew the attention of many onlookers. However, Ma Huantao remained unfazed, collecting his wine and departing from the scene. Eventually, they all arrived at the renowned treasure pavilion in Kanglan City. While Ma Huantao perused a manual on the intermediate fireball technique, he inquired about the price. "The intermediate fireball technique manual is 800 spirit stones per copy," the attendant replied. Seeing this, Xiong Wenxiang, emboldened by Ma Huantao's earlier silence in the face of his insults, escalated his mockery, booming, "Attendant, pay him no mind, he is a pauper, even relying on a woman to purchase his wine, a worthless man." Upon hearing this, even the 7 attendants and the manager of the treasure pavilion turned their gazes towards them, whispering among themselves. Many patrons regarded Ma Huantao with a mixture of ridicule, disdain, and pity. Coincidentally, Long Xiangyu, the daughter of the pavilion's owner, was also present, clad in an exquisite cheongsam. Her tall and curvaceous figure resembled that of a celestial being. A white veil obscured her face, but the hint of her features added an air of mystery. Initially pretending to shop, she discreetly observed the unfolding drama, raising an eyebrow in disapproval at the blatant cruelty of the two. Curiosity piqued, she stood quietly to witness how Ma Huantao would respond. Ma Huantao regarded Xiong Wenxiang and Xia Yan with their smug countenances. Although anger simmered within him, he chose to ignore them. Instead, he shifted his focus to the other treasures in the shop, as if their words were merely an inconsequential breeze brushing past his ears, failing to disrupt his tranquility. Li Luer, incensed by their words, flushed with indignation and exclaimed, "You two have gone too far. Just because you have a peak master as a father, does that make you superior?" She could no longer tolerate their bullying behavior and felt a surge of righteous anger for Ma Huantao. Li Luer, Xiong Wenxiang's father, is a peak master, which is a testament to his fortune. Unlike Ma Huantao, who hails from a family of water carriers. Xia Yan retorted, her words cutting deeper, not only demeaning Ma Huantao's origins but also attempting to sow discord between Li Luer and him. With her words, the shop erupted into a flurry of gossip, with patrons pointing and whispering about Ma Huantao and Li Luer. Their scrutinizing gazes felt like countless needles piercing through them. Seeing Ma Huantao remain unperturbed, not rebutting their taunts, Li Luer stamped her foot in frustration and turned to leave the treasure pavilion. Han Kaiyun followed suit, unwilling to remain in such a malevolent environment. Xiong Wenxiang laughed heartily, "Yenner, let us depart lest we catch this fellow's poverty disease." He then took Xia Yan's hand, striding out of the pavilion with an air of triumph, as if they had just won a great victory. Influenced by their departure, others began to leave in small groups as well, transforming the once lively hall into a desolate space, with only 4 or 5 individuals remaining. The attendants and the manager of the treasure pavilion regarded Ma Huantao with disdain, perceiving him as a pitiful creature, humiliated and without recourse. "Attendant, is there any chance you could lower the price of the intermediate fireball technique manual?" Ma Huantao, undeterred by their scornful glances, inquired with hopeful anticipation. His sole desire was to acquire that intermediate technique, pushing all other thoughts aside for the moment. The attendants, upon hearing his inquiry, exchanged glances of disdain. Ignoring him completely, they deemed Ma Huantao's hopes as folly. How could someone they looked down upon even dream of negotiating a price? Unperturbed, Ma Huantao persisted, asking several times. The manager, irritated by his persistence, approached him brusquely, stating, "Let me make this clear. If you have no money, do not bother asking. Even if I were to give you a discount, you still could not afford it." His tone dripped with impatience and contempt, viewing Ma Huantao as merely a waste of his time. "Oh? How much could you possibly reduce it by? What if I can afford it?" Ma Huantao replied with a smile, his demeanor still amiable, seemingly unaffected by the manager's disparaging remarks. He had his own plans, aware that these individuals judged solely by appearances, and he intended to demonstrate his true capabilities. "I'll give you a 50% discount, can you afford that?" the manager declared loudly, his voice echoing in the emptiness of the shop. This statement elicited a wave of laughter from the 7 attendants, who found it ludicrous that someone they ridiculed could possess such financial means. "If everything in the shop were half price, I would certainly buy a multitude of items." Ma Huantao continued to smile, his expression laced with a hint of mystery, leaving the manager and attendants perplexed. Though they did not believe Ma Huantao had the audacity or capability to make such a statement, their curiosity was piqued, eager to see what he would attempt next. Chapter 50 Shopping at the Treasure Pavilion, Part 2. Upon uttering these words, the 7 attendants of the shopkeeper, along with 3 patrons present, seemed to have encountered the most ludicrous joke in existence, each one bending over in laughter. They believed that Ma Huantao had lost his mind to make such grandiose claims, deeming them utterly unattainable. "Very well, as long as you can afford it, we shall offer you a 50% discount," replied the shopkeeper, convinced that Ma Huantao was merely digging his own grave. He had no faith that Ma Huantao could produce such an exorbitant sum, and thus he hastily acquiesced, eager to witness Ma Huantao's humiliation. "Are you serious?" Ma Huantao retorted, his gaze sharpening with determination. He intended to demonstrate to these individuals that they should never underestimate others. Absolutely no regrets, the shopkeeper declared with conviction, feeling assured of his victory, entirely unfazed by the prospect of Ma Huantao producing the necessary funds. Ma Huantao contemplated the treasures within his Qiankuan bag, aware that he possessed 2,500 spirit stones, alongside an equivalent of 900 spirit stones in gold and silver. With newfound confidence, he pointed at a mid-tier fireball technique and declared, "I will take this." Following that, he indicated a mid-tier flying sword, an entry-level water escape technique, a mid-tier ice sword technique, 200 low-tier explosion talismans, and 600 low-tier gathering pills. The shopkeeper and his attendants were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ma Huantao would genuinely select such a multitude of items. A flicker of concern crossed their faces, yet they still suspected that he was merely posturing. Furrowing his brow, the shopkeeper warned, "If you dare to jest with us, do not blame me for being impolite." A glint of menace flashed in his eyes. He was unwilling to be toyed with by Ma Huantao. "Just calculate the price. If I cannot pay, I shall offer my life instead." Upon saying this, Ma Huantao's aura surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement. His overwhelming presence radiated outward like tumultuous waves, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. This abrupt transformation left everyone in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that Ma Huantao possessed such formidable strength, which he had previously concealed. In a world where power reigned supreme, none dared to belittle him any longer. At that moment, all present trembled under this oppressive force. The shopkeeper, paling in fear, hesitantly fumbled with his abacus, calculating the total cost, a total of 5,840 spirit stones. His voice quivered, regret flooding his mind over his earlier impulsiveness. "What about the 50% discount?" Ma Huantao pressed on, his momentum unyielding, his gaze locked onto the shopkeeper, who felt compelled to reveal no hidden truths. 2,920 spirit stones, the shopkeeper stammered, wishing fervently that Ma Huantao would be unable to pay, thus allowing him to salvage the situation. In the next moment, Ma Huantao produced 2 Qiankuan bags from his robes, pouring forth a cascade of spirit stones, gold, and silver that filled the entire counter. The dazzling brilliance and mountainous wealth left the shopkeeper and his attendants dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. They realized that if they sold these items at this price today, they would not only lose their wages but also incur a significant financial loss, an utter catastrophe for them. The shopkeeper and his attendants were left pale as death, paralyzed in shock. The 5 remaining patrons in the shop gawked, wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed this scene unfold. They could not fathom that this young man, who had been ridiculed by many, possessed such immense financial resources. What is this? The esteemed treasure pavilion of Kanglan City speaks as if it were merely passing gas. Ma Huantao thundered, his voice echoing like thunder within the store. He detested those who went back on their word. Once a promise was made, it ought to be upheld. At that moment, Long Xiangyu observed the scene, her heart racing with astonishment. She had not anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable prowess, and she speculated that he had been suppressing his cultivation level intentionally for the sake of venturing into the Huangyuan Mountain secret realm. Even when subjected to relentless humiliation by his peers, he remained unfazed, indicating a lofty ambition and a disdain for petty grievances. Even debating was unnecessary. It was evident that he was a dragon among men, destined for an extraordinary future. With this thought, she stepped forward, removing her veil to reveal her pockmarked visage. Smiling at Ma Huantao, she said, "Esteemed friend, you possess remarkable fortitude. Shopkeeper, should you not commence the transaction?" Her voice was as melodious as a mountain spring, invigorating all who heard it. "Who are you?" Ma Huantao inquired, regarding the tall, curvaceous figure before him, though her features were decidedly unattractive. He was perplexed by her sudden defense of him. "She is our esteemed proprietor, the illustrious young lady Long Xiangyu," the shopkeeper hurriedly interjected, bowing respectfully to her. He now hoped that the young lady could resolve this predicament and spare him from incurring too great a loss. "Young lady, are we not incurring excessive losses?" the shopkeeper pleaded, his eyes filled with helplessness and grievance. "A gentleman's word is his bond. In the treasure pavilion of Kanglan City, we do not speak lightly. Proceed with the transaction," Long Xiangyu declared with a smile, her expression radiating an undeniable authority. She understood the paramount importance of the pavilion's reputation. Sacrificing it for trivial gains would be a grave error. "Yes, young lady," the shopkeeper affirmed, rallying his attendants to begin the inventory. "Esteemed friend, might I request you to join me on the second floor for a discussion? Once the inventory is complete, I shall have them deliver your items to you. What do you think?" Long Xiangyu proposed, her voice both pleasant and enticing despite her lack of beauty. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Huantao replied, "Very well." Long Xiangyu instructed her attendants and escorted Ma Huantao to a private room on the second floor. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful maidservant arrived with tea to attend to them. This esteemed friend conceals his true abilities, remaining unfazed by honor or disgrace. "I am greatly impressed. You are surely destined for greatness," Long Xiangyu remarked with a smile. "Might I inquire if I could forge a friendship with you, Long Xiangyu?" "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" "I am but an ordinary disciple of Qi refinement. How could I possibly be worthy of such accolades?" Ma Huantao replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone teasing yet humble. Long Xiangyu chuckled softly, replying, "It is precisely your remarkable composure and restraint that lead me to believe you possess the qualities of greatness. I am certain that those who possess such temperament will achieve extraordinary feats in the future." Ma Huantao stroked his chin, a flicker of doubt glimmering in his eyes as he softly asked, "Am I not reaching too high?" After all, individuals of your esteemed status, like Miss Long, are not easily befriended. Before he could finish his thought, Long Xiangyu interrupted, "As long as you do not perceive me, this unattractive woman, as being above you, all is well." She shook her head self-deprecatingly as she spoke. Ma Huantao quickly waved his hands in explanation. "I am Ma Huantao from the Qianhua sect, Luyun Peak. Should Miss Long have any reservations regarding my identity, you are free to depart at once." "I shall harbor no grievances." Long Xiangyu giggled, responding, "I have already referred to myself as an ugly creature, and you are from the demonic sect. It seems we are quite evenly matched." Hearing this, Ma Huantao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his joyous sound reverberating throughout the room, lingering long after. As the laughter subsided, Long Xiangyu suddenly adopted a serious expression, gazing intently at Ma Huantao as she asked, "Might I inquire if Brother Ma would consider accepting an invitation to serve as a guest elder at our treasure pavilion?" Chapter 51. Becoming a guest elder of the treasure pavilion. Ma Huantao furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of helplessness evident in his expression as he spoke slowly. "It is not that I am unwilling. As a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, the rules of my sect are quite stringent. I cannot frequently be in Kanglan City, which entails numerous complications. What then shall I do?" His gaze was rife with hesitation, clearly torn by the sudden invitation that stirred his interest, yet weighed down by numerous concerns. Long Xiangyu, however, wore a confident demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips that revealed two faint dimples, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he spoke eloquently. "That is of no concern. Should you successfully establish your foundation in the future, we can communicate through sound transmission talismans. If there arises a need for your assistance, I shall notify you, and if you find yourself pressed for time, it will not be an issue." Once you become a guest elder of our treasure pavilion, the benefits are plentiful. You will receive a 20% discount on all purchases, and additionally, a monthly stipend of 10 spirit stones. Furthermore, for each task you assist with, we shall compensate you accordingly based on the significance of the task. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise danced in Ma Huantao's eyes as he began to silently contemplate. The terms were indeed enticing, representing a substantial boon for him. The frown that had initially creased his brow gradually eased, a smile blossoming on his face as he felt this was a commendable choice. He clasped his hands in respect and said, "Then it is with great respect that I accept your offer." Thus, the two exchanged names. Observing this, Long Xiangyu gently clapped her hands, and shortly thereafter, a servant presented a palm-sized golden plaque, which emanated a soft glow as if imbued with mysterious powers, alongside 10 sound transmission talismans. She elaborated, "You need only drop a drop of your blood onto this plaque and infuse it with your true energy." Without hesitation, Ma Huantao bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the golden plaque, followed by the infusion of his true energy. In an instant, the golden plaque shimmered with a wave of spiritual energy, the drop of blood seemingly devoured and vanishing without a trace, after which the brilliance surged, illuminating the entire room with a resplendent golden hue. Moments later, the radiance began to fade. Subsequently, with a graceful wave of her hand, Long Xiangyu retrieved a storage pouch from her cosmos bag and handed it to Ma Huantao, saying, "Within is 120 spirit stones, which constitutes your annual stipend paid in advance. By this time next year, you will be able to exchange with any treasure pavilion across the various cities using this plaque. Should you complete any tasks, we will keep a record, allowing you to redeem your rewards at any branch of the treasure pavilion." Ma Huantao accepted the storage pouch, his heart racing with astonishment as he pondered. Indeed, the treasure pavilion is extraordinarily wealthy, its influence vast and impressive. He was acutely aware of the significance behind such resources, leading to a renewed understanding of the pavilion's strength. Little did he realize that the treasure pavilion was one of the 4 major pavilions on the continent, boasting several hundred branches spread across various regions. Its renown in both the cultivation world and its financial prowess was formidable, and none dared to underestimate it. After further conversation, the manager entered, carrying numerous items and respectfully stating, "Miss, all these items are here." Upon careful inventory, the total for Ma Keqing's purchases amounts to 3,790 spirit stones. After deducting previous expenses, there remain 870 spirit stones. It was evident that he was already aware of Ma Huantao's recent appointment as a guest elder. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now," Long Xiangyu replied with a calm demeanor, though her tone bore an undeniable authority. "Yes, miss," the manager responded respectfully before gradually exiting the room. "Is Miss Long perhaps sacrificing too much?" "I was merely acting on impulse." Ma Huantao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I trust my judgment. In time, I shall take pride in today's decision," Long Xiangyu said with a confident smile, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Ma Huantao. "Then I shall graciously accept," Ma Huantao replied with a smile, gathering all the items into his cosmos bag. "I am 25 this year." "May I inquire how old you are, Ma Shixiang?" Long Xiangyu inquired with a cheerful demeanor, as discerning age from appearance alone is often challenging for practitioners of the cultivation arts. "Oh, I am 4 years your senior, 29, Ma Huantao responded. "I wish to grow closer to you, Ma Shixiang. Henceforth, I shall call you Tao Ge, and you may call me Yu Mei. What do you think of this arrangement?" Long Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "That sounds splendid. I shall call you Yu Mei from now on," Ma Huantao replied, his joy evident. Upon hearing this, Long Xiangyu beamed like a child, clapping her hands in delight. "Due to my appearance and status, many either revere or fear me. Only you, Tao Ge, do not harbor any disdain, which brings me great joy. I see that you possess 2 cosmos bags. Using them may prove cumbersome. How about I exchange 1 mid-tier cosmos bag for your 2 low-tier ones?" Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao quickly waved his hands, his expression turning serious. "That simply will not do. A low-tier cosmos bag costs 500 spirit stones, while a mid-tier one approaches 2,000. Although they may appear similar in size, 1 mid-tier cosmos bag can hold far more than 5 low-tier bags. You would be at a significant disadvantage. Do not worry, your calling me Yu Mei today is ample reason for me to be content. There is no need for you to be modest." "I genuinely wish to befriend you," Long Xiangyu replied earnestly, sincerity shining in her eyes. After some back and forth, Ma Huantao ultimately succumbed to Long Xiangyu's insistence and accepted the exchange. Following the transaction, they conversed for quite some time before Ma Huantao finally departed from the treasure pavilion. Upon leaving, Ma Huantao returned to the market. The mid-tier earth escape technique still lay on display, seemingly awaiting a destined purchaser. He approached the stall owner, engaged in a round of haggling, and ultimately secured the technique for 700 spirit stones. After his purchases, he found himself with less than 200 spirit stones remaining. However, gazing at the abundant supplies in his Cosmos bag, he felt a surge of happiness, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming journey to the Huangyuan Mountain Secret Realm. With nearly a month remaining until the opening of the Huangyuan Mountain Secret Realm, Ma Huantao refrained from venturing out, opting instead for a tranquil location to diligently practice the mid-tier Earth escape technique. Time flew swiftly during his training, and before long, the moment of the Secret Realm's opening arrived this year. More participants from various sects gathered, the square teeming with a crowd of over 7,000, a sea of bustling figures. Upon the opening of the Secret Realm, Ma Huantao noticed that, in the wake of previous events, Han Kaiyun and Li Lear seemed to regard him with a colder demeanor. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to it. Now that he had mastered the art of flying with a sword, he found himself even more liberated. He meticulously prepared all necessary supplies while taking care not to draw attention to himself. Cloaked in a black robe and donning a black hat that obscured his face, he opted for sword flight rather than knife flight, blending into the throng of people as he prepared to embark on this enigmatic journey into the Secret Realm. Chapter 52. You forced my hand. Ma Huantao donned his black attire, mimicking the individuals around him, concealing his face completely save for his piercing eyes, resembling a specter in the dark of night. He awaited silently, observing as one by one, those nearby leapt into the enigmatic realm before him. Only when the moment felt right did he take a deep breath, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze, and he too leapt forth, vanishing into the unknown. In the next instant, the world around him plunged into darkness, as if he had traversed an interminable tunnel of time and space. When clarity returned, he found himself standing beside a vast riverbank. He quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted 5 individuals, each garbed in distinctive attire, locked in a standoff. 3 of them concealed their faces, while a man and a woman brandished a longsword and a broadsword, their sharp gazes warily assessing one another. The tension in the air was palpable, as if it could solidify, akin to the eerie calm before a tempest, or a mere spark could ignite a brutal clash. Tang Ji, empty-handed and composed, spoke up, "There's no need for such hostility as we all just arrived. Let us seek our own fortunes." His voice resonated with clarity in the stillness of the riverside, imbued with a calming magic. The woman, clad in blue, slightly plump and exuding the aura of an 11th-tier Qi cultivator, echoed, "Indeed. There's no need for a life-and-death struggle right upon entry." As she spoke, the 2 cloaked figures seemed to concur, nodding slightly before sheathing their weapons and leaping away into the distance. At last, only Tang Jui and the somewhat portly woman in blue remained. The blue-clad woman turned her gaze upon Ma Huantao, disdain flickering in her eyes as she remarked, "Why are you still here? You should leave." To her, Ma Huantao was merely a trifling figure at the 9th tier of Qi cultivation, hardly a cause for concern. Ma Huantao furrowed his brow, retorting without hesitation, "What business is it of yours whether I stay or go?" Upon hearing this, the blue-clad woman's anger flared. She puffed out her chest arrogantly and declared, "What else with your bravado, you mere novice of the 9th tier? I hail from the Falling Cloud sect. Provoke me, and you'll regret it." Ma Huantao smirked inwardly, having observed that her demeanor had been far less aggressive in the presence of the other 4. Now, with them gone, she was emboldened that he remained steadfast, retrieving a simple longsword from his bag. "Do you wish to fight? If you seek your demise, I shall oblige," the stout woman proclaimed, stowing her original broadsword and drawing forth a low-tier magical weapon that shimmered with spiritual energy. A glint of greed crossed her eyes as she beheld Ma Huantao's bag, for with no one else around, she perceived this as an opportune moment for murder and theft. Ma Huantao unsheathed his long sword, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. He held it with a nonchalant elegance behind him, swiftly surveying his surroundings, where only the gentle sound of the flowing river broke the silence, devoid of any other presence. The Falling Cloud sect woman shouted, leaping high with her broadsword slicing through the air, a fierce attack aimed at Ma Huantao's head. The ferocity of her strike was formidable. Despite her gender, the might behind her blow was not to be underestimated, as if she could cleave the very air itself. Yet, Ma Huantao remained unfazed. As the broadsword neared, he sidestepped with ghostly agility, evading her strike effortlessly. In an instant, he pivoted, his speed akin to lightning, and appeared behind her. With a swift motion, he swung his long sword, targeting the woman's back. At this moment, Ma Huantao had achieved the pinnacle of the 12th tier of Qi cultivation, and his swordsmanship had notably progressed in recent days. He understood that the essence of combat lay in the element of surprise. He struck decisively, cleanly, without hesitation. The blue-clad woman was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the skillful maneuvering of Ma Huantao. As an ominous wind swept towards her from behind, she realized the peril she was in and hastily rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with a single move. In that instant, she discarded her earlier complacency. To ensure her safety, she rolled forward once more before rising, her expression tense and resolute. Ma Huantao felt a surge of determination. He intended to test the limits of his newfound strength. Gripping his longsword tightly, he charged forward, transforming his blade into a dazzling whirlwind of light. In a flash, he was before the woman, their swords clashing violently, igniting a shower of sparks that illuminated the air like brilliant fireworks. They exchanged blows fiercely, each strike a testament to their prowess, neither yielding an inch. Each collision generated a powerful gust, sending sand and stones swirling into the air, transforming the riverside into a battlefield ravaged by a tempest. The battle raged intensely. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges had taken place, and the blue-clad woman began to falter. Ma Huantao's offensive grew increasingly relentless, leaving her no opportunity to breathe. As the balance of power shifted, her disadvantage became starkly apparent. She was soon drenched in sweat, her footing unsteady, her breath ragged. Void cleave! Ma Huantao shouted, channeling his internal energy into his longsword, unleashing a formidable crescent blade of energy that surged forth with tremendous force, cleaving the air as it advanced. Thunderstorm slash! The blue-clad woman, unwilling to relent, gritted her teeth and swung her broadsword with all her might, conjuring a sweeping blade of energy that bore a flicker of electrical power, resembling serpents dancing upon its edge. With a thunderous crash, the two powerful energies collided, creating a sound akin to thunder in their ears, reverberating painfully. The clash sent shockwaves that scattered sand like rain across the battlefield. Ma Huantao staggered back several steps from the immense recoil, a tingling sensation coursing through his body as if he had been struck by the residual electrical energy. He felt a surge of alarm. Had the woman fully mastered her lightning-infused techniques, he would undoubtedly have faced far more dire consequences. Meanwhile, the blue-clad woman was sent hurtling backward, as if a kite severed from its string, tumbling uncontrollably for over 3 meters before crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, clearly grievously injured. Despite wielding a low-tier magical weapon, her cultivation tier was still beneath Ma Huantao's. As the saying goes, one realm of cultivation, a world of difference. In the face of such a stark disparity in strength, the advantages of her magical weapon were significantly diminished. Coupled with Ma Huantao's innate strength, she found herself at a severe disadvantage in their direct confrontation, suffering greatly in this second clash. Ma Huantao mused inwardly, if I strike, I shall do so with precision and decisiveness. Resolute, he advanced once more. He unleashed his second ultimate technique, Yin-Yang Cross Slash. In an instant, he channeled all his energy, swinging his longsword to create 2 massive crescent blades that intersected in a cross formation, ready to overwhelm his opponent. Chapter 52. You forced my hand. Ma Huantao donned his black attire, mimicking the manner of those around him, concealing his visage thoroughly, leaving only his eyes exposed, resembling a specter in the dark of night. He patiently awaited, observing as individuals around him leaped one by one into the enigmatic realm, until the opportune moment arrived. Drawing a deep breath, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in his eyes as he vaulted into the unknown. In an instant, the world before him plunged into darkness, akin to traversing an endless temporal tunnel. When he regained clarity, he found himself on the banks of a vast river. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he noted 5 individuals, each clad in distinctive garb, locked in a standoff. Among them, 3 wore masks, while a man and a woman brandished a longsword and a broadsword respectively, their keen gazes warily fixed upon one another. The tense atmosphere hung heavily, as if the very air had solidified, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest, where a mere spark could ignite a brutal conflict. Tang Zhouyi, empty-handed and composed, spoke up. We have all just arrived. There is no need for such hostility, let us seek our own fortunes instead. His voice, resonating in the silence by the river, possessed an extraordinary clarity, as if imbued with a calming enchantment. The woman in blue, slightly plump and at the 11th level of qi refinement, emitted a subtle aura of spiritual energy. She concurred, indeed, there is no need for us to resort to mortal combat upon our arrival. As she spoke, the 2 cloaked figures appeared to find her reasoning sound, nodding slightly before sheathing their weapons and leaping away into the distance. Soon, only Tang Zhouyi and the slightly stout woman in blue remained by the riverside. The blue-clad woman turned her gaze to Ma Huantao, a flicker of disdain crossing her features as she remarked with irritation, why are you still here? You should leave. In her eyes, Ma Huantao was merely a minor character at the 9th level of qi refinement, hardly worthy of concern. And frowning, Ma Huantao retorted without a hint of politeness, what business is it of yours whether I stay or go? The blue-clad woman, incensed by his response, puffed out her chest and arrogantly declared, you, a mere novice at the 9th level of qi refinement, dare to act so brazenly? I am a member of the Falling Cloud sect, provoke me, and you shall regret it. Ma Huantao chuckled inwardly, having observed her demeanor closely. When the other 4 were present, she had not spoken with such bravado. Now, with the others gone, she had become insufferably haughty. He stood firm, unyielding, and quietly retrieved an ordinary longsword from his cosmic bag. What, do you intend to fight? If you seek death, I shall oblige. Upon finishing her words, the stout woman stowed her broadsword into her cosmic bag and produced a low-grade magical broadsword that shimmered with spiritual energy. A glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes as she beheld Ma Huantao's cosmic bag. With no one else around, she perceived this as a prime opportunity for murder and plunder. Ma Huantao unsheathed his long sword, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. He held it gracefully behind him while quickly surveying the area. The only sound was the gentle babbling of the river, and no other figures were in sight. The falling cloud sect woman shouted fiercely and leapt high into the air, her broadsword slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, executing a powerful downward slash aimed at Ma Huantao's head. Her assault was ferocious. Despite her being a woman, the force behind her strike was formidable, as if she could cleave through the very air itself. Yet, Ma Huantao remained unperturbed. As the broadsword neared, he deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with ghostly ease. In the next instant, he spun around, his speed akin to lightning, and found himself directly behind the woman. With a swift motion, he swung his long sword with great force towards her back. At this point, Ma Huantao had actually reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, and during recent days, his swordsmanship had improved significantly. He understood that the essence of combat lay in striking unexpectedly. When one moved, they should do so with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. His strike was executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation. The blue-clad woman was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Ma Huantao's agility would be so remarkable. As a chilling gust approached from behind, she recognized the peril and hurriedly rolled forward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill in an instant. This encounter had swiftly dispelled her earlier overconfidence. To ensure her safety, she rolled once more before rising, her expression tense and poised for battle. Ma Huantao felt a surge of determination. He was inclined to test the limits of his newfound strength. Gripping his longsword tightly, he charged forward, his blade transforming into a dazzling whirlwind of light. In an instant, he stood before the blue-clad woman, their swords clashing with a resounding impact, unleashing a shower of sparks that danced between them like brilliant fireworks. Their swords engaged in a fierce exchange, each strike met with equal fervor, neither willing to yield. Each collision generated a powerful gust, sending sand and stone swirling into the air, transforming the riverside into a tempestuous battlefield. The clash was intense. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges had transpired, and the blue-clad woman began to falter. Ma Huantao's onslaught grew increasingly relentless, providing her no respite. As the balance of power shifted, it became glaringly evident that she was at a disadvantage. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, her footing wavered, and her breath became erratic. Sky-splitting slash! Ma Huantao bellowed, channeling his internal energy into his longsword. A razor-sharp blade aura materialized, taking the form of a massive crescent that sliced through the air. This blade aura, imbued with overwhelming force, cleaved through the ground, leaving a deep trench in its wake, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. Thunderstorm strike! The blue-clad woman refused to back down, gritting her teeth as she swung her broadsword with all her might, unleashing a sweeping blade aura. Remarkably, her attack bore a faint trace of lightning, the electric energy flickering along the blade aura as if countless serpents danced within. With a thunderous crash, akin to a storm erupting in their midst, the two powerful blade auras collided, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, sending debris flying like raindrops in a tempest. Ma Huantao was propelled backwards by the immense force of the impact, stumbling several steps. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, as though he had been struck by the residual lightning, instilling a sense of alarm within him. He silently thanked his fortune that the woman's lightning-based sword technique had not reached its zenith. Had it been fully mastered, he feared the consequences would have been far more severe. Meanwhile, the blue-clad woman found herself akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably propelled backwards over a distance of more than 3 yards, before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. Although she wielded a low-grade magical broadsword, her cultivation level was still inferior to Ma Huantao's by 1 tier. As the saying goes, a realm higher brings a greater sky. In the face of such a stark disparity in power, the advantage of her magical weapon was significantly diminished. Moreover, Ma Huantao's innate strength surpassed hers, leaving her at a considerable disadvantage in their initial confrontation, and the second clash had only exacerbated her predicament. Ma Huantao mused to himself, when I strike, it must be decisive. With that thought, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he advanced once more. He unleashed his second signature move, the Yin-Yang cross slash. Instantly, he channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost, swinging his longsword to create two colossal crescent blade auras that intersected in a cross formation. Chapter 52. You force my hand. Ma Huantao donned his dark attire, mimicking the mannerisms of those around him, obscuring his face so thoroughly that only his eyes remained visible, akin to a specter in the depths of night. He awaited silently, observing as individuals leapt one after another into that enigmatic realm. When the moment felt right, he inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve shimmering in his gaze, and leapt into the abyss, his form vanishing instantaneously. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, as though he had traversed an endless temporal tunnel. When clarity returned, he found himself beside a vast river. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, spotting 5 individuals in varied attire, poised in a standoff. 3 bore masks, while a man and woman wielded a longsword and a broadsword, their sharp gazes fixated warily upon one another. The tension in the air was palpable, as if the very atmosphere were solidifying, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a tempest. A mere spark could ignite a brutal conflict. Tang Ji, empty-handed and composed, interjected, "Now that we have all entered, there is no need for such hostility. Let us seek our own fortunes." His voice resonated with remarkable clarity against the stillness of the riverside, exuding a tranquil charm. The woman, clad in blue, slightly plump and exuding a subtle aura of spirit energy from her 11th layer of cultivation, echoed, "Indeed, there is no need to resort to violence upon our arrival." As she spoke, the 2 masked figures appeared to find merit in her words, nodding slightly before sheathing their weapons and leaping away into the distance. Ultimately, only Tang Jui and the somewhat stout woman in blue remained. The latter cast a disdainful glance at Ma Huantao, her eyes flashing with contempt as she remarked, "Why are you still here? You should leave." In her eyes, Ma Huantao was merely a trifling figure at the 9th layer of cultivation, hardly worth concern. Ma Huantao furrowed his brow, retorting bluntly, "What concern is it of yours whether I stay or go?" The blue-clad woman bristled at his response, her chest puffing up in indignation as she proclaimed, "You, a mere novice at the 9th layer, have no right to act so arrogantly. I am a disciple of the Falling Cloud sect. Cross me, and you shall regret it." Internally, Ma Huantao smirked. He had observed her demeanor shift dramatically in the absence of the others, now brimming with unwarranted arrogance. Standing his ground, he quietly retrieved a plain longsword from his spatial pouch. "Do you still wish to fight? If you seek death, I shall oblige." The plump woman, in response, sheathed her broadsword and brandished a low-tier magical weapon that emanated a faint glow of spiritual energy. Greed flickered in her eyes as she beheld Ma Huantao's pouch, recognizing the solitude around them as an opportune moment for murder and plunder. Ma Huantao unsheathed his long sword, its blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Holding it with casual elegance behind him, he quickly scanned the vicinity, hearing only the gentle murmur of the river, devoid of any other presence. The Falling Cloud sect disciple let out a fierce cry, leaping high, her broadsword slicing through the air with a ferocious wind, executing a powerful downward strike aimed squarely at Ma Huantao's head. The ferocity of her attack was undeniable. Though she was a woman, the strength behind her blow was formidable enough to cleave the very air itself. Ma Huantao, however, remained unfazed. As the broadsword approached, he deftly sidestepped, evading as if he were a wraith. In an instant, he pivoted, moving with lightning speed to position himself behind the woman. With a swift motion, he unleashed his longsword toward her back. At that moment, Ma Huantao had ascended to the pinnacle of the 12th layer of cultivation, and his swordsmanship had seen considerable refinement. He understood the essence of combat lay in the element of surprise, stillness until the opportune moment, then striking like a hare, his attack was executed with precision, devoid of hesitation. The blue-clad woman was taken aback. She could hardly fathom Ma Huantao's remarkable agility. As a sudden gust of wind surged from behind, she sensed the impending danger and rolled forward just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. As the saying goes, a master reveals their prowess in an instant. Her previous overconfidence dissipated in the wake of this revelation. To ensure her safety, she rolled once more before rising, her expression now tense and alert. Ma Huantao, feeling a surge of determination, sought to test the limits of his newfound strength. Gripping his longsword tightly, he charged forward, the blade shimmering brilliantly as it whirled in his grasp. He darted toward the woman, and their weapons clashed with a resounding impact, igniting a flurry of sparks that danced like vivid fireworks between them. Their blades met with ferocity, each combatant striking hard and fast, refusing to yield. Each collision generated powerful gusts of wind, sending sand and gravel swirling into the air, transforming the riverside into a tumultuous battleground. The clash intensified, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows, with the blue-clad woman gradually falling behind. Ma Huantao's relentless assault left her gasping for breath, her footing faltering, her energy in disarray. "Void cleave," he bellowed, channeling his spirit energy into the long sword, forming a formidable crescent of blade energy that surged forward with tremendous force, cleaving through the air like a crescent moon. The ground beneath seemed to rupture, creating a deep trench that split apart, its sheer momentum awe-inspiring enough to threaten to obliterate everything in its path. Thunderstorm slash. The blue-clad woman, refusing to be outdone, gritted her teeth and unleashed her full strength, her broadsword sweeping outward. Remarkably, her strike bore a hint of lightning power, crackling and flickering like serpents in motion. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, akin to a storm breaking, the sound reverberating painfully in their ears. The two forces collided fiercely, sending shockwaves through the air, scattering sand and debris like rain. Ma Huantao staggered backward several steps from the force of the impact, momentarily stunned by the tingling sensation that coursed through his body from the woman's residual lightning energy. He silently thanked his stars that her mastery of the lightning technique was not fully developed. Had it been, the consequences could have been dire. Meanwhile, the blue-clad woman was sent flying backward, her body akin to a severed kite, spiraling uncontrollably for over 3 paces before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, a spurt of blood escaping her lips, clearly wounded. Though she wielded a low-tier magical weapon, her cultivation level fell short compared to Ma Huantao's, illustrating the adage that one's realm dictates their strength. In the face of such a disparity, even the advantages of a magical weapon were significantly diminished. Ma Huantao mused inwardly, strike with decisiveness, and aim for a clean finish. With that thought, a glint of resolution flickered in his eyes as he advanced once more. He unleashed his second signature move, the Yin Yang Cross Slash. In that instant, he summoned every ounce of spiritual energy, sweeping his longsword to create 2 massive crescent slashes that crossed over each other, forming a formidable X that surged forward. Chapter 53, The Assault of the Demon Wolves. The power of this strike was twice as formidable as the sky-splitting slash, with a mighty blade aura stirring up clouds of dust, rolling toward her like a surging tide, truly terrifying. The woman, barely half kneeling and preparing to rise, was met with an even more ferocious blade aura, crashing toward her like a tumultuous wave. Instantly filled with profound regret, she inwardly cursed her own greed. Intending to kill for treasure, she had unwittingly become another's quarry, yet, with no path for retreat, she gritted her teeth and brandished her sword to defend herself. Another deafening roar erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The blue-clad woman was sent flying 7 or 8 zhang away by this overwhelming force, her body tracing a trail of blood mist through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless, as blood spread beneath her like a blooming crimson flower. Ma Huantao swiftly approached, devoid of any semblance of compassion in his eyes. He seized the blue-clad woman's Qiankuan bag and her low-tier magical greatsword, stowing them away in his own Qiankuan bag. Subsequently, he conjured a fireball that descended upon the blue-clad woman, igniting her instantly in fierce flames, reducing her to ashes in mere moments. Having completed his actions, Ma Huantao dared not linger and quickly departed the scene. Never did Ma Huantao anticipate that upon entering the secret realm, he would be forced into a fierce battle with disciples of the Falling Cloud sect. Although he had successfully slain his opponent and acquired a considerable amount of resources, it was not his intention. He ran at full speed, covering over 20 li, until he plunged into a dense forest. Finding a concealed spot, he opened the woman's Qiankuan bag to inspect its contents. Inside were more than 300 spirit stones, radiating a gentle glow that hinted at their exceptional quality. Additionally, there were over 1,000 taels of gold and nearly 10,000 taels of silver, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Furthermore, there were several ordinary greatswords and a few low-tier techniques for water escape and fireball spells. However, what brought Ma Huantao the greatest joy was discovering a beginner-level thunder blade technique, which the woman had just employed. Though the cover of the technique was somewhat weathered, it emanated a mysterious aura, as if narrating its extraordinary origin. Eagerly, Ma Huantao flipped it open, observing the paper's unique texture and the ancient characters and intricate patterns detailing the technique's contents. The Thunder Blade technique was divided into 6 tiers, each boasting unique cultivation methods and corresponding power descriptions. He meticulously studied it, estimating that the woman had likely only cultivated to the 2nd tier at most, based on the power she had exhibited earlier. Cautiously, Ma Huantao stored the technique away, treating it as the most precious treasure in existence, a smile of delight gracing his face, a blend of appreciation for the treasure and anticipation of his impending enhancement in strength. The recent battle had drained him of considerable energy, his true chi flowing out like a breached dam. Now feeling somewhat weakened, he hastily retrieved a chi-gathering pill from his storage bag. The chi-gathering pill was round and smooth, glistening softly under the sunlight while exuding an alluring aura of spiritual energy. After consuming the pill, he promptly began to meditate. Adjusting his breath, he gradually entered a state of cultivation, surrounded by tranquility, with only the rhythmic sound of his breathing gently echoing through the woods, reminiscent of a soft breeze rustling through the leaves. While spirit stones contained an immensely rich reservoir of spiritual energy, akin to a vast treasure trove, their absorption was painstakingly slow, much like extracting treasures from solid rock. In contrast, although the spiritual energy contained within pills was relatively lesser, it was like refined essence, absorbed with great rapidity. After consuming 2 chi-gathering pills, time flowed slowly. After an hour, he felt his true chi nearly restored. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, and he was once again filled with vitality. This secret realm was vast, resembling an infinite mysterious world. After pondering for a moment, Ma Huantao decided to take to the skies on his sword. Standing upon the flying sword, his posture was upright, his garments fluttering. The sword sliced through the air, emitting a soft whistling sound. He sought the grove he had visited 3 years prior, along with the cliffside honey. This honey was no ordinary substance. It was said to enhance a cultivator's physique and spiritual power significantly, which was the primary reason for his visit to the secret realm. With the convenience of sword flight, he soared like a free-flying eagle, covering over 200 li in mere moments. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the tranquility of his flight. He heard the sounds of a battle echoing from the woods ahead, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking trees. Intrigued, Ma Huantao stealthily approached, alighting lightly before a towering tree, utilizing the dense foliage to conceal himself, prepared to investigate further. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a group of about 10 cultivators clad in various attire, 2 women and 4 men, a monk wielding a staff, and 5 masked cultivators locked in a fierce struggle against a pack of over 40 demon wolves. The ground bore the gruesome remnants of 4 cultivators, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, their eyes still reflecting the terror of their final moments. Nearby, the corpses of several demon wolves lay sprawled, the once serene woods now a chaotic scene, stained with blood and permeated by a pungent metallic scent. Among the demon wolves, 5 first-tier demon wolves stood out, their sizes larger than their ordinary counterparts, their fur glimmering with a sinister sheen, their eyes betraying a fierce cunning. These demon wolves coordinated their attacks and defenses seamlessly, at times charging collectively, at others flanking their foes, putting the group of cultivators at a disadvantage, struggling to keep pace. To Ma Huantao's astonishment, he spotted Li Luer among the throng. Li Luer had recently advanced to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, unable to fly on her sword yet. Ma Huantao surmised that they must have been pursued by these demon wolves shortly after entering the secret realm, ultimately leading to this intense confrontation in the grove. Seeing Li Luer laboring in the fight, Ma Huantao felt a pang of worry, uncertain whether to intervene. The 5 first-tier demon wolves were particularly ferocious, their bodies resembling leopards and their fangs akin to blades. One demon wolf leapt high, pouncing upon a cultivator, who attempted to block with his sword but was forced back several steps. 2 other demon wolves seized the opportunity to launch a flanking attack, their claws slicing through the air, carrying with them a putrid gust. The cultivators fought valiantly, the brilliance of their spells intertwining with the flashes of their blades. Though Li Luer, having just ascended to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, could not yet fly, she remained undaunted. Wielding her spiritual sword, she unleashed arcs of spiritual energy directed at the encroaching demon wolves. Yet, despite her efforts, the overwhelming number of demon wolves and their coordinated attacks placed the cultivators in a precarious position, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 54 Rescuing Li Luer. As Ma Huantao reminisced about Li Luer's predicament that day, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. On that fateful day, while he found himself ensnared in dire straits, she had offered her assistance in the matter concerning the bedding. However, once she discerned that her utility to him was waning, she callously abandoned him, no longer extending even a semblance of regard. Though Ma Huantao had resolved to remain an indifferent observer, he found himself gripped by hesitation when faced with the imminent peril. The pack of over 40 cunning demon wolves had encircled more than 10 cultivators, weaving an impenetrable web of death. They launched relentless, harassing assaults, each wave crashing upon the cultivators like a surging tide, leaving them no respite. Occasionally, they emitted bone-chilling howls that reverberated through the forest, akin to the clarion call of death. Before long, another first-tier demon wolf, accompanied by 6 others, arrived to reinforce the pack, further tipping the scales against the beleaguered cultivators. After half an hour of grueling combat, the battlefield was drenched in blood and carnage. 3 more cultivators succumbed, their bodies surrounded by pools of crimson, their eyes reflecting the terror and defiance of battle. Simultaneously, several demon wolves lay lifeless on the ground, yet the remaining 8 cultivators were nearing their limits. They gasped for breath, each inhalation reminiscent of the laborious wheezing of a dilapidated bellows. Their injuries inflicted excruciating pain, their garments marred by blood, their steps unsteady, and the once precise motions of their hands had become lethargic. In stark contrast, the demon wolves intensified their onslaught. In that moment, their astonishing endurance became glaringly evident. They resembled tireless machines of slaughter, whilst humans, by comparison, fell woefully short in terms of stamina. We must break through in all directions. If we continue like this, we will be either slain by the wolves or succumb to exhaustion, cried a monk wielding a staff, his eyes ablaze with the fire of survival. Agreed. We must split up to have any chance. Li Luer echoed, her voice resolute. With that, the remaining 8 cultivators disregarded all caution and simultaneously attempted to break free. Li Luer and a masked cultivator in black dashed eastward, the latter a formidable presence, boasting an early stage of the 12th level of Qi refinement. The 2 of them, working in concert, succeeded in slaying a demon wolf amidst the flurry of blades and the splattering of blood, and then they shot off toward the east like arrows released from a bow. However, the demon wolves were swift, shadowing their every move. Within a mere 10 miles, they found themselves once again encircled. Li Luer furrowed her brow, and in desperation, produced over 10 explosive talismans, imbuing them with spiritual energy. The talismans streaked through the air like meteors, relentlessly targeting the wolf pack. Moments later, accompanied by a dazzling flash and ear-splitting explosions, 2 demon wolves were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Yet, a pang of anguish pierced Li Lure's heart. These talismans were exorbitantly priced, costing over 100 spirit stones, a sum that would be an unbearable burden for an ordinary chi refinement disciple. The masked cultivator accompanying Li Lure, however, was not as fortunate. Though he valiantly dispatched 2 demon wolves, he fell victim to a sneak attack from a first-tier demon wolf during a brief lull in combat. The creature's claws raked across his back, leaving a long, bloody gash, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a scream, he collapsed, and almost immediately, 2 demon wolves pounced upon him, their cries echoing through the air, only to be silenced abruptly, leaving behind the wolves' roars and the stench of blood. Li Lure turned pale as a ghost, terror filling her eyes. At that moment, another first-tier demon wolf, flanked by 6 others, surrounded her. The wolves glared with malevolent intent, low growls emanating from their throats, their sounds resembling the whispers of death, as if they were poised to rend her asunder at any moment. Ma Huantao, perched in a tree, observed the unfolding chaos with clarity, and memories of their last expedition into the secret realm flooded his mind, where he and Li Lure had once faced danger side by side. In this world of cultivation, where power reigns supreme, it seemed only natural that Li Lure would regard him with indifference upon realizing the disparity in their strengths. With this realization, Ma Huantao gritted his teeth and retrieved 10 explosive talismans from his Qiankuan bag, channeling his true energy into them. Skillfully, he launched the talisman silently towards the wolf pack. A series of thunderous explosions ensued, disorienting the wolves. In an instant, 3 demon wolves were obliterated, and 1 was severely injured. As the cacophony of explosions subsided, Ma Huantao swiftly drew a low-grade magical longsword to avoid arousing Li Lure's suspicions. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, merging with his sword, which became a streak of light as he slashed at the first-tier demon wolf. Though he wielded a sword, he executed his signature knife technique. A crescent-shaped sword aura sliced through the air like a flash of lightning towards the demon wolf. This was his ultimate move, the Sky Rift Slash. With a resounding crash, the first-tier demon wolf, already battered by the explosive talismans, was struck again by the razor-sharp sword aura. It howled in agony, propelled 5 or 6 yards away like a ragdoll. Ma Huantao, unwilling to take chances, unleashed another fierce sword aura that struck the demon wolf once more, sending it sprawling 3 yards further, drenched in blood, lifeless on the ground. The remaining 3 demon wolves, witnessing this, were overtaken by fear and turned to flee without hesitation. Ma Huantao approached the fallen masked cultivator's corpse, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed a low-grade Qiankuan bag. He then proceeded to store the corpses of the other demon wolves in a specially prepared low-grade Qiankuan bag. Having completed these tasks, he pointed to the body of the first-tier demon wolf and, in a hushed tone, said to Li Lure, "Seeing your plight, I shall leave this first-tier demon wolf for you." At this moment, Li Lure finally exhaled in relief, her gaze fixed intently on Ma Huantao, her eyes filled with confusion. "Do we know each other? I merely passed by and could not bear to witness your demise at the hands of the wolves." Ma Huantao replied, keeping his voice low, unwilling to reveal his identity. "We must know each other. If it were anyone else, they would have been content to let me perish, let alone present me with a first-tier demon wolf. The corpse of this first-tier demon wolf is worth at least 200 spirit stones. We should be quite familiar." Li Lure retorted, advancing towards Ma Huantao to discern his features. Ma Huantao quickly invoked a spell, and the long sword expanded to nearly 30 feet in length. He leaped onto the blade, soaring into the sky like an otherworldly being. From his elevated vantage point, he called down to Li Lure, "Continue east for 6 miles, there lies a rocky outcrop where you will find relative safety." With that, he guided his flying sword away at breakneck speed. It can't be him, she thought. Though he wields a sword, he employs knife techniques. He couldn't have progressed so rapidly. Initially, she believed it to be Ma Huantao, but as he summoned his flying sword to traverse the void, it became evident he had reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of chi refinement. Yet, the man's demeanor and physique bore an uncanny resemblance to Ma Huantao. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Li Lure stood rooted, gazing in the direction of Ma Huantao's departure, her brow furrowed in contemplation, unable to reach a conclusion. Ma Huantao hastily returned to the site of the earlier battle, where the bodies of 7 or 8 cultivators lay strewn across the ground, alongside the remains of several demon wolves. This represented a substantial fortune for him, and he couldn't help but feel elated as he began to scavenge the belongings of the fallen cultivators. Before long, he discovered 3 Qiankuan bags brimming with resources, as well as a low-grade magical long sword. Just as he was preparing to store the demon wolf corpses in the Qiankuan bags, a sudden, malevolent gust of wind rushed at him from behind. Ma Huantao's heart sank. He sensed danger and, without a moment's hesitation, rolled on the ground to narrowly evade the impending attack. Chapter 55. Do you possess such ability? Ma Huantao gripped his long knife, which glimmered with a cold sheen under the moonlight, reminiscent of autumn waters. His eyes sparkled like lightning as he surveyed the scene ahead. Suddenly, a young woman, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, descended from a towering tree, clad in form-fitting black attire that clung to her figure like a second skin. She revealed her alluring silhouette in its entirety. Although her features were quite lovely, they lacked the breathtaking quality. Rather, there was a unique charm in the harmony of her facial structure. At this moment, she held 6 flying daggers steadily in her hands, their blades shimmering with a chilling light in the dim glow, akin to venomous serpents poised to strike. Upon noticing that Ma Huantao had evaded her meticulously planned ambush, a slight smirk graced her lips, exuding an almost imperceptible amusement. Her laughter rang clear yet carried an undertone of frost. This esteemed friend possesses remarkable skills. Perhaps you could provide me with a bag of holding, along with these slain wolf corpses, and I shall allow you to depart. Her tone appeared amicable, yet the avarice gleaming in her eyes betrayed her true intentions. In response, Ma Huantao burst into uncontrollable laughter, the sound echoing through the tranquil woods. Are you attempting to extort me? I have toiled tirelessly to gather these resources. What concern is it of yours? These are the fruits of my labor, not something you can simply seize with a few words. His gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a hawk locking onto its prey. Your words are not without merit, but surely it is better to part with some possessions than to lose your life, the woman retorted coldly, her eyes suddenly ablaze with murderous intent. The friendly demeanor she had just displayed melted away, transforming into an icy glare likened to frost in the dead of winter. The swiftness of her change took Ma Huantao aback, leading him to ponder the true complexity of this woman. She was clearly no ordinary adversary. Realizing that she had merely reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, yet dared to speak so boldly, Ma Huantao could not help but scoff. Do you truly believe you possess such abilities? An air of confidence radiated from him, his long knife quivering slightly as if echoing its master's battle fervor. You, at best, have attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, while I stand as a proud practitioner of the 11th level. Slaying you would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. The black-clad woman thought of Ma Huantao's earlier display of extraordinary skill and felt a pang of uncertainty. Thus, she resolved to test the waters, eager to discern his resolve. Should he yield immediately, she would not hesitate to strike without mercy. As a disciple of the skeleton sect, she was notorious for her ruthless nature, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. At this moment, she meticulously gauged her opponent's limits, akin to a cunning fox searching for a flaw in its prey. Ma Huantao, upon hearing her words, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Just after entering this secret realm, he had already engaged in a fierce battle with a female disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, an encounter that had drained much of his spiritual energy. Subsequently, he found himself reluctantly rescuing Li Luer, and before he could catch his breath, yet another female cultivator had come to trouble him. It seemed that this expedition into the secret realm was inextricably linked to women, an unfortunate twist of fate. Resolving to act, he stomped his feet firmly against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gripping his long knife tightly, he channeled his inner power, infusing it into the blade, which erupted into a dazzling display of light. The brilliance enveloped his entire being, each ray of light imbued with formidable strength. He surged towards the black-clad woman at breakneck speed, his form slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a roaring wind. The woman, taken by surprise, had not anticipated that Ma Huantao would strike so fiercely. She quickly unleashed 6 flying daggers in rapid succession, transforming them into streaks of cold light that shot towards him like meteors. The clashing of metal rang out, and sparks flew as the daggers met his blade. However, all 6 daggers were deflected, plummeting to the ground like birds with broken wings, yet Ma Huantao showed no signs of halting. He continued to advance upon her like a ferocious tiger. The female cultivator, now alarmed, propelled herself backward with a powerful push, her body soaring gracefully like a nimble swallow, leaping onto a tree. With lightning speed, she formed seals with her left hand, conjuring 2 ice swords that glimmered with a chilling clarity. Her right hand swiftly released 2 more flying daggers, creating a pincer attack. Ma Huantao could not help but admire her agility and remarkable speed. He gathered his strength and leaped high into the air, pursuing the woman with the tenacity of a hawk chasing its prey. In midair, he bellowed, "Whirlwind slash!" Instantly, his inner energy surged towards the long knife, which radiated a blinding light, transforming into a colossal blade of energy. This blade resembled a violent whirlwind, exuding a sense of devastation as it descended upon the black-clad woman. The whirlwind slash was one of Ma Huantao's signature techniques, particularly effective for wide-area assaults. It served to both deflect his opponent's attacks and mount an offensive. His pinnacle strength at the 12th level was unmistakably revealed in that moment. In this brutal world of cultivation, one either refrained from action or sought to obliterate their adversary. This was the survival principle Ma Huantao had gleaned from countless brushes with death. The torrent of blade energy swiftly shattered the woman's ice swords and daggers, reducing the ice to countless shards glimmering under the sunlight. Before dissipating, the daggers were sent flying, embedding themselves deep into the earth. Yet the momentum of Ma Huantao's attack did not wane. He surged forward like a tidal wave, intent on overwhelming her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black-clad woman felt a surge of fear. Her complexion turned pale as beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. She hastily leaped towards another towering tree, seeking refuge from the impending onslaught. However, the speed of the blade energy was insurmountable. She could not evade it in time, and her back was struck by a wave of energy. The force sliced through her like a razor, blood gushing forth as the searing pain nearly caused her to collapse. The tree that had sheltered her moments before was reduced to splinters, debris raining down like snowflakes, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ma Huantao, still airborne, landed upon a broken branch, propelling himself once more towards the black-clad woman. His gaze turned frigid, a palpable intent to kill radiating from him, as he shouted, "Sky Splitter slash!" With this exclamation, another crescent-shaped blade of energy erupted from his long knife. This blade of energy, resembling a radiant crescent moon, exuded an aura of dread as it chased after the woman. Wherever the blade passed, the air seemed to tear apart, reverberating with a thunderous roar akin to distant thunder. The half-moon blade was unstoppable, cleaving through both the woman and the tree she had relied upon. The tree toppled with a resounding crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. At that moment, the black-clad woman was overwhelmed with regret. She had always conducted herself with caution, having plotted against countless individuals within the skeleton sect to survive to this day. Yet today, she had miscalculated. In her eagerness for trivial gains, she had recklessly engaged, unaware that it would cost her life. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed as her body began to slump. Ma Huantao descended from the air, landing beside the fallen woman. He scanned the surroundings warily, ensuring no further threats lingered before commencing a search. After a thorough inspection, he discovered a low-tier bag of holding, which he promptly stowed away without examination. Next, he gathered the corpses of the slain wolves, along with the discarded daggers, leaving no trace behind. Having completed this task, he summoned several fireballs, guiding them towards the bodies and the remnants of the trees. Instantly, flames erupted, consuming all in their path, leaving only a charred expanse of earth in their wake. With everything settled, he summoned his flying sword and ascended, departing the scene at great speed, leaving behind a trail of smoke that slowly dissipated into the air. Chapter 56 of the Falling Cloud Gate. Tian Meng and Ma Huantao galloped forth, traversing 1,000 miles, until amidst the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, he discovered a grove. This grove appeared as a concealed treasure hidden from the mundane world, sheltered by the mysterious forces of nature. In a flash, he darted into the woods like a bird taking flight. The moment he entered, his eyes sparkled with delight. The grove was adorned with numerous celestial herbs, swaying gently in the breeze, radiating a soft luminescence, as if they were ethereal gifts from nature itself. Ma Huantao's heart brimmed with joy as he counted at least 4,000 mature celestial herbs within the grove. He was acutely aware of their worth. Each herb resembled a radiant spirit stone, and collectively, these 4,000 herbs could fetch over 400 spirit stones, a substantial fortune for him. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself entirely to the task of harvesting the celestial herbs, moving gracefully and precisely through the grove, mindful not to damage these precious plants. Time slipped by slowly as he immersed himself in his work, and after 5 days, he finally gathered all the celestial herbs. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, his heart overflowed with the joy of his bounty. After a brief respite, Ma Huantao planned to visit a cliff known for its honey, located nearly 500 miles away. However, for a cultivator of his caliber, flying on a sword was merely a fleeting endeavor. He mounted his flying sword and transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Yet, after flying 100 miles, he sensed an anomaly. Smoke and dust erupted from the nearby mountain, billowing like a roaring beast wreaking havoc in the sky. The ground trembled slightly, as if groaning in agony. Ma Huantao's heart raced. It appeared that a fierce battle was unfolding nearby. Although he had no desire to interfere in others' conflicts, as disputes in the realm of cultivation often came with unknown dangers, an insatiable curiosity compelled him to fly towards the battlefield. As he approached, drawing upon his vast experience, he quickly located a concealed spot to hide. Peering intently, he discovered that Han Kaiyun, Li Luer, Xia Yan, and Xiong Wenxiang had inexplicably gathered together, accompanied by a monk wielding a staff and a cloaked cultivator. They were encircled by 5 robust men clad in blue, the scene chaotic and fraught with tension. Scattered across the ground lay the corpses of over a dozen yellow-backed rhinoceros demon beasts, the stench of blood permeating the air. Among them were at least 4 first-tier yellow-backed rhinoceroses, their massive bodies still marked by the scars of battle. Additionally, 5 fallen cultivators lay strewn about, their blood staining the earth in a grim tableau. Han Kaiyun and her companions bore numerous injuries, their garments tattered and stained with blood, clearly suffering considerable wounds. Ma Huantao surmised that Han Kaiyun and her group had slain these rhinoceroses, only to find themselves besieged by the men now intent on claiming their prize. It was well known that these yellow-backed rhinoceroses were of considerable value. A common rhinoceros could fetch over 200 spirit stones, while a first-tier yellow-backed rhinoceros, along with its inner core, was worth at least 500 spirit stones. Particularly, the horns of these rhinoceroses were not only rare medicinal materials but also luxurious items coveted by the wealthy, with exquisitely carved horns valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, consistently in high demand in the market. Ma Huantao then shifted his gaze to the 5 burly men in blue. Each stood towering like small mountains. Notably, one among them reached an impressive height of 9 feet, his colossal frame resembling that of a giant. He possessed a broad back and a robust physique, estimated to weigh around 300 pounds, with skin that gleamed as if forged from steel. Clutching a massive low-tier magical weapon, a ghost-headed broadsword, the blade glinted ominously in the sunlight, likely weighing close to 100 pounds. This man was surprisingly at the peak of the 12th layer of chi refinement, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. At the sight of this, Ma Huantao could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He had always considered himself tall and strong among his peers, yet in comparison to this man, he felt as insignificant as a child. The sheer might of this individual, combined with his formidable cultivation level, left Ma Huantao acutely aware of the futility of engaging him in combat. Suddenly, the dark-skinned giant erupted into thunderous laughter, his voice echoing like rolling thunder through the valley. "Leave all your possessions behind, and I might allow the 3 women to accompany me. Once this secret realm expedition concludes, should I be satisfied, I may even grant you your freedom, perhaps with a reward." It turned out this man was Tian Meng, the grandson of Tian Kuai, the master of the Falling Cloud Gate. At the age of 23, he was naturally tall and possessed extraordinary strength, having mastered the Thunder Blade technique to the 3rd tier, rendering him nearly invincible among cultivators of the same rank. Moments ago, he had single-handedly vanquished 4 of his opponents, his terrifying prowess leaving the battlefield in stunned silence. Han Kaiyun and her companions, having witnessed Tian Meng's formidable strength, felt their hearts plummet. Even if they combined their efforts, they feared they would be no match for him, especially with 4 of his allies by his side. Xiong Wenxiang's face turned pale with fear. Gritting his teeth, he tossed his Qianquan bag to the ground, exclaiming, "Tian Daoyu, I will comply with your demands, just spare my life." Moments before, he had exchanged blows with Tian Meng and had been sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, severely injured and no longer inclined to fight. In his view, preserving his life was paramount. He would willingly abandon the 2,000 spirit stones, countless treasures, and over 200 bottles of elixirs contained within his Qianquan bag, if only to escape with his life. "Leave your low-tier magical weapon behind, and you may go," Tian Meng replied coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. "Tian Daoyu, you must keep your word." Xiong Wenxiang trembled as he spoke, promptly discarding his low-tier longsword. Tian Meng exchanged glances with his 4 companions, who immediately stepped aside, creating a path. Seeing this, Xiong Wenxiang felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders and hastily fled, his frantic figure quickly vanishing from sight. Xia Yan, witnessing this, was consumed by despair, calling out, "Xiong Shixiang, you can't just leave me behind." Yet, the only response she received was the fading sound of his retreat. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she knew all too well that it was futile. Tian Meng, weighing thrice her own mass and resembling a wild man, would likely spell her doom if subjected to his whims for even a night. Han Kaiyun and Li Luer, upon witnessing the unfolding events, turned as pale as ghosts. They exchanged a resolute glance, determination etched in their eyes, and declared in unison, "Tian Meng, do not be so arrogant. Even in death, we shall not allow you to prevail." "Death? Do you truly believe you can die so easily?" Tian Meng laughed once more, his mirth laced with arrogance and contempt for Han Kaiyun and her companions. "Amatba, Tian Shizhu, spare those who deserve mercy." "Do not overstep your bounds," the monk interjected, though heavily wounded, his gaze still radiated compassion. "Curse you, bald donkey, I can hardly stand your kind, hypocritical monks preaching piety while engaging in debauchery. Just days ago, I witnessed a monk assaulting a female cultivator, and I dealt with him accordingly." Tian Meng retorted, his eyes flashing with malice as he swung his broadsword and charged at the monk. His speed was astonishing, akin to a black lightning bolt slicing through the air. The monk hastily raised his staff to block the attack, resulting in a resounding clash that echoed through the valley. The monk was forced back several paces, blood trickling from his lips once more. Despite the monk also being at the initial stage of the 12th layer of chi refinement, he found himself utterly defenseless against Tian Meng's ferocious assault, retreating under the relentless force, reduced to mere defense without any hope of counterattack. Chapter 57 A Clash of Titans. As Tian Meng made his move, it was as if a tiger had plunged into a flock of sheep, his overwhelming presence stirring the very air around him into a frenzy. Simultaneously, the other 4 moved like phantoms, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as they unleashed a torrent of frenzied attacks upon Han Kaiyun. The exhaustion from their prior battle against the yellow-backed rhinoceros had already drained their energies, leaving them nearly spent. That previous encounter had been a harrowing struggle. The rhinoceros, with its massive form, struck with the force of a cataclysm, and it was only through their utmost efforts that Han Kai-yun and her companions could repel it, yet they were left in a state of utter depletion. Now, facing the formidable Tian Meng and his associates, their plight was exacerbated, as they found themselves unable to muster even the slightest resistance against the onslaught. Time slipped away amidst the clashing of blades, and the cloaked figure in black ultimately succumbed, mercilessly cut down. Blood splattered upon the ground, resembling a blooming flower of death, a sight that was both shocking and tragic. The remaining trio, Han Kai-yun, Li Lir, and Xiao Yan, were now gasping for breath, their garments tattered and their condition desperate. Had it not been for Tian Meng's intent to capture them alive for sport, they would likely have perished long ago. At this critical juncture, the monk also fell victim to the chaos. Tian Meng's great sword gleamed like the scythe of death, and in a flash, the monk was cleaved to the ground. Blood gushed forth, pooling beneath him, as the essence of life swiftly ebbed away. Li Lir and Han Kai-yun, under yet another wave of assault, were struck down, blood erupting from their mouths, the vivid crimson staining the earth beneath them, narrating their tragic fate. Xiao Yan too found herself in dire straits. Facing the relentless barrage, she could endure no more than 10 exchanges before inevitable defeat awaited her. Watching this brutal scene unfold, Ma Huantao felt a surge of compassion. He was acutely aware of the bond shared between these three and Ling Qingyan, and witnessing the ferocious Tian Meng, he could not bear to see them suffer. With furrowed brows and a glint of resolve in his eyes, Ma Huantao swiftly drew forth 10 explosive talismans, treasures for which he had expended considerable effort and spiritual stones to acquire. Without hesitation, he infused them with his vital energy. The explosive talismans from his right hand shot towards Tian Meng like meteors, while those in his left hand soared towards the 4 assailants attacking Han Kai-yun. A pang of regret struck him. After all, this expenditure represented a significant portion of his hard-earned savings, yet, at this moment, he saw no alternative but to act for their salvation. In an instant, 20 explosive talismans detonated simultaneously, the resounding blast akin to the thunderous roar of apocalypse, deafeningly loud. The shockwave from the explosion surged outward, uprooting trees and shattering stones in its wake. Tian Meng sensed the imminent threat and retreated with all his might, his sword swirling into a dazzling display of light, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. However, the same could not be said for the other 4. 2 were obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere remnants, life extinguished in an instant. 1 lay gravely injured, his body riddled with wounds, blood flowing profusely as he groaned in agony. The last, though only slightly wounded, was left paralyzed with fear, retreating hastily, terror evident in his eyes. At that very moment, Ma Huantao, wielding his long blade, surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Seizing the opportunity amidst the rising dust and obscured vision, he deftly approached Xiong Wenxiang's side. With lightning speed, he snatched Xiong Wenxiang's spatial pouch and sword, securing them in his own pouch, fully aware of their potential value in dire circumstances. Then, with his blade once more aglow with vibrant light, he directed a swift strike towards the lightly wounded disciple of the Falling Cloud sect. The disciple, already shaken by the sudden explosion, was in a state of panic, and as the radiant blade descended upon him, he could only hurriedly attempt to defend himself. Yet Ma Huantao would not grant him an opportunity. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he unleashed a split void slash. The force of this strike was tremendous, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, and it struck the disciple with devastating impact. The disciple crumpled to the ground like a severed kite, blood erupting from his mouth and staining the earth below. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Huantao advanced, his blade sweeping through the air with deadly precision, severing the head of the fallen figure. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, painting the ground in a gruesome spectacle. These events transpired in the blink of an eye, their swiftness astonishing. Tian Meng, unable to intervene in time, could only watch as his 4 subordinates met their grim fate. Yet, rather than sorrow, his eyes burned with a fierce intent to kill. He laughed maniacally, his voice resonating with fervor for battle. My young opponent, only you are worthy to be my rival. As he spoke, the great sword in his hand seemed to pulse with his fighting spirit, radiating even more brilliance. Flickers of lightning danced along the blade, akin to serpents weaving upon its surface, as if it had been imbued with the power to annihilate all. Ma Huantao, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not exhibit any trace of complacency. With a bellow, he cried out, "Split void slash!" This roar erupted from his chest like flames, channeling all his strength. A formidable crescent blade of energy shot forth from the darkness, slicing towards Tian Meng at incredible speed. The air itself was torn asunder in the wake of the blade, emitting a sharp whistle. Tian Meng's eyes shone with fierce brilliance, akin to 2 blazing lanterns. He bellowed, "Wind thunder strike!" As he uttered these words, a violent blade of energy, charged with rampant lightning, surged forth from his sword. This lightning blade roared forth like an enraged thunder dragon, rushing headlong to meet Ma Huantao's oncoming strike. The 2 overwhelming blades collided in midair, unleashing a thunderous cacophony that reverberated through the atmosphere, akin to the primordial roar of the universe awakening, shaking the surrounding mountains to their very core. The force of the impact stirred up clouds of dust and debris, as if the entire world had succumbed to chaos under this immense pressure. Ma Huantao staggered backward, taking numerous steps before he could regain his footing. Each step left a deep imprint in the earth, and he felt the surge of blood and energy within him, a bitter taste of iron filling his mouth. Chapter 58. The breakthrough of two. Struck by a surge of lightning power, an overwhelming sensation of numbness and weakness enveloped him, causing the long sword in his hand to nearly slip from his grasp. He was inwardly astonished. Tian Meng's Wind Thunder technique was far superior to the moves he had previously encountered from the female cultivator of the Falling Cloud sect. Truly, they were not even in the same league. Tian Meng, too, was jolted by the recoil, stepping back 5 or 6 paces, his expression one of surprise. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he turned to Ma Huantao and remarked, "I never expected you possessed some skill." "I like that." With that, he raised his sword and charged at Ma Huantao once more. In an instant, the two were locked in combat again. Blades flashed like lightning against the night sky, their strikes intertwining in a fierce exchange. Their silhouettes danced amidst the glimmering swordlight, becoming faint and elusive. Each clash of weapons erupted into brilliant sparks. As their battle intensified, the swordlight coalesced into a dazzling curtain, obscuring their forms. Their speed reached an extraordinary peak, with every strike infused with immense power, causing the surrounding air to swirl like a tempest. Then, with a thunderous roar, Tian Meng declared, "Thunderclap technique." With that exclamation, he soared into the sky like a great rock, gripping his sword tightly overhead. A formidable, lightning-infused blade aura rapidly coalesced upon his weapon, expanding in size as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart. With a powerful swing, the immense blade aura, crackling with electricity, hurtled toward Ma Huantao like a meteor. Before the blade aura reached him, its overwhelming force already caused Ma Huantao's garments to whip violently, as if countless invisible hands were tugging at his attire. It was evident that this move was significantly more potent than the previous one, a display of astonishing might. "Yin Yang cross-cut!" Ma Huantao bellowed in response, his gaze resolute and unwavering. In an instant, the long sword in his hand began to whirl rapidly like a windmill, unleashing two razor-sharp blade auras that crossed to form a gigantic cross. This cross of blade aura radiated a brilliant light, meeting Tian Meng's blade aura in the sky. A deafening explosion ensued, resonating like the tolling of the doomsday bell. Ma Huantao was struck by Tian Meng's blade aura, sent hurtling 10 paces away like a cannonball. His clothing was torn by the force of the impact, and his body ached from the electric power, as if every inch of his skin were ablaze. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood before feeling slightly better. However, the long sword in his hand shattered into 2 pieces upon the tremendous shock, clattering to the ground. Tian Meng, too, was forced back 4 or 5 paces by the backlash, his internal energy in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, he looked at Ma Huantao and said, "Kid, I don't know who you are, but I admit you are quite formidable. However, no matter how strong you are, you will undoubtedly perish today. I could have broken through to the Foundation establishment stage 2 years ago, but I chose not to because I knew that achieving a breakthrough within this secret realm would greatly benefit my future alchemical endeavors. In this secret realm, not only is one unrestrained during the breakthrough, but one can also harness the unique spiritual energy here to rapidly enhance their cultivation. Today, let me show you the moment of my breakthrough." With that proclamation, he let out a mighty roar and began to channel his internal techniques with all his might, his aura surging as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Ma Huantao, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within. He had not anticipated such advantages to be found in a breakthrough within the secret realm. Recalling the fact that he had suppressed his own cultivation for nearly half a year, he resolved to attempt his own breakthrough here as well. Without hesitation, he activated the whirlwind sword technique, guiding his internal true energy. As he did so, his aura began to rise steadily. At the very moment when Tian Meng achieved his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, Ma Huantao also successfully broke through to the same realm. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within a 20-mile radius seemed to respond to some powerful summons, surging into both of their bodies like a tidal wave. At that moment, Ma Huantao felt a wondrous transformation occurring within his GC. Originally a dull gray expanse, it now glimmered with a small, tangible golden mist the size of a peanut. As the external spiritual energy poured in frantically, the golden mist began to swell, ultimately growing to the size of a bowl, radiating a soft, mysterious golden light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. At this moment, he felt as if his meridians, Qi and Dantian were being reforged, expanded to accommodate over 3 times the true energy he had previously held. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him, and the internal injuries he had sustained began to heal rapidly under this miraculous power. Ma Huantao could not help but marvel internally. Truly, each realm brings with it a new world. The sensation of the Foundation establishment stage was vastly superior to that of the Qi refinement stage. Tian Meng experienced a similar transformation. At this critical juncture, his Qi and Dantian seemed to be infused with a mysterious force, rapidly expanding. The once ethereal mist within his Dantian roiled and condensed at an astonishing pace, becoming increasingly dense. It was as if an artist were layering colors on a canvas, transforming the originally nebulous vapor into a substantial and solid form. As the transformation continued, the mist eventually grew to the size of a bowl before halting its expansion, steadily suspended within his dantian. In that moment, Tian Meng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if every pore in his body was rejoicing. However, to his astonishment, the mysterious figure across from him, concealed beneath a black robe and mask, had also successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment stage within this secret realm. Tian Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Well done, kid, you too have leveraged the secret realm to achieve your breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. Who on earth are you?" "I'm merely a loose cultivator, nothing of note," Ma Huantao replied, deliberately lowering his voice, his words barely audible amidst the howling wind, adding an air of mystery to his presence. At that moment, both individuals, having ascended to the Foundation establishment stage, felt as though they had shed the shackles of the earth without the need for any artifacts. They effortlessly soared into the sky with a mere flick of their forms. Suspended in midair, they faced each other, their garments billowing in the wind, an aura of immense power radiating from them, making the very air around them feel heavier. Below, Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiao Yan, witnessing this sudden turn of events, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, staring blankly at the two figures suspended in the air. They could hardly believe the dramatic shift in the situation that had unfolded in an instant. Ma Huantao cast a glance downward and spotted the three individuals. Without hesitation, he transmitted a message to Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiao Yan. "If we do not leave now, when shall we?" This message struck them like a hammer, awakening them from their stupor. Upon hearing it, they quickly came to their senses. However, Han Kaiyun and Li Lir were gravely injured from the earlier battle, their movements severely hampered, while Xiao Yan bore the least injury. Without a moment's hesitation, upon receiving Ma Huantao's transmission, Xiao Yan executed her movement technique to depart, entirely disregarding the gravely wounded Han Kaiyun and Li Lir. Seeing this unfold, Tian Meng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Ma Huantao, "Are these individuals your friends?" "Indeed." Ma Huantao replied without a moment's hesitation, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Chapter 58 The breakthrough of two. Struck by a surge of lightning energy, an overwhelming sensation of weakness and numbness enveloped him, nearly causing the long blade in his grasp to slip from his fingers. He was taken aback. Tian Meng's Thunderstrike technique was far superior to the moves he had previously encountered from the female cultivator of the Falling Cloud sect. It was simply incomparable. Tian Meng, too, was jolted by the recoil, staggering back 5 or 6 steps, his expression one of astonishment. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes as he regarded Ma Huantao, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to possess such skill. I like it." With that, he brandished his sword and charged toward Ma Huantao once more. In an instant, the two clashed again, their blades flashing like streaks of lightning across the night sky. Embroiled in an intense struggle, their figures flickered in and out of visibility amid the gleaming swords, each clash of weapons erupting in brilliant sparks. As their battle reached a fevered pitch, the light from their blades converged into a radiant curtain, obscuring their forms. Their speed was breathtaking, with each move imbued with tremendous force, the surrounding air swirling chaotically as if caught in a vortex. Then, with a resounding roar, Tian Meng declared, "Thunderstrike!" As he shouted, he soared skyward like a great rock, gripping his sword tightly above his head. A colossal blade of lightning energy rapidly coalesced upon his sword, growing larger by the moment, as if it intended to rend the very heavens. With a powerful swing, the immense blade of thunder surged down upon Ma Huantao like a meteorite. Before the blade even reached him, its formidable presence sent Ma Huantao's clothes fluttering violently, as if countless unseen hands were tugging at his garments. It was evident that this move was significantly more powerful than the previous one, exuding astonishing might. "Yin Yang Cross Slash!" Ma Huantao bellowed in reply, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Instantly, his sword whirled like a windmill, unleashing 2 razor-sharp blades of energy that intersected to form a massive cross. The cross-shaped energy radiated a blinding brilliance as it met Tian Meng's blade in midair. A thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of the doomsday bell tolling. Ma Huantao was struck by Tian Meng's blade, propelled backward like a cannonball for over 10 feet. His garments were torn by the sheer force, and his body ached from the electric energy, as if every inch of his skin were ablaze. After coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, he felt a semblance of relief, yet his long sword had shattered under the tremendous impact, falling to the ground in 2 pieces. Tian Meng, too, was forced back several paces by the rebound, his internal energy thrown into disarray as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With wide eyes filled with shock, he gazed at Ma Huantao and remarked, "Kid, I don't know who you are, but I can see that you are quite formidable. Nonetheless, no matter how strong you are, you will undoubtedly perish today. I could have broken through to the Foundation establishment stage 2 years ago, but I chose not to because I understood the immense benefits of doing so within this secret realm for my future cultivation of the Golden Core. In this secret realm, one is not only free from constraints but can also harness the unique spiritual energy to rapidly enhance their abilities. Today, you shall witness my moment of breakthrough. With a fierce shout, he began to channel his internal techniques with all his might, his energy soaring as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao felt a stirring within. He had not realized the advantages of breaking through in the secret realm. Recalling how he had suppressed his cultivation for nearly half a year, he resolved to attempt his own breakthrough here. Without hesitation, he activated the Cyclone Blade technique, guiding his inner true energy. As he did so, his own aura began to rise steadily. At that moment, as Tian Meng reached the foundation establishment stage, Ma Huantao too successfully broke through. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within a 20-mile radius surged toward them like a tidal wave, drawn by an unseen force, flooding into their bodies. At this juncture, Ma Huantao experienced a wondrous transformation within his energy sea. What had once appeared as a hazy expanse was now graced with a small, palpable golden mist, the size of a peanut. As the external spiritual energy flooded in recklessly, the golden mist expanded rapidly, ultimately swelling to the size of a bowl, radiating a gentle yet mysterious golden light, imbued with boundless power. In this moment, it felt as though every meridian, energy sea, and dantian within him had been remolded, significantly enlarged to accommodate more than 3 times the previous true energy. He felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, and the internal injuries he had sustained began to heal swiftly under this miraculous force. Ma Huantao marveled internally, recognizing the truth of the saying, with each realm comes a new sky. The sensation of the foundation establishment stage was vastly superior to that of the Qi refinement stage. Tian Meng shared a similar experience. At this critical juncture, his energy sea and dantian appeared to be infused with a mysterious power, rapidly expanding. The once ethereal mist within his dantian churned and coalesced with astonishing speed, becoming denser and more substantial, much like an artist layering colors on a canvas. The originally insubstantial mist gradually took on a tangible quality, growing thick and solid. As the transformation continued, the mist eventually reached the size of a bowl, coming to rest steadily within his dantian. At this moment, Tian Meng felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, as if every pore in his body were rejoicing. However, he was greatly astonished to see that the mysterious individual clad in black, whose face had been obscured by a mask, had also successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage within this secret realm. Tian Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, well, you are quite impressive, managing to break through the foundation establishment stage in this secret realm. Who exactly are you? I am but a wandering cultivator, unworthy of mention, Ma Huantao replied, deliberately lowering his voice, his words barely discernible in the howling wind, adding an extra layer of mystery. At that moment, the 2 newly ascended foundation establishment cultivators felt as though they had shed the shackles of the earth. Without the need for any magical artifacts, they effortlessly soared into the sky. Suspended in the air, they faced each other, their garments billowing in the wind, emanating a powerful aura that seemed to weigh down the very air around them. Below, Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiao Yan, who had been observing, were left agape, their mouths agog and eyes wide as saucers, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. They could hardly fathom the drastic shift in the situation. Ma Huantao scanned the scene below and, taking immediate action, transmitted a message to Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiao Yan. If we do not leave now, when shall we? This message struck like a hammer, rousing the 3 from their stupor. They quickly realized the urgency of the moment. However, Han Kaiyun and Li Lir were gravely injured from the preceding battle, their movements hindered. Xiao Yan, having sustained the least harm, wasted no time upon hearing Ma Huantao's call. She employed her agility to depart, seemingly oblivious to the heavily wounded Han Kaiyun and Li Lir left behind. Seeing this unfold, Tian Meng furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Ma Huantao, asking, "Are these people your friends?" "Indeed," Ma Huantao replied without hesitation, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Chapter 58 The breakthrough of 2. Struck by the formidable power of thunder and lightning, a wave of overwhelming weakness surged through him, causing the long blade in his hand to nearly slip away. He was inwardly astonished. Tian Meng's thunderous style was far stronger than the techniques he had previously encountered from the female cultivator of the Falling Cloud sect. This was an entirely different caliber. Tian Meng himself was also jolted by the recoil, staggering back 5 or 6 steps, a look of incredulity etched on his face. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he turned to Ma Huantao, exclaiming, "I never imagined you possessed such skills. I like it." With that, he lunged forward once more, brandishing his blade toward Ma Huantao. The 2 clashed in an instant, their blades dancing like flashes of lightning in the night sky, engaging in a fierce and unyielding battle. Their figures flickered in and out of sight amidst the luminous blade light, each collision of weapons erupting in dazzling sparks. As their duel intensified, the blade light coalesced into a brilliant curtain, obscuring their forms. Their speed reached an extraordinary peak, with each strike imbued with immense force, stirring the surrounding air into a swirling tempest. Then, with a thunderous roar, Tian Meng bellowed, "Thunderous style! With that exclamation, he soared into the air like a great rock, gripping his massive blade tightly and raising it high. A colossal blade aura, imbued with terrifying lightning, rapidly coalesced upon the edge of his weapon. The blade aura expanded in size, as if it were about to rend the very heavens asunder. With a mighty swing, this enormous blade aura charged down upon Ma Huantao like a meteor from the sky. Before the blade aura even struck, its overwhelming force whipped against Ma Huantao, causing his garments to flutter violently, as if countless invisible hands were tugging at his clothing. It was evident that this move was significantly more potent than the previous one, its might astonishing. Yin Yang cross-cut! Ma Huantao roared in response, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. Instantly, he began to wield his great blade with whirlwind-like speed, unleashing two razor-sharp blade auras that intersected to form a massive cross. This cross-blade aura radiated a blinding light, advancing towards the sky to meet Tian Meng's blade aura. Another earth-shattering explosion reverberated, the sound akin to the death knell of the world. Ma Huantao was struck by Tian Meng's blade aura, sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, landing over 10 yards away. His attire was tattered by the immense impact, and his body ached from the electrical force, as though every inch of his skin were ablaze. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood before feeling somewhat relieved, only to discover that the long blade in his hand had shattered into 2 pieces, falling to the ground. Tian Meng was also pushed back 4 or 5 yards by the backlash, his internal energy in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With wide eyes, he stared at Ma Huantao, exclaiming, "Kid, I don't know who you are, but I admit you are formidable. However, no matter how strong you are, you shall undoubtedly perish today. I could have broken through to the Foundation establishment stage 2 years ago, but I chose not to because I understood the immense benefits of breaking through within the secret realm for later condensing of the golden core. In this secret realm, not only is one not suppressed, but one can also harness the unique spiritual energy to rapidly elevate their cultivation. Today, let me show you the moment of my breakthrough." With that, he let out a fierce roar and began to channel his internal techniques with all his might. His aura surged upward, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing this, Ma Huantao's heart stirred. He had not anticipated such advantages to breaking through in the secret realm. Remembering how he had suppressed his cultivation for nearly half a year, he too decided to attempt a breakthrough here. Resolutely, he activated the whirlwind blade technique, guiding the true energy within him. As he did so, his own aura began to rise. The moment Tian Meng broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, Ma Huantao also succeeded in achieving the same. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within a 20-mile radius seemed to respond to a powerful summons, surging into both of their bodies like a tidal wave. At this moment, Ma Huantao felt a wondrous transformation occurring within his qi. Previously a dull gray, it now revealed a small, tangible golden mist, no larger than a peanut. As the external spiritual energy poured in frantically, the golden mist began to expand, ultimately growing to the size of a bowl and radiating a soft, mysterious golden light, as if it contained boundless power. At this moment, he sensed that his meridians, qi, and dantian felt as though they had been completely reshaped, now capable of accommodating over 3 times the true energy than before. Instantly, he felt an unparalleled comfort, and the internal injuries he had sustained began to heal rapidly under this miraculous force. Ma Huantao inwardly marveled, indeed, each realm surpasses the last. This feeling of the Foundation establishment stage is vastly superior to that of the qi refinement stage. Tian Meng experienced a similar transformation. At this critical juncture, his qi and dantian felt as if they were being infused with mysterious power, rapidly expanding. The mist that had once been as insubstantial as smoke began to churn and condense within his dantian, growing denser at an astonishing rate. Like an artist layering color on canvas, the once ethereal mist gradually gained substance, becoming thick and solid. As this transformation continued, the mist ultimately reached the size of a bowl before it finally ceased expanding, hovering steadily within his dantian. At this moment, Tian Meng felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, as if every pore were rejoicing in exuberance. However, he was greatly astonished to observe that the mysterious figure clad in black across from him, whose face was obscured by a mask, had also successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment stage within this secret realm. Tian Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good lad, you are quite impressive, also utilizing the secret realm to break through to Foundation establishment. Who exactly are you?" "I'm merely a loose cultivator, nothing of significance," Ma Huantao replied, intentionally lowering his voice, his words barely discernible over the howling wind, adding an air of mystery. At this moment, both individuals, having ascended to the Foundation establishment stage, felt as though they had shed the shackles of the earth. Without the aid of any artifacts, they moved with a gentle motion and soared directly into the sky. The two stood in confrontation high above, their garments billowing in the wind, emanating a powerful aura that thickened the air around them. Below, Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiaoyan gazed up in astonishment at this sudden turn of events, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, unable to comprehend the drastic shift in the situation. Ma Huantao scanned the scene and spotted the three below. Without hesitation, he conveyed to Han Kaiyun, Li Lir, and Xiaoyan, "If we do not leave now, when will we?" This message struck them like a hammer, awakening them from their stupor. However, Han Kaiyun and Li Lir had sustained severe injuries in the previous battle, making their movements cumbersome, while Xiaoyan bore the lightest wounds. Upon hearing Ma Huantao's message, Xiaoyan did not hesitate but immediately executed her movement technique to depart, completely disregarding the heavily injured Han Kaiyun and Li Lir behind her. Seeing this unfold, Tian Meng furrowed his brow slightly and looked toward Ma Huantao, asking, "Are these people your friends?" "Indeed." Ma Huantao replied without hesitation, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Chapter 59 The Thunderblade Technique. Tian Meng's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a confident smile as he proclaimed in a booming voice, "It is not impossible to save your friend, but you must withstand 10 of my strikes. Should you endure 3, not only will I release your friend, but you shall also receive half of the other resources, aside from those belonging to our falling cloud sect disciples." His voice resonated through the valley, exuding an authoritative presence that commanded respect. Respect is not as good as obedience. Ma Huantao's expression tightened, and after speaking, he swiftly stowed away his broken long blade into his Qiankuan pouch. From the depths of the pouch, he retrieved a cherished low-tier magical dagger, gripping it tightly in preparation for the impending confrontation. He understood that this would be a formidable battle, but for the sake of his friend, he had no other choice. "Now this is more like it. It is an honor for you to stand as my opponent, Tian Meng. I hope you still have your life after 10 strikes." Tian Meng declared loudly, his eyes glinting with excitement. This man was inherently passionate about martial arts, harboring an almost fanatical pursuit of battle. Upon encountering a skilled adversary, his combative spirit ignited, compelling him to engage in a contest of strength. He was, without a doubt, a born martial fanatic. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to commence the duel and gauge the capabilities of this enigmatic rogue cultivator before him. At that moment, having successfully ascended to the foundation establishment stage, a surge of mighty power coursed through Tian Meng's body simultaneously. The Thunderblade technique he practiced seemed to respond to some mysterious force, instantly breaking through to the 4th level. His eyes widened, resembling those of an enraged deity, and he bellowed, "Thunder strike!" The roar echoed like a clap of thunder, causing the surrounding air to vibrate with a resonant hum. In an instant, a colossal blade of light, infused with dazzling electric energy, propelled towards Ma Huantao with an earth-shattering momentum. Of this blade, having ascended alongside Tian Meng, had grown more robust. Its range was now over twice as expansive, and its chilling edge seemed capable of rending space itself, with its power multiplying exponentially. Ma Huantao met this onslaught with unwavering resolve, his eyes devoid of fear. He understood that hesitation in the face of such a formidable opponent equated to death. For a swordsman, charging forward is a belief etched deep within the soul. Striking first to defend is the only path to survival in dire straits. He recognized that he had no choice but to embrace this fierce blow with a spirit of desperation. Drawing a deep breath, he swung his long blade fiercely and shouted, "Sky Ren Slash!" A similarly domineering blade of light surged forth with a howling sound, hurtling toward Tian Meng, embodying all of Ma Huantao's strength, as if it intended to tear apart any obstacles in its path. The two blades of light, representing the will and power of two formidable warriors, collided in mid-air. In that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, reminiscent of an ancient bell's toll, sending the trees below swaying violently as if caught in a tempest. The sturdy branches, unable to bear the strain, splintered and fell, while the ground erupted in clouds of dust, forming a colossal whirlwind, as if the end of days had arrived. Both combatants were thrust back several steps by the overwhelming force, yet neither displayed any sign of retreat in their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they charged at each other without hesitation, re-engaging in a fierce clash. The air was filled with scintillating blades of light, intertwining and crackling with electric sparks. The two powerful forces resembled ferocious dragons meeting in the sky, refusing to yield, entangled in a fierce struggle. Each collision ignited brilliant sparks, threatening to set the entire firmament ablaze. Both warriors wielding blades poured forth their utmost effort, battling with their very lives at stake, with no quarter given in their exchanges. The intense battle raged on until Tian Meng shouted once more, "Rampant Thunderstrike!" This powerful technique from the 4th layer of the Thunderblade technique unleashed several blade lights, akin to dragon serpents, entwined with electric arcs, surging toward Ma Huantao with even greater speed and ferocity. The air itself was ionized in the wake of the blade lights, shimmering with an eerie glow. Raging seas, tumultuous waves. Ma Huantao would not be outdone, his eyes burned like twin flames as he roared. This was his ultimate strike, and in an instant, a tempest of blade energy surged forth like swelling tides, cascading toward Tian Meng in relentless waves. Each layer of blade energy harbored immense power, rising one after another as if intent on engulfing Tian Meng entirely. Another deafening roar erupted, akin to the primordial thunder of the universe's birth, resonating through the world. Ma Huantao was forced back over 20 paces by the sheer force, and one blade of energy broke through his defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, he wore a low-tier magical armor that absorbed some of the impact at a critical moment, yet even so, he was grievously wounded. His internal energy surged chaotically, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. Tian Meng was not unscathed either. He too suffered from the violent backlash, his internal energy disrupted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, compared to Ma Huantao, his injuries were somewhat less severe. Astonishment filled Tian Meng's heart. He had not anticipated the strength of this mysterious rogue cultivator. Had he sought to kill him today, he would likely have emerged gravely wounded as well. With this in mind, he turned to Ma Huantao and said, "Brother, let us swear a pact of the Heart Demon, binding ourselves for 3 years. On this day 3 years hence, we shall meet at the martial arena in Kanglan City to settle our scores." Upon finishing, his gaze fixed intently upon Ma Huantao, his eyes radiating an unyielding resolve that suggested dire consequences should Ma Huantao refuse. Now, heavily injured, Ma Huantao relied solely on his indomitable will to endure. His hair singed by lightning, he emitted a charred odor, and his body was ravaged by the thunderous energy, leaving him in excruciating pain. Fortunately, having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his foundations were significantly stronger than before, enabling him to barely hold on without collapsing. He understood. Thus, the two stood before one another, swearing the pact of the Heart Demon. For cultivators, such a vow was a grave commitment. To violate it would turn the Heart Demon into an insurmountable obstacle on the path to ascension, particularly when striving for the Golden Core stage. Hence, cultivators rarely took such oaths lightly. After taking possession of all the resources from the Falling Cloud sect disciples, Tian Meng divided the remaining resources with Ma Huantao. Once this was accomplished, he soared into the sky on his blade, vanishing like a streak of light into the horizon. Once Tian Meng departed, Ma Huantao seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the ground as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his vitality rapidly waning. He dared not delay a moment longer, hastily retrieving 2 precious recovery pills from his storage pouch, consuming them before settling into a meditative posture to cultivate and heal his wounds. Not long ago, prior to his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, recovering from injuries had been relatively manageable, yet now, having broken through and subsequently sustained injuries, the situation had become dire. The force of Tian Meng's attack had shaken his internal organs as if they would dislocate, compounded by the relentless onslaught of the thunderous energy that invaded his body, exacerbating his condition. Inwardly, he marveled at the exceptional might of the Falling Cloud sect's Thunder Blade technique, which proved to be astonishingly powerful. Han Kaiyun and Li Lier, witnessing the severe injuries of the cloaked figure, felt no room for complacency. They understood that their own safety was intricately linked to that of this mysterious individual. Both quickly consumed their own medicinal pills and began meditating to mend their wounds. Chapter 59. The Thunderbolt Blade Technique. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Tian Meng revealed a confident smile and proclaimed loudly, "Rescuing your friend is not an impossibility. However, you must endure 10 of my strikes. Should you withstand 3 of them, not only will I release your friend, but I shall also grant you half of all resources, aside from those belonging to our disciples of the Falling Cloud sect." His voice resonated powerfully throughout the valley, exuding an imposing aura that rendered others hesitant to underestimate him. Respect begets compliance. Ma Huantao's expression sharpened, and after speaking, he swiftly stowed away his broken long sword into his bag of holding. From the depths of the bag, he retrieved a treasured low-tier magical blade, gripping it firmly as he prepared for battle. He understood that this would be a formidable confrontation, yet for the sake of his friend, he had no other choice. Now this is more like it. It is an honor for you to stand against me, Tian Meng. I hope you manage to retain your life within these 10 moves. Tian Meng declared, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. This man had an innate passion for martial arts, an almost fanatical pursuit of combat. Whenever he encountered a skilled opponent, the bloodlust within him surged, compelling him to engage in fierce competition. He was, without a doubt, a natural-born martial enthusiast. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to commence the battle and discover the true capabilities of this mysterious rogue cultivator. Having successfully ascended to the foundation establishment realm, a tremendous power surged within Tian Meng simultaneously. The Thunderbolt Blade technique he practiced seemed to be drawn by some arcane force, instantly breaking through to the 4th level. With his eyes wide open, resembling a wrathful Vajra, he bellowed, "Thunderbolt style." The roar echoed like thunder on a clear day, causing the surrounding air to vibrate with resonance. In an instant, a colossal blade of light, enveloped in brilliant electric arcs, surged towards Ma Huantao with an earth-shattering momentum. The blade's intensity had grown more robust following his advancement to the foundation establishment realm, its reach now more than double its previous span. The chilling edge appeared capable of rending the very fabric of space, its power enhanced exponentially. Upon witnessing this, Ma Huantao felt no fear. He understood that hesitation in the face of such a formidable opponent meant certain death. For a swordsman, pressing forward was a belief etched deep within their soul, and to attack in lieu of defense was the only path to survival in dire straits. He recognized that he had no choice but to confront this fierce assault with a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Drawing a deep breath, he swung his long sword fiercely and shouted, "Sky-splitting slash!" A similarly domineering blade of light, accompanied by a howling wind, shot towards Tian Meng, embodying all of Ma Huantao's strength, as if it sought to tear apart every obstacle in its path. The two blades of light, representing the will and power of these two titans, collided midair in an explosive clash. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to resonate with a sound of cataclysmic proportions, akin to the tolling of a great bell, sending the surrounding trees swaying violently as if caught in a tempest. Sturdy branches, unable to withstand the strain, snapped and fell with a resounding crack. The ground erupted in a maelstrom of dust and debris, creating a colossal vortex that resembled the onset of the apocalypse. Both combatants were thrust back several steps by the tremendous force of the impact, yet in their eyes, there was no sign of retreat. Almost simultaneously, they charged towards each other once more, re-engaging in an intense melee. The air was filled with dazzling flashes of blade light, weaving and intersecting, crackling with electric energy. The two powerful forces clashed like ferocious dragons, neither yielding, entwined in a fierce struggle, each collision igniting brilliant sparks, as if seeking to set the very sky ablaze. The fierce battle persisted, and at its climax, Tian Meng shouted again, raging thunder style. This was the formidable technique of the Thunderbolt Blade Technique's fourth level. Behold, multiple blade lights, resembling dragon serpents, surged forth, wrapped in electric arcs, accelerating towards Ma Huantao with even greater speed and ferocity. Where the blade light passed, the air became ionized, flashing with an eerie luminescence. Raging seas and tumultuous waves. Ma Huantao would not be outdone. His eyes blazed with intensity, as if two flames were alike within them, and he roared. This was his strongest strike. In an instant, a tempest of blade energy surged forth, layer upon layer, towards Tian Meng. Each wave of blade energy contained immense power, rising consecutively, as if intent on completely overwhelming Tian Meng. Another deafening roar erupted, resonating like the primordial thunder of the universe, echoing through the heavens and earth. Ma Huantao was forced back over 20 paces by this overwhelming force, and one of the blade energies breached his defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, he wore a low-tier magical armor that absorbed some of the impact. Even so, he emerged grievously wounded, his internal energy in disarray, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. Tian Meng too was not unscathed. He suffered from the immense backlash, his internal energy thrown into turmoil, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, compared to Ma Huantao, his injuries were somewhat less severe. Astonishment filled Tian Meng's heart. He had not anticipated that this enigmatic rogue cultivator would possess such strength. Had he sought to eliminate this individual today, he too would have emerged gravely injured. With this thought, he turned to Ma Huantao and proposed, "Brother, let us swear a vow of enmity, binding ourselves to meet again in 3 years' time at the martial arena of Kanglan City to settle our scores." Upon finishing, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Ma Huantao, exuding an aura of undeniable determination, as if suggesting that refusal would lead to dire consequences. At this moment, Ma Huantao, severely injured, relied solely on his indomitable will to hold on. His hair was singed by lightning, emitting a burnt aroma, and his body was ravaged by the tempestuous power of the thunder, inflicting unbearable agony. Thankfully, having just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, his foundation was considerably stronger than before, allowing him to barely sustain himself without collapsing. He understood that if he were to fall, catastrophe awaited him. Not only would his life be at stake, but so would the fates of Han Kaiyun and Li Lear. "Very well," Ma Huantao replied without hesitation, his agreement resolute. Thus, they swore a vow of enmity before one another. For cultivators, such a vow is a profoundly serious commitment. Any breach would pose insurmountable obstacles in their future ascension to higher realms, such as the Golden Core stage. Thus cultivators seldom take such oaths lightly. After taking possession of all the resources from the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, Tian Meng divided the remaining spoils equally with Ma Huantao. Once this was accomplished, he soared into the skies on his blade, his figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Once Tian Meng departed, Ma Huantao felt as though he had lost all support. He sank to the ground, expelling several mouthfuls of blood, his vitality rapidly waning. He dared not linger, hastily retrieving 2 precious recovery pills from his storage bag and began to meditate, channeling his energy to heal his wounds. Not long ago, before his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm, recovering from injuries had been relatively manageable. However, now that he had advanced and sustained new injuries, his predicament had grown dire. The impact of Tian Meng's assault felt as though it had displaced his very organs, compounded by the domineering lightning energy wreaking havoc within him, exacerbating his injuries. He silently lamented the extraordinary might of the Thunderbolt blade technique of the Falling Cloud sect, which proved to be remarkably formidable. Observing the black-clad, masked figure before them, severely injured, Han Kaiyun and Li Lir dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. They understood that their own safety was intricately linked to this mysterious individual. The two hastily consumed their medicinal pills and commenced their own meditative practices to mend their wounds. Chapter 59. The Thunderblade Technique. Tian Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence as he declared loudly, "It is not impossible to save your friend, but you must endure 10 of my strikes. If you can withstand 3, not only will I release your friend, but you shall also receive half of the other supplies, aside from those belonging to our Falling Cloud sect disciples." His voice resonated through the valley, echoing with an imposing authority that commanded respect. Respect is better than disobedience. Ma Huantao's expression sharpened. After speaking, he swiftly stowed away the long knife that had been broken into 2 parts into his Qiankuan bag. From the depths of the bag, he retrieved a cherished low-grade magical weapon, gripping it firmly in his hands, ready for the impending confrontation. He was acutely aware that this would be a challenging battle, yet for the sake of his friend, he had no other choice. "Now you appear worthy. It is indeed an honor to be my opponent, Tian Meng. I hope you can still cling to life within 10 strikes." Tian Meng proclaimed, excitement glinting in his eyes. He was inherently passionate about martial arts, harboring an almost fanatical obsession with battle. The sight of a formidable adversary ignited the warrior spirit within him, compelling him to engage in a contest of skill. He was, without a doubt, a born martial enthusiast. At this moment, he was eager to commence the battle and discern the true capabilities of the enigmatic rogue before him. At that juncture, Tian Meng had successfully ascended to the Foundation Establishment realm, and a robust energy surged within him. Simultaneously, the Thunderblade technique he practiced seemed to resonate with some mysterious force, instantly breaking through to the 4th layer. His eyes widened like those of a wrathful deity as he bellowed, "Thunder strike!" The roar echoed like a clap of thunder, causing the air around to vibrate ominously. In an instant, a colossal blade of light, enveloped in dazzling electric brilliance, surged forth toward Ma Huantao with a cataclysmic ferocity. The blade, now more robust after his ascension, extended its reach, its formidable edge seemingly capable of tearing through the very fabric of space, exponentially amplifying its power. Upon witnessing this, Ma Huantao felt no trace of fear. He understood that hesitation against such a formidable opponent equated to death. For a swordsman, charging forward was an instinct ingrained deep within the soul. Attacking in place of defending was the only path to survival in dire circumstances. He recognized that the only option before him was to meet this fierce strike with the resolve of a man fighting for his life. Drawing a deep breath, he swung his long knife with great force and shouted, "Skysplitter slash!" A similarly ferocious blade of light, accompanied by a piercing roar, hurtled toward Tian Meng, embodying all of Ma Huantao's strength, as if determined to rend apart every obstacle in its path. The 2 blades of light, representing the will and might of 2 formidable warriors, collided mid-air. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth seemed to resonate with a cataclysmic sound, akin to the tolling of a great bell, sending the surrounding trees into a frenzy as if caught in a tempest. The thick branches, unable to bear the strain, splintered and fell, crashing to the ground. Dust and debris swirled violently, forming a colossal vortex, as if the apocalypse had descended. Both men were thrust back several paces by the overwhelming force of the impact, yet their gazes bore no hint of retreat. Almost simultaneously, they charged toward each other once more, resuming their fierce exchange. In an instant, the air was filled with radiant blades of light, weaving together with strands of electric energy as they surged forth. The 2 titanic forces clashed like ferocious dragons, each refusing to yield, entwined in a deadly embrace. With every collision, brilliant sparks erupted, as if they were destined to ignite the very sky itself. The 2 sword-wielding warriors poured their very essence into the fight, each strike executed without restraint, life and death hanging in the balance. As the fierce battle raged on, Tian Meng unleashed another thunderous roar, raging thunder style. This powerful technique of the Thunderblade technique's 4th layer manifested as multiple blade lights, akin to celestial dragons, racing toward Ma Huantao with an even swifter and more violent momentum. The air shimmered with the electric energy of the blades as they tore through it. Wrath of the Tempest. Ma Huantao, not to be outdone, felt his eyes blaze with fervor, like twin flames igniting. This was his ultimate strike. In an instant, a tempest of blade energy surged forth, cascading toward Tian Meng in relentless waves. Each successive wave of blade energy pulsed with immense power, seemingly intent on drowning Tian Meng entirely. A deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of the primordial explosion of the universe, resonating through the heavens and earth. Ma Huantao was propelled back over 20 paces by the overwhelming force, as one of the blade energies breached his defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, he wore a low-grade magical armor that absorbed part of the impact at that critical moment. Nevertheless, he sustained severe injuries, his internal energy was thrown into chaos, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Tian Meng, too, was not unscathed. He felt the powerful backlash reverberate through him, his internal energy in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, compared to Ma Huantao, his injuries were comparatively lighter. Tian Meng was astounded. He had not anticipated the mysterious rogue to be so formidable. Should he have chosen to eliminate him today, he too would have emerged severely wounded. With this thought, he turned to Ma Huantao and proposed, "Brother, let us swear an oath of the Heart's demons, binding ourselves to meet again in 3 years at the martial arena in Kanglan City to settle our scores." Upon finishing, his gaze bore into Ma Huantao's, exuding an unyielding determination, as if to convey that refusal would be met with dire consequences. In his current state, Ma Huantao, severely injured, relied solely on his indomitable spirit to persevere. His hair singed by lightning emitted a charred odor, and the power of the thunder wreaked havoc within him, inflicting excruciating pain. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, providing him with a much stronger foundation than before, allowing him to barely hold on without collapsing. He understood that if he fell, it would spell disaster not only for himself but also for Han Kaiyun and Li Luer, who would find themselves facing certain death. "Agreed," Ma Huantao replied without hesitation, his response resolute. Thus, they both swore the oath of the Heart's demons before one another. For cultivators, such an oath is a profoundly serious commitment. Once broken, it becomes an insurmountable barrier in future ascensions to higher realms, such as the Golden Core stage, making it a promise not easily made. After collecting all the supplies from the Falling Cloud sect disciples, Tian Meng divided the remaining resources with Ma Huantao. Having completed this, he soared into the sky on his blade, his figure transforming into a fleeting streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Once Tian Meng departed, Ma Huantao felt as though all support had been stripped away. He sank to the ground, expelling several mouthfuls of blood, his vitality swiftly waning. Without a moment's delay, he retrieved 2 precious spirit-enhancing pills from his storage bag and began to meditate, channeling energy to heal his wounds. Not long ago, prior to his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm, recovery from injuries had been relatively manageable. However, now, having broken through and sustained further harm, his situation had drastically worsened. The force of Tian Meng's assault had shaken his internal organs, and the relentless power of the lightning coursed through him, compounding his injuries. He silently lamented the exceptional prowess of the Falling Cloud sect's Thunder Blade technique, which indeed proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Han Kaiyun and Li Luer, witnessing the severity of the black-clad figure's injuries, knew they could not afford to be complacent. Their safety was inextricably linked to this mysterious individual. They hastily consumed their own healing pills and began to meditate, channeling energy to recover from their wounds. Chapter 60 of the Rescue of Fellow Disciples. A moment later, Ma Huantao gradually withdrew his energy and rose to his feet, his complexion still as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet, within his gaze shone a flicker of resoluteness, akin to a solitary star glimmering in the frigid night. He spoke in a low voice, "This place is not suitable for lingering. I will swiftly escort you away." As soon as the words left his lips, before the 2 companions beside him could respond, he deftly summoned his large blade. The blade trembled slightly under the infusion of his spiritual energy, its surface shimmering with an unusual radiance, seemingly concerned for his injuries. It was as if the blade possessed a spirit of its own, resonating with the intentions of its master. The 3 hurriedly leapt onto the blade, and in an instant, it transformed into a brilliant streak of light, racing towards the dense forest where Ma Huantao had previously gathered the celestial herbs. The luminous streak carved a resplendent arc through the sky, accompanied by the sound of a whistling wind. Once they landed, Ma Huantao sheathed the blade and, exhausted, seated himself once more, immediately entering a meditative state to cultivate and heal his wounds. Observing this, Han Kaiyun and Li Luer exchanged glances, reading the worry reflected in each other's eyes, yet they dared not inquire further, opting instead to silently follow suit in their own meditation. The air around them seemed to solidify, with only their faint breaths echoing in the tranquil forest. Time hastily passed, and another day and night slipped by. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the elixirs and their relentless cultivation, Han Kaiyun and Li Luer had recovered half of their injuries. Slowly, they opened their eyes and began to survey their surroundings, only to be astonished to find no trace of the mysterious figure clad in black. "I suspect that mysterious figure was Ma Huantao." Li Luer furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, yet laced with a hint of conviction. "How could that be? Junior brother Ma is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even if he is the most talented disciple of the Thousand Demons sect, it is impossible for him to have reached the Foundation establishment stage in such a short time. Absolutely inconceivable." Han Kaiyun vehemently shook her head, disbelief etched across her face, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion as her mind raced through various possibilities. It is precisely for this reason that I harbor my suspicions. If he did not possess such profound cultivation, I could easily dismiss the idea. Consider this: he has consistently displayed extraordinary potential, and the circumstances surrounding this incident are exceedingly peculiar. Li Luer's brow knitted tightly, appearing resolute in her conjecture, her gaze deepening as if seeking to penetrate through the fog of uncertainty to discover the truth. Han Kaiyun too fell into contemplation, her brow slightly furrowed, a glimmer of perplexity evident in her eyes. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, as if an invisible mist enveloped them. Ma Huantao flew over 50 miles before locating a relatively safe spot to continue his meditation and healing. Time gradually slipped away during his practice. 4 days passed, during which he consumed 10 qi-gathering pills and 4 vitality cultivation pills. Each pill, once ingested, transformed into a warm flow, nourishing his damaged meridians. At long last, his injuries were completely healed. He approached the riverbank, where the water was crystal clear, its surface glistening. He took a refreshing bath, washing away both dirt and fatigue. After meticulously tending to his singed hair, he donned clean clothing, including a flowing black robe. The robe fluttered in the wind, adding an air of mystery to his appearance. He summoned his flying sword, which glinted with a cold light under the urging of his spiritual energy, and swiftly directed it towards the honey cliff. As he neared the cliff, he sheathed his sword and proceeded on foot towards his destination. Not far off, he beheld a throng of over 1,000 people gathered, the scene bustling with activity. Ma Huantao spotted Han Kaiyun, Li Luer, Xia Yan, and Xiong Wenxiang, along with numerous disciples from the Thousand Demons sect congregated together. Xia Yan appeared indifferent to Xiong Wenxiang, who wore a look of exasperation, his expression quite comical. The surrounding practitioners were engaged in animated conversations, their voices intertwining in a cacophony. From the discourse of other practitioners, Ma Huantao learned that yesterday, Tian Meng from the Falling Cloud sect, relying on his foundation establishment cultivation, had led his fellow disciples under the cover of darkness, armed with a plethora of talismans, using some as bait while others seized the opportunity to harvest honey. Their haul was substantial, estimated at nearly 20,000 pounds of honey. However, the Falling Cloud sect suffered grievously in the venture. 3 lives were lost, and several others were injured. Moreover, their actions had provoked the wrath of the Huanglong bees, resulting in collateral damage to other practitioners, with over 20 fatalities and more than 50 injuries. This harvest was the largest recorded in recent years. Typically, a few thousand pounds would be considered a commendable bounty. Ma Huantao felt a surge of astonishment, acutely aware of the inherent dangers associated with honey harvesting. Approaching within 5 miles of the cliff, he proceeded with utmost caution, eliciting fearful expressions from other practitioners witnessing his approach. The Huanglong Peak was currently in a state of fury. Should they provoke it further, the consequences would be dire. And nevertheless, Ma Huantao pressed on, halting only when he was 4 miles away. Peering into the distance, he indeed discerned a gaping hole in the cliff face. Based on its size, he surmised that the Falling Cloud sect had gathered at most 1/10 of the honey. He could not help but be awed by the might of the Huanglong bees. Even now, having ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he recognized that against such a multitude of bees, his only recourse would be to flee. However, he had made significant progress with his earth escape technique, and with his recent advancement, he believed he could hide underground for over half an hour without issue. At that moment, what concerned Ma Huantao most was not the honey, but rather the countless bones and corpses beneath the cliff, among which lay magical artifacts and Qiankuan bags. Securing even a few would lead to great fortune. Those artifacts and bags shimmered subtly under the sunlight, as if beckoning to him, enticing him with their allure. Finding a secluded spot not far off, Ma Huantao settled once more into meditation, channeling his energy to refine his earth escape technique. He had purchased a mid-tier earth escape technique in the market, yet had yet to succeed in mastering it. Should he achieve mastery, he would be able to burrow through even the hardest of stone walls. He awaited a suitable opportunity, fully aware of the immense risks that accompanied the potential rewards. Nearly 200,000 pounds of honey represented an astronomical resource for any sect. The honey glistened enticingly, reminiscent of a mountain of gold. As time passed, the number of practitioners gathered at the cliff continued to swell, with a myriad of discussions arising, each more varied than the last. Since everyone was motivated by their own interests, none were willing to make the first move, all preferring to wait and reap the benefits. The eyes of each individual sparkled with a blend of greed and caution, an interplay of emotions. Having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Ma Huantao remained unhurried. He frequently drew upon the spiritual stones he had scavenged to solidify his cultivation. Prior to his advancement, 2 stones per day sufficed, but now he required as many as 5. Thankfully, his speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy had increased significantly, and having previously amassed several Qiankuan bags, he now found himself quite affluent in spiritual stones. He gazed at the stones in his hand, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Days passed, and with only 10 days remaining until the secret realm's closure, nearly 3,000 cultivators had gathered at the cliff. Some practitioners, sensing the tense atmosphere, chose to depart, yet those who remained vastly outnumbered those who left. The ambience grew increasingly charged, as if a great battle was imminent. Chapter 61. The adventure of gathering supplies. With merely 9 days remaining before the closing of the secret realm, dawn began to break, its feeble light piercing through the darkness, as if shrouding the world in a delicate veil. On this very morn, as the first rays of light began to illuminate the surroundings, the throng ahead suddenly erupted into a frenzy, akin to a powder keg igniting. The scene resembled a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, instantly giving rise to tumultuous waves. Within moments, billowing clouds of dust surged skyward, resembling a ferocious beast with bared fangs, swiftly enveloping an area spanning several miles. Ma Huan Tao stood rooted to the spot, a slight furrow etched upon his brow, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern. He understood all too well that the approach employed by the crowd before him was rather precarious. Once these smoke talismans were activated, the entire region would be engulfed in thick smoke. In such circumstances, not only would the ferocious venomous bees pose a threat, but even their own cultivators would find themselves in a state of blindness, rendering the endeavor of seizing honey a chaotic melee, and the ensuing casualties would be inevitable. The swirling dust arose from the smoke talismans unleashed by the cultivators, their effects lasting nearly half an hour amidst the pervasive haze. Each cultivator harbored their own ambitions, yearning to secure honey amidst the chaos and retreat unscathed. At that moment, all were akin to pawns driven by greed, rushing forward without hesitation, each vying to emerge triumphant in this ruthless contest. Observing the throng surge ahead, Ma Huan Tao gritted his teeth and followed suit. However, as he approached the scene of the incident, now a mere 5 miles away, a deafening buzzing sound suddenly reverberated from the sky, akin to thunder crashing in his ears. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of anguished cries, a chilling summons from the clutches of death. He recognized that the Huanglong bees were launching a large-scale assault. The sheer volume of dust combined with the overwhelming numbers of Huanglong bees, resembling an ominous cloud obscuring the sun, led to their swift and indiscriminate attack. In an instant, the entire space was dominated by these bees, akin to a frenzied band of assassins, pouncing upon the human cultivators. Ma Huan Tao, witnessing the chaos unfold, dared not hesitate. He swiftly recited the incantation for the earth escape technique, his form slipping underground like an agile loach, making his way further in. Concurrently, other cultivators adept in the earth escape technique made similar choices, burrowing underground to evade the ferocity of the Huanglong bees. Above ground, the scene had transformed into a brutal battlefield, where countless Huanglong bees entangled with human cultivators in a fight to the death. Various magical artifacts in the hands of the cultivators sparkled with brilliance, their spells bursting forth like dazzling fireworks amidst the smoke. Fireball and explosive talismans rained down like droplets of rain, their resounding detonations echoing loudly of the radiant spells intertwined, creating a surreal yet merciless tableau. Before long, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Huanglong bees, forming a dark carpet. However, the human cultivators also paid a heavy toll, with over 200 corpses sprawled haphazardly, their blood staining the earth a vivid red, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Beneath the ground, Ma Huan Tao cautiously advanced, inching closer to the cliff's edge. Fortunately, having ascended to the Foundation Establishment realm, his strength surpassed that of average cultivators, allowing him to hold his breath underground for an extended period. Those of lesser prowess could not withstand the pressure and emerged, only to be besieged by a swarm of bees, their cries of despair echoing briefly before falling silent. Thus, Ma Huan Tao remained underground for nearly half an hour, waiting patiently. Once he deemed it safe, he cautiously poked his head out to survey the situation above him. The smoke had yet to dissipate, and a few Huanglong bees still danced in the air, while the surrounding bodies lay piled high, resembling a valley of death. Without a moment's delay, he began to gather supplies. As Ma Huan Tao emerged from the ground, he first affixed a breath-holding talisman to himself, a charm designed to conceal his presence, rendering him less detectable by the Huanglong bees. Vigilantly scanning the skies, he swiftly collected resources. At this moment, he no longer concerned himself with distinguishing whether the items were low-tier magical artifacts. He seized anything he encountered. Before long, he had gathered 8 assorted weapons in 4 Chin-Kuan bags. Suddenly, several Huanglong bees in the sky detected his movements and darted towards him with alarming speed. Realizing the imminent danger, Ma Huan Tao hastily retrieved 3 smoke talismans from his storage bag, channeling his vital energy into them. Instantly, the area was once again shrouded in dust, as if darkness had engulfed it anew. Taking advantage of the smoke's cover, Ma Huan Tao activated the earth escape technique once more, burrowing toward a location with a higher concentration of corpses. He descended for over 30 yards, halting when he felt it was prudent, patiently awaiting the right moment. Once he surmised that the swarm had dispersed, he cautiously emerged. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly ascended from the ground and began to collect resources at a breakneck pace. The smoke in this area was beginning to clear, and the remaining cultivators had already fled. Time was of the essence. He hurriedly gathered 12 weapons in 6 Chin-Kuan bags, diving underground once more just before the venomous bees returned. Ma Huantao continued his underground journey, finally emerging beyond a 5-mile radius. Noticing a significant reduction in the number of venomous bees nearby, he quickly summoned his flying sword, standing atop it like a streak of light, soaring away into the distance. Although he knew that many resources lay ahead, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After such fierce competition, to retreat unscathed with substantial gains was indeed a stroke of fortune. Having flown over 30 miles, he suddenly spotted 2 dashing young cultivators soaring through the air on their swords. Both were at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refinement, exuding an extraordinary aura. These 2 cultivators blocked Ma Huantao's path, and one of them clasped his fists in salute, calling out, "Fellow cultivator, please halt, we wish to discuss a matter with you." Upon hearing the call, Ma Huantao immediately halted his flying sword, hovering 7 or 8 yards away from the 2. He regarded them with a hint of suspicion and inquired, "What business do you have, esteemed cultivators? I am Ouyang Jingshan from the Talisman family of the Wind and Rain continent, and this is my younger brother, Ouyang Jinglong. We have discovered a cave within the secret realm that is rich in fire spirit crystals, and we hope to invite everyone to join us." Ouyang Jingshan replied earnestly. Ma Huantao's heart skipped a beat. The Talisman family was renowned throughout the Wind and Rain continent, a force capable of shaking the entire land with a mere stomp. In their eyes, the Thousand Demon sect likely lacked even the qualifications to be their subordinates. This family not only possessed immense wealth but also boasted countless formidable experts, particularly in their unparalleled craftsmanship of talismans, which was second to none on the Wind and Rain continent. Chapter 62 The Fire Spirit Crystal. Ma Huantao pondered for a moment, feeling a stirring within his heart at the news, and thus inquired, "Is there danger within this cave?" "Indeed, my friend, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Inside lurks a second-tier fire-winged cloud python. However, we have already assembled a group of over a dozen skilled practitioners to venture forth. As you are aware, a single fire spirit crystal is equivalent to 15 ordinary low-tier spirit stones, especially advantageous for those cultivating fire attribute techniques. It is also an exceptional material for forging high-tier explosive talismans, exceedingly precious. This is a rare opportunity, and I wonder if you, my friend, might be interested?" Ouyang Jinglong interjected. "Oh, I see. Since so many are going, I shall accompany you." After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Huantao deemed it a venture worth pursuing. "Excellent, please follow me," Ouyang Jingshan commanded. "Jinglong, search elsewhere and try to find some formidable cultivators." "Yes, Brother Wu," Ouyang Jinglong responded, immediately harnessing his flying sword, departing like a bolt of lightning. Ouyang Jingshan soared ahead on his sword, while Ma Huantao closely followed. They traversed nearly 1,000 miles, finally arriving at a dense forest. Deep within the woods stood a profound cave entrance, 2 zhang high. This entrance was cleverly concealed, surrounded by trees and vines that obscured it entirely. Had one not looked closely, it would have been nearly impossible to discern its existence. At that moment, a few cultivators sat cross-legged not far from the cave entrance. Ma Huantao quickly counted, estimating there were over 30 cultivators present, among them more than 10 like himself, their faces obscured, revealing only their eyes. These individuals exuded an aura that was both mysterious and powerful. As Ma Huantao scrutinized the cultivators, he realized their strengths were formidable, the weakest among them boasting an 11th layer of qi refinement. Just then, he noticed Ouyang Jingshan returning with a peak 12th layer qi refinement cultivator, a tall and robust young man who approached them. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Jingshan immediately clasped his fists in greeting, "Elder brother, I have brought another expert. This is my third brother, Ouyang Jinghai." He hurriedly introduced him to Ma Huantao. Through thorough investigation and understanding, it became apparent that the Ouyang family had employed their hidden mystical techniques to uncover the existence of the invaluable fire spirit crystals concealed in this location. However, unexpectedly, within this seemingly tranquil area, lurked a powerful second-tier fire-winged cloud python, its ferocity beyond imagination. This time, the Ouyang family dispatched 32 individuals to venture into this perilous domain, yet only 20 managed to return by a stroke of luck, while the remaining 12 tragically perished within the cave. Aware of the formidable adversary they faced, the Ouyang family recognized that relying solely on their strength would be insufficient to contend with it. Thus, they were compelled to seek assistance from various capable individuals. After 2 full days of effort, the Ouyang family successfully gathered a dozen extraordinary experts, yet, they were not content with this number and resolved to continue their search for another 3 days, aiming to assemble 80 elite warriors to delve into the cave and confront the fearsome second-tier fire-winged cloud python. Moreover, to entice more individuals to partake in this perilous endeavor, the Ouyang family promised that anyone willing to join the expedition would receive generous rewards: 10 low-tier explosive talismans and 20 spirit stones. Upon hearing this news, Ma Huantao reflected that as a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, even if he could not defeat the second-tier beast, he would certainly be capable of self-preservation. Without hesitation, he joined the expedition and was fortunate enough to receive the promised supplies. Like the other cultivators, he found a quiet spot, seated himself upon the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate diligently, channeling his energy into the intermediate earth escape technique. Over the next 5 days, Ma Huantao did not hesitate to expend nearly 30 spirit stones and 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills, ultimately mastering the intermediate earth escape technique. At this juncture, the 3 Ouyang brothers unexpectedly gathered a formidable force exceeding 110 individuals. It is worth noting that only 3 days remained before the secret realm would close. As the assembly convened, after an intense discussion, they reached a unanimous decision to commence their expedition today. They had previously arranged that regardless of the number of fire spirit crystals they managed to collect, the spoils would be evenly distributed among all participants, ensuring fairness and justice. Just before the group was set to enter the mysterious cave, Ouyang Jingshan, with a grave expression, stood at the forefront. After taking a deep breath, he began to describe in detail the cave's layout to the more than 100 present. Everyone, this cave contains 3 massive entrances, each situated in different directions. We shall split into 3 teams, each entrusted with significant tasks. Should one team encounter the fire-winged cloud python, the other 2 must immediately proceed into the depths of the cave to collect the precious fire spirit crystals. Ouyang Jingshan's voice resonated clearly, ensuring everyone comprehended his words. As his words fell, the crowd swiftly organized themselves according to the pre-arranged groups. Ma Huantao joined the nearly 40 individuals led by Ouyang Jinghai, entering the cave together. The cave's entrance appeared narrow, barely accommodating a few individuals side by side. However, as they ventured deeper, they were astonished to find the cave's interior expanding, seemingly endless. Furthermore, these caverns interconnected in a complex labyrinthine structure. Ma Huantao carefully followed the group, mentally noting their path while marveling at the cave's intricate design. Although the cave was dimly lit, the cultivators' vision remained largely unaffected, allowing them to navigate the way, yet the oppressive darkness still instilled a sense of unease and tension. As the group progressed deeper into the cave, the temperature gradually increased, the stifling heat becoming more pronounced. Suddenly, an unusual glow emanated from above, prompting everyone to look up. Fire spirit crystals, someone exclaimed from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, they beheld the walls of the cave adorned with numerous faintly glowing crystals, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Upon counting, they discovered more than 20 scattered about. Moreover, as their gaze extended further into the cave, they observed even more fire spirit crystals embedded in the walls, their numbers multiplying, casting a warm red glow that interwove like a crimson veil. At that moment, the entire cave began to tremble violently, as though some immense force was awakening. Ouyang Jinghai's expression shifted, urgently declaring, "We must quickly gather these fire spirit crystals, they may already be engaged with the fire-winged cloud python." With that, he gestured for the 40 behind him to spring into action. The crowd hurriedly drew their weapons, preparing to excavate the fire spirit crystals. However, the 7 cultivators from the Ouyang family stood apart, wielding specialized mining picks and displaying a proficiency that set them apart. In contrast, while the other cultivators toiled earnestly, their pace lagged far behind. Often, by the time others had managed to extract a single fire spirit crystal, each Ouyang cultivator had successfully unearthed 3. In this tense and bustling atmosphere, Tang Jui refused to be outdone. He retrieved a low-tier magical sword from his storage pouch, infusing it with his true energy. Before long, leveraging his profound abilities, Tang Jui successfully excavated nearly 40 fire spirit crystals. Chapter 63 The Conspiracy of the Ouyang Family. The cave continued to tremble violently, as if it would collapse entirely at any moment, yet, everyone was solely focused on collecting spirit stones, heedless of the perilous signs. Sparks flew from the cave ceiling, resembling a dazzling yet deadly firework display, as a multitude of spirit stones were rapidly unearthed amidst the frantic digging of the crowd. As time passed, and after the burning of an incense stick, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind, reverberating through the cave like a clap of thunder, rendering one's ears ringing. Moments later, a fearsome beast emerged, stretching an impressive 7 zhang in length, its entire body a vivid crimson, akin to a blazing inferno, its wings unfurled like 2 sheets of burning clouds, exuding an aura of majesty. It flicked its long, scarlet tongue, releasing waves of a nauseating stench. This was none other than the fire-winged cloud python, whose mere presence rendered the surrounding air unbearable with heat. Ma Huantao felt a jolt of alarm at the sight of the serpent's imposing demeanor. He acutely sensed that the fire-winged cloud python's strength had reached the late Foundation establishment stage, a pinnacle of perfection. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, and his complexion turned ashen. He understood all too well that, with their Foundation establishment stage beginner cultivation, they were no match for this beast. A veritable calamity awaited them. The fire-winged cloud python fixed its furious gaze upon the crowd, its immense eyes seemingly ablaze with wrath, the it opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like a raging tide, sweeping toward them. The temperature of the flames was so intense that the very air warped in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the inferno surged forward, threatening to consume everything in its path. At that moment, Ma Huantao noticed 7 cultivators from the Ouyang family swiftly drawing forth mid-tier escape talismans. With a surge of true energy, they vanished into the stone wall, leaving no trace behind. Ma Huantao was taken aback, realizing that the Ouyang family had long been prepared. They had summoned so many experts merely to serve as cannon fodder. The unsuspecting cultivators, now enlightened to their grim fate, had no option but to muster all their strength to withstand the impending inferno. However, to Ma Huantao's astonishment, he sensed a foundation establishment aura emanating from Ouyang Jinghai. He realized that Ouyang Jinghai had similarly broken through to the foundation establishment stage within this secret realm. It appeared that the Ouyang family had orchestrated this event long in advance. Fortunately, he had devoted himself to honing his mid-tier escape talisman skills over the past few days. Otherwise, facing a late foundation establishment beast today would have surely spelled his doom. Channeling his incantation, Ma Huantao promptly melded into the stone wall. The remaining 30 or so individuals, lacking mid-tier escape talismans, could only watch helplessly as the flames bore down upon them. They fought valiantly, retreating while attempting to find a sliver of hope, yet they were no match for the fire-winged cloud python, especially within the confines of the cave, where the environment favored the fiery onslaught. Before long, the anguished cries of the 30-odd individuals faded into silence, their forms reduced to ash, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, and Ouyang Jinghai, along with the other 6 Ouyang cultivators, emerged from the stone wall. One of the cultivators, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "Third young master, your scheme is truly brilliant. Not only did these people serve as free cannon fodder, but they also helped us excavate the fire spirit crystals, only to lose their lives, leaving all the spoils to us." Ouyang Jinghai furrowed his brow and commanded, "Enough idle chatter. Quickly gather the spoils and continue collecting the fire spirit crystals." The cultivator promptly responded, "Yes, third young master." Subsequently, Ouyang Jinghai began to scour the fallen individual's spatial bags, leading his 6 companions deeper into the cave to resume their excavations. Once they had departed, Ma Huantao emerged from the cave. He gazed at the charred remains strewn about, his heart ablaze with fury. Of the more than 100 experts they had summoned, it seemed only he had survived. Drawing a low-tier magical long knife from his spatial bag, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he stealthily followed in the direction Ouyang Jinghai had taken, silently vowing to avenge the fallen. After trailing them for over 10 miles, the space abruptly expanded, revealing a colossal cave soaring over 30 zhonghai. Embedded within the ceiling were countless fire spirit crystals, their brilliance reminiscent of a sky full of dazzling stars, overwhelming in their abundance. The 3 brothers, Ouyang Jinghai, Ouyang Jingshan, and Ouyang Jinglong, astonishingly gathered the crystals without the aid of flying swords, effortlessly weaving through the gems. The other Ouyang cultivators, however, utilized their swords to soar about, collecting crystals from every corner. It was evident that the Ouyang brothers had meticulously plotted this endeavor, striving for these precious fire spirit crystals hidden behind a large boulder. Ma Huantao observed everything, his fury intensifying. Suddenly, his foot inadvertently struck a stone, producing a loud clatter that echoed through the otherwise silent cave like thunder. Upon hearing the noise, Ouyang Jinghai immediately perked up, swiftly producing 5 fire talismans with his left hand, infusing them with true energy, and launching them toward Ma Huantao's location. The speed at which the fire talismans flew was astonishing, tracing a fiery arc through the air. Ma Huantao reacted with remarkable swiftness, dodging the fiery assault. The flames struck a massive stone behind him, instantly igniting it to a glowing red before reducing it to ash. "Ha! You lucky brat, surviving the fire-winged cloud python's wrath." Ouyang Jingshan sneered. Ma Huantao glared back, his eyes ablaze with indignation, retorting, "Is this unexpected for you? The Ouyang family is truly heartless. Over 100 experts were led to their doom by you, mere wolves in human guise. You insolent brat, daring to insult the Ouyang family, today shall be your grave." "Jingshan, let us join forces and swiftly eliminate this fool. The rest of you, continue gathering the fire cloud crystals." Ouyang Jinghai commanded it. With that, Ouyang Jingshan and Ouyang Jinghai unreservedly unleashed their foundation establishment prowess, launching their attacks. Ouyang Jingshan fired off 10 fire talismans, each one igniting with increased ferocity as they hurtled toward Ma Huantao like massive flames. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jinghai unleashed 10 ice sword talismans, which materialized into razor-sharp ice blades in the air, emanating a bone-chilling cold as they joined forces with the fire talismans to assault Ma Huantao with full force. The simultaneous onslaught of fire and ice was devastating, causing the air around them to swirl chaotically under the immense pressure. Unyielding, Ma Huantao revealed his foundation establishment's strength in an instant. He bellowed, "Whirlwind slash," before leaping into the air, his long knife slicing through the air with fierce momentum. Chapter 63 The Conspiracy of the Ouyang Family. The cave continued to tremble violently, as if it were on the brink of complete collapse at any moment. Yet, the crowd was solely focused on collecting spirit stones, heedless of the ominous signs of danger. Sparks flew from the ceiling of the cave, resembling a dazzling yet deadly display of fireworks, as a multitude of spirit stones was rapidly unearthed under the frenzied excavation of the people. Time passed by second, and after the burning of an incense stick, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from behind, reverberating through the cave like a clap of thunder, ringing painfully in one's ears. Moments later, a terrifying beast emerged, measuring 7 zhang in length, its entire body a blazing crimson, akin to a conflagration, its wings unfurled like 2 flaming clouds, exuding an imposing grandeur. The creature flicked its scarlet tongue, exuding waves of nauseating stench. This was none other than the fire-winged cloud python, and its mere presence rendered the surrounding air unbearably scorching. Ma Huantao felt a jolt of fear at the sight of the serpent's formidable aura. He acutely sensed that the fire-winged cloud python had attained the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, a consummate realm. That he could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his complexion turning ashen. Deep down, he understood that as cultivators at the early Foundation establishment level, they were no match for the python, which posed a catastrophic threat. The fire-winged cloud python glared at the crowd, its enormous eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the onlookers. The temperature of the flames was excruciatingly high, distorting the air in their wake. The flames advanced with blinding speed, threatening to consume everything in their path. At that moment, Ma Huantao noticed 7 cultivators from the Ouyang family swiftly producing mid-tier Earth Escape talismans. They infused their true qi into the talismans and vanished into the stone walls, disappearing without a trace. Ma Huantao was taken aback, realizing that the Ouyang family had been prepared all along, using them merely as cannon fodder. The experts, who had been kept in the dark, finally grasped the truth, but it was too late to retreat. They could only muster all their strength to resist the oncoming inferno. However, what astonished Ma Huantao was that Ouyang Jinghai was exuding the aura of the Foundation establishment realm. Ma Huantao silently mused. It seems Ouyang Jinghai has also broken through in this secret realm, just like me. Clearly, the Ouyang family had long planned this, and fortunately, I devoted myself to mastering the mid-tier Earth Escape talisman these past few days. Otherwise, facing this Foundation establishment peak beast would surely spell my doom today. As he invoked his spell, Ma Huantao too vanished into the stone walls. The remaining 30-odd individuals, lacking mid-tier Earth Escape talismans, could only watch helplessly as the flames bore down upon them. They fought desperately, retreating while attempting to find a sliver of hope. Yet, they were no match for the fire-winged cloud python, and in the confined space of the cave, the environment only favored the ferocity of the flames. Before long, the anguished cries of the 30 or so fell silent, their forms reduced to ashes, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, and Ouyang Jinghai along with the other 6 Ouyang cultivators emerged from the stone walls. One of the cultivators, his face alight with triumph, exclaimed, "Third young master, your scheme is truly ingenious. These people not only served as free cannon fodder but also helped us extract fire spirit crystals, and in the end, they lost their lives, leaving all resources to us." Ouyang Jinghai furrowed his brow and commanded, "Enough with the idle chatter, quickly gather the resources and continue extracting fire spirit crystals." The cultivator promptly replied, "Yes, third young master." Subsequently, Ouyang Jinghai began to plunder the spatial bags of the deceased, leading his 6 companions deeper into the cave to continue their extraction. Once they had departed, Ma Huantao emerged from the cave, his gaze fixed upon the charred corpses scattered before him, his heart ablaze with fury. Of the 100 or so experts they had brought, he estimated that apart from himself, all had perished. He retrieved a low-tier magical long knife from his spatial bag, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he stealthily pursued the direction taken by Ouyang Jinghai and the others, vowing to avenge the fallen. After trailing them for over 10 miles, the space suddenly expanded, revealing a vast cave towering over 30 zhang high. The cave's walls were embedded with countless fire spirit crystals, gleaming with a dazzling radiance akin to the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, their abundance overwhelming to behold. The Ouyang brothers, Ouyang Jinghai, Ouyang Jingyan, and Ouyang Jinglong, were astonishingly flying through the air to collect the crystals without the aid of flying swords, their figures weaving effortlessly among the gems, appearing remarkably at ease. The other Ouyang cultivators flew on swords, scouring for crystals. It seemed that the Ouyang brothers had long plotted this endeavor, breaking through in the secret realm solely for these precious fire spirit crystals. Hidden behind a large rock, Ma Huantao watched the scene unfold, his anger intensifying. Unexpectedly, he accidentally kicked a stone beneath his feet, producing a loud clatter. This minor sound resonated like thunder in the stillness of the cave. Ouyang Jinghai immediately sensed the noise, his alertness peaked. With swift efficiency, he retrieved 5 fire talismans from his left hand, infusing them with true qi before launching them towards Ma Huantao's location. The speed with which the fire talismans flew was astonishing, leaving behind a blazing trail in the air. Ma Huantao reacted swiftly, evading the fiery assault just in time. The flames struck a massive rock behind him, instantly turning it a fiery red before reducing it to ashes. Oh! You lucky brat, how did you manage to survive the fire-winged cloud python's onslaught? Ouyang Jingyan sneered. Ma Huantao glared furiously, retorting, does this surprise you? The Ouyang family is truly heartless. Over 100 experts fell victim to your treachery. You are nothing more than wolves in human guise. You insolent wretch, daring to insult the Ouyang family, today, this shall be your grave. Ouyang Jinghai shouted at Jingyan, let us join forces and swiftly eliminate this pest, while the rest continue collecting fire cloud crystals. Upon finishing his command, Ouyang Jingyan and Ouyang Jinghai unabashedly revealed their foundation establishment prowess, launching their attacks without hesitation. Ouyang Jingyan unleashed 10 fire talismans, which burned even more fiercely in flight, transforming into massive flames that surged toward Ma Huantao. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jinghai fired off 10 ice sword talismans, which materialized razor-sharp ice swords in the air, exuding a bone-chilling coldness, combining forces with the fire talismans in a concerted assault against Ma Huantao. The simultaneous onslaught of water and fire was terrifyingly formidable, causing the surrounding air to swirl chaotically. Ma Huantao was undaunted. He instantly revealed his own foundation establishment strength. With a resounding cry, he declared, "Whirlwind Slash!" and leaped into the air, wielding his long knife with ferocity. Chapter 64. A desperate standoff. Before long, a swirling tempest of blade energy filled the air, manifesting as an immense formation of blades that surged forth to confront the onslaught of talismans. The cavern reverberated with thunderous roars, trembling violently under the weight of this formidable force. Following his ascension to the foundation establishment stage, Ma Huantao experienced a power surge exceeding mere doubling. His blade energy astonishingly penetrated the fiery and icy arrows directed at him, relentlessly advancing toward Ouyang Jingshan and Ouyang Jinghai. Observing this, the two brothers swiftly retrieved palm-sized bronze shields from their Qianquan bags. Infusing their true energy into the shields, they instantly expanded, enveloping their bodies in a robust defense. The shields shimmered with an unusual luminescence, indicating their status as mid-tier protective artifacts. Ma Huantao was taken aback, contemplating the wealth of the Ouyang clan, who could afford such luxuries for each member. Upon successfully blocking Ma Huantao's assault, Ouyang Jinghai seethed, "You little brat, I didn't expect you to break through in the secret realm as well. But encountering the Ouyang family, you have only your ill fate to blame." With that, he unleashed 5 mid-tier fire talismans, infusing them with his true energy before launching them toward Ma Huantao. Simultaneously, Ouyang Jingshan produced 5 mid-tier ice arrow talismans, sending them hurtling in the same direction. The brothers coordinated flawlessly, as if the mid-tier talismans possessed sentience, emanating a chilling aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers, speeding toward Ma Huantao like arrows released from a bowstring. These mid-tier talismans were no trifling matter. Each was valued at 20 spirit stones, and their combined assault amounted to a staggering 300 spirit stones. Such extravagance could only be afforded by a prestigious talisman family like the Ouyang clan. As Ma Huantao beheld the oncoming inferno of flames and icy arrows, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived, yet he stood resolute, his eyes wide with fury as he roared, "Raging seas!" This was his ultimate move, a last resort. In an instant, a torrent of blade light erupted, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, surging with overwhelming momentum to meet the talisman attacks head-on. Then, a cataclysmic explosion resounded within the cavern, causing it to tremble violently, as debris rained down like a hailstorm. Though protected by mid-tier shields, Ouyang Jinghai and Ouyang Jingshan were still propelled backward over 10 feet by the immense shockwave, blood spilling from their mouths, their chests heaving, and their faces pale as death, evidently suffering from significant internal injuries. Ma Huantao too was staggered by the potency of the mid-tier talismans, forced back 5 paces, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Indeed, the might of mid-tier talismans surpassed that of their lower-tier counterparts by several folds. The two Ouyang disciples, caught off guard, were struck by the raging blade energy unleashed by Ma Huantao, letting out a scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The cavern was now a scene of utter chaos, the aftermath of battle still raging. Ouyang Jinglong, witnessing the turmoil, was filled with dread. His two brothers, despite their combined efforts, were unable to subdue the masked figure before them. Without hesitation, he ceased his collection and joined the fray, bringing the total of foundation establishment cultivators against Ma Huantao to 3, dramatically shifting the tide of battle, leaving Ma Huantao struggling to maintain his ground. However, the tumult within the cavern was so intense that the fire-wing cloud python returned, enraged to find its precious fire spirit crystals had been depleted. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing torrents of flame directed at the cultivators. Ouyang Jinghai's face paled, and he shouted, "The fire spirit crystals have been sufficiently collected, we must escape using the earth escape technique." Before he could finish his sentence, the group hastily produced mid-tier earth escape talismans, affixing them to their bodies and reciting incantations, vanishing into the stone walls. Ma Huantao, seeing their intent to flee, bellowed, thinking to escape, not so easily. He then drew forth 10 explosive talismans, channeling his true energy into them before launching them toward the stone walls. In an instant, a series of violent explosions rocked the cavern, causing it to shake violently as large boulders tumbled down, resembling the end of days. Just as Ouyang Jinghai and his companions had entered the stone walls, they could no longer withstand the violent tremors and quickly emerged. While the earth escape technique was indeed miraculous, it had a critical flaw. If the ground trembled violently shortly after entering, the user could suffer grievous injuries or even death. The Ouyang cultivators who emerged from the stone walls were all bloodied and in a state of disarray. Ma Huantao, witnessing this, smirked coldly and unleashed 20 more explosive talismans at the surrounding stone walls. Another series of explosive detonations ensued, causing more boulders to crash down, placing the cavern at risk of collapse. Nearly half of the Ouyang cultivators were unable to evade in time, crushed by the falling rocks, their agonized cries echoing through the cavern. Ouyang Jinghai's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "You madman! I will see you dead!" With that, he summoned 10 fire talismans, preparing to retaliate against Ma Huantao. However, Ma Huantao merely scoffed, "If death is our fate, let us meet it together." He then revealed all 60 of his explosive talismans. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinghai's resolve faltered. He hurriedly retracted his talismans, pleading, "Friend, let us negotiate. I will give you half of all our spirit stones, spare us from mutual destruction." The Firewing Cloud Python, having sustained severe injuries from the falling boulders due to its massive size, recognized the dire situation and, with its hard scales barely protecting its life, turned to flee. As a second-tier beast, particularly a serpent, it possessed a keen sense of danger and understood that lingering here was unwise, desperately slithering toward the exit. At this moment, there were 3 openings leading out of the cavern. Ouyang Jinghai and his brothers, along with the remaining 15 members, frantically escaped through the side entrances, fully aware that Ma Huantao was undoubtedly a madman capable of anything. Enraged, Ma Huantao disregarded all caution, launching over 40 explosive talismans toward the 3 exits. Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted, collapsing the 3 tunnels. The powerful shockwaves sent Ma Huantao hurtling backward over 10 feet, crashing into the stone wall before collapsing, spewing several mouthfuls of blood, his vitality waning, unable to muster the strength to rise. Above, countless boulders continued to descend, but luckily, Ma Huantao remained near the wall, narrowly escaping being crushed. As the smoke and dust began to settle, the cavern lay strewn with debris of all sizes, and several corpses lay scattered, the 3 entrances completely blocked, resembling a tomb of death. In this conflict, aside from Ouyang Jinghai and his brothers, who managed to escape the cavern due to their mid-tier armor and foundation establishment prowess, albeit with severe injuries, the remaining members of the Ouyang clan perished in this chaotic encounter. Chapter 65 The Desperate Breakout. In truth, Ma Huantao's frantic struggle was born of desperation, with no other recourse available. At that moment, the 3 foundation-building cultivators of the Ouyang family loomed like ravenous wolves, accompanied by a second-tier demonic beast that displayed its fearsome claws, emanating an aura that sent chills down one's spine, akin to a harbinger of death. Ma Huantao himself was already grievously injured, every inch of his skin quivering in pain, blood ceaselessly oozing and staining his garments. Under such dire circumstances, the notion of breaking free was nothing short of a fantastical folly, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, steeling his resolve, he decided to adopt a mutually destructive strategy. Perhaps, within this seemingly fatal predicament, a sliver of hope could be unearthed, like capturing a faint glimmer of light in a dark abyss. More than an hour later, Ma Huantao stirred from his unconsciousness, struggling to sit up, yet feeling as though his body had been disassembled. Each movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, instantly enveloping his entire being, as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his face. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he rested for a while before managing to fish out a bottle of recovery pills from his spatial bag. Trembling, he took one, and as it dissolved in his mouth, a warm current gradually spread throughout his body. Subsequently, he began to meditate, attempting to harness the medicinal power of the pill to stabilize his injuries. The night slipped away quietly as Ma Huantao practiced, consuming 5 recovery pills in total, those precious elixirs, each one utilized in succession, finally stabilizing his condition. He cautiously opened his eyes, calculating the time. Only 2 days remained until the secret realm would close. Though his injuries had stabilized, they were still severe, preventing him from utilizing the earth escape technique. Reluctantly, he swallowed 2 chi-gathering pills and closed his eyes once more, concentrating on cultivating his energy. Time passed, a day and a half of excruciating stretches. Relying on his robust physique, Ma Huantao managed to regain a small fraction of his strength. Utilizing the earth escape technique should pose no significant problem now. Aware that lingering here was unwise, he mustered the strength to rise. Looking around, he discovered that the fallen stones were adorned with numerous fire spirit crystals, which emitted a mysterious glow, akin to dazzling stars in the night sky. The ground was littered with corpses, sprawled in chaotic positions, painting a grim tableau. He hastily began to gather the crystals, but some bodies were heavily buried under rocks, making the search arduous. Coupled with his grievous injuries, his movements were hindered, forcing him to collect in haste. In total, he managed to gather 8 spatial bags and over 200 spirit stones. At the cave's entrance, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon 3 additional spatial bags. From the Ouyang cultivator's bags, he unearthed 2 mid-tier earth escape talismans. Taking a deep breath, he recited the incantation, simultaneously employing the earth escape technique with all his might, propelling himself outward. This escape took 2 hours. Ma Huantao exerted every ounce of his energy, as though he were squeezing it from the depths of his being, and at last, he successfully emerged from the cave. At this moment, all cultivators within the secret realm had departed, leaving the surroundings in eerie silence. With only his heavy breathing resonating in the stillness, he consumed 2 more chi-gathering pills and, after a brief respite, summoned his flying sword. Under his command, it emitted a series of resonant hums before darting swiftly toward the secret realm's exit. The exit lay over 3,000 miles away, yet less than 2 hours remained until the realm's closure. Ordinarily, this distance would pose no challenge for Ma Huantao, but now, burdened by his injuries, every flight felt like countless needles piercing his wounds, an unbearable torment. However, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and persist, racing toward the realm's entrance. Mid-flight, he steeled himself and swallowed 2 more chi-gathering pills, hoping to endure a while longer. At that moment, the secret realm's entrance began to constrict slowly, resembling a merciless maw gradually closing. Just as the realm was about to shut, the various sects outside had mostly vacated, leaving an expanse of emptiness. Suddenly, a dark figure streaked forth. It was none other than Ma Huantao. In the instant the entrance closed, he burst forth like an arrow released from its bow. Outside, fewer than 100 individuals remained, who had initially presumed that no more cultivators would emerge. Their astonishment was palpable as they beheld a final figure, a cloaked man, rushing out at the very last moment. Ma Huantao scanned the area, realizing that the disciples and elders of the Qianmo sect were absent, presumably having returned. Without daring to linger, he swiftly darted toward the treasure pavilion. In fact, merely a short while ago, the elders of the Qianmo sect had observed the last 2 hours pass without a single cultivator emerging, believing that no further occurrences were possible. Thus, most sects had departed. Ma Huantao, heavily wounded and having flown desperately, found his injuries exacerbated, compounding his suffering. He hastily arrived at the treasure pavilion, where, fortunately, Long Xiangyu was still present, having not left. Upon seeing him, Long Xiangyu immediately found a secluded chamber, urging Ma Huantao to enter and cultivate to heal his injuries. Noticing that although Ma Huantao had broken through to the foundation building stage, his wounds were severe, Long Xiangyu did not dare to be negligent, vigilantly waiting in an adjacent room, always prepared to assist him. Thus, 7 days elapsed. During this period, Long Xiangyu tirelessly acted as a devoted guardian, providing tea and meals for Ma Huantao. Under her meticulous care, Ma Huantao's injuries healed to about 60%. Though Long Xiangyu bore an unappealing visage, her kindness and attentiveness warmed Ma Huantao's heart like a gentle spring breeze. Filled with gratitude, he recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. Long Xiangyu listened, her shock evident, her eyes brimming with admiration for Ma Huantao. The two engaged in cheerful conversation, as though there were endless topics to discuss. Ultimately, Ma Huantao no longer concealed his identity, candidly revealing, "I am, in fact, a disciple of the Qianmo sect, from the Luyan Peak." "Brother Tao need not worry," Long Xiangyu replied earnestly. "The Ouyang family, despite their self-proclaimed reputation as a prestigious sect, engages in heinous acts behind the scenes. Although you hail from a demonic sect, you possess a righteous spirit that far surpasses those of so-called noble families." Long Xiangyu spoke with conviction, her tone imbued with admiration for Ma Huantao. "Thank you for your kind words, Sister Yu. I truly do not deserve such praise." Ma Huantao humbly replied. He then produced all the celestial herbs, along with various spirit herbs, elixirs, precious stones, and antiques from his spatial bags, and exchanged for a high-tier spatial bag at the treasure pavilion. This high-tier spatial bag boasted a capacity exceeding 40 feet, equivalent to nearly 4 mid-tier bags, valued at 4,000 spirit stones. Even golden core cultivators might not possess such a precious item. Following this exchange, the treasure pavilion granted him 13,700 spirit stones, marking a significant gain for them as well. Moreover, the contents of the spatial bags included a vast quantity of spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and tomes. It could be said that Ma Huantao's expedition into the secret realm yielded immense rewards, with these treasures poised to bolster his journey in cultivation. After spending another 10 days at the treasure pavilion, Ma Huantao's injuries fully healed. He bid farewell to Long Xiangyu, filled with anticipation and bounty, and soared toward the Qianmo sect. He understood that greater challenges and opportunities awaited him within the sect, and he would confront them with newfound strength. Chapter 66 The Ascension of the Sect Master of the Thousand Demons Sect to the Transformation Realm. Half a month later, after enduring numerous perils, Ma Huantao finally returned to the sect. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples throughout the sect. Previously, everyone had assumed that he would not return after entering the secret realm. Wang Dahu and Zhou Changlin, his brothers who were usually close to him, radiated genuine joy, their smiles blooming like brilliant flowers. As for Ling Qingyan, during Ma Huantao's absence, she had been consumed with worry, silently praying countless times while fearing the worst outcome. Upon seeing Ma Huantao, her anxious heart finally felt a sense of relief, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Upon his return to Luyan Peak, Ma Huantao prudently concealed most of his supplies in a hidden cave. He only carried a low-tier Qianquan bag filled with essential items, along with a low-tier magical longsword and a long knife. Now that he had ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he possessed newfound abilities. The jade slips that were once impervious to his divine sense now lay open before him, revealing mysterious secrets. After a meticulous examination, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the initial stage technique of the Tianjian sect, the Tianjian Ju. This was found within Li Qingshu's Qianquan bag, and this technique encompassed levels 1 through 6. Should he cultivate it to the 6th level, he would be able to wield 6 flying swords simultaneously to assist in combat, a formidable power indeed. Considering the martial competition in Kanglan City 3 years hence, Ma Huantao understood that if he pursued the Tianlei knife Ju, he would never catch up to Tian Meng. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to adopt the Tianjian sect's technique as his breakthrough point. Although it was a sword technique, he mused that employing a knife might yield similar results. Thus, Ma Huantao resolutely embarked on his unique path of cultivation, practicing the Tianjian Ju as if it were the Tian Dao Ju. He sought a serene valley, where the spiritual energy, though not as abundant as at the main peak, was tranquil and undisturbed. At first, he closed his eyes and focused, meticulously organizing the heart method of the Tianjian Ju in his mind. Subsequently, he slowly drew forth the low-tier magical longsword, its blade glimmering with a faint cold light. With his feet shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent, he steadied himself in a horse stance, his left hand forming a sword gesture at his waist while his right hand held the sword angled towards the ground. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening immeasurably, and suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam flashing within. In that moment, he sprang into action, the longsword in his hand moving like a serpent emerging from its lair, accompanied by a whistling wind. He initiated a simple thrust, the blade slicing through the air with a soft hissing sound, causing the spiritual energy in its path to become turbulent. Following this, with a flick of his wrist, the longsword traced a beautiful pattern in the air, moving from slow to fast, akin to a blossoming white lotus, each petal imbued with fierce sword energy. Then, he turned his body, the sword following his motion, transforming into a silvery streak as it slashed horizontally, seemingly intent on severing all obstacles before him. As he executed the sword technique, Ma Huantao's figure became swifter, his movements increasingly intricate. He would leap high into the air, bringing the sword down with the force of a mountain, overwhelming in its might. At other times, he would bend low, thrusting the sword upward with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Each motion was intricately linked to the heart method of the Tianjian Ju, spiritual energy surging through his meridians and flowing unceasingly into the long sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in the cultivation of the Tianjian Ju, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and his sword. However, during this time, a momentous event transpired within the Thousand Demons sect. On an ostensibly ordinary day, while Ma Huantao was engrossed in his practice, the sky suddenly seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Dark clouds began to churn violently, rushing towards the peak of Kaiyun Peak like a surging tide. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, as if night had descended prematurely. All disciples of the Thousand Demons sect were captivated by this unexpected phenomenon, ceasing their cultivation and rushing out from their quarters to witness the spectacle. The sect buzzed with excitement, each person speculating about the cause of this extraordinary occurrence. An hour later, the bizarre sight grew increasingly astonishing. It appeared as if the spiritual energy within 100 miles was summoned, rushing madly towards Kaiyun Peak. In the sky, a colossal vortex slowly emerged, resembling a bottomless black hole, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and awe-inspiring. In the next moment, a thick black mist surged towards the vortex like a runaway horse, followed by streaks of lightning cascading from the clouds above. The once dark sky flickered ominously with the flashes of lightning, resembling a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Another half-hour passed, and the vortex in the sky expanded further, as if intent on swallowing the entire firmament. The black mist entering the vortex became increasingly thick and dark, appearing like an immense pillar connecting heaven and earth, its grandeur overwhelming and heart-stirring. Could it be that the sect master was about to break through to the transformation realm? The disciples of the Thousand Demons sect began to murmur among themselves, speculating whether their sect master, Shimen Zihuan, who had been at the late Yuanying stage for many years, was on the verge of breaking through to the legendary transformation realm. Time continued to elapse, and yet another half-hour passed. The entirety of Kaiyun Peak was enveloped in dense black mist, the enormous vortex in the sky seemingly pressing downwards, drawing closer to the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning, as thick as a giant dragon, struck Kaiyun Peak with a deafening roar, reverberating as if it would shatter the very world. The earth trembled violently, and the mountain itself quaked under the weight of such immense power, fissures appearing in numerous places. Shortly thereafter, another equally formidable bolt of lightning struck down. This time, Kaiyun Peak could not withstand the tremendous impact, and the mountainside crumbled and fractured. Trees upon the mountain, like fragile blades of grass, snapped under the force, leaving the entire peak in utter disarray, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Accompanied by the rampage of lightning, a torrential storm descended upon the sky, countless tiny bolts of lightning cascading like a dense curtain of rain, mingling with the larger strikes that poured down like a waterfall. The Chi refinement disciples, having never witnessed such a terrifying scene, turned pale with fright and scrambled back to their quarters, desperate to evade the wrath of the heavens. As 5 bolts of heavenly thunder struck in succession, the tempest gradually began to wane. In the realm of cultivation, a legend persisted of the thunder tribulation faced upon breaking through to the transformation realm could reach as high as 9 strikes, and the more powerful the cultivator, the greater the number of heavenly thunders they would endure. These 5 bolts of thunder were already a formidable force within the cultivation world, highlighting the extraordinary nature of the one undergoing the breakthrough. Once the 5 bolts of heavenly thunder had passed, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the sky returned to its previous tranquility, as if the heart-stopping events had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, everyone knew this was no dream. It was likely that the sect master, Shimen Zihuan, had successfully weathered the thunder tribulation and ascended to the transformation realm. Days later, news spread that the sect master of the Thousand Demons sect, Shimen Zihuan, also known as the Law Enforcement Elder, had indeed succeeded in ascending to the transformation realm. This news swept through the nearby sects like a tempest, prompting them to bring numerous precious treasures to congratulate the Thousand Demons sect. In this world of cultivators, the age-old principle of the strong reigning supreme held true. The presence of a powerful cultivator at the transformation realm signified a higher status and greater influence for the sect. In the aftermath of this event, the situation underwent a notable transformation. The Tianjian sect voluntarily relinquished its mining operations at the nearby Lingzhi quarry, an implicit acknowledgement of the Thousand Demons sect's enhanced strength. Seizing this opportunity, the Thousand Demons sect welcomed many new disciples and wandering cultivators, presenting a scene of prosperity, as if they had discovered their own glorious path amidst the chaos of the world. Chapter 66, The Ascension of the Sect Master of the Thousand Demons sect to the Transformation Realm. Half a month later, after enduring numerous hardships, Ma Huantao finally returned to the sect. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the Thousand Demons sect. Prior to this moment, many had presumed that he had perished within the secret realm, but the faces of his brothers, such as Wang Dahu and Zhang Lin, who had often shared camaraderie with him, blossomed with genuine joy, their smiles radiant like blooming flowers. As for Ling Qingyan, during the days of Ma Huantao's disappearance, she had been consumed by worry, praying silently countless times while fearing the worst outcome. The moment she laid eyes on Ma Huantao, her anxious heart felt a wave of relief wash over her, tears of surprise shimmering in her eyes. Upon his return to Luyun Peak, Ma Huantao prudently concealed the majority of his supplies within a hidden cave. He carried only a low-tier Qiankuan bag containing essential items, along with a low-tier magical long sword and a long knife at his side. Now that he had ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he had acquired new abilities, and the once inaccessible jade slips now opened to him like a mysterious portal. After a meticulous examination, he was delighted to discover the foundational technique of the Tianjian sect, the Tianjian Ju. This technique, which he had retrieved from Li Qingshu's Qiankuan bag, encompassed levels 1 through 6. Should he cultivate it to the 6th level, he would be capable of wielding 6 flying swords simultaneously to assist in combat, a power not to be underestimated. With the martial competition in Kanglan City looming 3 years hence, Ma Huantao understood that if he were to learn the Tianlei knife technique, he would never be able to catch up with Tian Meng. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to use the Tianjian sect's technique as his breakthrough. Although it was a sword technique, he mused that employing a knife might yield similar results. Thus, Ma Huantao resolutely embarked on his unique path of cultivation, practicing the Tianjian Ju as if it were the Tian. Ma Huantao sought a tranquil valley, where the spiritual energy, though not as dense as at the main peak, was serene and free from disturbances. He first closed his eyes and focused, meticulously organizing the heart method of the Tianjian Ju in his mind. Gradually, he drew out the low-tier magical long sword, its blade glinting with a faint, cold light. With his feet shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent, he steadied his stance, his left hand forming a sword gesture at his waist while his right hand held the sword, tilted towards the ground. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, exuding the poised energy of a coiled leopard ready to pounce. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening, and suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. In a heartbeat, he sprang into action, the long sword dancing in his grip like a spirit snake emerging from its lair, accompanied by a rushing wind. He commenced with a simple thrust, the blade slicing through the air, producing a soft hissing sound as the tip disturbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Next, with a flick of his wrist, the long sword traced a beautiful pattern in the air, moving from slow to swift, resembling a blooming white lotus, each petal imbued with piercing sword energy. He then pivoted, the sword mimicking his movements, transforming into a silver streak that sliced horizontally, as if to sever any obstacles in its path. As he executed the sword technique, Ma Huantao's figure quickened, and his swordplay grew increasingly intricate. At times, he leapt high into the air, bringing the sword down with a force reminiscent of Mount Tai's overwhelming weight. At other moments, he crouched low, thrusting the sword upwards with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Every motion he made was intricately connected to the heart method of the Tianjin Ju, with spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, continuously channeling into the sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in the cultivation of the Tianjin Ju, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and the sword. However, during this period, a monumental event unfolded within the Thousand Demon Sect. It was an ostensibly ordinary day when Ma Huantao was engrossed in his training. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, dark clouds began to roil furiously, surging toward the peak of the Thousand Demon Sect, Kaiyun Peak, like a tumultuous tide. The previously clear sky was abruptly shrouded in darkness, as if night had descended prematurely. All disciples of the Thousand Demon Sect were captivated by this sudden change, halting their cultivation to rush outside and witness the spectacle. In an instant, the sect was abuzz with excitement, each person speculating about the unfolding events. As an hour passed, the bizarre phenomenon grew even more astonishing. It appeared as though the spiritual energy within 100 miles was being summoned, rushing madly towards Kaiyun Peak. A colossal vortex slowly emerged in the sky, resembling an unfathomable black hole, exuding an aura that was both enigmatic and awe-inspiring. In the next moment, a thick black mist surged like a wild horse into the vortex, followed closely by streaks of lightning descending from the clouds. The once dark sky flickered ominously under the illumination of the lightning, reminiscent of a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Another half-hour elapsed, and the vortex in the sky expanded further, seemingly intent on consuming the entire firmament. The black mist entering the vortex grew increasingly dense and dark, appearing as a colossal rod connecting heaven and earth, its might profoundly stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. Could it be that the sect master was attempting to break through to the transformation realm? The disciples of the Thousand Demon Sect began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the implications of this extraordinary sight. Time continued to pass, and yet another half-hour slipped away. The entirety of Kaiyun Peak was enshrouded by thick black mist, and the massive vortex in the sky seemed to press down relentlessly, drawing ever closer to the ground. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning struck Kaiyun Peak with the ferocity of an enraged dragon, the sound echoing like thunderclaps, as if it sought to shatter the very world itself. The earth trembled violently, and the mountain quaked, appearing to shudder beneath the weight of this tremendous force, fissures cracking open in numerous locations. Shortly thereafter, another equally formidable bolt of lightning descended with a vengeance. This time, Kaiyun Peak could not endure such overwhelming impact and was instantly engulfed in chaos. The trees upon the mountain were splintered like fragile blades of grass, and the entire peak lay in ruins, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amidst the fury of the lightning, a torrential storm swiftly descended upon the sky, countless small bolts of lightning cascading like a dense curtain of rain, accompanied by the more powerful strikes, pouring down like a waterfall. The Qi refining disciples, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, turned pale with fear, scrambling back to their chambers to seek refuge, terrified of being caught in the tempest's wrath. After 5 bolts of heavenly thunder struck in succession, the storm gradually began to wane. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a legend. During the breakthrough to the transformation realm, the heavenly tribulation may reach as high as 9 bolts, and the stronger the cultivator, the greater the number of bolts faced. These 5 bolts of heavenly thunder were already an extraordinary manifestation in the world of cultivation, signifying the remarkable nature of the challenger. Once the 5 bolts had passed, the dark clouds began to dissipate, and the sky returned to its former tranquility, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Yet, everyone understood that this was no dream. It was likely that the sect master, Shimensi Huan, had successfully weathered the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the transformation realm. Days later, news spread that the sect master of the Thousand Demon Sect, Shimensi Huan, also known as the Law Elder, had indeed succeeded in ascending to the transformation realm. This revelation swept through the surrounding sects like a tempest, prompting them to bring numerous precious treasures to congratulate the Thousand Demons sect. In this world of cultivators, the supremacy of the strong is an unchanging law. A sect with a powerhouse in the transformation realm signifies a higher status and greater influence. In the aftermath of this event, the dynamics shifted noticeably. The Tianjian sect voluntarily relinquished its mining operations at the nearby Lingstone quarry, a tacit acknowledgement of the Thousand Demon sect's enhanced strength. Seizing this opportunity, the Thousand Demon sect welcomed numerous disciples and loose cultivators, resulting in a vibrant and flourishing scene, as if they had found their own path to glory amidst the chaos of the world. Chapter 66: The Ascension of the Sect Leader of the Thousand Demon sect to the Transformation Realm. Half a month later, after enduring numerous trials, Ma Huantao finally returned to the sect. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout the Thousand Demon sect. Prior to this, many had presumed he had perished within the secret realm, and his close companions, such as Wang Dahua and Chang Lin, beamed with genuine joy, their smiles radiant like blooming flowers. As for Ling Qingyan, during Ma Huantao's absence, she had been consumed by worry, praying silently countless times while dreading the confrontation with the worst possible outcome. The moment she laid eyes on Ma Huantao, the weight on her heart lifted, and tears of surprise sparkled in her eyes. Upon returning to Luyun Peak, Ma Huantao prudently concealed the majority of his supplies within a hidden cave. He carried with him only a low-tier Qiankuan bag, containing essential provisions, along with a low-tier magical long sword and a long knife. Having advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he now possessed newfound abilities. Those jade slips that had once eluded his divine sense were now open to him, revealing a mysterious gateway. Upon thorough examination, he was elated to discover the preliminary technique of the Tianjian sect, the Tianjian Ju. This had been retrieved from Li Qingshu's Qiankuan bag, and the technique encompassed levels 1 through 6. Should he master it to the 6th level, he would be able to wield 6 flying swords simultaneously in combat, a formidable power indeed. Contemplating the martial competition in Kanglin City 3 years hence, Ma Huantao recognized that should he pursue the Tianlei Daoju, he could never catch up to Tian Meng. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to adopt the Tianjian sect's technique as his breakthrough. Although it was a sword technique, he mused that perhaps employing a knife could yield similar results. Thus, Ma Huantao resolutely embarked on his unique path of cultivation, practicing the Tianjian Ju as if it were the Tian Dao Ju, seeking a tranquil valley, where the spiritual energy, though less dense than the main peak, was serene and undisturbed. He first closed his eyes, focusing intently as he meticulously reviewed the mental framework of the Tianjian Ju in his mind. Gradually, he unsheathed the low-tier magical long sword, its blade glinting with a faint chill. With his feet shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent, he steadied himself in a horse stance, his left hand forming a sword gesture at his waist while his right hand held the sword, pointing it diagonally towards the ground. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening, and suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with fierce intensity. In that fleeting moment, he sprang into action, the long sword in his hand darting forth like a serpent, accompanied by a whistling wind. He commenced with a simple thrust, the blade slicing through the air, emitting a soft hissing sound, as the spiritual energy around the sword tip seemed to swirl chaotically. And next, with a flick of his wrist, the long sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, the sword danced transitioning from slow to fast, akin to a blooming white lotus, each petal imbued with sharp sword energy. He then pivoted, his sword following his movement, becoming a streak of silver light that swept horizontally, as if intending to cleave through all obstacles before him. As he executed the sword technique, Ma Huantao's figure accelerated, his swordplay growing increasingly intricate. He would leap high, bringing the sword down like a mountain pressing down, exuding an overwhelming might. At other times, he would bend low, thrusting the sword upward as ferociously as a dragon emerging from the sea. Every movement he made was intimately connected to the mental framework of the Tianjian Ju, with spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, continuously flowing into the sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in the practice of the Tianjian Ju, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and his sword. However, during this period, an earth-shattering event transpired within the Thousand Demon sect. On what appeared to be an ordinary day, while Ma Huantao was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, the sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Dark clouds began to swirl violently, surging toward the sect's pinnacle, Kaiyun Peak, like a tumultuous tide. The previously clear sky darkened in an instant, as if night had come early. All disciples of the Thousand Demon sect were captivated by this sudden change, halting their cultivation to emerge from their quarters and gaze in awe. In no time, the entire sect was abuzz with speculation about the unfolding events. As an hour passed, the extraordinary scene grew even more astonishing. It appeared as though the spiritual energy within 100 miles had been summoned, rushing toward Kaiyun Peak with fervor. A colossal vortex materialized in the sky, resembling an unfathomable black hole, emanating a mysterious and awe-inspiring aura. In the next moment, a thick surge of black energy surged toward the vortex like a galloping steed, followed closely by streaks of lightning descending from the clouds. The once dark sky flickered under the illumination of the lightning, resembling a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Half an hour later, the vortex in the sky expanded further, as if it intended to consume the heavens themselves. The black energy shooting into the vortex grew thicker and darker, resembling a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, an imposing force that stirred the hearts of all who beheld it. Could it be that the sect leader was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm? The disciples of the Thousand Demons sect began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating whether their leader, Shimen Zihuan, who had been at the late stage of the nascent soul for many years, was about to achieve the legendary transformation realm. As time continued to pass, another half hour slipped away. The entire Kaiyun Peak was enveloped in dense black energy, and the massive vortex in the sky seemed to press down relentlessly, drawing nearer to the ground. Suddenly, a tremendously thick bolt of lightning struck Kaiyun Peak like an enraged dragon, the thunderous sound reverberating as if it would shatter the very world. The earth trembled violently, the mountain quaking under the immense force, with fissures appearing in numerous places. Shortly thereafter, another equally formidable bolt of lightning crashed down. This time, Kaiyun Peak could not withstand such overwhelming force, and immediately, the mountain crumbled and split apart. The trees upon the mountain snapped like frail blades of grass, the entire peak descending into chaos, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. Accompanying the ravages of the lightning, a sudden torrential storm erupted, with countless tiny bolts of lightning cascading like a dense rain, mingling with the robust lightning and pouring down like a waterfall. The Qi refining disciples, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, turned pale with fear, scrambling back to their rooms in panic, desperate to evade the terrifying wrath of heaven. Following the succession of 5 bolts of heavenly lightning, the tempest gradually subsided. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a legend that during the breakthrough to the transformation realm, one may endure up to 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, with the number increasing in accordance with the cultivator's strength. These 5 bolts of lightning, in the context of the cultivation world, were already a formidable testament to the extraordinary nature of the breakthrough. As the 5 bolts of lightning passed, the dark clouds began to dissipate, and the sky returned to its former tranquility, as if the heart-stopping events had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, everyone knew that this was no dream. It was likely that sect leader Shimen Zihuan had successfully weathered the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the transformation realm. Days later, news arrived that sect leader Shimen Zihuan, also known as the Law Elder, had indeed successfully ascended to the transformation realm. This news spread like wildfire among the nearby sections. Surrounding sects, laden with precious treasures, flocked to the Thousand Demons sect to offer their congratulations. In the world of cultivators, the age-old principle of the strong commanding respect remained unaltered. A sect that boasted a powerful figure in the transformation realm would inevitably gain a higher status and greater influence. In the wake of this event, the situation underwent a notable transformation. The Tianjian sect voluntarily relinquished its mining operations at the nearby Lingstone quarry, an implicit acknowledgement of the Thousand Demons sect's burgeoning strength. Seizing this opportunity, the Thousand Demons sect welcomed numerous disciples and rogue cultivators, presenting a vibrant scene of prosperity, as if they had unearthed their own glorious path amidst the chaos of the world. Chapter 66. The Master of the Thousand Demons sect ascends to the transformation stage. Half a month later, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, Ma Huantao finally returned to the sect. His arrival was akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the Thousand Demons sect. Prior to this, everyone had believed that he had perished within the secret realm, and the faces of his close companions, Wang Dahu and Zhang Lin, blossomed with genuine joy, their smiles radiant like blooming flowers. As for Ling Qingyan, during the days of Ma Huantao's disappearance, she had been consumed by worry, silently praying countless times, yet dreading the thought of confronting the worst outcome. At the moment she laid eyes upon Ma Huantao, the weight on her heart was instantly lifted, and her eyes sparkled with tears of delight. Upon returning to Luyun Peak, Ma Huantao prudently concealed the majority of his supplies within a hidden cave. He carried only a low-grade Qiankuan bag containing essential items, along with a low-grade magical long sword and a long knife at his side. Now, having ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he possessed newfound abilities. Those jade slips that had once eluded his divine sense were now open to him, revealing their mysterious doors. Upon careful examination, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the foundational technique of the Tianjian sect, the Tianjian Ju. This was found within Li Qingshu's Qiankuan bag, and the technique encompassed the 1st to 6th levels. If he could cultivate it to the 6th level, he would be able to wield 6 flying swords simultaneously to assist in combat, a formidable power indeed. Considering the martial competition in Kanglan City 3 years hence, Ma Huantao was acutely aware that if he pursued the Tianlei Dao Ju, he would never be able to catch up with Tian Meng. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to adopt the Tianjian sect's technique as his breakthrough point. Although it was a sword technique, he mused that perhaps wielding a knife could yield similar effects. Thus, Ma Huantao resolutely embarked on his unique path of cultivation, practicing the Tianjianju as if it were the Tiandaoju. He sought a tranquil valley, where the spiritual energy, though not as dense as that of the main peak, was serene and free from disturbances. First, he closed his eyes and focused, meticulously organizing the principles of the Tianjianju in his mind. Subsequently, he slowly drew forth the low-grade magical long sword, its blade glimmering faintly with a cold light. With his feet shoulder-width apart and his knees slightly bent, he steadied his stance, his left hand forming a sword gesture at his waist while his right hand held the sword at an angle towards the ground. In that instant, his aura transformed, resembling a poised and powerful leopard ready to pounce. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree, and suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. In a flash, he moved, the long sword in his hand darting forth like a spirit snake emerging from its lair, conjuring a gust of wind. He commenced with a simple thrust, the blade slicing through the air with a soft hissing sound, the very essence of spiritual energy appearing to be disturbed in its wake. Following this, with a flick of his wrist, the long sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, its movements transitioning from slow to swift, akin to a blooming white lotus, each petal imbued with fierce sword intent. Then, with a swift turn of his body, the sword followed his motion, transforming into a silver flash that cleaved through the air, as if intent on severing any barriers before him. As he executed the sword techniques, Ma Huantao's figure became increasingly swift, his swordplay growing ever more intricate. He occasionally leapt high into the air, striking downwards with the sword as if the weight of Mount Tai pressed upon his foes, exuding a tremendous force. At other times, he would crouch low to the ground, the sword ascending from below with a ferocity reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea. Each movement he made resonated deeply with the principles of the Tianjianju, spiritual energy flowing through his meridians and continuously channeling into the long sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in the cultivation of the Tianjianju, as if the entire world had dwindled to just himself and the sword. However, during this time, a momentous event transpired within the Thousand Demon sect. On what seemed to be an ordinary day, while Ma Huantao was engrossed in his practice, the sky was suddenly disturbed as if by an invisible hand. Dark clouds began to churn violently, surging towards the peak of the Thousand Demon sect, Kaiyun Peak. The once clear sky was instantaneously shrouded in darkness, as if night had prematurely fallen. All disciples of the Thousand Demon sect were captivated by this abrupt transformation, halting their cultivation and rushing outside from their abodes to witness the spectacle. In an instant, the entire Thousand Demon sect was abuzz with activity, everyone speculating as to what might have occurred. An hour passed, and the bizarre phenomenon grew ever more astonishing. It seemed as though the spiritual energy within 100 miles had been summoned, wildly converging towards Kaiyun Peak. In the sky, a colossal vortex slowly manifested, resembling an unfathomable black hole emanating a mysterious and awe-inspiring aura. In the next moment, a dense black mist surged forth like a wild steed, charging into the vortex, followed closely by streaks of lightning descending from the clouds. The previously darkened sky flickered with intermittent light, akin to a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Another half-hour slipped by, and the vortex in the sky expanded further, as if intent on consuming the heavens themselves. The black mist entering the vortex grew thicker and darker, resembling a colossal pillar connecting the earth and sky, awe-inspiring and heart-shaking. Could it be that the sect master was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage? The disciples of the Thousand Demon sect began to whisper among themselves, speculating fervently. The sect master, Shimen Zihuan, had been at the late stage of the nascent soul for many years, and this extraordinary spectacle led everyone to ponder whether he was about to ascend to the legendary transformation stage. Time continued to flow, and another half-hour passed. The entirety of Kaiyun Peak was enveloped in thick black mist, and the massive vortex above appeared to press down relentlessly, drawing ever closer to the ground. Suddenly, a remarkably thick bolt of lightning struck Kaiyun Peak with the fury of an enraged dragon. The thunderous sound resounded through the air, as if intent on shattering the very world itself. The ground trembled violently, and the mountains quaked under this overwhelming force, fissures appearing in numerous locations. Shortly thereafter, another equally formidable bolt of lightning struck down. This time, Kaiyun Peak could not withstand such colossal impact, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. Trees upon the mountain, like fragile blades of grass, splintered and fell, leaving the entire peak in disarray, as if the apocalypse had descended. Amidst the ravaging thunder and lightning, a torrential storm abruptly swept in, countless tiny bolts of lightning cascading down like a dense curtain of rain, accompanied by the larger bolts pouring down like a waterfall. The Qi condensation disciples had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, their faces drained of color as they scrambled back to their chambers in panic, fearful of being caught in the terrifying tempest. Following the descent of 5 bolts of heavenly thunder, the storm gradually began to wane. In the realm of cultivation, there has always been a legend that the heavenly tribulation one faces when breaking through to the transformation stage can reach a maximum of 9 bolts, and the stronger the cultivator, the more bolts they must endure. These 5 bolts of heavenly thunder were already a formidable presence within the cultivation world, sufficient to signify the remarkable nature of the one undergoing the breakthrough. Once the 5 bolts had passed, the dark clouds began to disperse, and the sky returned to its former tranquility, as if the earlier tumultuous events had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet everyone knew this was no dream. It was likely that the sect master, Shimen Zihuan, had successfully weathered the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the transformation stage. Days later, news spread that the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect, Shimen Zihuan, also known as the Enforcement Elder, had indeed succeeded in breaking through to the transformation stage. This news swept through the neighboring sects like a tempest, prompting them to arrive at the Thousand Demon sect bearing precious gifts of congratulations. In this world of cultivators, the age-old principle of the strong being revered remained unchanged. A sect possessing a powerful figure at the transformation stage signified a higher status and greater influence. In the aftermath of this event, the situation underwent a marked transformation. The Tianjian sect proactively relinquished its mining operations at the nearby Spirit Stone Quarry, a tacit acknowledgement of the Thousand Demon sect's enhanced strength. Seizing this opportunity, the Thousand Demon sect welcomed numerous disciples and loose cultivators, presenting a flourishing scene, as if amidst the chaos of the world, it had found its own path to glory. Chapter 66 The Master of the Thousand Demon sect ascends to the transformation realm. Half a month later, after enduring numerous trials, Ma Huantao finally returned to the sect. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples throughout the sect. Prior to this, many believed he had entered the secret realm never to return. Wang Dahua and Zhang Lin, his close companions, beamed with genuine joy, their smiles radiant like blooming flowers. As for Ling Qingyan, during the days of Ma Huantao's absence, she was consumed by worry, praying silently countless times, yet fearing the worst outcome. The moment she beheld Ma Huantao, her anxieties were lifted, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Upon returning to Luyun Peak, Ma Huantao cautiously concealed the majority of his supplies within a secluded cave. He carried only a low-tier Qiankuan bag filled with essential provisions, along with a low-tier magical longsword and a dagger at his side. Now that he had ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he possessed newfound abilities. The jade slips that once eluded his spiritual sense now opened before him, revealing their mysterious secrets. Upon thorough inspection, he was elated to discover the foundational technique of the Tianjian sect, the Tianjian Ju. This was retrieved from Li Qingshu's Qiankuan bag, and the technique encompassed levels 1 through 6. Should he master it to the 6th level, he would be capable of wielding 6 flying swords simultaneously, a formidable power indeed. Contemplating the martial competition in Kanglin City 3 years hence, Ma Huantao understood that no matter how diligently he practiced the Tianlei Dao Ju, he would never catch up to Tian Meng. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to adopt the Tianjian sect's technique as his pivotal breakthrough. Although it was a sword technique, he mused that perhaps employing a dagger could yield similar effects. Thus, Ma Huantao resolutely embarked on his unique cultivation journey, practicing the Tianjian Ju as if it were the Tian Dao Jue. Ma Huantao sought a tranquil valley, where the spiritual energy, though not as dense as that of the main peak, offered solitude without disturbance. He first closed his eyes, focusing intently as he meticulously reviewed the principles of the Tianjian Ju in his mind. Gradually, he unsheathed the low-tier magical longsword, its blade glimmering with a faint cold light. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, grounding himself in a stable stance. His left hand formed a sword gesture at his waist while his right hand held the sword at an angle towards the ground. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze sharpened dramatically as he suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with fierce determination. In that fleeting moment, he sprang into action, the long sword in his hand darting forth like a serpent from its lair, accompanied by a howling wind. He initiated a straightforward thrust, the blade slicing through the air with a subtle hissing sound, disrupting the surrounding spiritual energy. Following this, with a flick of his wrist, the sword danced in the air, forming a beautiful flourish that transitioned from slow to fast, akin to a blooming white lotus, each petal imbued with a sharp sword aura. Then, he pivoted, allowing the sword to move with him, transforming into a silver flash that sliced horizontally, seemingly intent on severing any obstacles in its path. As he executed the swordplay, Ma Huantao's figure grew swifter, and his techniques increasingly intricate. He leapt high into the air, the longsword cleaving downward like a mountain descending upon the earth, exuding immense power. At other times, he crouched low, the sword rising from below with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Each movement was intricately linked to the principles of the Tianjian Ju, the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, continuously channeling into the sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. A sweat trickled from his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in the practice of the Tianjian Ju, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and his sword. During this period, however, a momentous event transpired within the Thousand Demon sect. On what appeared to be an ordinary day, while Ma Huantao focused intently on his swordplay, the sky seemed to be stirred by an unseen hand. Dark clouds began to churn violently, rushing toward the Thousand Demon Sect's summit, Kaiyun Peak. Like a surging tide, the once clear sky transformed into an ominous abyss, as if night had descended prematurely. All disciples of the Thousand Demon Sect were drawn to the sudden shift, halting their practices and emerging from their quarters to witness the spectacle. In an instant, the entire sect buzzed with excitement, each person speculating about the unfolding events. An hour passed, and the bizarre phenomenon grew increasingly astonishing. It appeared as though the spiritual energy within 100 miles had been summoned, rushing wildly toward Kaiyun Peak. Above, a colossal vortex slowly materialized, resembling an unfathomable black hole, exuding an aura both mysterious and awe-inspiring. In the next moment, a thick stream of black energy surged into the vortex like a wild stallion, followed by streaks of lightning descending from the clouds. The once dark sky flickered under the illumination of the lightning, resembling a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Another half-hour elapsed, and the vortex in the sky expanded further, as if intent on devouring the heavens above. The black energy entering the vortex grew denser and more robust, appearing like a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, its imposing presence leaving onlookers in awe. Could it be that the sect leader was attempting to break through to the transformation realm? The disciples of the Thousand Demon Sect began to murmur among themselves, speculating whether their leader, Xiang Si Huan, who had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul realm years ago, was on the verge of achieving the legendary transformation realm. Time continued to flow, and yet another half-hour passed. The entire Kaiyun Peak was enveloped in thick black energy, and the immense vortex in the sky seemed to press down, drawing nearer to the ground. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a giant's arm, struck Kaiyun Peak with the ferocity of an enraged dragon, the sound reverberating like thunder, as if the very world would shatter. The earth trembled violently, and the mountains themselves appeared to shudder under this overwhelming force, fissures appearing in numerous places. Shortly thereafter, another equally massive bolt of lightning struck down. This time, Kaiyun Peak could not withstand such a tremendous impact, resulting in a cataclysmic collapse. The trees upon the mountain, fragile as blades of grass, splintered and fell, leaving the entire peak in disarray, as if doomsday had arrived. Accompanying the rampage of lightning, a torrential storm descended upon the sky, countless small bolts of lightning cascading like a dense curtain of rain, mingling with the powerful strikes that poured down like a waterfall. The Chi refinement disciples, who had never before encountered such a terrifying sight, turned pale with fright, hastily retreating to their rooms in a desperate attempt to escape the wrath of nature. After 5 bolts of heavenly lightning struck in succession, the storm gradually abated. In the realm of cultivation, legends abound that the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the transformation realm can reach as high as 9 strikes, and the stronger the cultivator, the more lightning they must endure. These 5 bolts of lightning were already a formidable presence in the cultivation world, signifying the extraordinary nature of the one undergoing the breakthrough. As the 5 bolts of lightning subsided, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the sky returned to its former tranquility, as if the preceding turmoil had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, all understood this was no dream. It was likely that their leader, Xiang Si Huan, had successfully weathered the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the transformation realm. Days later, news spread that the leader of the Thousand Demon Sect, Xiang Si Huan, also known as the Law Elder, had indeed succeeded in ascending to the transformation realm. This revelation spread like wildfire among the nearby sections. Various sects, laden with precious treasures, flocked to the Thousand Demon Sect to offer their congratulations. In this world of cultivators, strength reigns supreme, a timeless truth. A sect with a master in the transformation realm signifies a higher status and greater influence. Following this event, the landscape shifted markedly. The Tianjian sect voluntarily relinquished the mining of the Spirit Stone Quarry near Jubaishan, an implicit acknowledgement of the Thousand Demon Sect's enhanced strength. Seizing this opportunity, the Thousand Demon Sect welcomed a multitude of disciples and rogue cultivators, creating an atmosphere of thriving prosperity, as if they had discovered their own path to glory amidst the chaos of the world. Chapter 67. A promotion to the mid-foundation establishment realm. Time flows like a gently babbling brook, tranquil yet quietly slipping away. Before one realizes, yet another year has swiftly passed. During this time, Ma Huantao, through his diligent study and relentless efforts, successfully broke through to the mid-foundation establishment realm, and the formidable heavenly sword technique has been cultivated to its 3rd level. This signifies that he is now capable of simultaneously wielding 3 long swords, enabling him to execute even more intricate and powerful sword techniques. However, to outsiders, he still appears to be only at the 10th level of Qi refinement, a deliberate concealment of his strength, serving as a means of self-preservation in this treacherous and unpredictable world of cultivation. On what seemed to be an ordinary day, Zhou Changlin and Wang Daho, brimming with excitement, invited Ma Huantao to embark on a journey to the mysterious and perilous 10,000 Great Mountains for a trial. These two had recently broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, successfully entering the ranks of inner disciples. Their fervent desire to explore the outside world and their eagerness to enhance their strength through experience surged within them like an imminent volcanic eruption, leaving them unable to contain their anticipation for adventure and the true trials that belong to cultivators. This expedition was to be led by the three female disciples Li Luer, Han Kaiyun, and Xiao Yan, all of whom were formidable experts at the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement, merely a step away from the foundation establishment realm, where a qualitative leap in strength could be attained. It could be said that they were already among the elite of the younger generation within the Qianmo sect, garnering much attention and expectation from their peers. Also accompanying them was the recently risen disciple Li Muqing from Zhongtong Peak, a genius who had successfully established his foundation at the young age of 23, drawing considerable attention upon his arrival. From Luyun Peak, there were also the newly successful disciples Lu Ningqing and Jiang Jiaqing, who shared the same enthusiasm for this upcoming trial. In addition, Luyun Peak dispatched 9 inner disciples, 6 outer disciples, and 6 miscellaneous disciples, along with 6 ordinary attendants, bringing the total number of participants to a grand total of 32, all setting off towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. As they departed, Li Muqing, Lu Ningqing, and Jiang Jiaqing were the first to summon their flying swords. The swords shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight, as if they too were eagerly anticipating the adventure that lay ahead. Subsequently, the group ascended onto their flying swords, soaring rapidly towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. The swords sliced through the sky, creating a whistling sound that echoed in their ears, as if narrating the mysteries and dangers of the unknown journey ahead. During the flight, a unique scene unfolded within the group. Li Luer's affectionate gaze frequently drifted towards Li Muqing, and she often sought topics to converse with him, her bashful demeanor unmistakably revealing her fondness for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan exhibited a particularly warm attitude towards Lu Ningqing, her gentle smile suggesting an endless conversation between them. On the other hand, Jiang Jiaqing displayed great enthusiasm towards Han Kaiyun, his admiration nearly inscribed upon his face, yet Han Kaiyun responded with an indifferent politeness, leaving others perplexed regarding her true sentiments. Thus, the flying swords traversed the skies for over a day, finally arriving at the fringes of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The scenery here starkly contrasted with the serene and peaceful atmosphere of the sect, exuding an aura of primal and mysterious energy, as if concealing countless secrets and dangers. In accordance with customary practice, the miscellaneous disciples took the initiative to scout ahead, carefully navigating the terrain and vigilantly observing every blade of grass and tree, leaving no rustle unnoticed. Meanwhile, the attendants were responsible for ensuring the group's basic needs, striving to create a relatively comfortable resting environment, allowing everyone to maintain their energy for the challenges that lay ahead. Also accompanying them was Lu Jiang, who shared a close friendship with Wang Dahu and had reached the second level of qi refinement. At this moment, he, alongside 5 other miscellaneous disciples, was forging the path ahead. Although they bore the brunt of the most arduous and perilous tasks, Lu Jiang maintained a positive demeanor. During rest periods, he would gravitate towards the inner disciples Wang Dahu, Zhou Changlin, and Ma Huantao, gathering together to share laughter and stories from their journey, their camaraderie undeterred by their differing statuses. However, beneath the seemingly harmonious atmosphere, a subtle undercurrent of tension brewed, unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not. One evening, as everyone sat around the crackling campfire, its flames dancing and sending sparks into the night sky, illuminating the complex expressions of the group, they indulged in wine and roasted meat, savoring this rare moment of respite. At that moment, Han Kaiyun unexpectedly rose, gliding gracefully to Ma Huantao's side, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity and inquiry as she softly remarked, "Last time at the Huangyuan Mountain Secret Realm, you were merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. I never expected that in less than 2 years, you have already reached the 10th level. Your progress is indeed remarkable." Li Luer, who had been gently swaying her drink, smirked slightly upon hearing Han Kaiyun's words, a hint of barely concealed sarcasm lacing her tone as she interjected, "While your progress is notable, it pales in comparison to others, doesn't it?" The moment her words fell, the air around them seemed to momentarily freeze, the previously relaxed atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Xiao Yan, who had been quietly listening, piqued with interest and leaned closer, her gaze fixed on Ma Huantao as she curiously inquired, "How many years has it been since you entered the Qianmo sect, junior brother Ma?" Ma Huantao set down his cup, contemplating briefly before replying, "If I reckon correctly, it has already been 13 years. 13 years. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, genuine admiration lighting her features as she exclaimed, "From a mere attendant to reaching the 10th level of qi refinement and becoming an inner disciple, this is indeed an impressive accomplishment within our Qianmo sect." Yet, Li Luer seemed to disagree with Xiao Yan's sentiments, letting out a dismissive huff as she remarked in a sarcastic tone, "When you successfully establish your foundation, then that would truly be remarkable. However, the foundation establishment realm is a significant hurdle for all cultivators. It is not something that can be achieved so easily." Her words dripped with veiled mockery towards Ma Huantao, each syllable like a sharp needle piercing the heart. Ma Huantao was not oblivious to the underlying meaning in her words, yet he remained humble, merely smiling as he asserted, "As long as I double my efforts, I believe I will surely succeed in establishing my foundation." "Ah, sometimes, it takes more than effort," Li Luer scoffed, rolling her eyes. It requires abundant resources, and talent is crucial as well. Lacking either is simply not an option. Noticing the atmosphere turning sour, Han Kaiyun hastily intervened, but I believe junior brother Ma has quite a decent talent. His swordsmanship ranks among the top 5 of our Luyun Peak, and with time, he is bound to achieve great success. Xiao Yan quickly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I also think highly of junior brother Ma. His rate of progress is quite rapid. I foresee a foundation establishment within 5 years.